After that girl's suicide, it was handled formally, as it was not a homicide, and it barely made a ripple. The girl group's actions only angered the higher-ups in the entertainment industry, leading to even more severe intimidation, effectively stifling their future. Luo Chen felt both anxious and angry inside, though he didn't show it on his face. He was also touched by Jiang Xiuyan's act of secretly switching her sister. Despite Jiang Xiuyan's delicate appearance, she was strong-willed and responsible. But, how could they look so alike? He occasionally glanced at Jiang Xiuyan, unable to discern any difference from his impression of Jiang Xiuyan. Jiang Xiuyan seemed to sense his thoughts and wiped her tears, explaining, "My parents can tell the difference between me and my sister." Luo Chen nodded, thinking to himself that he could probably tell too. "You cry, Jiang Xiuyan doesn't cry." On the way, Zhang Changyong received a phone call and said to Luo Chen, "Mr. Luo, your friend's parents are already in surgery. I've asked the best surgeon at the hospital to perform the operation, so don't worry. I just heard from the hospital that although the injuries are severe, they are not life-threatening." Luo Chen nodded and said, "Chairman Zhang, I'll leave everything to you. I won't bother to say thank you." "No need to thank me," Zhang Changyong replied with a smile. For him, thanks were worthless. What mattered was Luo Chen's promise, which would be enough for him to fly a few times in the U.S. stock market and futures. Soon, they arrived at the building where the entertainment company was located, situated in the bustling area north of the Han River. Once inside the elevator, Jiang Xiuyan visibly trembled, clearly filled with immense fear of this place. Luo Chen pulled her behind him and whispered a comforting word, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Zhang Changyong recognized the Korean characters indicating the floor in the elevator and pressed the button 417. When the elevator doors opened, they were greeted by the sight of two English letters. The receptionist at the front desk was a beautiful face resembling a Korean-style hostess, who immediately spoke a sentence in Korean that Luo Chen couldn't understand. Zhang Changyong turned to Luo Chen and asked, "Mr. Luo, how do you want to handle this?" Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Chen replied, "Money, I'll pay double. If they hit, I'll hit back." Zhang Changyong nodded and instructed his two bodyguards with a quick command. Luo Chen then turned to Song Guangming and Zhang Jiaqing, whispering to the three of them, "Be careful with the retaliation." Song Guangming nodded, seeing the fury in his boss's eyes. The caution he mentioned wasn't about being gentle, it was about not causing fatal injuries. For them, being disabled was not considered fatal. Once Zhang Changyong gave the order, his two bodyguards went inside, while Luo Chen and the others waited in the reception area. Then, a series of loud crashes erupted. There were screams, the sound of shattering glass, and the thunderous noise of walls being smashed. After a while, dozens of people scrambled out in disarray, and Luo Chen ordered Song Guangming, "Don't let anyone escape." Song Guangming agreed and stood guard at the company's entrance, while Mu Chaojun and Zhang Jiaqing moved to the front. Zhang Jiaqing, like a towering iron tower, bellowed like thunder, "Everyone squat over there." Anyway, no one could understand what he was saying, and a swarm of people continued to rush outside. Zhang Jiaqing was no longer polite, his hands moved like he was pulling up radishes, grabbing one and throwing another, tossing them aside until they fell, dazed and confused, not knowing east from west. Mu Chaojun only managed to catch a few fish that slipped through, but he didn't have the strength to throw them. Instead, he was breaking bones and joints, and those who fell either had broken hands or broken feet, only letting out cries of pain after hitting the ground. Song Guangming, who was guarding the door, couldn't even catch a shrimp. It was then that Luo Chen truly witnessed Zhang Jiaqing's prowess. Zhang Changyong and Yao Wenbin were also left dumbfounded. After a while, Zhang Changyong finally asked Luo Chen in surprise, "Luo, where did you find these two powerful individuals?" Luo Chen smiled slightly and replied, "They're not easy to find." He thought to himself that they hadn't even seen Song Guangming in action yet. He was the instructor, and Zhang Jiaqing and the others were trained by him. There was also a Yao Sheng at home, and judging by Song Guangming's gaze, he seemed to value Yao Sheng the most, which hinted at his strength. After Zhang Jiaqing had thrown down 7 or 8 people, those behind him no longer dared to charge forward, trembling as they crouched against the wall. After a while, Zhang Changyong's 2 bodyguards came out, followed by 5 or 6 men, all looking quite disheveled. However, it seemed that Zhang Changyong's 2 bodyguards had also sustained some injuries, indicating that the opponents had some capable fighters. Among the 5 or 6 men who rushed out, a man in his 40s froze for a moment upon seeing Zhang Changyong, then hurriedly began to speak to him. Zhang Changyong's expression was stern as he spoke while pointing at Luo Chen. That man was likely one of the heads of the entertainment department. Upon hearing Zhang Changyong, he quickly began to plead with Luo Chen. Luo Chen couldn't understand and didn't want to listen, directly asking him, "Where are the people?" Zhang Changyong also asked him sharply, and the man hurriedly replied, "Luo, they're locked in a practice room on the 18th floor." Zhang Changyong translated for Luo Chen. Luo Chen turned and ordered, Chao Jun, go with him and bring the people down. Okay. Mu Chao Jun walked over, twisted the man's neck, kicked him in the rear, and shouted. The man quickly hunched over and led the way, while a large group of people squatting by the wall trembled, not knowing where such fierce individuals had come from. A few minutes later, Mu Chao Jun pushed the person in charge back, followed by 6 tall girls, each with striking looks, but Jiang Xiuyan remained the most eye-catching. Luo Chen had been anxiously watching that direction, and among the girls, Jiang Xiuyan, confused, followed them down, and upon seeing Luo Chen and her sister Jiang Shiyan, she suddenly understood. For some reason, in that moment, she felt an impulse to throw herself into Luo Chen's arms and cry loudly, but reason and pride held her back. Instead, her sister Jiang Shiyan rushed over and hugged her, bursting into tears. When they reached Luo Chen, Mu Chao Jun kicked the person in charge to the ground, causing him to roll in pain. Luo Chen looked up at Jiang Xiuyan, who was also looking at him, and they both remained silent. After a long while, Luo Chen finally asked, Are you okay? Jiang Xiuyan held her sister's hand and nodded gently, I'm fine, thank you. Luo Chen smiled bitterly, thinking, Is there really a need to thank me? If I needed thanks, I wouldn't have come. I came not for your gratitude, but just to make sure you're okay. This thought he couldn't voice. Jiang Xiuyan and her sister Jiang Shiyan were the same height, their faces remarkably similar, but one had a soft expression while the other was more resolute. Their hairstyles and clothes were different. If they had worn identical outfits, it would have been hard to tell them apart. Luo Chen shifted his gaze from Jiang Xiuyan's face and asked Jiang Shiyan, Are your friends all right? Jiang Shiyan was taken aback for a moment, then hurried over to talk to them. At that moment, the other 5 girls finally realized that the person who had been locked up with them for a day and night was not Jiang Shiyan. Jiang Xiuyan felt heartbroken for her sister. When she saw her terrified and pale, she took the opportunity to switch their clothes while pretending to go to the bathroom, allowing her sister to escape. On the day of the incident, she didn't say a word all night because she couldn't speak Korean. Any words would expose her. However, she didn't expect that as soon as her sister and parents went out, they would be harmed by dark forces. At this moment, Luo Chen had a clear understanding of the situation. He turned to Zhang Changyang and said, Chairman Zhang, please bring out the person in charge of their company. I have something to ask. Zhang Changyong spoke to that person in charge, and then, under the terrified guidance of the responsible party, the bodyguards pulled out 4 individuals from the crowd and threw them in a row. Luo Chen coldly asked, What is the penalty for breach of contract for these few? The person in charge, trembling under Zhang Changyong's translation, replied, The penalty is 300 million Korean won. Zhang Changyong explained further, 300 million Korean won is equivalent to 1,800,000 yuan in soft currency. For trainees who haven't debuted, this penalty is not low. Luo Chen nodded and said to Zhang Changyong, Chairman Zhang, tell them that I will pay the breach of contract fee of 10,800,000 for the 6 of them, and additionally, I will pay 200,000 in compensation for each of the 5 injured, totaling 20,800,000. Have them provide an account number. I will have Wenbin transfer the money immediately. Yao Wenbin had channels for international transfers, but domestic transfers were not possible directly yet. Yao Wenbin didn't say much. He directly asked the person in charge for the account number and then called to notify his people to transfer the money. The person in charge was both terrified and puzzled, unable to help but ask Zhang Changyong, Chairman Zhang, why? Why are they still giving us so much money? Zhang Changyong coldly replied, that is compensation for your medical treatment for injuries. Who told you to do such wicked things? This is retribution. Upon hearing Zhang Changyong's words, the person in charge was immediately frightened. He had witnessed the ferocity and ruthlessness of these individuals. No matter how much money was offered, he wouldn't want to be beaten into a cripple. Luo Chen had no intention of saying more. He waved his hand, and Mu Chao Jun jumped out to grab him and twisted him around. All that could be heard was the sound of crack, crack, followed by a scream, and then Mu Chao Jun threw him on the ground, leaving him writhing and unable to get up. The other 4 were stunned with fear as Mu Chao Jun pounced on them like a wolf or tiger. His brutal skills were honed in the military. How could these people defend against him? Even Zhang Changyong's 2 bodyguards were sweating coldly, realizing the power of this seemingly unremarkable short figure. If it came to a fight, the 2 of them together wouldn't be a match for Mu Chao Jun. Once the transfer was completed, Luo Chen burned the contracts the girls had signed in front of them, turning them to ash, and said to them, I have paid your breach of contract fees, and the contracts are burned. From now on, you are free. No matter which path you choose in the future, make sure to think it through. When signing contracts, be clear and thoughtful, don't sell yourselves again. After saying this, he prepared to leave. One tall girl among them stepped forward and said to Luo Chen, Mr. Luo, my name is Bai Chichi, and I'm from Hangzhou. You bought my contract, so I will go to your company. Luo Chen was taken aback and said, what can you do at my company? I don't have an entertainment company. Zhang Shiyan suddenly spoke up, You can invest in an entertainment culture company. To be honest, the 7 girls had worked hard for over a year, mastering singing, dancing, and playing instruments. The Korean wave culture was indeed much stronger in this regard than domestically. The idol groups that debuted here, although called idols, were all carefully selected from thousands, followed by various skill training. Domestic idols could only be called vomit idols, as they only had a face and nothing else. Luo Chen pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Alright, let's talk about it when we return to the country. You all. He glanced at Bai Chichi and the other girls, shaking his head as he said, I paid this breach of contract fee for you, not because I want you to sign with me again. So even if I invest in an entertainment and cultural company, it has nothing to do with this. How you choose is still your freedom. Bai Chichi, however, stubbornly replied, President Luo, I only want to sign with you. Whether you run an entertainment company or something else, I just want to sign with you. She wasn't foolish, in a society driven by interests, who would throw away nearly 2 million without expecting anything in return. The other 2 girls also stepped forward, expressing their desire to sign with Luo Chen. They were eager, as their family conditions weren't great, and they had worked hard for over a year, so it was hard to give up. But a girl without fame had no guarantee even if she signed with an entertainment company, so it was better to sign with someone like Luo Chen, who at least wasn't a bad person. Someone who could casually throw out 20 million wasn't someone a poor person could easily deal with. Luo Chen nodded, alright, let's talk about it when we return. Even if he were to invest in an entertainment and cultural company, he could just recruit top talents from the industry when he got back. He didn't have the time to manage it himself. The main reason he agreed was because of Zhang Shiyan. Since he had already performed so grandly in front of Zhang Shiyan, he might as well go all the way, making her feel indebted to him, so she couldn't repay this debt. Over the 4 nights, Luo Chen communicated with Song Shui in the country via instant messaging, directing them to execute trades, earning nearly 20 billion in 4 days. Additionally, Zhang Changyang asked Luo Chen to manage one of his accounts. Given the significant personal favor he owed him this time, Luo Chen gladly agreed. Zhang Changyang's private account had a principal of $500 million, and in 4 days, Luo Chen turned that $500 million into $2.4 billion, netting him a profit of $1.9 billion. On Saturday, Zhang Changyang found a place to treat Luo Chen and the others to dinner. After arriving at the restaurant, he cheerfully asked Luo Chen, President Luo, I want to give you 2 small gifts, take a look. Luo Chen took the album he handed over and opened it to find, wow, one was a yacht and the other was a plane. The yacht was a luxury model made by a Dutch manufacturer, measuring 71 meters long, featuring a VIP room, study, gym, leisure room, etc., with a deck capable of landing a helicopter. This luxurious private yacht was priced at $100 million. The other album prominently featured an upgraded Airbus A380. Zheng Changyang chuckled, President Luo, that yacht will take 3 months for delivery, I'll send it to you then. As for the plane, well, you're in luck. I have a friend in Europe who customized it, with luxurious decorations. The plane costs $450 million, and he spent a full $100 million on the interior. However, when it was supposed to be delivered this year, my friend ran into financial issues, so he can't take it anymore. The $100 million deposit was wasted, and Airbus has been trying to sell it around. This big toy is something most people can't afford, even those with tens of billions in assets can't really use it. I thought of you as the best owner for it. I contacted a friend at Airbus, and they happily lowered the price to $320 million. I bought it for you without asking. The pilots from Airbus are flying over, and they should arrive around 2 this afternoon, just in time for our meal. Luo Chen couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. Chairman Zhang, well, since you've ordered it, I'll take it. I was just thinking about buying a plane a few days ago, so this works out perfectly. A plane, a yacht, totaling $420 million, after earning over 20 billion in those 4 nights, spending a small fraction on it was no big deal. Zheng Changyang's expression darkened, and he said with displeasure, President Luo, I consider you a friend. You helped me earn over $1.9 billion in these past few days, and I only spent a little over 400 million. If you still want to give me money, isn't that slapping a friend in the face? Luo Chen was taken aback for a moment, then laughed heartily and said, alright, since President Zhang has this sincerity, I'll accept it. If there are particularly good opportunities in the future, don't not answer my call. Zheng Changyang laughed heartily, of course I'll answer. Only a fool wouldn't answer. When Luo Chen mentioned particularly good opportunities, it at least represented profits of over $1 billion. His gift of 420 million was worth it. Besides, the wool comes from the sheep. If Luo Chen didn't help him operate, how could he earn that 19 billion? As the financier for the Asia-Pacific region at Tiger Securities, Zheng Changyong could earn about $100 million in profit a year. But this year was different. Last time, Luo Chen distributed $110 billion, and he got 16 billion. This time, in just 4 days, Luo Chen helped him earn 19 billion. Even after deducting 420 million, there was still 14,800 million left. Adding the previous dividend, Luo Chen had earned him 30 billion and $80 million. This money could allow him to squander for a lifetime, but rich people never think they have too much money. Zheng Changyong understood clearly that this money, apart from Luo Chen, no one else could earn. This was money made with brains and talent, so it was better for him to build a good relationship with Luo Chen than anything else. Once he established a good relationship with Luo Chen, wouldn't the money just keep rolling in? After all, he was truly grateful for the entertainment fuss, otherwise, how would he have the chance to deal directly with Luo Chen? Usually, someone like Luo Chen didn't lack money. Would he pay attention if he approached? People only remember your kindness when you help them in their time of need. Luo Chen didn't want to think too much about it. Regardless of Zheng Changyong's thoughts, he had helped him this time, so he had to remember the favor, repay grievances with grievances, and repay kindness with kindness. This meal wasn't particularly extravagant, it was just decent enough, as long as they ate well and were full. After finishing the meal, the call from Airbus came in, and Zheng Changyong cheerfully invited Luo Chen over. Several cars headed straight for Incheon International Airport. For the past few days, sisters Jiang Xiuyan and Jiang Shiyan hadn't come to find him, as they were at the hospital with their parents. One member of the 7-member group had committed suicide, and apart from Jiang Shiyan, 5 others were arranged by Zheng Changyong to stay at the hotel. Today, the Chinese members Bai Qiqi and Yang Qi, along with a Korean member Li Yunyang, went alone, while the other 2 members, Chang Jingya and Park Jimin, were at the hotel considering whether to follow Luo Chen to China. After all, this time had scared them. They couldn't afford to be hurt a second time. Upon arriving at the international airport, thanks to Zheng Changyong's connections, they went straight through the private VIP channel, past security, and took the tram into the airport. The airport tram ran along the passageway for a while, stopping at a large airplane on the tarmac. When Luo Chen and the others saw the brand new Airbus A380, they couldn't help but be stunned. It was huge. As soon as they got off the bus, a man and a woman approached them. The man was a Caucasian in his 40s or 50s, while the woman had a beautiful Asian face, though she didn't look young, appearing to be in her early 30s. The woman stepped forward, shook hands with Zheng Changyong, and exchanged a few words in English before turning to Luo Chen and warmly said, "Mr. Luo, hello." Luo Chen exclaimed, "Oh, you can speak Mandarin?" The woman smiled and said, "My name is Liani. My father is a Chinese expatriate, and I have been learning Chinese since I was little. I also spent 3 years as an exchange student at Peking University. I am the head of the Airbus Asia Customer Private Service Department." President Zhang mentioned that Mr. Luo is Chinese, so I was sent here. Liani said, respectfully gesturing for him to board. "Mr. Luo, please come aboard and take a look." "All right," Luo Chen readily agreed, stepping forward. He didn't walk ahead, no one else dared to step in front of him. It was truly massive, much larger than the A320 and A330. The vast majority of domestic planes were Airbus A330 models. As he climbed the ladder to the plane, 2 white pilots greeted him at the cabin door, grinning and speaking in a thick accent of Chinese. It took Luo Chen a moment to realize they were saying, "Hello, boss." He returned the greeting, excitedly stepping inside the aircraft, only to exclaim, "What the hell?" Even Luo, the billionaire, was taken aback. Following him in, Liani smiled and said, "This is the living room, and also a small conference room. The floor is entirely covered with handmade Italian carpets. The cabin is divided into 2 levels. This level consists of the living room, bar, dining room, and entertainment room, while the second level has 2 large bedrooms and 12 small suites. This decor was specially customized by a previous client, costing a total of $100 million. Liani introduced, and seeing Luo Chen's expression, she knew he was satisfied. That was the effect she wanted. Airbus planes don't actually earn much when sold, their profit comes from maintenance fees, which are the most lucrative. The maintenance cost for a 320 or 330 is at least $2 million a year, plus over $1 million for the 2 pilots, along with various expenses like parking fees and fuel costs. Owning a private jet is purely a money-burning endeavor, making it unaffordable for most wealthy individuals. The Airbus 380, being a super-large aircraft, is even more outrageous, with fuel costs for a single flight reaching hundreds of thousands to millions, and annual maintenance exceeding 10 million, not to mention pilot and crew expenses, leading to at least 50 million in annual costs. Even billionaires like Zhang Yongchang feel the pinch, which is why his private jet is a smaller Gulfstream. But for Luo Chen, it didn't matter, he could afford it even if it were 10 times more expensive. After looking around several times, Yao Wenbin, who was used to such scenes, was also astonished, while Bai Chichi and the other girls were exploring every corner, like Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden. After Luo Chen had taken it all in, Liani asked, "Mr. Luo, are you satisfied?" Luo Chen nodded, pretty satisfied, but Liani was taken aback and quickly asked, "Is there anything you're not satisfied with?" "Not that I'm dissatisfied," Luo Chen said, rubbing his chin with a wry smile, "but this thing is too big, it has specific requirements for airport runways. How about, you customize a smaller plane for me?" Sure. Liani was overjoyed, nodding vigorously, no problem. I wonder if Mr. Luo has any specific requirements?" Luo Chen pointed at the 380 and said, "Just decorate it like this, make it comfortable and fully functional. When you have a quote, I'll have my assistant send you a deposit." Liani beamed, repeatedly agreeing, not expecting to close another deal unexpectedly. Selling to private billionaires is far more profitable than selling to airlines. Super rich clients want customization and won't haggle, and customization is also a profitable venture. Airlines just want larger quantities, but negotiating with them is like bargaining at a market, with slim profits and endless complaints. This young boss Luo seemed quite extravagant, not even bothering to discuss prices, clearly someone who wasn't short on cash. Liani then introduced the two pilots, Mr. Luo, these two are the senior pilots John and Rodley sent by the headquarters. Airbus 380 pilots are required to undergo 6 months of training at Airbus headquarters before they are allowed to fly. They will serve you until you find new pilots, but their annual salary is $150,000 each. Luo Chen waved his hand, "No problem, double it, $300,000 a year for each." Liani was stunned, her willow-like brows twitching, and she bit her lip, smiling, "Mr. Luo, you're making me a bit angry, I'm tempted to switch jobs." Luo Chen smiled and casually said, "Sure, I really do need a flight butler like you. You're familiar with aircraft maintenance and business dealings, so how about this? I'll offer you a $5 million annual salary to be my personal butler, sound good?" Liani nearly stumbled in shock, gasping as she bit her lip and asked Luo Chen, "Mr. Luo, are you serious?" Her annual salary at Airbus was only $700,000, and Luo Chen had just casually offered her a raise of 7 times that amount. Without needing to think, she had already decided to switch jobs. Luo Chen seriously replied, "Of course I'm serious. If you come, I can give you a $200,000 signing bonus." Liani felt as if she had been hit again by Luo Chen's words, covering her racing heart and nodding vigorously, "Okay, boss." Luo Chen secretly felt pleased, money could indeed be quite effective at times. Liani was definitely a high-level talent, and what he needed most was such top-notch personnel. In terms of management in both internal and external experience, she was far beyond the likes of Luo Chenya and Song Zicheng. As long as she was talented, he didn't care about the money, he had plenty of it. No matter how hard he tried to recruit talent or how much he spent, the speed at which he earned money was still far faster than the speed at which he spent it. Moreover, after returning to the country, he could use the offshore company's account to play in the U.S. stock market and futures, even stock indices, that was a vast ocean. After visiting this big toy, Luo Chen cheerfully returned to the hotel accompanied by Zhang Changyong, and he also arranged rooms for Liani, John, and Rodley. The return trip was set for 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, and Zhang Changyong had already notified the airport to adjust the schedule. Private jets for wealthy individuals generally get priority. After all, they had the money, right? Then Luo Chen took Song Guangming and the others to the hospital to see Jiang Xiuyan's parents, but unfortunately, they were both asleep. Jiang Xiuyan kept her head down and said nothing, while Jiang Xiuyan cleverly poured him a glass of water and then said, "Sister, I'm going outside for a moment." After Jiang Xiuyan left and closed the door, she unexpectedly found Song Guangming, Zhang Jiaqing, and Mu Chaojun standing outside. Jiang Xiuyan politely greeted them, "Hello, brother Song, hello, brother Zhang, hello, brother Mu." The three of them were capable but not skilled at dealing with girls, especially with a top beauty like Jiang Xiuyan. Song Guangming nodded in acknowledgement, while Zhang the butcher's face turned bright red, unsure where to put his hands. Inside the hospital room, Jiang Xiuyan looked at her battered parents, her eyes reddening as tears began to fall one by one. She was also frustrated with herself. She had always been strong and had managed to hold back her tears this time, fearing that her parents and sister would see her cry. Yet inexplicably, she found herself shedding tears in front of Luo Chen. Luo Chen, who had a hard heart and didn't want to bow his head first, felt his heart soften upon seeing Jiang Xiuyan's tears falling like rain. He casually handed her a tissue, saying, "Wipe your tears." Zhang Xiuyan took the tissue and wiped her tears, still keeping her head down, her fingers turning pale from being pinched tightly. Luo Chen pondered for a long time but couldn't think of anything good to say, and what came out of his mouth was, "I'm going back to the country tomorrow." You should stay here and take care of your parents until they recover, you can't leave like this. You don't have to worry about the expenses, President Zhang has already paid for me. Don't worry, he owes me a favor. Luo Chen was articulate, but at that moment, he found himself at a loss for words in front of Zhang Xiuyan. After thinking for a moment, he added, "Well, I'm leaving now." Luo Chen left the hospital room without hearing the way he had imagined. After walking a few steps down the corridor, he turned back to look at the hospital room door, remained silent for a moment, and then walked away. Yao Wenbin noticed his bad mood and didn't dare to ask, glancing at the hospital room and feeling a bit more curious about the remarkably beautiful girl. The boss went to such great lengths to resolve the situation this time, undoubtedly for her, but why did she not show the enthusiasm she should have? It was as if the boss was the only one performing, how strange. After returning to the hotel to pack for the airport, among the 3 other Smita girls in the girl group with Zhang Xiuyan, 2 of them, who had been hesitant, were swayed when they heard Lianjin, Bai Qiqi, and Yang Qi talk about the boss Luo Chen's capabilities. They had worked hard on their basic skills, enduring hardships that were no less than physical labor, all for the chance to debut, gain fame, and live a good life. They were reluctant to just throw it all away. More importantly, they heard Lianjin say that this boss seemed to have no ulterior motives and wouldn't engage in any shady practices, so the 2 of them decided to go to China together. This opportunity was only available this once. If they didn't go, it would be gone. Zheng Changyong personally sent Luo Chen and his group to the airport, then took the VIP passage to the Airbus A380 on the tarmac, even feeling a bit reluctant to part. Luo Chen waved at Zheng Changyong in front of the airplane door and said earnestly, "Boss Zhang, no thanks needed." "No thanks, no thanks." Zheng Changyong waved back. The 2 pilots, John and Rodley, were grinning from ear to ear, calling out, "Nai Ban and I Hao." It was great to follow this new boss. The flight time was short, but the income had doubled compared to before. Who wouldn't be happy? Luo Chen cheerfully replied, "You guys too." The 2 Smita girls, Chang Jingya and Park Jimin, were on such a large airplane for the first time, and as soon as they entered, they were stunned by the luxury. They pulled Lianjin, Bai Qiqi, and Yang Qi to the entertainment lounge, turned on the music, and started singing along. Liani quickly poured a glass of red wine for Luo Chen and Yao Wenbin, saying, "Boss, this is the top red wine specially brought from a winery in France for top billionaires by Airbus headquarters. You should try it." Yao Wenbin took a small sip and nodded in approval, "Really good." Luo Chen took a sip, tasted it, and set the glass on the small table, saying, "Sour and not great, I'll just have a bottle of mineral water instead." Seeing Li Annie busy, Luo Chen added, "Annie, can you recruit a few flight attendants? Bring a few over, you'll have to help me carry the load later, so don't bother with these serving jobs." Li Annie smiled and nodded, "As long as the boss wants to hire, they'll come rushing in, but what kind of conditions does the boss want?" "Well," Luo Chen tilted his head, thought for a moment, and then laughed, "No other conditions, just pretty. Isn't it nice to have a line of scenery wherever you go?" Li Annie nodded with a smile. The young boss felt even more extravagant than those oil tycoons in Dubai. Fei Jiangan first obtained the flight permit, and after coordination from Seoul, they were cleared for takeoff in less than half an hour. Although Luo Chen was the boss, it was also his first time on such a luxurious airplane, and his wealth had skyrocketed too quickly. Simply put, he was a nouveau riche, which was quite different from truly established wealthy individuals. There was no way around this. It could only grow slowly, but Luo Chen didn't mind, as long as he was richer than others. After the plane took off, everyone excitedly looked out the cabin windows at the scenery. The A380's interior was specially equipped with soundproofing, much quieter than commercial aircraft. In just over 2 hours, they arrived, and such a large aircraft parked at Jianghan International Airport was quite eye-catching. Fortunately, Jianghan Airport was large enough, and the runway met the standards. Returning to Chuan City wouldn't work, as the runway didn't meet the A380's requirements. It seemed they could only wait for a smaller plane to return to Chuan City. Waiting at the airport to pick them up were Chen Jin, Song Ziqing, Luo Chenya, and Song Shuhuai, along with 4 drivers in 4 Rolls-Royce Phantoms. At the airport hall exit, Luo Chen and his group immediately became the center of attention. Bai Qiqi and her 5 tall friends, with their long legs, left Luo Chenya and Song Ziqing dumbfounded. How did the boss return from Korea with 5 beautiful girls? Where was Zhang Xiuyan? Luo Chenya observed for a while, but as Luo Chen's group headed straight for the underground parking lot, she was left puzzled but didn't dare to ask. Once in the car, Luo Chen said to Chen Jin, "Brother Jin, help me contact manager Ma from Haitian Hanjing. I want to buy an entire villa if he has any left, a few would be fine." With more and more employees in the company, I, as the boss, need to consider housing. I'll buy a few houses as employee dormitories. Those who want to live there and haven't bought a house can apply for a dormitory." Chen Jin gave a thumbs up and said, "You're rich. One villa there is over 80 suites, and one costs around 200 million. Luo Chen nodded, "That's fine, 200 million isn't much. Buying a few would just be 6 or 700 million. Chen Jin decided not to discuss this topic further, as every time they talked, the conversation would die out. After a pause, Chen Jin brought up another matter: "Is the offshore company account set up?" Luo Chen nodded, finally feeling a bit excited. "Yes, I can play with stock index futures tonight." Chen Jin perked up at this. "Great. I'll have Brother Hua and the others transfer the share points to you." Finally, he was about to see what he had been waiting for. During this time, Chen Jin had been cramming knowledge about stock futures and indices. Although he was still a novice, he had grasped the basics of trading. The original office building of the Xin Port Hotel Group had also vacated 2 entire floors for future finance to use as office space, and they would all move in once the new building was completed. The trading department was of utmost importance, and Song Shu Hui was supervising the time-sensitive setup, just waiting for the boss, Luo Chen, to come and experience it. Luo Chen pondered for a moment and then called Luo Yong. "Brother, the headquarters of future finance is set in Jianghan. Just leave the real estate project in Chuan City. You and sister-in-law should come to Jianghan. Also, bring mom and dad over. I miss them after such a long time." After hanging up, he said to Chen Jin, "Brother Jin, I need to ask you for a favor." Without a second thought, Chen Jin replied, "Whatever it is, just say it. I'll take care of it." He wouldn't say this to anyone else, but since it was Luo Chen, he didn't even need to specify what it was. "I'll have my cousin and his wife bring my parents to Jianghan, and then my sister will be the only one left in Chuan City. I'm a bit worried. She's in her second year of high school. Do you think you can?" Before he could finish, Chen Jin interrupted, "Don't worry, it's all set. I'll arrange it right away. I guarantee it's the best high school in Jianghan." Luo Chen nodded and called his sister-in-law, Zhu Yingying, to handle his sister's transfer to Chuan City No. 1 high school, so they could all come over together. Luo Chen personally went to pick up his sister, Song Wangming, Mu Chaojun, Luo Chenya, and Song Ziqing. As soon as they stepped out of the high-speed train station, Zhao Jinyu frowned and scolded him, "What's going on with all this fuss?" Sister-in-law Zhu Yingying quickly said to Luo Chen, "Little brother, I said that the high school education quality in Jianghan is much better than in Chuan City. Yunyun's grades are good, and it's more stable for her to come here to take the entrance exam for a prestigious university. That's why I agreed to come." Luo Chen laughed heartily and quietly told her, "Sister-in-law, I'll give you a credit." His mother was quite stubborn. If it weren't for her children, she wouldn't be easily swayed. Luo Chen had put in a lot of effort to bring her from the countryside to Chuan City. Now that they had established a family fortune worth tens of billions, how could she bear to leave? However, Luo Chen wasn't worried. As long as she came, the family wealth here would only grow larger and more substantial. He needed to find a way to keep his mother tied down. His parents had endured hardship in the countryside for most of their lives, and just thinking about it made Luo Chen feel heartbroken. Now that he had the means, he wanted to ensure his parents could enjoy a good life. Luo Yunyun carried a student backpack filled with high school study materials. Seeing so many people, she was so intimidated that she didn't dare to speak, only quietly calling out, "Brother." Luo Yunyun had excellent academic performance, but she was quite self-conscious and had always been bullied by her cousin Jiang Shiqi from her aunt's family at school. After Luo Chen became wealthy, his sister Luo Yunyun spent most of her time at school and hardly enjoyed the sense of status that Luo Chen's wealth brought her, so her mindset was not much better than before. Luo Chenya, who understood people well, pulled her into the car to sit together. Luo Chen proudly boasted about his sister, "My sister is a top student, much better than me, her brother. I didn't even finish high school." Luo Chenya couldn't help but think to herself, "You're just an oddball, okay?" But sometimes she also thought about how she had worked hard from elementary school to university, graduating from a prestigious university, only to find that she couldn't even compare to a junior high school student. It felt like her university education was in vain. Chen Jin had already reserved a table and quickly took everyone to the restaurant. Unlike Zhao Jinyu, who was nostalgic, Luo Chen's father, Luo Weigua, had adapted during this time. He didn't oppose coming to Jianghan, and when he arrived, sitting in the luxurious Rolls-Royce, enjoying the beautiful scenery of Jianghan, he seemed a bit lost in thought. This was Qin Jin's first time meeting Luo Chen's parents and sister, so he chose a star-rated hotel restaurant for this meal to show its significance. Knowing that Luo Chen was coming back today, Xu Hua, Shuai Jun, and Lu Feibai also rushed over. As soon as Luo Chen and the others arrived, the dishes were served. Luo Chen poured a glass of juice, stood up, and said to Chen Jin, "Brother Jin, I toast you with juice instead of wine." Chen Jin gulped down his drink and said angrily, "If you say thank you to me, I won't be happy." Luo Chen laughed and said, "Alright, I won't say thank you. I won't drink today, the market opens later, and to make a good first move for the new company, I need to stay sober to direct things." Xu Hua, upon hearing this, became a bit serious and nodded, yes, we should all drink less. Let's see how President Luo makes money for us later." Zhao Jinyu, seeing how everyone treated her son like a star, felt relieved, but still spoke sternly as usual, "You're always so unfocused. You come here to hold a meeting, but it ends up being Zhao Chaoer sending a lamp, and then never coming back. If you want to stay here, I won't oppose it, but hurry up and find a daughter-in-law for me. I can't control you, but having a daughter-in-law will keep you in check." Luo Chen was instantly dumbfounded and quickly put on a smiling face to say to her, "Mom, this matter can't be rushed. When the time comes, I will naturally bring you a daughter-in-law that you will be satisfied with." After brushing off his mother a few times, he looked up and saw his father's eyes were red, and couldn't help but ask him, "Dad, what's wrong? Are you out of money?" If his mother was strict with his father in this regard, he had to say something. Luo Weiguo wiped his eyes and said, "What money do I lack? I'm using the card you gave me. Now that we eat well and live well, I think back to when I was young, working with your uncle, the two brothers starving and freezing, and your uncle is still back in the countryside." Before Luo Chen could respond, Luo Yong stood up to advise him, "Second uncle, don't worry about this. I'll just bring my parents to Jianghan to hang out with you every day. Then it's settled." Luo Weiguo was delighted and quickly confirmed the arrangement, fearing Luo Yong would change his mind. As parents grow older, they tend to follow their children. Since Luo Yong and Zhu Yingying didn't bring it up, Luo Chen, as a nephew, couldn't say much either. With Luo Yong taking the initiative, it became a natural progression. Luo Chen nodded, "This is easy to arrange. Tomorrow, I'll choose a larger villa in Haitian Hanjing for my brother and sister-in-law to live in. It will be convenient for uncle and aunt to come, and it's close to where I live." Originally, they were supposed to warmly welcome Luo Chen's parents, but when Luo Chen mentioned that they would be operating their offshore company account for the first time tonight, Xu Hua and the others lost interest, hastily finishing their meal and sending Luo Chen's family back to Haitian Hanjing. Upon arriving at the villa in Haitian Hanjing, Song Ziqing had already turned on the lights, and the scene of the brightly lit villa resembled a palace. Zhao Jinyu and Luo Weiguo were both stunned, their fingers trembling as they pointed and said, This is the house you bought?" Next to them, Luo Yong, Zhu Yingying, and Luo Yunyun were also dumbfounded. "My goodness, is this a house? It looks like a castle from a fairy tale." After a long while, Zhao Jinyu finally came to her senses and said, "Such a big house, how can the whole family live in it?" Luo Chen grinned and pushed her forward, saying, "Mom, you guys go in and take your time looking around. I have to go to work at the company. Take your time and choose whichever room you want. A villa worth several $100 million, how could it not be extravagant?" After all the twists and turns, it was already close to 9 o'clock. Chen Jin had already urged Luo Chen to get in the car, and then several cars sped towards Shoyan Hotel. After all, this was the provincial capital. The environment and building designs were much better than those in Chuan City, looking more upscale. Hua Xiaodong had arranged the 16th and 17th floors for them, and Song Shuai set up the trading room at the far left of the 17th floor. It was a total of 220 square meters, with 48 computers, and on both sides hung enormous curved LCD screens, while directly in front was a high-definition projection screen 5 meters tall and 9 meters wide, currently displaying international futures and stock index numbers. As soon as Luo Chen saw it, he perked up and praised, "This is great, Shuai did a good job." Song Shuai smiled wryly and said, "This has already cost several million, and I haven't even mentioned it to you, boss." Luo Chen snorted, "You're being stingy. This is our tool for making a living. Don't say several million, even several $100 million would be worth it." After scolding Song Shuai, he instructed him, "Arrange for a few people to operate the US stocks, and pick a few others for futures and stock index futures, operating my offshore company's account." "Okay." Song Shuai felt a tightness in his chest and quickly selected a few capable operators. Lu Feibai and a few other second-generation rich kids were even more nervous than the traders, unsure of how the first results from the offshore company would turn out. Luo Chen was only slightly tense, as he had never dealt with stock indices before, but it was basically similar to international futures trading, going long or short, except that the US stock index futures had a much larger volume. On the Tiger Securities side, two accounts each had a leverage limit of $500 million for normal use. The largest volume in international futures was crude oil, followed by gold, silver, and copper. Given Luo Chen's trading level, he almost completely disregarded silver and copper. He could make money, but he looked down on that little amount. At 9:15, the stock index opened 15 minutes earlier than futures and stocks. Luo Chen focused on the index displayed on the big screen and soon instructed Song Shuai, go long on the Nasdaq index with $1 billion. Song Shuai's hands trembled slightly. It was his first time making such a large trade in stock indices, and he couldn't help but feel nervous. The Nasdaq was one of the three major U.S. stock indices, and it opened at 10,360 points. A $1 billion contract was approximately 1 million lots. A few seconds after Song Shuai placed the order, it was executed. $1 billion in the U.S. stock index futures market barely made a ripple. However, this was what Luo Chen had hoped for. If he had invested too much at the beginning, it would have alerted those international capital giants, making his operations much more difficult. What troubled Luo Chen was the changes that would follow. He estimated that operations around $1 billion would be manageable, but the volume would definitely have to increase later. Right now, he just needed to accumulate enough experience. The market trend after the transaction rose quickly, just as Song Shuai had complete trust in Luo Chen, and within minutes, the numbers began to climb. Chen Jin and Zhu Hua couldn't understand the numbers on the big screen at all, but they were both nervously clenching their fists, their palms sweaty. However, within 10 minutes, Luo Chen gave Song Shuai another order. Shuai, place the long orders quickly. Song and the others had been waiting for his instructions and quickly got to work, and then 15 seconds later, the long orders were executed. At this moment, the Nasdaq index rose to 10,466 points, opening up 1.5%, which means an increase of 1.5 points. Each point on the Nasdaq index is worth $300, so 1.5 points equals $450. The $1 billion purchased corresponds to 1 million contracts, and in this ultra-short-term trade, Luo Chen made $450 per contract, totaling $450 million for 1 million contracts. Zhu Hua and Chen Jin, along with the other three, couldn't comprehend it. After seeing Luo Chen instruct to sell, they couldn't help but ask Song Shuai, did we make a profit? Did we? Song Shuai wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, yes, the boss's move was like lightning. I never thought someone could seize the Nasdaq's brief moment of high opening. No one dares to operate like this. Chen Jin and the others breathed a sigh of relief, while Shuai Jun couldn't help but ask, can you finish your sentence? How much did we actually make? This is killing me. Song Shuai hurriedly said, we made $450 million. What the hell? The group was taken aback. In just a few minutes, they made $450 million? Shuai Jun was so excited he grabbed his hair, wondering if there was any justice left in making money like this. Why didn't they meet the dear Luo Chen sooner? The last time they saw Luo Chen operate on U.S. stocks and international futures, making several $100 million in one night felt miraculous, but this stock index futures were even more thrilling. It was unbearable. Luo Chen focused on the stock index numbers, observing the changes in his mind. The fluctuations in the stock index were too fast and frequent. Generally, it was impossible to catch anything within a minute, and even if you could execute a trade, selling it wouldn't be that quick. Those who traded stock indices typically operated on short-term trades, and he was able to catch that wave of high opening index because he had nearly 5 minutes. The remaining changes occurred within a minute, either rising or falling, and none lasted more than 3 minutes, so he didn't take any further action and instead turned to trade international crude oil futures. There were 2 accounts for crude oil futures. One was the domestic Tiger Securities with $500 million in leverage, and the other was his offshore company's account. The price of crude oil futures was falling, but the drop wasn't particularly large, just that the time was short, only half an hour. Luo Chen immediately instructed Song Shuai to purchase short positions in crude oil futures for both accounts. The $500 million in Tiger Securities and $1 billion in the offshore account, leaving a total of $1,450 million to play with stock indices. The short position purchase price for crude oil futures was $41, and after the transaction, it initially dropped a few points slowly, then plummeted straight down, breaking $41, then 10 minutes later, it fell below $40, then $39, and when it hit $38, Luo Chen instructed Song Shuai to place an order, setting the asking price at $38. The oil price continued to drop, stopping only when it reached $38. After the transaction, each barrel of crude oil yielded a profit of $2. One contract is 1,000 barrels, resulting in a profit of $2,780 per contract. With $500 million in contracts totaling 12,000 contracts, the total profit was $33,360,000. The $1 billion in the offshore account doubled the profit, yielding $66,720,000. Song Shu-hui knew that Chen Jin and the others couldn't understand, so he quickly explained, the $1 billion in the offshore account made $66,720,000. Oh, Chen Jin thought it was okay. After just experiencing the shock of making $450 million in a few minutes, earning over $60 million in half an hour didn't seem as exciting. Luo Chen stared at the screen for a few minutes, then instructed Song Shu-hui to go long on crude oil futures. The long position didn't rise as much, each barrel of crude oil earned nearly $2, resulting in a profit of $40 million from $1 billion. The Tiger Securities account also made $20 million. Then Luo Chen seized a 1% drop in the Dow Jones Index, taking 4 minutes this time. He invested $2 billion, in and out in 4 minutes, earning $300 per contract, resulting in a profit of $600 million from $2 billion. The fluctuations in stock index futures were dense and frequent. That night, Luo Chen seized a total of 14 opportunities, investing a maximum of $3 billion and a minimum of $1 billion each time. 11 of those opportunities netted a total of $3 billion, while he made $600 million in crude oil futures, bringing his total profit to $9 billion. Adding the original capital of $2 billion, his total had turned into $9 billion. In his Tiger Securities account, he earned $70 million from U.S. stocks and $300 million from crude oil futures, making a total profit of $370 million across both accounts. This profit was the lowest ever recorded, but it wasn't Luo Chen's fault. He had focused all his energy on the offshore company's stock index futures. If he had operated the international crude oil market as he used to, he would have made at least $500 million that night. One cannot split their focus. With the stock index changing so frequently, it was already difficult to seize opportunities, so achieving this amount was quite good. When the trading ended, Chen Jin stared with his red rabbit-like eyes and asked Song Shu-hui, how much did we make? Song Shu-hui, beaming with joy, replied, congratulations, brother Jin. The offshore company's account has a total of $9 billion, including principal and profit. Damn! Lu Feibai and Shuai Jun both dropped their coffee cups, shattering them on the ground. The four of them, Lu Feibai, Shuai Jun, Su Honglin, and Zhang Ruiqi, each took 1 point, Zhu Hua took 1.5, Su Ying took half a point, and Su Dongfeng and Chen Jin each took 2 points. 1 point equals $99 million, almost $100 million. In one night, their $20 million had turned into nearly $100 million. Even Su Ying's half point turned her $10 million into $50 million. Chen Jin directly flipped his to $198 million. Converted to soft currency, that's 1.4 billion, making him a bona fide billionaire, and it came so simply and quickly. Each trader involved received a bonus of $300,000, Song Shuhai received $500,000, and others like Luo Qianya, Song Ziqing, Song Wangming, Mu Chaojun, Zhang Jiaqing, Yao Shang, and their cousins received $300,000 each. Even Liani, who had watched the miraculous trading all night, received $500,000. After all, she would be the future housekeeper, a high-level talent. Liani was both surprised and delighted. She was amazed that money could come so easily to the boss, but she knew that others couldn't earn it without his intellect. She was happy that the boss was indeed generous, rewarding everyone with tens of thousands. Unexpectedly, this time, a stroke of luck had landed in her lap, and she planned to quickly handle her resignation online with the company the next day. After the trading ended, Luo Chen finished the cup of coffee he was holding and waved to Song Guangming. Guangming, let's go back, I'm tired. Okay. Song Guangming, not one for many words, led the way, followed by Mu Chaojun and Zhang Jiaqing, crowding around Luo Chen and the others back to Heishan Hanjing. The rest, including Chen Jin, couldn't be bothered. This group was too excited tonight and seemed unlikely to sleep, surely looking for a place to stir things up. The next morning, Luo Chen was awakened by his phone vibrating. Annoyed, he reached over to check, but he didn't recognize the unknown number and pressed the button to continue sleeping. A little while later, it rang again, and Luo Chen, irritated, turned off his phone. It was only 9:30, and he had barely slept for 5 hours. He flipped over and tried to sleep again, but in his drowsiness, he heard a knock at the door, followed by a crisp female voice saying, "I've called you so many times, and you didn't answer." Luo Chen jolted awake and saw a pair of bright eyes staring at him. It was Su Ying. Luo Chen felt a bit annoyed. "I say, princess, isn't it inappropriate for a girl to barge into a man's room? What if this gets out?" Su Ying couldn't help but retort, "Is it you who can't face people, or is it me?" After saying that, she turned away, waiting for Luo Chen to get dressed before turning back, blushing with embarrassment and asking him, "Why didn't you answer my calls?" Luo Chen grunted, "I worked until 4 or 5 last night and barely got 5 hours of sleep. You come here now to wake me up? Why don't you try that with Shuai Jun and the others?" Su Ying was taken aback. and only then did she remember that his work hours were indeed the opposite of most people's. Her irritation gradually faded, and surprisingly, she softened her tone and said, "Oh, fine, I didn't consider that. I have a concert tonight at Jonghan Stadium. You should come, I saved you a ticket." Concert? Lo Chen suddenly realized she was a top-tier singer. "Here's the ticket." Suing placed a stack of tickets in front of him, thought for a moment, blushed slightly, and shook her head as she left. Weirdo. Lo Chen was still worried she would force him to agree to something like last time, but unexpectedly, she was quite proper this time. He washed his face, brushed his teeth, and went downstairs. In the living room, his mother sat in a daze. The vastness of the courtyard, garden, and rooms seemed endless. How could anyone manage all this? The grandeur and luxury of the villa exceeded her imagination. Seeing Lo Chen lazily come downstairs, Zhao Jinyu frowned and asked, "Son, this house is too big. How can you manage it?" Lo Chen smiled to reassure her, "It's fine, I hired a high-end housekeeper. She'll come to work for me after she finishes her resignation procedures. She can hire 10 or 8 servants to take care of the house. You and Dad can just enjoy your lives." Zhao Jinyu had no retort and huffed before suddenly asking, "Who was that pretty girl who just came?" Beside her, Lo Yunyun quietly said, "Mom, her name is Su Ying. She's a very famous singer." "A star?" Zhao Jinyu was a bit surprised, then glanced at her son and asked, "So, now that you have money, you've even attracted a star?" Lo Chen quickly raised his hand and swore, "Mom, I swear there's nothing going on between us. She's not just any star, her dad is a very high-ranking official." "Forget it, I can't explain it to you now. In a few days, I'll bring someone for you to meet." Zhao Jinyu became interested. Is it a guy or a girl?" "A girl, very beautiful, just your type." Lo Chen honestly confessed, "But she's not in the country right now, she'll be back in a few days." This made Zhao Jinyu happy, and she smiled, "Alright, I'll consider you serious for once." To be honest, she was quite reassured about her son. Even though he suddenly became very wealthy, he hadn't been attracting attention from girls. He was always proper around the many beautiful girls he knew and had never been seen with any girl romantically. Recently, Zhao Jinyu had been very angry about Zhu Hongyan, who had harmed her son in the past. After Lo Chen went to Jianghan, she even shamelessly went to Tianzong City to find her again. Just thinking about how she had teamed up with Lo Chen's aunt's son, Wang Wei, to harm her son made her furious. Moreover, her son had incurred so much debt because of that woman named Zhu Hongyan. When he was poor, she kicked him aside, and now that he was rich, she wanted to reconcile. Why are there such shameless people in the world? Lo Chen raised the tickets in his hand and said, Su Ying came to give me a few tickets. There's a concert at Jianghan Stadium today, do you want to go?" "Brother, I want to go." His usually quiet sister, Lo Yunyun, suddenly became excited, blinking her eyes and saying, "Brother, I really like Su Ying." "Alright then." Since it was rare for his sister to like something, Lo Chen readily agreed and told his mother, "Mom, let's all go. After all, it's not like we have anything else to do, and it's rare for Yunyun to like something." Zhao Jinyu initially wanted to refuse, but hearing that he would accompany Lo Yunyun, she didn't say no. She just smiled and said, "What can an old lady like me do there? It's all young people's thing, dancing and singing, I wouldn't understand it anyway." But Lo Yunyun was excited and asked Lo Chen again, "Brother, how do you know Su Ying?" "She's my favorite star, she sings well, is beautiful, and has never had any scandals. I really want to get her autograph." Looking at his sister like this, Luo Chen's heart softened. He felt that his sister finally resembled a normal girl, with her joys and sorrows. In the past, she had been so self-deprecating and repressed. Seeing her become normal and happy was more gratifying than earning 100 billion. "What's a signature? Later, we can even take a photo together, no problem." Luo Chen blurted out, but then felt it was inappropriate and quickly explained, "Su Ying's brother is my partner, Chen Jin's buddy, the one who had dinner with us yesterday, Brother Hua. 5 years ago, Tang Yuan defiled the woman he loved. 5 years later, he died due to a calcium deficiency, but miraculously, he was reborn, returning as a powerful cultivator. In this life, he only wanted to protect his wife and child." "Wife, what moon in the sky do you want? I'll go pick it for you." "Son, what star do you want? I'll go pick it for you." After his rebirth, Tang Yuan just wanted to spend every day with his wife and son, fishing when he had nothing to do, cultivating while being a dad. After breakfast, Luo Chenya and Song Ziqing arrived. Luo Chen asked Song Ziqing, "Ziqing, those 5 girls yesterday were arranged by you, right?" Song Ziqing nodded, "Yes, they are all booked at the Shoyin Grand Hotel. Since we're paying, it's better to stay at our own hotel, we shouldn't let the good stuff go to outsiders." Luo Chen responded with an smart this time. Song Ziqing retorted, "Wasn't I smart before?" Luo Chen thought for a moment and replied, "You look smart, but you often say foolish things." What did you say during the acquisition of Hongqing supermarket last time? After saying that, he looked up and asked Luo Qianya, has Song Ziqing's probation period ended? Song Ziqing immediately shrank back. Boss, I was wrong. No one is perfect. You can't expect people to make no mistakes. Luo Chen snorted and instructed Luo Qianya, find a headhunting company to recruit a top talent from the entertainment industry. I want to establish an entertainment culture company. Okay, boss. Luo Qianya took out a small notebook from her bag to jot it down. After finishing, she reported to Luo Chen, boss, last month's salary has been overdue for 7 days. Since there's no finance department and you haven't been in the country lately, it's been delayed. Luo Chen was taken aback and immediately said, this can't be delayed. We need to urgently recruit a financial director. Also, handle this matter temporarily, list out the salary details, and let my sister-in-law distribute the money this afternoon. Other matters can wait, but this one cannot. Luo Qianya smiled and said, it's fine, everyone received bonuses directly for a while, so they're not short on money. They all know the company won't shortchange them, so no one is anxious. Luo Chen frowned, your mindset is not right. A company needs rules. Rules are like laws. Just because I'm the boss doesn't mean I can't say it. If one system isn't enforced, then another won't be either. You are the HR director, find a legal advisor to sort out the company's regulations. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. In the future, the company is about business, everyone must strictly adhere to these rules. What happens privately doesn't matter. Seeing Luo Chen suddenly become serious, Luo Qianya quickly agreed solemnly. It was at this moment that Luo Chen realized he was still lacking a talent to oversee everything. Now, everything required his attention, and he was precisely a lazy person who didn't know how to manage. This couldn't go on. He needed to find a capable person to lead the group while he could remain a carefree chairman. He hadn't felt this way before, but now that his subordinates were gradually increasing and the investment business was expanding, his mind seemed insufficient, and he often forgot things. Currently, the real estate sector is under Korean military control, so there's no need to worry. The group hotel has Hui Xiaodong, the trading department has Yao Wenbin, human resources has Luo Qianya, and the private housekeeper is Liani. However, we still lack a general leader for the group. But this person is not someone just anyone can take on, it can't be done casually, which is a headache. At 3 in the afternoon, Liani arrived, bringing along the profiles of 4 flight attendants from United Airlines. As Luo Chen flipped through the materials and photos, he was immediately struck by a strong resemblance to Jessica Alba. They were all stunningly beautiful. Generally speaking, Luo Chen strongly disagrees with the aesthetic standards of Westerners. In his view, those chosen by Westerners are not much different from monkey faces, while Easterners' standards of beauty are looked down upon by Westerners, as the styles differ. Jessica Alba is considered by Luo Chen to be a beauty that aligns with Eastern standards, and these 4 foreign girls are indeed easy on the eyes. Liani's efficiency is truly remarkable. Alright, you take care of the arrangements. The company is planning to buy several buildings in this community, and the accommodations will be arranged by the company. After putting down the materials, Luo Chen thought for a moment and added, I'm feeling a bit stuffy, how about we go for a walk? Sure. Liani organized the materials and placed them on the table, then accompanied Luo Chen outside, with Song Ziqing and Luo Qianya following along. Song Guangming and Zhang Jiaqing trailed behind at a distance of about 10 meters, while Mu Chaojun stayed back at the villa. They were not just protecting Luo Chen, they were also looking after his family. Currently, Yao Shang was still in the hospital taking care of his mother and hadn't officially started yet. Once outside Haitian Hanjing, Liani looked at the spacious and well-planned 8-lane road inside. The development in the country is truly beyond imagination. Jianhan isn't even a top-tier city, and it's already like this. One can only imagine what it's like in super first-tier cities like Magic City or the capital. Luo Chen smiled and said, as long as you get used to it. Liani replied softly, it's not about getting used to it, everyone has to hustle for a living. Meeting a boss like you is my luck. Luo Chen chuckled and pointed ahead, saying, let's go. Boss, Liani took a few steps and reported to him, as per your request, I booked an Airbus A320 with the Airbus headquarters. There is a current aircraft available, but the modification will take about 2 months, and the price is $68 million. Luo Chen immediately became interested. Money is not an issue, try to get it done sooner. I can pay a bit more if needed. The A380 is too big, many second and third tier cities airports can't accommodate it. Okay, I'll contact them to discuss. Liani lowered her head and noted it down in her phone's memo. She truly believed that the boss wasn't short on money. Last night, the combined domestic and international accounts earned over $8 billion. What in this world could he not afford? Luo Chen glanced at his phone, it was almost 4 o'clock. Suddenly, he remembered Su Ying's concert and turned to Mu Chaojun, instructing, Chaojun, go back and have Jiaqing each drive a car out, bring my sister along to Jianghan Stadium for the concert. All right. Mu Chaojun nodded to Song Guanming and then quickly returned to Hai Tianhan Jing. In about 6 or 7 minutes, Mu Chaojun and Zhang Jiaqing each drove a Rolls-Royce to the location. After getting in the car, Luochen pulled out his phone and dialed back the missed call from Su Ying that he received in the morning. A few seconds later, the call connected, and Su Ying's crisp voice came through. What's up? You better not tell me you can't make it. We can make it. Luochen didn't want to offend her casually. Do you still have tickets? We have 3 more people. Su Ying clearly sighed in relief and replied with a smile, alright, I'll have my assistant wait for you at the ticket entrance. As the car approached the exterior of Jianghan Stadium, Luochen saw a sea of advertisements, especially the giant ad at the entrance, which featured Su Ying's promotional photo. Luo Yunyun appeared very excited, while her mother, Zhao Jinyu, remained calm. She wasn't familiar with stars like Su Ying but knew the leading male and female characters from the soap operas airing that night. The square at the entrance of the stadium was packed with people, with many selling glow sticks and glow hands. Luochen thought for a moment and waved to Song Ziqing, asking her to buy 2 for each of them. Since they were already here, he might as well play the role of a devoted fan for Su Ying, cheering and shouting, and then it would be easier to ask his sister for a signature or a photo. His sister, Luo Yunyun, excitedly followed Song Ziqing to buy glow sticks, while Luochen stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the advertisements. He had to admit that Su Ying's promotional photos were truly beautiful, and the giant banner had a very enticing line, the Jade Maiden, Su Ying, will have the most mysterious guest at her concert. Most of the people present were young men and women, but there were also some middle-aged and elderly people. It seemed that beauty was universally appealing. Who could the most mysterious guest be? Is it Zhong Yundong? There are rumors that he is pursuing Su Ying. I think it's the king, Su Jing. Listening to these various speculations, Luochen couldn't help but ponder what exactly constituted the most mysterious guest, but he couldn't come up with anything, mainly because he wasn't a fan. Brother, let's go. Luo Yunyun and Song Ziqing each came back with a big handful of glow sticks, their excited little faces flushed. At the ticket check, a short-haired girl in her 20s was looking this way. Upon seeing Luochen, she took out her phone to compare and, after confirming, waved her hand. Hey, is this Mr. Luochen? Luochen nodded, and the short-haired girl immediately brought over several tickets and handed them to him. Miss Su asked me to bring you the tickets. After giving him the tickets, she hurriedly went inside, looking very busy. The 8 of them checked their tickets and entered, following the seat numbers on the tickets until they found out that these 8 tickets were actually for the front box seats. At the ticket window, it was noted that regular seats were priced at 680 yuan, 880 yuan, and 1080 yuan, while box seats were 16,800 yuan for a set, and there were exactly 8 seats in the box. The stage was built with high-tech elements, and Liani, seeing the sea of people, couldn't help but be surprised. Are domestic stars this popular? Luochen smiled and said, stars, you know, the fans can be quite crazy. At 5:30, the concert officially began, and the music gradually started. Su Ying's entrance was ethereal, slowly descending from dozens of meters in the air, dressed in flowing white, resembling a celestial maiden descending to earth. Then, her famous song Missing You echoed in the air. Instantly, the audience erupted in a wave of sing-alongs, and Luochen couldn't help but frown. Couldn't they just listen properly? What was with all the noise? But the fans were there to experience a close encounter with Su Ying, to feel the atmosphere. They didn't care whether she sang well or off-key today, which was a qualitative difference from Luochen, the pseudo-fan. Luochen turned to look at his sister. Her face was flushed as she vigorously waved her glow stick, though she was too shy to shout out loud. Their mother was even funnier. In such a noisy environment, she was actually dozing off, pecking her head. After one song, Su Ying sang 3 in a row, and it was clear from the large projection that she was sweating. While singing, she interacted with the fans near the stage, and men presenting flowers came one after another, creating an extremely lively atmosphere. After the 4th song, Su Ying stopped singing, bowed to everyone in the center of the stage, and then said with deep emotion, "Thank you all for your continued support and love, thank you for your tolerance of Su Ying." Su Ying has always been a sincere and unpretentious person, but she is also an ordinary girl just like you. She hopes to sing, fall in love, and be free during her blossoming years, just like you. Today, I want to be a sincere and free Su Ying, so I want to announce to you and the whole world that as long as you like and tolerate me, I will continue to sing, showing you the best and happiest version of myself. If you don't like me and don't tolerate me, then I will withdraw from the music scene. This statement immediately shocked everyone, and the noisy sound suddenly quieted down. Even the agents and assistants of Su Ying backstage were anxiously signaling her with their eyes. Suing paid no attention and continued candidly, the most mysterious guest today is the person I love, and he is right there. The bright spotlight followed Suying's finger and illuminated Luo Chen in the VIP area. What was Suying playing at? Had she dug a pit for him to jump into? On stage, Suying walked over with deep affection, stepped down, and walked straight to Luo Chen, then bent down and extended her hand towards him. Luo Chen, with a sullen expression, quietly asked her, "What exactly are you doing?" Suying wore a flower-like smile on her face and whispered, "Give me some face, there are tens of thousands of eyes watching here, and millions online. Just help me this once." Seeing Luo Chen remain motionless under the spotlight, suppressing his expression, Suying felt a bit awkward, but that awkwardness quickly vanished as she took the initiative to grab Luo Chen's hand and said, "He's a bit shy, he doesn't know I would announce this publicly. Come on." As she pulled Luo Chen's hand towards the stage, he scowled and tried to shake her off, but Suying softly pleaded, "Luo Chen, I beg you, please help me, or I'll die." Luo Chen's heart tightened, and in that moment of distraction, Suying had already pulled him onto the stage. Facing the camera and the audience, she earnestly declared, "This is the person I love. If you like me and accept me, then you should like everything about me and accept all of me. So, if I had to make a choice, first I would choose my lover, and second, my singing career. Thank you." In the VIP area, Luo Chenya, Song Ziqing, Luo Yunyun, and Luo Chen's mother, Zhao Jinyu, were all stunned, their mouths agape. Zhao Jinyu turned to Song Ziqing beside her and asked, "Is this like the shows on TV?" Song Ziqing opened her mouth, paused, and shook her head, saying, "I don't know either." Song Guangming and Zhang Jiaqing were both surprised and amused. Their boss was being pulled on stage by a beautiful star to confess, and they certainly couldn't control Suying. After a brief moment of silence, the crowd suddenly erupted into chaos, with screams and shouts, and the scene became somewhat unruly. Song Guangming immediately felt anxious and quickly said to Zhang Jiaqing, "Jiaqing, you take care of Auntie and Yunyun and find a place to hide so they don't get hurt. I'll handle the boss." After saying that, he dashed out like an arrow, ran to the stage, and pulled Luo Chen towards the safety exit. Suying, momentarily stunned, followed him. Song Guangming's reaction was too quick. As soon as signs of unrest began, he had already led Luo Chen out of the venue, then circled to the underground parking lot, found their car, and shoved both Luo Chen and Suying inside before driving off. Once out of the stadium, Song Guangming contacted Zhang Jiaqing while driving. Zhang Jiaqing said he had also exited but was blocked at the garage entrance, temporarily staying in the square until things calmed down. Hearing that no one was in danger, Song Guangming felt relieved and drove back calmly. In the car, Luo Chen looked very displeased and glanced at Suying, who remained silent but didn't appear sad or frightened. Unable to contain his annoyance, he asked her, "What the hell are you doing?" Suying bit her lip and shot him a glance, saying, "Didn't I tell you? I just needed your help this once." Luo Chen retorted angrily, "Helping out depends on the situation. I can't help with this, look at the mess you've made. What am I supposed to do in the future?" Suying laughed out loud at first, but quickly suppressed it, adopting a serious expression as she earnestly said, "Luo Chen, didn't I tell you before? My family has arranged a marriage for me, and it's quite urgent. I have no way out. If I just say I have a boyfriend or something, my family won't believe it and won't let me be, but if I publicly announce it, it will be different. The person my family arranged for me is also someone of great standing, with high demands for reputation. If I announce my relationship to the world, even if I were to go to them later, they wouldn't agree." At this point, Suying finally smiled. Luo Chen was furious upon hearing this. "Did you get my permission? Whether you agree to your family's arranged marriage is your business, don't drag me into it." Suying thought for a moment, looking at Luo Chen with her exquisitely beautiful face, her expression serious and earnest as she said, "Luo Chen, my family isn't that easy to fool. If I were to casually find a guy, I wouldn't be able to get past them. But you are different, your abilities, your background, aside from being a bit lacking in connections, you are better than other men. If I ask you for this favor, my family won't easily come after you. And I really do have feelings for you." Luo Chen frowned and said, all right, just tell me. With you making such a fuss, how am I supposed to find a wife in the future?" Suying opened her mouth in surprise. "You. At worst, I can compensate you. A big star like me can take a liking to you, you wouldn't be at a loss, would you?" Luo Chen was instantly speechless, his head buzzing, and after a while, he said, "I admit you're beautiful and a big star, and your family is impressive, but I don't feel a spark with you. I have someone I like." Suying was taken aback. "You have someone you like? I don't believe it. My brother said he hasn't seen you with a girlfriend. It wouldn't be those two little assistants of yours, would it?" "Nonsense, it's not them." Luo Chen retorted angrily, "I have someone I like, and even if I didn't, I still wouldn't like you. Su Ying's face paled, looking hurt, and after a while, she managed to say, as for matters of the heart, feelings will naturally develop over time. Besides, I have a good impression of you. If you say there's something you don't like about me, I can change. Luo Chen couldn't help but tug at his hair, shaking his hand. Forget it, forget it. Let's discuss a solution after you calm down for a couple of days. He then instructed Song Guangming, after I get out of the car at the villa, take her back to the hotel. Okay, Song Guangming replied and said no more. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Haitian Hanjing villa, Luo Chen waved to Song Guangming. At the garden gate of the villa, Mu Chaojun had already come to open the iron gate for Luo Chen. Luo Chen walked into the villa with a gloomy expression, and upon entering, he found 6 or 7 people sitting in the living room, all staring at him with strange expressions. To his surprise, these people were Chen Jin, Hua Ge, and their group. Seeing them all staring at him, Luo Chen couldn't help but touch his face and asked, "What's wrong? Do I have something on my face?" Shuai Jun laughed, "No, but, congratulations." The others also chimed in with congratulations, except for Chen Jin, who remained silent. Luo Chen, confused, asked, "Congratulations for what? I haven't even recovered from last night's earnings." Shuai Jun pointed at Zhu Hua and said, "Let's have your brother-in-law speak." Shuai Jun chuckled, "Good news, good news. You two are a match made in heaven, a strong partnership. Little Luo has finally truly joined our ranks, huh?" Lu Feibai nodded in agreement. "We all consider Suing as our little sister, having protected her since she was young. If she really marries Su Guotai, I wouldn't be able to sleep at night. A good cabbage has been pushed by a pig." Shu Hua smiled and said, "Actually, I'm not happy about the matter with Su Guotai either, but there's nothing I can do. However, Xiaoying is really quite clever. I knew when she was little that she was someone who could get stuck on things, and I'm quite satisfied with Luo Chen." Luo Chen's face darkened. How could they know about this in such a short time? Chen Jin raised his phone, and Luo Chen saw the photo on his screen, Suing holding his hand on the stage at the sports field. Luo Chen took out his own phone, casually opened a news app, and was shocked to find that the hottest headline was about him and Suing. Dubbed the most promising debutante with no scandals, Jade Girl leader Suing announces her relationship. Jade Girl leader and pure singer Suing announces her relationship at the Jianghan concert, mysterious man revealed. Jade singer Su Ying's relationship exposed, mysterious man appears. Luo Chen clicked on several major news websites and found that the headlines were all about Suing and him. It turned out that the influence of celebrities was indeed enormous. He glanced at a few people congratulating him, then looked at Zhu Hua, shaking his head as he said, "Hua Ge, I need to clarify this. First, I had no idea Suing would announce this on the spot. Second, there is really nothing between Suing and me. Third, I already have a girl I like. Fourth, I don't want this to affect our friendship." Zhu Hua was taken aback and after a while asked in surprise, "You really have someone you like?" Luo Chen pointed at Chen Jin, "Jin Ge can vouch for me." Zhu Hua's gaze shifted to Chen Jin, who was grinning and smiling wryly. Zhu Hua suddenly realized, no wonder he had been silent when the news broke. Zhu Hua fell silent, then looked up and asked Luo Chen, "Really not considering it? My sister is actually a pretty good girl." Luo Chen shook his head, "Hua Ge, I didn't say she was bad, it's just, there's no spark. I really like a girl, very much, here." Luo Chen pointed to his heart. "There's no way to change that." Zhu Hua sighed regretfully and after a long pause said, "Luo Chen, I have one more thing to ask of you." Luo Chen nodded, "Hua Ge, go ahead. I hope." Zhu Hua hesitated before saying, "You don't hold a grudge against Suing. This matter. If possible, I still hope you can help out. Suing really has no choice, and that Su Guotai is indeed not a good match. I want to ask you to help cover it up for a while, until the engagement with the Su family is cancelled." Luo Chen thought for a moment, feeling somewhat helpless, but still nodded in agreement. "Alright, if we had talked about this from the start, I really wouldn't have agreed, but since Suing has said it and announced it, let's wait for her to sort things out. I don't mind, it's just a bit of a hit to my reputation." Zhu Hua looked at Luo Chen, who had reluctantly agreed with a bitter smile, and sincerely thanked him. "I really appreciate this. When the time comes, I will have Suing unilaterally announce the breakup to help restore your reputation." Luo Chen waved his hand, chatted casually for a while, and then Zhang Jiaqing and Mu Chaojun safely brought back Zhao Jingyu, Luo Yunyan, Song Ziqing, Luo Chenya, Liani, and others. When Zhao Jingyu saw so many people at home, she didn't ask her son directly, but took the opportunity to pull Luo Chen into another room and asked him, "Son, what's going on with this star girl? Is she the one you said you would bring back for me?" As soon as Zhao Jingyu asked this, Luo Yunyun peeked her head in from the door and smiled, "Brother, is Suing really my sister-in-law?" Luo Chen felt his head swell and said firmly, "No." He turned and walked out, while Zhao Jinyu muttered, "Her face is pretty, but her butt seems a bit small. She probably can't have kids. Mom is still so old-fashioned." Luo Yunyun pouted and said, "The country only allows 2 children. How many do you want to have?" Zhao Jinyu twisted his head. "I accept the fine, but your mother, I'm old and I like this. No matter how many I have, I'll take care of it." Liani hired someone from the housekeeping department, and after the interview, she kept 8 people, 6 responsible for daily cleaning and care, and 2 for dining. As soon as she arrived, Luo Chen felt that life became much more orderly. This house was too spacious. Even if his mother wanted to manage the cleaning herself, she couldn't keep up. Besides, she had come to terms with it. Her son had grown up and built a career, and she couldn't stick to the old ways anymore. After having a simple meal at home, Luo Chen headed straight to the company building. A group of more than 10 people was there, and at this time, some employees of the former Newport Hotel Group, now the Shoyen Hotel Group, were still working overtime. The receptionist recognized Song Shuhai and the others, knowing they were part of the new management under the new boss, so she was very polite. However, no one recognized Luo Chen, as he had never shown up during the day. When he arrived at the 17th floor financial trading office, Song Guangming, Mu Chaojun, Zhang Jiaqing, and Yao Sheng were sitting in the lobby drinking tea and chatting. After sending his mother to the hospital, Yao Sheng had also hired a caregiver, and all expenses had been prepaid by Song Ziqing, with a weekly reimbursement. Moreover, Luo Chen had instructed them to distribute 1 million as relocation expenses. Money was not an issue, and they had houses. Each person had a large house. Unlike other employees in the company who were provided accommodation, the property rights of these 4 were their own, which meant Luo Chen had already spent over 10 million for each of them upon their arrival. It was now 8:50 p.m., and there was still some time before the market opened. Luo Chen gathered more than 20 traders, including Song Shuhai, for a brief meeting lasting 15 minutes, where the trading department director, Yao Wenbin, explained some trading rules and common knowledge. They had recently recruited more than 10 new traders, but most had only experience with domestic stocks and internationally controlled U.S. stocks and futures, lacking operational experience with overseas companies. Even Song Shuhai was not familiar with this, especially stock index futures. However, for those who understood the industry, it wasn't difficult to operate, provided they had a good understanding and at least a level 7 English proficiency. This was crucial because the trading operations in the offshore company accounts involved U.S. stock indices and futures, which would be impossible for those with lower English skills. Although the more than 20 traders in the trading department were all obedient in their operations, they mostly held undergraduate degrees in finance, with 4 being doctoral students. However, here, in U.S. stocks, international futures, and stock index futures, they primarily had to follow Luo Chen's orders. For other domestic stock markets and controlled European and American markets, Luo Chen let Yao Wenbin arrange for them to handle it themselves, as he couldn't be bothered. He didn't care for the profits from domestic markets anyway. But U.S. stocks were easy to pick. He casually selected a stock with a 19% increase and instructed to buy it, then turned his attention to international futures. Yao Wenbin stood next to Luo Chen, while others waited for his instructions, but he was observing Luo Chen closely. This boss was incredible. Just by looking at the big screen, he could operate with pinpoint accuracy without even checking various data. Even the extremely volatile stock index futures, which changed every minute, he could grasp perfectly. Yao Wenbin was in awe, unable to describe his admiration, secretly observing, yet he still couldn't figure out Luo Chen's methods. At 9:26 p.m., Luo Chen finally seized an opportunity and immediately instructed Song Shuhai, Nasdaq Index, long position, $20 billion contract. Once Luo Chen gave the order, there was no need for Song Shuhai's instructions anymore. Several traders quickly operated on their respective sub-accounts. In less than 3 seconds, the order was placed. The purchased Nasdaq Index was 10,557, and within 10 seconds, the order was fully executed, with the $20 billion order split into 5 sub-accounts, for $1 billion each, making barely a ripple. Now Luo Qianya is no longer responsible for the operations of the U.S. stock market, solely in charge of human resources. At this time, Song Ziqing is making tea and coffee for everyone, personally serving a cup to Luo Chen. Luo Chen takes it with one hand holding the small saucer and the other holding the cup, blowing on it before taking a small sip. Luo Qianya knows his taste. There's more sugar added, no bitterness, just sweetness mixed with the aroma of coffee. It's the perfect time for coffee, refreshing. The Nasdaq index quickly rises, gaining 1.4 points in just 2 minutes. Luo Chen promptly gives the command, place an order at 10,707 points. After a flurry of operations, the order is executed within seconds, gaining 1.4 points, with a profit of about $420 for each contract. With a total of $2 billion, that amounts to 2 million contracts, making this trade a profit of $840 million. Yao Wenbin has long been desensitized by Luo Chen's skills. Earning $840 million in 2 minutes is hard to believe, but Yao Wenbin merely smirks. For Luo Chen, this is just an appetizer. He's pondering whether the offshore company's account profits tonight can exceed $10 billion. Last night, the offshore account's net profit was $7.9 billion, plus $2 billion in principal, totaling $9 billion. If tonight's profits break $10 billion, the money in the offshore account could reach $20 billion. Yao Wenbin is grateful to be following Luo Chen as his boss. Although he only holds 0% of the shares in the offshore account, if the total capital reaches $20 billion, his half-point share would be a full $100 million, ensuring his financial freedom. Of course, Yao Wenbin can clearly predict that by the end of the year, his half-point share will exceed $2 billion. Next, Luo Chen captures a surge in the Dow Jones Index, rising 175 points in 3 minutes, a significant increase, especially since the Dow is the largest in trading volume among the 3 major U.S. stocks. Luo Chen immediately instructs Song Shuhai and the other 4 to each take a long position of $1 billion. Stock index futures are ultra-short-term, changing every few minutes. To be honest, those who play this are gambling with their lives. If Luo Chen weren't so skilled, someone like him could easily go from the world's richest to the world's poorest in an instant. A $5 billion order is about 500,000 contracts, and 3 minutes later, the order is executed, with each contract yielding a profit of $525, resulting in a profit of $2.625 billion. Yao Wenbin can't help but gasp. Last night was Luo Chen's first time trading stock index futures, and he seemed a bit inexperienced, but winning $7.9 billion was already extraordinary. Who would have thought that the 2 trades starting tonight would yield a combined profit of $3.465 billion? Damn! Yao Wenbin clutched his chest, stepping back several paces to collapse onto the soft sofa. His boss's methods are too fierce, even his heart can't take it. Over at Tiger Securities in the country, only one U.S. stock was selected, and international futures were played out in stock index futures trading. It's unclear if tonight's performance was extraordinary, but by 4 a.m., the Tiger Securities account showed that international futures profits exceeded 200%. With a $5 billion leverage, they made $1.01 billion, and the U.S. stock account earned $95 million. The 2 accounts combined yielded a profit of $1.105 billion, and after deducting trading points, the profit was over $1.08 billion, with $7.5 billion arriving. Then the profit results from the offshore account left everyone speechless. The total profit for the night was $27.7 billion, adding to the original $9.9 billion, bringing the total to $37.6 billion. Yao Wenbin even said that tonight's profits might break $10 billion, only to be slapped in the face by reality. Of course, if it's such a slap, he hopes it hits even harder. Chen Jin asked Song Shuhai for clarification on the profits and couldn't help but grin foolishly. Damn it, in just 2 nights, his wealth has turned into $700 million. This can't be a dream, right? To achieve such success in a year, could his wealth really compete with that of the 2 Ma brothers? Of course, the most impressive is still Luo Chen, whose wealth in the country exceeds 120 billion yuan, and among the $37.6 billion in his offshore accounts, he alone holds 70%, amounting to $26.3 billion. Converted to yuan, that reaches a staggering 186.7 billion, and with his domestic 120 billion, his total wealth skyrockets to 300 billion yuan. Damn! This is definitely on par with the 2 Ma brothers. No, most of the Ma brothers' wealth is in company shares. Although it's worth that much, it can't be sold or counted as cash, while Luo Chen's 300 billion yuan is all cash, making him undoubtedly number 1. Chen Jin's mind raced as he glanced at Luo Chen, who was sitting and drinking coffee, looking utterly exhausted after a long night. He didn't look like the richest man in the country at all, and in this office, there were also Zhu Hua, Su Honglin, Shuai Jun, Zhang Ruiqi, Lu Feibai, and himself, 6 billionaires, each with at least $37.6 million, over 200 million yuan. However, this group was only excited about making big money and hadn't realized they were already bona fide billionaires. Luo Chen finished his coffee and instructed his sister-in-law, Zhu Yingying, sister-in-law, take note, tonight all employees of the company will receive a bonus of 500,000 yuan, and the management will receive 1 million. After that, he asked Luo Chenya, have the payrolls been prepared? Luo Chenya nodded and replied, they have been done. Alright, add tonight's bonuses, and distribute the salaries tomorrow when everyone comes to work. Luo Chen instructed her again. From now on, the finance department will set this schedule, clearing accounts at the end of each month and issuing salaries between the 8th and 10th of the following month. On the payroll, Luo Chenya had the highest salary, 7 million yuan. Of course, this was because she had been with the boss the longest. She was also the first employee of the company. The second highest salary was Song Shuhua, at 22 million, while others generally ranged between 2 to 5 million. Even the 4 bodyguards, including Song Guangming, had monthly salaries exceeding 2 million, with a base salary of 400,000, and they earned bonuses equal to those of regular traders for accompanying Luo Chen in transactions every night. This was still because most of the new hires had not been there for half a month. If calculated for a full month, their income would at least double. During the interviews, almost everyone was apprehensive, with some distrustful and feeling superior due to their higher education, leaving out of disdain for future finance. Those who stayed were now both excited and relieved. More and more new employees were joining, and various departments were gradually taking shape. Excluding the personnel from Han Wenjun's real estate and Xiuyan Hotel Group, the total number of future finance employees exceeded 200. However, this number was still far from enough for Xiuyan Hotel Group, which included Xiuyan Grand Hotel, Newport Plaza, office buildings, etc., with all employees combined exceeding 1,000. But in terms of profitability, all other projects combined couldn't match even a fraction of the finance sector. Luo Chen also came today. Chen Jin's father sent Secretary Yu Qibin to assist with the design progress of the new square, and today 3 of the country's top design companies were bidding. The representatives from the 3 design companies were already waiting in the large conference room on the 17th floor, and the attendees from Future Finance included Chen Jianghuo's Chief Secretary Yu Qibin, Han Wenjun, Hua Xiaodong, Luo Chenya, and Boss Luo Chen. Han Wenjun, Hua Xiaodong, and Luo Chenya had all arrived, and they were just waiting for Luo Chen. There was no way around it. No one dared to show impatience, as the boss was like his private jet, only others waited for him, not the other way around. At 9:40, Luo Chen arrived, accompanied by Song Guangming and Song Ziqing, with Song Guangming waiting in the lobby and Song Ziqing accompanying Luo Chen inside. As Luo Chen entered, Han Wenjun, Hua Xiaodong, and Luo Chenya all stood up respectfully and called out, "Boss!" The people from the other 3 design companies, upon hearing the executives from the investment side address this young man as boss, quickly stood up to show their welcome. Luo Chen walked to the main seat and sat down, then gestured for everyone to be seated, smiling as he said, "Thank you for waiting, please sit down." Song Ziqing sat beside him, pulling out a notebook to prepare for notes. Luo Chenya came over to hand Luo Chen the materials from the 3 design companies, then returned to her seat. Luo Chen flipped through the documents, unable to understand them, and closed the materials, asking, "I've heard that your 3 design companies are top-notch in the country. To be honest, with such a large investment, we are looking for not just top domestic designs, but designs that are also top-tier internationally, something that can showcase our future financial endeavors and even Jianghan on a global stage." Well, I won't say much more. Let's have the representatives from the 3 design companies speak in turn. The first to speak was the representative from the East China Design Bureau, a man in his 40s with thick-framed glasses. "Hello everyone, greetings to the executives of Future Finance. I am Qin Weidong, a senior designer at the East China Design Bureau. Our design proposal is priced at 35 million yuan, and the design plan is..." As he spoke, he used a remote to start the projection, and a large image appeared on the screen. Luo Chen perked up. This was something he could understand. The projection displayed virtual models of buildings, shopping centers, office buildings, squares, hotels, and so on, making it feel as if he was viewing a cityscape. Listening to Qin Weidong's explanation gave Luo Chen a sense of stability. After about 10 minutes, he nodded and called for the second design company to begin. The second company's presenter was also a man in his 40s, but he looked much more polished and handsome, exuding a charming demeanor. "Hello everyone, greetings to the executives of Future Finance. I am Xiao Zhang, the design director of Jiangnan Province Rainbow Blue Sky Design Company, Ltd. Our total design quote is 35 million yuan, and our design plan combines novelty with tradition." Luo Chen waited for him to display the projection. From the 3 model images, they indeed looked good, but the claim of novelty didn't seem particularly innovative. Overall, it didn't leave a strong impression. If built, it wouldn't stand out in a city filled with skyscrapers. Xiao Zhang's company actually quoted 40 million, but what was the competition about? Price. So he temporarily lowered the quote by 5 million to match the East China Design Bureau's price, believing that their design was slightly superior. With the same price, the outcome would naturally be judged by quality. The last design company was represented by a woman in her 30s, with short, neat hair. She wasn't particularly beautiful, but had a captivating presence.
Hello everyone, greetings to the executives of Future Finance. I am Wang Fengyu, a senior designer at Magic City Purple Light Fantasy Design Company, Ltd. Our company's total design quote is 100 million yuan.
Her words shocked everyone present, but they successfully caught the attention of the investor, Luo Chen. Upon hearing this, Qin Weidong and Xiao Zhang's teams couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. They were sure to win on price. Who had ever heard of a design costing 100 million and being considered a bargain? Wang Fengyu displayed the projection, and Luo Chen was immediately impressed. It featured a super-large circular base building with 8 floors on the ground level, which resembled the circular headquarters of Apple. Above the circular building were 5 skyscrapers, with the 2 tallest directly in front, and the tops of these buildings connected in a 7 shape, with the design showing an entertainment area and a super-large sky pool. Luo Chen recalled seeing something similar in the news before. It seems Singapore also had a building with a rooftop pool design.
Wang Fengyu explained, our design is quite avant-garde.
The bottom 8 floors of the circular building include shopping malls, restaurants, entertainment venues, cinemas, and so on. The 5th floor features the Xiuyan 7-star luxury hotel, the headquarters of the Future Financial Group, and 3 office buildings in the plaza. The Xiuyan 7-star luxury hotel and the Future Financial headquarters are both 216 floors high, reaching a height of 722 meters. The tops of these 2 buildings are connected, forming a twin structure that resonates and links with each other.
Once this building is completed, it will not only be a landmark in Jiangnan province but also a landmark in the entire country and even the world.
However, the investment cost will far exceed your company's projected 1 billion yuan. At this point, Wang Fengyu glanced at Luo Chen, seemingly trying to gauge his expression.
Luo Chen calmly asked her, so according to your design plan, what is the predicted total investment? Only then did Wang Fengyu respond, we estimate the total investment to be $45.5 billion, which converts to 323 billion yuan.
Upon hearing this total investment figure, not only were the people from the other 2 design companies shocked, but even Han Wenjun, Hua Xiaodong, and Luo Qianyao were taken aback.
100 million. But no one expected that Luo Chen would actually smile and applaud Wang Fengyu, saying, good, this design is great, let's go with this one. Han Wenjun hesitantly murmured from the side, boss, be cautious. Luo Chen replied lightly, it's decided, this one.
Just think about it, investing 100 billion is already a big investment, but it won't make much of a splash. For me, investing 100 billion is no different from 300 billion, but 300 billion can make Jianghan stand out nationally and even globally, which is 100 times more effective than spending 10 billion on an advertisement on CCTV. After saying this, Luo Chen turned his gaze back to Wang Fengyu. Miss Wang, for such a large project, my requirement is that every part of the design must be perfected.
Is 100 million enough?
Wang Fengyu was taken aback and then smiled wryly, not enough. This design requires the collaboration of nearly 300 top designers. Just the current 3 drawings have already cost hundreds of thousands. To perfect everything, it will likely be between 130 million to 150 million. Quoting 100 million was already a reluctant figure. In fact, the Yufengjiu team did not have high hopes for this bidding. The design and creativity were undeniable, but the investment was too large. Even the top companies across the country had few willing to invest this much, so they did not hold out much hope. Luo Chen immediately made a decision. Miss Wang, money is not an issue. I will set a price of 150 million for you. As long as you meet our requirements in terms of progress and design, even if the costs exceed 150 million, I can supplement according to your actual expenses. I have only one requirement, perfection. Wang Fengyu was immediately delighted and said to Luo Chen, Mr.
Luo, I look forward to our cooperation. Luo Chen nodded, looking forward to it.
After thinking for a moment, he said to her, wait a moment, you and? Turning back, he called out to Han Wenjun, you are responsible for signing the contract with Miss Wang's company. After signing, pay a 30% advance payment, and subsequent payments will be made according to their progress and design quality as per the contract. The other 2 design companies were left speechless, thinking that they were trying to win the bid with a low price, but who would have thought that they were incredibly wealthy, not short on money, and only choosing the expensive option. However, it must be said that Wang Fengyu's design was impressive, but how many could actually realize their perfect plans? As for Wang Fengyu's current design, it was indeed good, but 323 billion yuan, converted to dollars, was $45 billion, which was about the total market value of some large groups. Who would dare to risk everything to build it?
Moreover, this future financial group was relatively unknown. Could they really come up with so much money for investment?
Looking at this so-called General Luo, he's just in his 20s, too young indeed. As the saying goes, no hair on the mouth, unreliable in action, he might not be trustworthy. Young people tend to be overly ambitious. There was once a big shot in the underworld who, in a moment of excitement, invested in a landmark building, only to find the funds insufficient, breaking the company's financial chain and ending up bankrupt and with nothing.
After finalizing the design plan, Luo Chen returned to his office, and Luo Chenya came to report, "Boss, I've entrusted a headhunting company to scout 2 talents for the entertainment company.
I've scheduled interviews for both today. I'll call the first one in for an interview shortly."
"Alright," Luo Chen nodded,
then picked up the materials Luo Chenya had given him. One was the vice president of the film division at Goose Factory, and the other was the production director at Wanqian Jingtong. The first to interview was Li Mingho, the vice president of Goose Factory's film division, who was 40 years old, full of vigor, and quite arrogant. Upon seeing the setup of Luo Chen's office, he had a somewhat condescending air and directly said to Luo Chen, "I hold considerable power at Goose Factory, involved in investments, distribution, production, and various aspects of the film division. However, there are limitations. After all, there's a superior above me. If I'm to come here, I have a few demands. First, double my salary. Second, I want to be the absolute number one in the entertainment company. Third, you must meet my required investment amount." Luo Chen sensed that he looked down on him, partly because future finance currently had no reputation, and partly because this temporary office was not impressive. Li Mingho, feeling himself to be a vice president of a big company, was putting on airs. Without much thought, Luo Chen replied, "Actually, as long as the ability is sufficient, I don't mind doubling your salary or even multiplying it several times. I'm someone who trusts those I hire. If I bring someone in, I will definitely let them showcase their talents.
What do I, someone who doesn't understand the business, have to interfere with? Third, future finance lacks talent but not money. We can provide as much investment as needed. However, I feel there's still a bit of a gap between you and the talent I envision, so, sorry."
Li Mingho was taken aback. He hadn't expected the other party to say that all his conditions were acceptable but still looked down on him. That slap in the face was quite loud. However, Li Mingho quickly regained his composure and sneered, "How amusing.
Heh, you look down on me. I'll just consider you all as trying to save face.
You have no reputation and still disdain me. I doubt you have much money in your pockets. You're just trying to find some face in front of me."
"Fine, if you look down on me, I look down on you even more. You're wasting my time."
Watching Li Mingho storm out, Luo Chen shook his head with a smile. This person might have strength, but his character certainly did not meet his expectations. Such a person was better off not being used.
The second candidate was Xiang Haiyang, the vice president of Wanqian Jingtong. Upon entering the office and seeing Luo Chen, he was a bit puzzled. "Is this young man the boss?" Luo Chen sincerely said, "You must be Vice President Xiang, please have a seat."
"Feel free to share any thoughts or requests. I'm quite straightforward. As long as we get along and share the same philosophy, that's fine." Xiang Haiyang found Luo Chen to be more composed than he had imagined, lacking the arrogance and ostentation typical of rich second-generation individuals. At least, that was the impression he got from their conversation.
After thinking for a moment, he began to speak. "Alright, General Luo, I'll be straightforward.
I was previously the vice president at Wanqian Jingtong, and I left because I didn't align with the company's current direction. There was no conflict. I simply resigned."
Luo Chen thought for a moment and replied, "Here's the situation. The entertainment culture is still just an idea and hasn't been established yet, but we already have 6 solid candidates on board. The initial workload isn't heavy. It's just about developing these 6 girls. Other business aspects will be handled by the new general manager. As for funding, that's not an issue. Whatever scale of development is needed, I will definitely not hold back on the investment."
Xiang Haiyang immediately became interested and reached out to Luo Chen, saying, "President Luo, with your words, I'm in."
Luo Chen smiled and replied, "President Xiang, you haven't discussed your salary requirements with me yet." Xiang Haiyang waved his hand, "That doesn't matter. I'm not someone who lacks money for rice. I just want to develop the company well. If we do well, I believe President Luo isn't a stingy person. If we don't do well, I wouldn't have the face to ask for a high salary." Luo Chen chuckled. He liked this kind of personality. He said, "I like what you just said, but if you want the horse to run fast, you have to feed it well. How about this? I'll set your annual salary at 2 million. If you meet or exceed expectations, the year-end bonus will start at 10 million, okay?" Xiang Haiyang was overjoyed, shaking Luo Chen's hand vigorously. Although he claimed not to care about salary at the moment, who wouldn't want good treatment? By the way, Some readers have asked about stock trading. I confess, I've never traded stocks, so I won't recommend anything. I'm just a professional writer, and my goal is to write enjoyable stories for you. Additionally, there is currently no author follow feature on Tomato. If any readers are interested in my updates, please register on today's headlines and follow my account Luo Xiaobenjin, so you can interact with me anytime about novel plots or new book preparations, etc. The account on today's headlines is interconnected with products under the headline umbrella, such as Douyin, Tomato Novels, Xigua Video, etc. Thank you. Luo Chen sent Song Ziqing to accompany him and also called Secretary Yu Qibin, Chen Jianghuo's chief secretary, to expedite the process. Luo Chen had strict requirements for his company, not engaging in any favoritism or illegal practices, operating strictly according to regulations, ensuring everything was done properly, and paying every tax without fail. He didn't want to give anyone a handle to catch him on this matter. After the interview, Luo Chen invited Secretary Yu Qibin, who had been discussing details with Han Wenjun in the conference room, to his office for a detailed conversation. Yu Qibin was excited and had already called his boss, Chen Jianghuo, to report the situation. Upon hearing this, Chen Jianghuo was also very excited. 100 billion was enough for him to deliver impressive results, but he didn't expect Luo Chen to raise the stakes to 323 billion. According to Yu Qibin's report, the plan Luo Chen was undertaking was not just impressive. Once completed, it would definitely make Jianghan shine in front of the whole world, making it the center of attention. It seemed Luo Chen was truly his lucky star. Chen Jianghuo immediately instructed Yu Qibin to fully cooperate with Luo Chen's progress and to call him if there were any difficulties. After Yu Qibin arrived at Luo Chen's office, Luo Chenya hurriedly came to make tea for him. Normally, this would be the secretary's job, but Luo Chen currently had no secretary, only an assistant, Song Ziqing, who was accompanying Xiang Haiyang to register the company. So, Luo Chenya, the HR director of the group headquarters, personally came to serve tea. Yu Qibin took a sip of tea and said to Luo Chen, "President Luo, you really shocked me again today. However, will the investment of 323 billion affect your company's cash flow?" Yu Qibin was worried about this. Over 300 billion, while the number made everyone happy, if the follow-up couldn't keep up and it became a half-finished project, it would further damage Chen Jianghuo's reputation. However, after reporting to his old boss, Chen Jianghuo surprisingly didn't express any concerns, which was a bit strange. Yu Qibin knew Chen Jianghuo very well. This old leader was practical and not extravagant, and everything Luo Chen was doing seemed extravagant and unreliable to him. It was truly odd that the old leader unexpectedly approved of it. The old leader didn't ask about this matter, but Yu Qibin was still uneasy, so he seriously asked Luo Chen if the 32.3 billion yuan could really be taken out. If it couldn't be done, he would rather reduce the scale by 90% and accomplish 10% of the task than to boast about achieving 100% that couldn't be done. Luo Chen smiled and nodded, saying, "Secretary Yu, don't worry. I can't guarantee other things, but anything related to money is completely fine." Seeing Luo Chen's calm demeanor, Yu Qibin was half convinced but didn't dare to press further. Luo Chen raised his phone and said, "Secretary Yu, I saw in the news last night before bed that a high-rise building in Jianghan caught fire yesterday. People escaped to the rooftop, but the fire truck's ladder couldn't reach that height. In the end, the nearby station troops had to urgently dispatch a helicopter to rescue them. I was thinking, why doesn't the local area have a few rescue helicopters?" Yu Qibin smiled wryly and said, "President Luo, you don't know the hunger of the starving. All of this requires money. The financial resources are like 6 radishes in 8 holes, shifting funds from one place to another. Those that aren't absolutely necessary naturally won't get prioritized." Luo Chen pondered for a moment and then said to Yu Qibin, "Secretary Yu, how about I donate a few helicopters? Also, you can check what the municipal institutions in Jianghan are most lacking, like elderly care homes for public welfare, police vehicles, or citywide surveillance cameras, etc. I can donate the funds needed to make Jianghan safer, more beautiful, and more standardized. It's also my duty as an entrepreneur in Jianghan." Yu Qibin was stunned upon hearing this. It took him a while to come to his senses, and he couldn't help but grab Luo Chen's hands and shake them. "President Luo, you are the blessing star of the people of Jianghan." Yu Qibin couldn't help but feel excited. The old leader had been troubled by these matters for a long time. He had followed Chen Jianghuo for 6 years, moving through several regions, dealing with countless entrepreneurs, but which entrepreneur thought of public welfare or social responsibility without considering their own interests? It was only after they organized that these wealthy entrepreneurs were made to cough up a little. Unlike Luo Chen, who didn't ask for any benefits from Chen Jianghuo, he didn't want anything in return and instead took the initiative to donate. Such a person is a true entrepreneur with responsibility and accountability.
After a moment of contemplation, Yu Qibin said to Luo Chen, President Luo, I roughly estimated that the urban surveillance system for the police is quite large, probably around 100 million yuan.
The gap for patrol vehicles is not too bad, around 20 to 30 million should suffice.
As for other public welfare aspects,
another 20 to 30 million, and then there are schools.
There are still some schools in Jianghan that have been classified as dangerous buildings.
I have a clearer understanding of this.
I saw the materials submitted by the Education Bureau a few days ago. There are 18 dangerous buildings in the schools within Jianghan district, and to renovate them would require at least 20 to 30 million.
Luo Chen waved his hand and said, Secretary Yu, being stingy won't accomplish anything and will only lead to dissatisfaction.
Let's not just repair the dangerous buildings, let's demolish and rebuild them directly.
18 buildings, how much will it cost?
Yu Qibin was taken aback and hesitated, saying, for rebuilding, each building would cost at least 10 million, so 18 buildings would require at least 180 million.
The more he spoke, the less confidence he had.
They couldn't force someone who voluntarily wanted to donate to do so, and even if they could, it was enough to do their best. Each of his figures was in the tens of millions or over 100 million. Even if Luo Chen really had the money to donate, he felt it was hard to bear. He didn't say anything, and Luo Chen calculated, urban surveillance system 100 million, police vehicles 30 million, social welfare 30 million, schools 180 million, a total of 340 million.
I'll donate this money. Yu Qibin was left in a daze. Really donating? 340 million, not just 3,400.
Luo Chen immediately called Luo Chenya in and directly instructed her, Chenya, go to my sister-in-law in finance and have her connect with Secretary Yu. All projects should be directly coordinated with the necessary units or machines.
Luo Chenya agreed and turned to leave, but just as she reached the door, Luo Chen called her back.
Chenya, how much money is in the company account?
Luo Chenya walked back to report, recently, the profit margins in the trading department have been quite large, significantly increased compared to before. Currently, aside from paying last month's tax of 7.6 billion, the total balance in the company account is 156.6 billion in cash.
Alright, I got it. Luo Chen waved her off to get to work. The domestic company account had just over 150 billion, while the offshore company account had over 37 billion US dollars.
He alone accounted for over 26 billion, which converted to over 180 billion in local currency.
It seemed that the offshore account could easily increase by 5 to 10 billion US dollars in a single trading day, while the domestic account could grow by 3 to 7 billion without issue. In a little over a month, the domestic account could earn around 100 billion in 20 working days, and the offshore account could earn at least 100 billion US dollars. Although the scale of operations was large, it could be said that money was not a problem. He also thought about how, once the headquarters' luxurious building was completed, he would get himself a panoramic luxury office on the top floor, standing by the panoramic window to gaze at the scenery of Jianghan City. Just thinking about it was beautiful.
Knock, knock, knock. There were a few knocks on the office door. Luo Chen thought it was Luo Chenya and lazily said, come in.
The person who entered said to him, Boss, there's a beautiful girl here to see you.
It wasn't Luo Chenya. Luo Chen looked up and saw it was the new receptionist, a girl who looked like a model.
He wondered what Luo Chenya was up to. All the girls were exceptionally good looking.
Oh, just tell her I'm not here. I don't want to see her. The first thought that crossed Luo Chen's mind was that it might be Suing. He definitely didn't want to see her.
The receptionist seemed a bit surprised. The girl who came was extraordinarily beautiful.
What man wouldn't want to see her? After the receptionist left, Luo Chen lay back down, but suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. The girl outside shouldn't be Suing.
After all, Suing was a star, and young girls like the receptionist were usually fans.
If it wasn't Suing, then who could it be? Could it be Bai Chichi and her friends? Just as he was pondering, the door knocked again.
Come in, Luo Chen called out impatiently.
What's wrong? Don't you want to see me?
A soft female voice suddenly rang out, sounding both familiar and distant.
Luo Chen froze, quickly sat up, and turned to look.
Standing at the door, besides the receptionist, was a tall and beautiful woman with a gentle face and gem-like sparkling eyes staring at him.
It was actually Jiang Xiuyan. You are back?
Luo Chen was momentarily stunned, then suppressed the pounding in his heart and waved to the receptionist. You can go back now.
The receptionist bowed and left, secretly looking down on the boss.
She had already said it was an extraordinarily beautiful girl, yet he didn't believe it, thinking he was a steel-straight man. Little did she know that he was actually stunned upon seeing the girl. Once the receptionist left, Jiang Xiuyan took the initiative to enter the office and closed the door behind her, then began to survey Luo Chen's office. After all, it's the big boss's office, it's bigger than our house, Zhang Xiuyan remarked after looking around. Luo Chen cleared his throat to hide his excitement and calmly asked, "When did you come back? Where are your parents?" Zhang Xiuyan looked a bit thinner, but her beauty remained intact, she just appeared particularly fragile. "My parents are fine now and are coming back, so they were discharged yesterday and returned to the country early this morning." As Zhang Xiuyan spoke, she glanced at Luo Chen. "I wanted to see you." The sudden and clear declaration made Luo Chen's heart skip a beat, leaving him somewhat dazed. This clearly doesn't match Zhang Xiuyan's style, it feels strange. Zhang Xiuyan's face turned slightly red, but she still raised her chin and stared intently at Luo Chen, saying, "Luo Chen, I've thought about this for a long, long time, and I've considered so much. I thought that if I start dating you now, people will think I love your money. And I also thought that I don't want to mix my love and lifelong commitment with transactions and favors. But then I thought, it's really not easy to meet someone who truly loves you in a lifetime. Ever since you saved me from the tip of Xiang Jin's knife, I realized I had already started to like you. I just didn't want to admit it, didn't want others to think I liked you because you're a billionaire. But..." Zhang Xiuyan bit her lip, her eyes sparkling with courage. "After I saw the news about the big star Suing announcing her love for you, I suddenly gathered the courage to come here. No matter what, I want to tell you what's in my heart. I know I can't compare to Suing, but I like you not because of your wealth. Even if you no longer like me, even if you marry Suing, I still want to say all of this." At this point, Zhang Xiuyan firmly declared 4 words, "No regrets in this life." Luo Chen was in a daze, feeling a bit slow-witted at that moment. After Zhang Xiuyan finished speaking, her eyes turned red as she looked at the dazed Luo Chen, then covered her face and turned to leave. Luo Chen suddenly came to his senses, rushed over, and grabbed her, saying in a deep voice, "Who told you to leave?" Zhang Xiuyan wiped her eyes and said nothing. Luo Chen gritted his teeth, thought for a moment, and suddenly lifted her up, spinning her around a few times, then planted a kiss on her cheek. He then fiercely declared, "You've made me go through all this, and now I want to tell everyone in the world that you, Zhang Xiuyan, are mine." Zhang Xiuyan felt both joy and anxiety, and finally couldn't help but ask him, "Then, what about Suing?" "Suing?" Luo Chen was taken aback, and after a moment seemed to remember the meaning of that name, then blurted out, "Damn Suing, get lost." After cursing, he looked at Zhang Xiuyan closely, both pained and affectionate, and asked, "Are you hungry?" Zhang Xiuyan tilted her head and nodded, "A little." Luo Chen took her hand and said, "Let's go, I'll take you to eat something good." As they left the office, Luo Chen tightly held Zhang Xiuyan's hand, walking through the corridor, alley, and hall, leaving everyone in the company stunned. Luo Chen held Zhang Xiuyan's hand and walked out confidently under everyone's gaze. At that moment, he felt a satisfaction and happiness he had never experienced before, believing that all his past efforts were worth it. Let them call him a simp, after all, everyone has a goal, a thought. His goals were twofold, to make a lot of money and to marry Zhang Xiuyan, and it seemed he had both within his grasp. Sitting in the hall, Song Guangming and Mu Chaojun were also taken aback when they saw Luo Chen holding Zhang Xiuyan's hand. In their eyes, Luo Chen was a lofty god, and he had always acted far beyond his age, making people feel he was not a young man in his 20s but a super rich man in his 50s or 60s. They had never seen Luo Chen show any warmth towards any girl, like Luo Chenya or Song Zicheng, who often left him scolding them to the point of tears. In their eyes, Luo Chen had no sense of cherishing beauty or romantic feelings. To them, Luo Chen was just a steel-hearted boss. However, now, the steel-hearted boss was openly walking past them holding Zhang Xiuyan's hand, showing no intention of hiding it. Song Zicheng was not in the company, and Luo Chenya, seeing this scene, was also in a daze, feeling inexplicably sour in her heart. This girl was the first to know that the boss had made $1,000 billion move for her. Who wouldn't envy that? Song Guangming was stunned for a moment before realizing, quickly calling out to Chaojun, "Chaojun, let's go." The two of them closely followed behind Luo Chen and Zhang Xiuyan. Luo Chen turned his head and asked Zhang Xiuyan, "What do you want to eat?" Zhang Xiuyan thought for a moment and said, "I want to eat wontons." Luo Chen was taken aback, "Wontons?" But he quickly nodded and said, "Alright, let's eat wontons." The weather was also favorable, with patches of fish scale clouds covering the sun. Luo Chen felt warm and satisfied inside, and suddenly thought of a song, "Let me hold your hand," walking on the bustling streets, just like wandering in that fairy tale world. Song Guangming and Chao Jun were about 10 meters behind them. After walking along the square for a while, Luo Chen turned his head and seriously looked at Zhang Xiuyan's face, and after a while said, "You've really lost weight." "Of course." Zhang Xiuyan said softly, "My sister's matters, my parents' matters, and more importantly, your matters. I've been so stressed that I can't even sleep at night. How can I not lose weight?"
Luo Chen smiled and suddenly said, "You need to gain some weight, my mom doesn't like thin and frail girls." Jiang Xiuyan widened her eyes and looked at him, and after a while said, "I can't gain weight." But after thinking for a moment, she added, "I will try to gain weight." Luo Chen smiled so sweetly that it felt like honey in his heart. Jiang Xiuyan suddenly pointed ahead and said to him, "Look at that." Luo Chen followed her gaze and saw the Xiuyan Grand Hotel, with the words Xiuyan Grand Hotel shining brightly on the top of the building. Jiang Xiuyan smiled and said, "I just realized that you are quite scheming." Luo Chen was startled and looked at her, asking, "Why?" Jiang Xiuyan pointed at the words on the hotel and said, "You've made it so obvious. Tell me, how can I date anyone else normally in the future?" Luo Chen was taken aback for a moment and then laughed, saying, "Well, I'm declaring my territory." Jiang Xiuyan sighed and said softly, "If I had known you would do this before, I definitely wouldn't have bothered with you again, but now, I can only accept my fate, because I can't repay your debt, so I can only repay it with my body. I can only pledge myself to you." Luo Chen looked at her gently yielding to him, and suddenly felt a pang of pity, tightening his grip on her hand, saying, "You don't have to worry, I've calculated your fortune, you have a good fate, with many children and grandchildren, and wealth and honor." Jiang Xiuyan couldn't help but laugh, like a flower blooming, and Luo Chen's heart trembled at the sight. Seeing his expression, Jiang Xiuyan seemed to remember something and tilted her head to ask him, "Tell me, when did you start liking me?" Luo Chen honestly confessed, "In Chuan City, at the Auto City Square, you were waiting for a bus there, and I fell in love with you at first sight. Then you looked at me with disgust and kept your distance, so I ran ahead to hail a taxi, bought the ride, and then went to take you to the hospital." Jiang Xiuyan was a bit surprised, tilting her head in thought for a moment, and suddenly realized, "Oh, I remember now, you are that rascal." Luo Chen was taken aback. "In your eyes, I'm a rascal?" Jiang Xiuyan huffed, "What else could you be? You see a pretty girl and chase after her." After thinking for a moment, she added, "You only chased me because I was pretty. If I weren't, you wouldn't have chased me. In the end, you're just a face control." Luo Chen immediately shook his head, saying, "No, I admit I was initially dazzled by your beauty, but later I found you to be quite kind. When Mayor Qin sent me to Jianghan for a meeting, after I ran into you at the train station, you thought I was chasing you, and you topped up my phone on the train and treated me to dinner after we got off. At that moment, I truly felt I had fallen for you." Jiang Xiuyan's face turned really red as an apple. "You weren't chasing me to the train station?" Luo Chen continued to tease her with a smile. "It's really not like that, it was just a coincidence. The first time at the car city was true. I spent $1 million to buy a taxi to take you to the hospital, and later I sent someone to find you, but I couldn't find you. I didn't expect to run into you again at the train station. It seems like fate, I can't escape it." Jiang Xiuyan spat lightly, her face full of shyness. Recalling that scene, she truly thought Luo Chen had abandoned his work to chase after her, but it turned out she had made a blunder. After a moment of embarrassment, she looked up at Luo Chen and asked, "So what's the deal with my mom's supermarket?" Luo Chen honestly confessed, "After I came to Jianghan, I had someone check on you. I found out you were working at the Xingguang Hotel, and then I happened to see on TV that the Xingguang Hotel Group was for sale. I snatched it from the jaws of the Dajin Group. I also learned that your mom worked at the Hongqing supermarket in the Liberation Zone, so I thought I'd sneak in to see what my future mother-in-law liked. Knowing yourself and your enemy means you won't be defeated in 100 battles. I didn't expect that when I went to the supermarket, I saw a fat woman bullying my mother-in-law. I was really angry, and then I bought the supermarket." Jiang Xiuyan nodded, realizing, so that's how it was. No wonder her mom suddenly had a windfall, it was all him. After a long while, she finally said to Luo Chen, "Thank you." Luo Chen smiled, "Why are you thanking me? She's my mother-in-law, it's only right to do something for her." Jiang Xiuyan felt warm inside. If it had been before, she would have absolutely hated others designing things for her, but now, recalling one thing after another, it was filled with Luo Chen's love and protection for her. The more she thought about it, the more grateful she felt, the more guilty she became, and the more she was moved by Luo Chen's deep affection. Across from the hotel was a road, and on the other side of the road was a street filled with snack shops. Jiang Xiuyan pointed in that direction and said, "The snacks on that street are really good. We often order from there, it's not expensive and tastes great." "Alright, let's go," Luo Chen replied, looking ahead. There was a pedestrian bridge, and crossing it would lead directly to that street's entrance. Seeing Luo Chen and Jiang Xiuyan holding hands as they crossed the bridge to the snack street, Song Guangming quickly instructed Mu Chaojun, "Go get a car from the company, the boss will definitely need it later." Mu Chaojun agreed and turned back toward the company building. Jiang Xiuyan took Luo Chen to a small restaurant called Old Yang's Restaurant, mainly serving noodles. Old Yang was a man in his 40s, the chef, and the waitress was his wife,
a slightly plump but seemingly honest-looking woman. The couple didn't hire any other staff, whether they earned more or less, it was all theirs. After Luo Chen and Jiang Xiuyan entered, they sat in a spot on the right. Old Jiang's wife saw her and smiled. "Miss Jiang, what would you like to eat today?" It seemed they knew each other. Then her gaze fell on Luo Chen, and the two were still holding hands. Luo Chen was reluctant to let go, and Jiang Xiuyan didn't refuse. Seeing old Jiang's wife staring at them, her face turned red, but she still didn't pull her hand back. Instead, she introduced Luo Chen. "Boss lady, this is my boyfriend." Luo Chen beamed and said, "Hello, sister. We'll have 2 bowls of wontons." Then he turned to Song Guangming. "Guangming, what do you want?" Song Guangming glanced at the large menu advertisement on the wall and said, "I'll have a big bowl of knife-cut noodles." It smells good," Luo Chen said as he gently placed a bowl in front of Jiang Xiuyan. At the back table, Song Guangming finished his bowl of knife-cut noodles in no time, a habit from his years in the army that made him eat quickly. After a while, Mu Chaojun drove over in a Rolls-Royce Phantom, parked near the restaurant door, and after getting out, he joined Song Guangming at the same table. Song Guangming waved, "Boss lady, 2 more bowls of knife-cut noodles, add some spice." Mu Chaojun chuckled, "2 bowls might not be enough." Song Guangming scolded, "Are you still afraid that the boss will be eaten up by you?" Mu Chaojun chuckled, "As soon as I see food, I just want to scoop it up with a bucket. Food bucket." Song Guangming laughed and scolded, then said to the boss's wife, "Boss's wife, add 2 more bowls, my brother has a big appetite." The boss's wife responded and smiled, "Having a big appetite has its advantages, he needs a lot of strength. This one here needs 2.5 bowls in one sitting." Luo Chen wasn't hungry, the wontons were indeed fragrant, but he only ate half before putting down his chopsticks. Jiang Xiuyan was too delicate and didn't finish even 1 bowl. Turning around, Mu Chaojun, like a towering iron tower, finished his 4th bowl of knife-cut noodles and patted his belly, saying he was full. Jiang Xiuyan looked at her watch and said she needed to go home. Luo Chen was reluctant. "It's still early, how about we take a walk at the hotel square? We need to digest after eating." Jiang Xiuyan smiled and nodded obediently. Song Guangming went to pay the bill, and when they came out, Luo Chen was still holding Jiang Xiuyan's hand. The two walked hand in hand across the overpass to the hotel on the other side. Song Guangming waved to Mu Chaojun, signaling him to drive back to the hotel square, but he still followed Luo Chen and Jiang Xiuyan. In the afternoon, the hotel square was bustling with nearby residents strolling and playing. The square featured a musical fountain, free fitness equipment, and some playground facilities for children, especially the musical fountain, which was very attractive, with performances in the afternoon and evening. Luo Chen and Jiang Xiuyan arrived just in time. Within 5 or 6 minutes, it was the moment for the musical fountain. The area around the fountain was surrounded by many people, both adults and children. As the time approached, music began to play, a rhythmically strong piece called Above the Moon, a divine square dance tune. "Look at the fountain." Jiang Xiuyan pulled Luo Chen over, watching the fountain surge into the sky with the rising music, unable to contain her excitement. Although she had been working at the hotel for nearly 2 years, Jiang Xiuyan had never had the time to seriously watch the fountain. Work hours didn't allow it, and she went straight home after work. At the peak of the music, the fountain shot up to heights of 10 to 20 meters, and Jiang Xiuyan looked up excitedly, feeling a few drops of water fall onto her face. Luo Chen held her right hand with his left, soft and gentle, unwilling to let go, and turned to gently wipe the water droplets from her face with his right hand. Just as Luo Chen was immersed in sweetness, a loud voice suddenly scolded from beside them. "Jiang Xiuyan, why are you here instead of working properly?" Both Luo Chen and Jiang Xiuyan were startled and turned to look, only to find it was the hotel general manager, Qin Lei, along with several department managers. Jiang Xiuyan's face turned red. She tried to pull her hand away from Luo Chen's grip, but he held on tighter. Qin Lei glanced at Luo Chen, who was holding her hand, his expression darkening further. "Not working and showing off your love, huh?" Jiang Xiuyan quickly explained, "Manager Qin, I took a leave of absence and haven't reported back to work yet." Qin Lei bluntly retorted, "I know you took a leave, but once you're back, you need to get to work quickly. Do you think this hotel is your family business? You can come and go as you please?" Jiang Xiuyan immediately lowered her head and fell silent. Luo Chen chuckled and said to Qin Lei, "You seem quite imposing, wanting to act like a domineering CEO? Unfortunately, you picked the wrong place to perform. You're not wrong, this hotel is indeed her family's." Qin Lei couldn't help but chuckle, full of hot air, "Just blowing nonsense. You know, I can't stand your type, all you do is talk nonsense. If Jiang Xiuyan really got with someone like you, that would be blind." Seeing Jiang Xiuyan holding hands sweetly with Luo Chen, Qin Lei, although claiming he had no intentions towards her, felt envious, and seeing Luo Chen so arrogant only fueled his anger further. It's also unfortunate for Qin Lei, The hotel is several hundred meters away from the group headquarters, and his office is on the hotel side. He didn't attend the hotel auction, and after Luo Chen bought it, it was Luo Chenya who was in charge of the hotel. He had never even met Luo Chen. Song Guangming and Mu Chaojun were about to step forward to deal with him, but Luo Chen turned around, shook his head to signal them to stop, and then said to Qin Lei, "From this moment on, you're fired." Qin Lei couldn't help but laugh maniacally. "Are you out of your mind? Do you think you're the boss? Acting tough in front of a woman should at least have some basis, right? Look at how ridiculous you are." Luo Chen chuckled, took out his phone, found Hua Xiaodong's number, and dialed it. As soon as the call connected, he said, "Hua Xiaodong, I'm at the hotel's music fountain. You have 5 minutes to get here. Hang up." After ending the call, Luo Chen looked at Qin Lei with a playful expression, like watching a mouse caught by a cat. Qin Lei was close enough to hear Luo Chen's phone call clearly. He heard the name Hua Xiaodong and was taken aback. Could this young man be someone related to Mr. Hua? No, Mr. Hua only has a daughter, who is only 15. The only one who could command Mr. Hua like that is Luo Chenya. This person must be trying to intimidate him. But Qin Lei managed such a large hotel, a high executive with a guaranteed $1 million salary. Was he really that easily scared? Jiang Xiuyan seemed a bit reluctant and weakly advised, "President Qin, can I come back to work tomorrow? Please don't interfere with this anymore." Not interfere? Qin Lei's face darkened. "I'm definitely going to interfere. This guy just looked down on me and tried to scare me with Mr. Hua. Do you think I'm easily intimidated?" "Jiang Xiuyan, you're in trouble. Either dump the guy and come to work, and I'll consider forgiving you once, or pack your things and get lost." Watching Qin Lei dig his own grave, Jiang Xiuyan sighed and stopped responding. Luo Chen mockingly said to Qin Lei, "You don't look stupid, so why can't you figure this out? Do you know why the hotel's name was changed to Xiuyan Grand Hotel?" Qin Lei was also taken aback. He had thought about this before but just assumed it was a coincidence, that it happened to coincide with Jiang Xiuyan's name. Luo Chen continued, "Seeing you look confused, let me explain. The name Xiuyan Grand Hotel is because of Jiang Xiuyan. This is my gift to Xiuyan." Luo Chen checked the time on his phone, and at 4 minutes and 42 seconds, Hua Xiaodong came rushing in, panting, while calling out, "Boss!" Behind him, Luo Chenya was also running after him, out of breath. When Qin Lei saw that Hua Xiaodong had really come, he was startled, and when he saw the new boss Luo Chenya running over, he was even more surprised and quickly put on a serious expression. Seeing Hua Xiaodong running over, gasping for breath, Qin Lei hurriedly approached with a smile and asked, "Mr. Hua?" Hua Xiaodong ignored him and ran straight to Luo Chen, panting, "Boss, what's the matter?" After saying that, he looked at his watch with a look of relief and patted his chest, saying, "Just in time, 5 minutes." Luo Chen pointed at Qin Lei and said, "This person, no matter how talented or capable he is, fire him immediately." Hua Xiaodong was taken aback and then turned to wipe the sweat from his brow, asking Qin Lei, "What's going on?" Qin Lei pointed at Luo Chen. Hua Xiaodong angrily said, "What do you mean he? This is the boss." "The boss?" Qin Lei couldn't wrap his head around it, feeling dazed. Just then, Luo Chenya rushed over, rubbing her waist and panting, asking Luo Chen, "Boss, what's the matter, so urgent?" Luo Chen pointed at Qin Lei and said, "Get rid of this person." After that, he took Jiang Xiuyan's hand and instructed Song Guangming, "Take Xiuyan home." Watching Luo Chen and Jiang Xiuyan leave hand in hand, Qin Lei was left dumbfounded, and after a long while, he turned to Hua Xiaodong and asked, "Mr. Hua, he is the boss?" Hua Xiaodong asked him with a serious face, "What exactly happened?" After a moment of dazed thought, Qin Lei stammered, I saw Jiang Xiuyan holding hands with the boss, so I yelled at them, telling Jiang Xiuyan to either go back to work or get lost." Upon hearing this, both Hua Xiaodong and Luo Chenya immediately understood and couldn't help but shake their heads. He was digging his own grave. With a sigh, Hua Xiaodong said to him, "Qin Lei, you're really digging your own grave here. I can't help you, you. He pointed at the name of the hotel on the building above. "Aren't you usually quite sharp? With such big letters, you're the general manager of the hotel. If a hotel changes its name to something like this, wouldn't you consider the reason behind it? If there weren't any special factors, who would choose such a feminine name?" At this moment, Qin Lei was truly devastated. He never expected that just a moment ago he was the absolute number one at this 5-star hotel, and now he had become a lost dog. After getting into the car, Mu Chaojun drove while Song Guangming sat in the passenger seat, then turned to Jiang Xiuyan and asked, "Miss Jiang, where is your home?" Jiang Xiuyan told him her address, and Luo Chen formally introduced her. "Xiuyan, this is Brother Guangming, Song Guangming, and the one driving is Chaojun, Mu Chaojun." Jiang Xiuyan politely said, "Brother Guangming, Brother Chaojun."
Song Guangming smiled and said, "No need to be polite, Miss Jiang, just call me Guangming from now on." Jokingly, this one was the real boss's wife. Mu Chaojun drove steadily, with hardly any ups and downs, and in half an hour they arrived at the entrance of Jiang Shouyan's apartment complex. Luo Chen opened the car door and waited for Jiang Shouyan to get out before closing the door and escorting her downstairs. Jiang Shouyan glanced up at the direction of her home. She lived on the 16th floor, so high up that surely no one would be peeking out the window at this moment, but she still felt a bit shy and blushed, hesitantly saying to Luo Chen, I haven't told my parents and sister yet. Can I invite you over next time after I tell them? Luo Chen smiled and said, sure, whenever you say is fine. A daughter-in-law must eventually meet her in-laws, right? Oh, wait. It should be a son-in-law meeting the in-laws, right? No, that's not right, I'm not ugly. Jiang Shouyan laughed at him, and made a bye-bye gesture, saying, then, I'm going upstairs. Luo Chen replied, standing there watching. Seeing that he wasn't leaving, Jiang Shouyan felt awkward about going upstairs, biting her lip and standing there looking at him. Luo Chen laughed heartily, waved his hand, and turned to get back in the car. After watching the Rolls-Royce disappear from view, Jiang Shouyan sweetly entered the building, still feeling shy in the elevator. When she got to her front door, she pressed the doorbell, and her sister Shiryan opened the door, looking at her. As Jiang Shouyan entered the house, she asked while changing her shoes, why are you looking at me? My face isn't painted. Jiang Shiryan tilted her head, pretending to think, sister, why do you seem a bit strange today? Jiang Shouyan was surprised. What do you mean? I'm not strange. Jiang Shiryan said, it's just a bit strange, smiling so happily. Are you picking up money on the road? No money picked. Jiang Shouyan replied with 2 words, then went to the living room, noticing her sister still staring at her face, which made her feel a bit guilty, so she went to the water dispenser and poured a glass of water to sip on as a cover. Jiang Shiryan nodded affirmatively, there's definitely something wrong. Jiang Shouyan ignored her and looked at her father sitting and reading the newspaper and her mother standing by the window looking outside. Their injuries had improved a lot, but when Jiang Shouyan saw her mother gazing out the window, she suddenly froze. Wei Fengling turned around to look at her daughter and after a while said, that young man just now was the one who saved us in Korea, right? Luo Chen? Jiang Shouyan's face immediately turned red, but after a moment, she nodded, it's him. Wei Fengling asked again, do you like him? Although Jiang Shouyan was shy, she still nodded firmly and seriously, I like him. But Wei Fengling sighed, worried, his news is all over the internet. That big star, Suing, has publicly announced her relationship. How can our ordinary family compete? Jiang Shiwan disagreed, snorting, why can't we compete? Suing is just a star. So what if she's a star? Stars are still people. When I become a star in the future, our family will also have a star status. I'm not afraid of her. If my sister likes someone, we have to fight for it. Wei Fengling glared at her angrily. What do you know? Rich people are fickle, very capricious. I'm just worried about your sister getting hurt. Even though our family is ordinary, I would rather your sister like an ordinary person, as long as she lives well. I don't expect her to be rich and powerful. Jiang Shiwan was unconvinced. I think Luo Chen is a good person. I also think he's not a playboy. Otherwise, I'll go talk to him. Seeing her sister so eager, Jiang Shouyan found it both amusing and exasperating and scolded her, stop messing around. I'm your sister, you don't need to worry about me. Jiang Shiwan twisted her head, you were born half an hour earlier than me, how can you be that much older? Jiang Shouyan couldn't help but tap her on the head, even if it's just a minute, I'm still your sister. Zhao Jinyu glanced at him and asked, you're not trying to butter me up and dig a pit for your mother, are you? Mom, what are you talking about? Luo Chen smiled awkwardly and looked around the room, asking, where's Dad? Zhao Jinyu said, he's out shopping with your uncle and aunt. Oh. Luo Chen smiled and lowered his voice, saying, Mom, this time I'm really going to bring a daughter-in-law back to show you. Really? Zhao Jinyu perked up, excited about the topic, and quickly asked, where is she? When will you bring her? What does she look like? Luo Chen patted his chest and promised, don't worry, Mom, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. I'll bring her back in the next few days for you to see. Zhao Jinyu immediately started to worry again, then I need to prepare some good food. What should I buy? Luo Chen smiled wryly, Mom, you don't need to be so nervous. She's easy to please, a bowl of wontons will do. If anyone should be nervous, it should be her. You're acting more nervous than her as a mother-in-law. Brother, Mom, I'm going to school. Luo Yunyun came down from upstairs with her backpack. Mu Chaojun, who was sitting and watching TV, stood up and said, I'll take Yunyun to school. Luo Yunyun hesitated for a moment and said, Brother Chaojun, you don't need to.
A classmate is waiting for me at the entrance of the community. I'm going out to go to school with her. Mu Chaojun looked at Luo Chen, and after Luo Chen nodded, he said, then I'll take you to the entrance of the community. Mu Chaojun accompanied Luo Yunyun outside, and when they reached the entrance, he saw a black Lexus parked by the roadside. Luo Yunyun took out her phone, made a call, and after saying a few words, she told Mu Chaojun, Brother Chaojun, my friend's car is over there. You can go back now. Mu Chaojun nodded and watched her walk over to get into the car. The car windows were tinted black, and there were curtains inside, so he couldn't see inside. After watching the car slowly drive away, he turned to go back. Inside the Lexus, Luo Yunyun sighed in relief after seeing Mu Chaojun turn back through the rearview mirror and said, Sister Suing, why do you want to meet me alone? Suing smiled and pinched her cheek, saying, you're my future sister-in-law, of course, I have to bribe you quietly. Luo Yunyun shyly smiled, really? Do you really like my brother? It feels so dreamy and unreal. Suing held her hand and said, then you should feel it well and see if it's real. Luo Yunyun was really excited. Being alone with her idol, and she might even be her dear sister-in-law, how could she not be thrilled? What do you want to eat? I'll take you to have something delicious. Suing affectionately stroked her hair and asked. Luo Yunyun shook her head, I already ate at home, I'm not hungry at all. I'll go to school. The new school has a class full of amazing students. I only ranked 11th in the mock exam the day before, while I was always first in Chuan City, so I need to work hard. It's almost time for my senior year. Alright, when the weekend comes, I'll take you to eat something good and have some fun. Suing agreed, you can't fall behind in your studies. There aren't many students who are as disciplined as you. The driver pulled up to the entrance of the 22nd middle school where Luo Yunyun had just transferred, and it was peak time for students arriving. After getting out of the car, Luo Yunyun was about to quietly wave goodbye to Suing when unexpectedly, Suing got out of the car, smiling and said, I'll come pick you up on the weekend, study hard. In an instant, countless gazes turned towards them. Ah, is that Suing? It really is. It's Suing. It's definitely Suing. In a moment, some students pulled out their phones to take pictures. In the past, Suing would have quickly jumped back into the car and left, but this time she didn't hide. Instead, she pulled Luo Yunyun close, resting their heads together, and made a peace sign to the students taking pictures. Luo Yunyun was instantly stunned. Suing gently tapped her forehead and said, Yunyun, study hard, I'll come pick you up on the weekend. After saying that, she hopped back into the car, and once the car drove away, Luo Yunyun stood there, still a bit dazed. However, some students had already gathered around, asking her in a flurry, what is Suing to you? Oh my god, you actually know Suing. What's your name? Luo Yunyun's face turned bright red. She had never experienced such a scene before and covered her face as she ran towards the school. The students behind were asking each other, who is this girl? She looks unfamiliar. I've never seen her before. Luo Yunyun didn't know that Su Ying's public appearance immediately made her a hot topic at school, with countless people trying to find out more about her. Within less than an hour, most of the boys at the school had obtained her information. Luo Yunyun, from Chuan City, just transferred to the 22nd middle school. The students who got the information were puzzled. How could an ordinary student from Chuan City know the hot star Suing? Moreover, judging by their interaction at that moment, it was definitely not ordinary. And Suing had said in front of so many people that she would come to pick up Luo Yunyun on the weekend. If their relationship wasn't particularly close, why would she come to pick her up? Some students recalled that not long ago, Suing had publicly announced her relationship at a concert, and the person was quickly identified by the media as a businessman named Luo Chen, although his company wasn't very famous, reportedly called Future Finance. Wait, that person is named Luo Chen, and Luo Yunyun also has the surname Luo. Suddenly, they seemed to have discovered some secret. Luo Yunyun might be related to Luo Chen. Su Ying's actions not only affected the students of the 22nd middle school, but the media soon caught wind of the news, quickly buying photos from students who had taken them on site. Within an hour, the news spread like wildfire across major portals on the internet. In the Haitian Hanjing villa, Luo Chen looked at the trending news on his phone, feeling very annoyed. What was Suing trying to do? Was she trying to stir up trouble and fan the flames? If she wanted to play, that was fine, but why drag Yunyun into it? Yunyun was currently in her second year of high school, soon to be a senior, and Luo Chen was very angry that Suing was using such a girl. Saint's son, Luo Chen waved to Yao Shang. Yao Shang quickly got up and came over. Luo Chen, with a serious expression, instructed him, during this time, go pick up Yunyun when she leaves school. Don't let her have any contact with Suing. Okay. Yao Shang nodded in agreement. He didn't ask why or for the reason, he just knew that when Luo Chen instructed him, he had to complete it without question. After breakfast, Jiang Xiuyan said she was going to work, picked up her bag, and left. After Jiang Guanyuan waited for Jiang Xiuyan to enter the elevator, he quietly returned to the room and said to Wei Fengling and Jiang Xiuyan, "I'm a bit worried about this girl. I'm going to check on her at their hotel." After going downstairs, Jiang Guanyuan took a taxi and said to go to Xingyang Grand Hotel. The driver was very familiar, asking no questions and driving straight there. In just over 20 minutes, they arrived. After paying the fare, Jiang Guanyuan got out of the car and looked up, only to find that the sign on top of the hotel building read Xiuyan Grand Hotel, and he was momentarily stunned. Once he realized, he turned around and waved to the taxi that had gone far away, shouting, "Hey, hey, taxi, you made a mistake, you made a mistake." But the taxi had already gone too far. Jiang Guanyuan couldn't help but angrily say, "You driver really took advantage of me. I wanted to go to Xingyang Grand Hotel, why did you bring me here?" After saying that, he muttered, "Strange, why is this hotel called Xiuyan Grand Hotel? Why use my daughter's name for a hotel name?" An elderly man nearby, who was with his grandson, heard and warmly said to him, "Brother, the driver didn't make a mistake, this is indeed Xingyang Grand Hotel. It was just transferred recently, and the new owner changed the name to Xiuyan Grand Hotel." "Oh, so this is Xingyang Grand Hotel?" Jiang Guanyuan asked, still confused. "Isn't the name Xingyang Grand Hotel nice? Why change it to this?" The old man smiled mysteriously and said, "You haven't heard this, have you? Hee, let me tell you, it's a story as exciting as a tale. The owner who bought Xingyang Grand Hotel fell in love with a girl named Xiuyan, and then he changed the hotel's name to Xiuyan Grand Hotel. This has spread recently, that owner is something else, investing over 300 billion to build a new business district. They've already put up design plans, and the tallest skyscraper will be a super luxurious 7-star hotel named Xiuyan Hotel. Hee, young people nowadays are really romantic." Jiang Guanyuan listened with half belief, looking at the name on the hotel building while walking in the direction the old man pointed. At the end of the square, on the edge of a barren land, Jiang Guanyuan saw a row of oversized billboards standing there, each over 10 meters wide and 4 to 5 meters high. Approaching the billboard, Jiang Guanyuan carefully looked at it. It was a super large architectural design plan. The ground floor was a huge circular level with 7 or 8 floors above, featuring 5 buildings. The 2 buildings in front seemed to soar into the clouds, a spectacular sight. On the front of the left building, the advertisement read, Xiuyan Hotel, while the advertisement on the right building read, Future Financial Building. Then, on the lower left side was the investment description, Future Financial Investment 3230 is investing in an international landmark building, the Future Financial Business District, where the Xiuyan 7-star luxury hotel and the Future Financial Building will each have 216 floors, standing at 722 meters high, which will be 90 meters taller than the current tallest building in the country, the Magic City Center Tower at 632 meters. Once completed, it will be the second tallest building in the world, only 116 meters shorter than Dubai's Burj Khalifa at 838 meters. The construction start date for the Future Financial Business District is September 1, 2020. Jiang Guanyuan was truly stunned. 323 billion, Xiuyan 7-star luxury hotel, the tallest building in China, a global landmark. How wealthy is this young owner of Future Financial? Although he had helped Wei Fengling and his daughter Xiuyan this time, Jiang Guanyuan did not want this matter to put pressure on Xiuyan. He did not want his daughter to pay this debt with her life. Luo Chen certainly did not know that his father-in-law and mother-in-law were scrutinizing him. He was lounging in the office, casually crossing his legs and feeling quite content. When the boss gets tired of working, it's better not to work at all, just hire the talent needed from whichever field is lacking. He didn't even want to move while lying there, just thinking of calling Song Zicheng to make him a cup of coffee when there were 2 knocks on the door. Luo Chen, with an air of authority, said, "Come in." The boss's authority is necessary with these subordinates. The person who entered gracefully approached him, a faint fragrance wafting in. Luo Chen looked up and saw that the girl with a beautiful smile was not Song Zicheng, but surprisingly, Jiang Xiuyan. Luo Chen was delighted and jumped up, laughing, "I was just thinking about you. You really are in tune with my thoughts, knowing I wanted to see you and coming right to me." He joyfully picked her up and spun her around a few times before setting her down and pinching her delicate face, saying, "Did you mention me to your parents yesterday? When can I meet my handsome father-in-law and mother-in-law?" Who would have thought that Jiang Xiuyan's face turned bright red, even her ears flushed. Luo Chen glanced around and muttered, "There's no one here, why are you blushing? In my office, anyone who enters without my permission will be kicked out." Jiang Xiuyan lowered her head and softly said something. Luo Chen didn't hear clearly and leaned in to ask, "What did you say?" She repeated softly, "I am Xiuyan. Oh no, my sister-in-law."
Luo Chen coughed and bent over to go behind the desk, searching while saying, "Hey, where's my pen? Where did I lose it?" Jiang Shiyan had intended to say something but, at that moment, didn't dare to and turned to slip away. Luo Chen emerged, his face contorted in frustration. I might as well just crawl into a mouse hole. He secretly rejoiced that he hadn't kissed her just now. That would have been a bit awkward. Why was it so hard to tell them apart? Should he ask Jiang Shiyan about the differences between the two sisters? Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to make a move in the future without being clear. Just as he was feeling ashamed alone, Song Ziqing entered, reporting, "Boss, the registration for Future Entertainment Culture Company, Ltd., was completed yesterday. The general manager has called all 6 girls to the company and is preparing to give them a few practices in the temporary training room, then design a schedule based on their actual foundation. The general manager asked me to check if you want to go and say a few words to the first batch of artists from the company to encourage them." Luo Chen's face flushed, and he waved his hand. "Forget it. You all can talk to them. I won't go." Song Ziqing nodded, not noticing anything unusual about the boss. Usually, Luo Chen held a high posture in front of them, often scolding people, and Song Ziqing had been scolded the most. She used to dare to argue back, but now she didn't dare to anymore. When the boss scolded, she would shrink back. "Alright, I'll go then." Song Ziqing turned to leave, gently closing the office door behind her. Luo Chen sighed, hesitating whether to call Jiang Shiyan, when there was another knock on the door. "Come in." Luo Chen sat up a bit more properly, so Song Ziqing wouldn't say he didn't act like a boss. However, it wasn't Song Ziqing who entered, but Jiang Shiyan returning. Luo Chen's heart skipped a beat. Was Jiang Shiyan coming to vent her anger at him? "Oh, are you not welcoming me?" Luo Chen awkwardly smiled. Welcome, why wouldn't I? I'm just busy. This Song Ziqing has me writing all the plans." "Are you sure you're writing any plans?" Jiang Shiyan leaned closer to peek, asking with a half-smile. Luo Chen grabbed a book to cover the paper, pretending to be serious. "This is company confidential, don't look at it casually." "Pretending." Jiang Shiyan shot him a disdainful glance and marched over to snatch the paper from him. Luo Chen was startled and quickly stepped back several times, saying, "Sister-in-law, please behave yourself." Jiang Shiyan stopped as soon as she heard, looking at Luo Chen with a strange expression and asked, "Has Shiyan been here?" Luo Chen was taken aback, staring at her in surprise. It was only then that he noticed her face was identical to Jiang Shiyan's, but her clothes were clearly different. Did he mistake her again? "You are Shiyan?" After pondering for a moment, Luo Chen cautiously asked, "Did you get a little too familiar with my sister?" Jiang Shiyan couldn't help but ask with a mix of amusement and annoyance when she saw Luo Chen's expression. It was obvious that Shiyan had been there, otherwise, Luo Chen wouldn't have looked like that. No, I didn't get too familiar." Jiang Shiyan didn't believe him and turned to say, "Then I'll go ask her." Luo Chen immediately confessed, "I just spun her around a couple of times and pinched her face, that's all." Jiang Shiyan burst out laughing and said, "Isn't that getting too familiar? No wonder when I got close to you, you said, 'Sister-in-law, please behave yourself.' I knew it." Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief, then came out and pulled Jiang Shiyan to sit on the sofa, staring at her face and examining it closely. "Shiyan, tell me, what exactly is different between you two?" Jiang Shiyan huffed and said, "If you really cared, you could tell with your eyes closed. Even if my sister and I wore the same clothes, our parents would still recognize us." Luo Chen felt helpless. It was strange if their parents couldn't recognize them after raising them for over 20 years. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly brought up another topic to divert her attention. "Shiyan, how did you just come in? Didn't the front desk stop you?" Jiang Shiyan couldn't help but smile and scold, Yesterday you insisted on holding her hand and walking out in front of them. Do you think anyone would dare to stop me when I come back here?" Luo Chen chuckled, realizing that holding her hand yesterday was like announcing it to them. He had definitely established himself as the boss. Who would dare to stop him? Usually, he was quite clever and cautious about potential pitfalls. No wonder they say people in love lose their intelligence. That saying is indeed true. However, Jiang Shiyan didn't delve deeper and gently said to him, "Are you busy? How about we go see Shiyan and the others?" Not busy. With Jiang Shiyan personally accompanying him, Luo Chen had no reason to pretend anymore. He quickly stood up and said, "Let's go take a look." The entertainment department of Xianhaiyang was temporarily located on the far left of this floor, far away from the trading department to avoid any noise. Once the new building was completed, the entertainment culture would have an entire floor to itself. As they walked through the lobby after leaving the office, Luo Chen held Jiang Shiyan's hand, spreading a wave of affection. Jiang Shiyan also graciously allowed him to hold her hand, but her face couldn't help but blush, looking like a red apple. Luo Chen resisted the urge to pinch her face again. He had already made a mistake with Jiang Shiyan's face earlier, so he needed to be more cautious in the future and avoid spinning around or pinching faces. Xiang Haiyang was originally in the music business and was quite familiar with this field. Today, he had gathered 6 girls to assess their foundational skills. At this moment, the 6 girls were performing a challenging dance routine to intense music, and Xiang Haiyang was keen to see their dance skills. To his surprise, all 6 girls were over 1.7 meters tall, and their looks were all above 8 points, with Jiang Shiyan being a standout at over 9 points. The sight of 6 tall, beautiful girls with strong dance skills performing in unison was quite stunning. Xiang Haiyang couldn't help but marvel at the rigorous training methods of the Koreans, unlike domestic idol stars who only had looks and no real skills or foundation. He then tested their singing abilities, which also scored above 8 points, which was quite impressive. As long as he could get them suitable songs and had strong promotional support, becoming a sensation wouldn't be difficult. Xiang Haiyang felt reassured. The 6 girls had solid foundations, and with the company's ample funds, this project was basically set to succeed. At the very least, he was confident that this first step would definitely make an impact. Jiang Xiaoyan and Luo Chen stood at the corner by the door, trying not to get distracted. Xiang Haiyang didn't notice them until the audition was over and he casually glanced over, suddenly spotting Luo Chen and Jiang Xiaoyan, which startled him, and he quickly approached. Luo Chen smiled as he took Jiang Xiaoyan over, asking the approaching Xiang Haiyang, "How is it, Mr. Xiang?" Xiang Haiyang nodded, saying, "Beyond my expectations, boss, they are really good." The 6 girls chattered as they gathered around, and apart from Jiang Shiyan, the other 5 were stunned upon seeing Jiang Xiaoyan, pulling Jiang Shiyan over to stand together and examine her. It was like looking at a clone. Jiang Shiyan saw her sister arrive and glanced at Luo Chen, her face turning red. Luo Chen had already come clean, so he felt at ease and had grown thick-skinned, standing with his hands behind his back and saying to Xiang Haiyang, "Mr. Xiang, let's sign the contract with them today, and try to negotiate the best terms. The company's strategic direction shouldn't solely focus on money. Treating artists well is what builds loyalty." Xiang Haiyang smiled and nodded, "Alright, my intention is also to be more humane. Currently, contracts for pure newcomers are quite harsh, basically a 1-9 split, with the artist getting one, and the initial contract duration is relatively long, at least 6 years. How about we do a 3-7 split?" In Xiang Haiyang's view, a 3-7 split would be an incredibly good contract for pure rookie artists. Luo Chen smiled and said, "Let's make it 50-50. The company doesn't prioritize profit as the highest goal. Our aim is to build the most top-notch and largest entertainment culture company, which will eventually include film, television, and music." Xiang Haiyang was taken aback for a moment, then felt delighted. Every conversation with the boss broadened his perspective, and he realized he had underestimated Luo Chen's vision. In fact, Luo Chen was considering that no matter how much money he made in finance, it didn't provide much personal protection. He needed comprehensive development to establish both his soft and hard power. Without strong self-protection, relying entirely on others for safety was very dangerous. With hard power, he would have a strong economic foundation, but soft power was still lacking. For instance, social influence and entertainment culture was an outstanding project within soft power. Having a group of top-tier film, television, and music stars would create an undeniable influence, as stars themselves are energy bodies that impact social strata. Luo Chen chuckled, "You're asking me, that's a waste, I don't know how to name it. You're the boss, you decide. I just wish for their group to become famous soon, go international, break through the galaxy, break through the universe." Xiang Haiyang was inspired and slapped his leg, saying, "Got it. How about we call them Galactic Girls? Our goal slogan will be what the boss said, go international, break through the galaxy, break through the universe." Luo Chen nodded, "Alright, it sounds pleasant." Xiang Haiyang continued, "I've already contacted the top musician Lao Mu in the country to write songs for our group. We just need to launch a corresponding promotional plan, and they can officially debut in a few months. Okay, let's set a high price. I'm not afraid, but it must be the best quality. We want to be selective, not hasty." Also, Luo Chen thought for a moment and added, "Mr. Xiang, please negotiate with Mr. Han from the real estate side and Mr. Hua from the hotel side. Since we're spending money on endorsers, why not hire our own? It's a win-win situation." Xiang Haiyang's eyes lit up. "Yes, but our group currently has no fame. However, once they debut, I believe they can become an instant hit." He was very clear that whether an artist becomes popular or not depends on a few factors. One is the foundation of strength, and the other is capital resources. Currently, they lacked neither, so the probability of success was 99%. At this moment, Song Zicheng ran over with the office's extension phone. "Boss,
It's Secretary Yu's call. Upon hearing it was Yu Qibin's call, Luo Chen reached out to take it, smiling as he said, Secretary Yu, what can I do for you? Yu Qibin chuckled, Luo Zong, you're joking, I wouldn't dare to give you orders. It's like this, the annual conference of the top 500 domestic enterprises is being held in the Magic City. This conference is not simple, it has standards. First, the enterprise must meet the criteria of being in the top 500. Second, the entrepreneur must have a personal wealth of over $1 billion. Third, the entrepreneur must meet the standards for charitable donations. There are a total of 11 people from Jiangnan province, and they will report tomorrow morning. Are you going as a group or? I'll go by myself. Since I have some free time, I'll go today. Tomorrow, I'll report on my own. I just bought an Airbus A380, so I don't have to do anything. Alright. Yu Qibin laughed and hung up the phone. Luo Chen handed the phone to Song Ziqing and then instructed her, go arrange it. We'll head to the Magic City this afternoon. You should go too. Bring Shenyao along, it's a good opportunity to contact headhunters and scout some talent. As Song Ziqing agreed and took out a small notebook to jot it down, Luo Chen thought for a moment and called Liani. Annie, please arrange it. We're flying to the Magic City this afternoon. I'm going there for a meeting and to scout some talent. Liani agreed and immediately went to arrange the itinerary. Song Ziqing then notified Song Guangming, who considered it for a moment and decided to keep Yao Shang in Jianghan. One reason was to look after the boss's family, and the other was that if anything urgent happened with his mother, he could attend to it promptly. The trip to the Magic City would be handled by him, Mu Chaojun, and Zhang Jiaqing. Luo Chen asked Song Guangming again, Guangming, I feel like you still don't have enough manpower. Are there any comrades you can call over? Song Guangming nodded, I'm also considering this. If the boss has an out-of-town itinerary, we need at least 6 people to form a small team for safety. If it's an overseas trip, we need even more. Plus, we need a few people here at home. I've roughly estimated that we need at least 10 people. Alright. Luo Chen nodded immediately, you arrange it. More people are not a problem, having a few extra is fine. The compensation is the same, with an annual salary of 5 million plus bonuses. As the highest authority as an instructor, Song Guangming certainly had people under him. He didn't worry or consider the issue of compensation at all. After being with Luo Chen for this period, he was well aware that Luo Chen was a boss who valued loyalty and was very generous. If we talk about compensation, Song Guangming was already more than satisfied. Whether in the military or in society, getting the kind of compensation Luo Chen offered was basically impossible. Song Guangming witnessed Luo Chen making deals and earning money almost every day. With his ability and speed to make money, it wouldn't take a year for him to surpass the wealth level of the world's richest person, so Luo Chen wouldn't lack money. Given Luo Chen's future wealth level, having even 20 people like him wouldn't be too many, so he started to prepare in advance. Hearing Luo Chen mention this requirement first was even more to his liking. At 3 in the afternoon, a group of 15 headed straight for the airport, taking 3 Rolls-Royces. After parking in the airport lot, they entered through the VIP entrance and went directly onto the plane to wait in line. Luo Chen forcibly took Jiang Xiuyan with him. At first, Jiang Xiuyan refused, saying she had to work. Luo Chen directly snapped, you're the boss's wife, I'm the boss. Whoever doesn't give you a day off, I'll fire them. Jiang Xiuyan still softened and agreed. It wasn't that she was soft-hearted towards Luo Chen, but rather towards her colleagues at the hotel. She had already gotten the general manager Qin Lei into trouble, and she didn't want to drag anyone else down. Life was hard in this world now. As soon as she boarded the Airbus A380, Jiang Xiuyan was stunned by the luxury. Luo Chen smiled as he took her on a tour, saying, from now on, you are the lady of the house, you can do whatever you want. After saying that, he instructed Liani, Annie, bring some red wine, and also. He glanced at Jiang Xiuyan and chuckled, those foreign flight attendants can sing and dance. Can they perform a little something to liven up the mood? Liani replied with a smile, as long as you're happy, boss. If the boss asked for a dance, it was definitely not a problem, even higher demands would be fine. However, having followed Luo Chen for a while, she knew he wasn't a lecherous man, and besides, the lady of the house was right there with him, so he wouldn't act recklessly. For foreign flight attendants came out in a row, tall and elegant, wearing the exclusive flight attendant uniforms customized by Liani, with fiery red lips and long legs. As the upbeat music played, they began to dance energetically. This scene left Luo Chenya, Song Ziqing, and Jiang Xiuyan dumbfounded. Liani brought each of them a glass of red wine, smiling as she introduced, this wine is a treasure from a top French winery, specially ordered by me, not a gift from Airbus. It costs over 60,000 euros a bottle. Here, give it a try. Over 60,000 euros?
The girls were shocked again, counting on their fingers how much that was, and when they calculated, they were even more astonished. Converted to RMB, it was over 480,000. A bottle of wine for 480,000, who the hell would buy that unless they were burning money? But it just so happened that their boss, Luo, was exactly the type who had more money than he could spend. The two pilots, John and Rodley, were drooling at the sight, but unfortunately, Liani wouldn't let them drink. However, she said, after we land, each of you can take 2 bottles to the hotel. The safety of everyone on the plane relied on those two. Drinking would mean driving under the influence. They didn't have to wait long on the plane. In less than 40 minutes, it was time for the flight command. It was Jiang Qianya's first time on a private jet, and especially on such a top-tier luxury aircraft. Once the plane took off, she couldn't help but say, "It's so nice to fly on a private jet, you hardly have to wait." Luo Chen lazily replied, "Buying a private jet is to make the plane wait for me. If I have to wait for the plane, then what's the point of buying it?" Jiang Qianya thought about it. Although the boss sounded a bit pretentious, he wasn't wrong. The flight from Jianghan to Modu took an hour and a half. Before arriving at Jianghan Airport, Yao Wenbin had already called his friends in Modu, instructing them to arrange a car to pick them up at the airport. His friends were, of course, people he had worked with at Tiger Securities, and Luo Chen was a major client of Tiger Securities. In terms of the income and profit they could generate, Luo Chen was a super powerhouse among them. As soon as the CEO and investors in Modu heard that the big money man Luo Chen was coming, they all cleared their vehicles to arrange for his pickup at the airport. After landing at Modu Airport, as the 15 of them exited, they saw several people holding signs that read "Welcome Boss Luo from Jianghan." But they didn't need to identify anyone. As soon as Yao Wenbin appeared, they waved directly, "Mr. Yao, over here." Yao Wenbin immediately invited Luo Chen to walk ahead. When Jiang Xiaoyan, Luo Chenya, Song Ziqing, Liani, and the 4 foreign flight attendants followed out, the people waiting outside the barrier were left dumbfounded. Wow, are they selecting Miss World? Each one was tall and beautiful, and not a single one was below standard. As soon as they stepped out, a few people in the crowd rushed over, handing out business cards and saying, "Miss, are you interested in being a model? Miss, are you interested in becoming an actress? I guarantee you can debut and become famous." Among them, 2 even chased after Jiang Xiaoyan, as her looks were particularly outstanding. Liani, experienced, stepped in front of her with a smile, saying, "If the signing fee is 100 million, we can consider it." 100 million? Liani added 2 more words, in US dollars. The words immediately drove back the few pursuers. They certainly knew that Liani was just talking nonsense, but since she didn't care about their temptations, it was clear they weren't short on money, so chasing after them was pointless. Among the welcoming crowd, 2 stepped forward, smiling as they approached Luo Chen. "Mr. Luo, it's a pleasure to meet you." Yao Wenbin quickly introduced, "This is Mr. Meng Huiran, the executive president of Tiger Securities Asia." "Hello, Mr. Meng." Luo Chen shook his hand, but the other person was an old friend, boss Zheng Changyong. Zheng Changyong didn't shake hands, he directly embraced Luo Chen. Luo Chen was very grateful for his help and care for Jiang Xiaoyan's family this time. The favor owed by the Jiang family was also his. Zheng Changyong smiled and said, "Come on, let's talk in the car." Jiang Xiaoyan, fearing that the other girls would laugh at her, intentionally didn't get into the same car as Luo Chen. This time, Luo Chen forcibly brought her along, and she was constantly worried about what would happen if Luo Chen wanted to live with her. Zheng Changyong invited Luo Chen to get into an Alphard, along with Meng Huiran and Yao Wenbin. The 4 of them sat in the luxurious seats of the Alphard, which still felt spacious. Meng Huiran reached for the car fridge and asked Luo Chen, "Mr. Luo, would you like a glass of red or white?" Luo Chen smiled and shook his head, "Just mineral water." Zheng Changyong chuckled, "Mr. Luo, since you're in the Magic City, why bring a whole team of beauties? How can the program that Meng and I set up proceed?" Luo Chen laughed heartily, "Are we really going to proceed? I was actually planning to operate for you a couple of nights." Zheng Changyong immediately rejoiced, "No need to proceed. If you want to go, let Meng go alone, we good men won't go to those places." Meng Huiran scoffed, "Chairman Zhang, are you abandoning your friends just because you've hooked up with the god of wealth? I disdain you. It seems like you were the one who wanted to arrange things for Mr. Luo." Zheng Changyong laughed heartily and changed the subject, "What are we eating? If we're not playing, we should at least eat well." Luo Chen checked the time, it was 6 o'clock. He said, "I have to be back at the hotel to operate by 9, just 3 hours. A casual meal will do, I don't mind." "Chairman Zhang, I'm afraid one meal for you might cost 10 billion. Zheng Changyong immediately decided, "No going out to eat, we'll eat at the Peninsula Hotel." "Mr. Luo, we've booked a room for you there, just eat at the hotel." Alright, Luo Chen didn't refuse, letting them arrange it.
Of course, he would operate for Zhang Changyong and Meng Huiran a couple of times to build relationships.
It was gratitude towards Zhang Changyong and concern for Meng Huiran.
After all, the big money earned from the beginning was thanks to the benefits provided by Tiger Securities. Although Yao Wenbin, who was in direct contact, had already switched jobs to him, the one who ultimately opened the funding was still President Meng Huiran. In the future, Tiger Securities would continuously provide him with profits, so befriending Meng Huiran was essential. The room Meng Huiran booked for Luo Chen was the most expensive luxury business suite at the Peninsula Hotel, while everyone else had luxury rooms. Without wasting time, once they arrived at the hotel and dropped off their luggage in their rooms, they headed to the restaurant for dinner. Zhang Changyong didn't care whether they could eat or not. He ordered 3 portions of every dish on the menu for nearly 20 people.
The 4 foreign flight attendants and 2 pilots could now eat and drink to their heart's content.
John and Rodley had long been craving the 480,000 yuan bottle of red wine from the plane and had brought 4 bottles back to the hotel, which was just perfect for the occasion. On Luo Chen's side, neither Zhang Changyong nor Meng Huiran poured drinks for him, fearing he would get drunk and cause trouble, allowing him to accompany Jiang Xiuyan and the other girls as they drank 1 cup of juice after another. Jiang Xiuyan was originally worried that Luo Chen would make her drink. She had little tolerance for alcohol and would get drunk easily, and who knew what would happen if she did? However, Luo Chen was very proper. Not only did he not urge her to drink, but he also served her food, encouraging her to eat more. It had to be said that the chef at this 5-star hotel was quite skilled. Although the prices were outrageous, the taste was excellent. Jiang Xiuyan had never stayed in such a luxurious hotel or eaten such an expensive meal before. The meal lasted nearly 2 hours. Zhang Changyong glanced at the time, which was approaching 9 o'clock, put down his chopsticks, and smiled as he waved to call the waiter over. Check, please. In a living room of nearly 80 square meters, there was still enough space for more than a dozen people to sit. Luo Chenya and Song Ziqing quickly opened their laptops to connect with Song Shuai and the others, starting a video call. Luo Chen opened the laptop brought by Meng Huiran and Zhang Changyong. They shared an account that held $2 billion, which was Zhang Changyong's offshore company account. In this operation, Zhang Changyong and Meng Huiran each had a share of $1 billion. Perhaps it was because his crush was right in front of him, but Luo Chen was particularly excited tonight. At 9:15, as soon as the stock index opened, he seized a brief surge in the Nasdaq index, a 2% increase, and in just 2 minutes, he earned $600 million for Meng Huiran and Zhang Changyong's accounts. As for his own offshore account, it was operated by Song Shuai and a few others, and they invested $4 billion, making a profit of $1.2 billion in one go. Although Meng Huiran knew Luo Chen was impressive, it was still the first time he saw Luo Chen play stock index futures, earning them $600 million in just 2 minutes, which left him astonished, nearly dropping his jaw. Jiang Xiuyan didn't understand this, but seeing her crush's heroic demeanor, she quietly nestled against Luo Chenya, watching her relay messages to Song Shuai and the others. 2 minutes into the market opening, Luo Chenya quietly said to Jiang Xiuyan, "Xiuyan, the boss just made 1.2 billion. 1.2 billion? So much?" Jiang Xiuyan was also taken aback, but Luo Chenya added 2 more words, dollars. Jiang Xiuyan was truly shocked. $1.2 billion was equivalent to 8.4 billion yuan. Earning 84 billion in just 2 minutes. Oh my god, what kind of person had she fallen for? It was hard to tell if it was just good luck tonight or if Luo Chen was too excited, but he remained energetic until 4 in the morning when Song Shuai reported after clearing the numbers in the accounts. They made 160 million in the U.S. stock account, a record-breaking first. In the international futures account, they earned 1.24 billion, also breaking a historical record, totaling $14 billion across both accounts. Both accounts were with Tiger Securities, and Meng Huiran was both thrilled and astonished. Their stock index trading account made a total of $3.8 billion. Each person could take home $1.9 billion. Meng Huiran was nearly fainting. In just one night, in a few short hours, Luo Chen earned him more profit than he had made in his entire life. And Luo Chen's offshore company account was even more astonishing. During this time, the money in the account had rolled over to $76 billion. Tonight, they broke the record again, earning a full $40 billion, bringing the account balance to $116 billion. Adding the $14 billion earned tonight to Luo Chen's domestic company account, the balance had reached 186.6 billion yuan. With 70% of the offshore company's $116 billion, that was $81.2 billion, which converted to 576.5 billion yuan. Adding that to his domestic 186.6 billion, he had a total of 763.1 billion.
Luo Chanya did not hide this from Jiang Xiuyan and quietly told her that the boss now had a total of 763.1 billion in cash assets. Jiang Xiuyan was truly shocked. What does a billion mean? She had seen in the news that the two Ma bosses, who often swapped the title of the richest in the country, had wealth around 300 billion, and Luo Chen had more than both of them combined. My goodness! The key was that this was just the money he made in one night. The days were still long ahead, and no one else could earn at such a terrifying speed. No wonder he often throws money around, buying this and that. When he was pursuing her, he took a taxi, bought things. When he saw the supermarket where his mother worked, he bought things. When he saw the hotel where she worked, he bought things. It's hard to imagine what in this world he can't buy or afford. Meng Huairan wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with a bitter smile to Luo Chen, President Luo, your methods. I really have no words. Well, I probably won't be able to sleep tonight, so I'll just keep you company. Song Ziqing reminded him, the boss has to report to the Jinhui Junyue Hotel for a meeting tomorrow. It's already past 4, let's let the boss rest for a while. Zhang Changyong and Meng Huairan were a bit reluctant, but Luo Chenya secretly exchanged glances with Zhang Changyong, her lips curling up towards Jiang Xiuyan. Zhang Changyong and Meng Huairan immediately realized, awkwardly smiling as they stood up, rubbing their foreheads, saying, forget it. I'm getting old, I can't stay up late. My head is all fuzzy, I should go to sleep and talk tomorrow. The group exchanged glances, all subtly smiling as they slipped out. Jiang Xiuyan wasn't foolish, how could she not see their hidden smiles? Her ears turned red instantly. Luo Chenya was the last to leave, and she closed the door with a loud bang. The sound startled Jiang Xiuyan, making her shiver. Luo Chen looked at her, her head down, shy and trembling, and felt a pang of sympathy. Jiang Xiuyan clearly had a submissive attitude towards him. If he forced it, she would comply. But Luo Chen couldn't bring himself to do that. He decided to save it for a better day, not rushing it. He mainly couldn't bear Jiang Xiuyan's gentle submission. He poured her a glass of chilled mineral water and said, look at your little face all sweaty, drink some ice water. Jiang Xiuyan's hand trembled slightly as she took the cup, and after a few sips of ice water, she was still panting. Luo Chen pulled her up, pinched her cheek, and said, it's too late, go back to your room and sleep. Jiang Xiuyan was taken aback, looking up at him in surprise, wondering if the big bad wolf had turned into a rabbit. Luo Chen rubbed his face vigorously, muttering, I'm so sleepy. He quietly escorted the silent Jiang Xiuyan back to her room next door, and after closing the door, he silently returned, pinching his own face, told you to stop pretending to be a good person. This time when he returned to Jianghan, he must take her home to meet his parents, and then meet her parents to set the wedding date. He would be 26 next year, and it was time to settle down. Although he was very tired, lying in bed, he couldn't fall asleep, his mind filled with Jiang Xiuyan's image from the first time he met her at the Chuan City Auto City to every subsequent meeting and interaction. It had been a tough journey, pursuing this wife was really not easy, but he was also satisfied. After all, she was the one he liked. People say there is no such thing as perfection in this world, but he felt his life was already perfect. He had become one of the richest people in the world. Even if he wasn't yet, he surely would be in the future. He had also pursued the most beautiful woman in the world, and this woman wasn't after his money. Despite many setbacks along the way, she truly liked him now. What more could he want in this life? After a while, Jiang Xiuyan sent a message back, saying she had gone shopping at the mall with Luo Chenya, Liani, and those 4 foreign flight attendants. Luo Chen thought for a moment and then called Luo Chenya, Chenya, take good care of Xiuyan. You pay for all the clothes you all buy today, and come back to me for reimbursement. Luo Chenya immediately agreed with a smile but then worried about how to deal with the boss spoiling her appetite. Song Ziqing didn't go shopping with them, not because she didn't want to, but because she was Luo Chen's personal assistant, and if the boss needed something and couldn't find her, he would get angry. At noon, I called the boss to report after getting up. Boss, I've already checked in at the Junmao Jinhua Hotel for you. There's a preliminary meeting tonight, but I noticed your name isn't on the list. It's scheduled for 8:50 tomorrow morning in the conference hall on the 2nd floor of Junmao Jinhua. After finishing, I mumbled, I don't see anyone at that preliminary meeting who has as much money as our boss. I checked online, and the social donations aren't even close to what our boss has. Why isn't he here? Luo Chen, both amused and exasperated, scolded her, why bother with all this nonsense? If they want to take the lead, let them. Social status isn't solely measured by the amount of money one has. Besides, Luo Chen knew his own situation, his wealth had skyrocketed too quickly, and the corresponding social status didn't match. Without a solid foundation, to others, he was merely a nouveau riche. Afterward, he had a meal in the hotel restaurant, accompanied by Song Ziqing, Yao Wenbin, Song Wangming, and Mu Chaojun,
while Zhang Jiaqing went out with Jiang Xiuyan and a group of girls, acting as both bodyguard and laborer. It was Friday, and after a hard night, he could enjoy 2 days of good rest over the weekend. Attending this meeting was likely just a formality. After eating, Luo Chen said to Song Guangming, "Let's go for a walk, digest a bit, and take a look at the scenery of the Magic City." Sure, Song Guangming never said no. They walked out of the hotel onto a tree-lined path on the right, leading to a vast square. Beyond the square was the river from Haikao. From here, it was hard to tell if it was the sea or the river, with the most prosperous eastern district of the Magic City across from them. Luo Chen patted his pocket and suddenly exclaimed, "I left my phone in the restaurant." Mu Chaojun immediately said, "I'll go get it." "Wait," Song Guangming stopped him, "you keep an eye on things, I'll go. I'll grab a few bottles of mineral water too." Song Guangming suddenly felt a bit urgent and wanted to go back to get his phone and use the restroom. Meanwhile, Luo Chen and the other 3 strolled leisurely, with Yao Wenjun, who was quite familiar, pointing out nearby sights to Luo Chen. It was Luo Chen, Mu Chaojun, and Song Ziqing's first time in the Magic City, and even though they were used to the splendor of Jianghan, they couldn't help but be amazed by the opulence of the Magic City. The gap between Jianghan and the Magic City was indeed quite apparent. While they were walking, Mu Chaojun suddenly jumped in front of Luo Chen and said in a low voice, "Boss." Luo Chen was taken aback, sensing Mu Chaojun's tension. He glanced ahead and saw a man in his late 20s leaning against a tree, with another person beside him, expressionless, and 2 more flanking him, seemingly closing in for an ambush. Mu Chaojun turned to Luo Chen and whispered, "Boss, quickly send a message to Guangming." After saying that, he dashed out. Immediately, there was a series of loud thuds, and the 2 men closing in on the left and right both grunted and stumbled back. Mu Chaojun also retreated several steps until he nearly bumped into Luo Chen. In that moment, Luo Chen saw blood seeping from the corner of his mouth and a tear in his sleeve. Luo Chen quickly pulled Song Ziqing behind him and instructed, "You go back and call Guangming. Stay in the hotel and don't come out." He then gestured to Yao Wenbin, signaling him to return to the hotel. Although Yao Wenbin was confused, he refused to leave Luo Chen's side, staying close. The man leaning against the tree smiled coldly and said, "Oh, there are some tough guys here. Old wolf, can't your 2 subordinates handle just 1 person? Hee, that's a bit misleading." The man beside him had a dark expression and leaped forward. Mu Chaojun stood his ground, and their hands clashed like daggers. Although Luo Chen didn't understand, he could sense that if he were to encounter such a fighter, he would likely lose an arm or a leg in an instant. As they engaged, Mu Chaojun took a step back, slightly at a disadvantage, while the other 2 closed in from the left and right. Mu Chaojun faced 3 opponents without fear, as he had no room to retreat. Behind him was Luo Chen. Bang bang bang! Bang bang bang! Bang bang bang! Under the joint assault of 3 people, Mu Chaojun did not retreat a single step. However, after the confrontation, he slumped to the ground, calling out without looking back, "Boss, let's go." The man leaning against the tree snorted coldly, "Go? You think you can just walk away?" One person on the left charged straight at Luo Chen. Mu Chaojun roared in anger, leaping up to intercept him, but the other 2 took the opportunity to attack him. Mu Chaojun paid no attention to their attacks, fiercely blocking the one charging at Luo Chen. With a loud crash, that person was sent flying, crashing to the ground. But Mu Chaojun also took solid hits from Lao Lang and the man on the right. He let out a muffled groan and staggered back in a series of steps. Luo Chen reached out to support him but couldn't stop his momentum. At that moment, a hand pressed on Mu Chaojun's back, instantly halting his retreat. Song Guangming had arrived. Seeing Song Guangming, Mu Chaojun felt a wave of relief and spat out a mouthful of blood. Luo Chen quickly supported him, and Song Guangming stepped forward, kicking the man on the right hard, eliciting a low, pained cry, clearly unable to fight back. Lao Lang and Song Guangming collided, engaging in a fierce struggle, separating quickly after just a few seconds, retreating 4 or 5 steps. Lao Lang's face was somewhat pale, clearly having taken a hit. The man leaning against the tree looked uncomfortable, staring at Luo Chen and said, "Luo, let me tell you, if you provoke me, your life is over." Luo Chen coldly replied, "Tomorrow's matters are uncertain, I don't even know you." The man sneered again, "Know me? Do you think you're that important? Do you have that qualification? But, you slapped my face, so I'm here to reclaim it." Luo Chen casually gave him the middle finger, coldly saying, "I don't care who you are, I'll remember this grudge." The man laughed heartily, "Good, you have some spirit. Then let me tell you my name, remember it well, my name is Su Guotai." More than 2 hours later, the surgery was completed. Mu Chaojun was not in life-threatening danger, but he would have to lie down for at least a month. 3 ribs were broken in his chest, his internal organs were injured, and his left arm was fractured. His injuries were serious.
In Mu Sajuan's hospital room, Luo Chen's face was dark. After receiving the news, Jiang Xiuyan and Luo Chenya rushed to the hospital. Zhang Jiaqing was especially angry, her fingers cracking as she squeezed them tightly. Luo Chenya and Song Ziqing also felt an unprecedented tension and pressure. They had never experienced anything like this before. They had always lived carefree lives, and now they suddenly realized that those days were long gone. Song Guangming's face was grim as he kept making phone calls. This sudden attack had sounded an alarm for him. He thought about how rapidly the boss's wealth had increased. Such situations would likely become more frequent in the future. So he immediately called to gather all his available subordinates. Then he had someone look into Su Guotai's information, and by evening, he received a reply. Su Guotai had connections that nearly matched Zhu Hua's background, and he was the person Su Ying was about to be engaged to. Luo Chen thought to himself, no wonder. Although this incident was triggered by Su Ying, he had no intention of blaming her. Someone like Su Guotai was certainly not a good person. Even though he didn't like Su Ying, he supported her decision not to agree to Su Guotai. Moreover, Su Guotai had some familial ties to Su Ying. Su Ying's mother was Su Guotai's paternal cousin. Although they weren't very close, they belonged to the same Su clan. Su Guotai was very fond of Su Ying, and the families hit it off. But Su Ying herself stubbornly disagreed and then publicly announced her relationship. Su Guotai was furious, and that led to today's incident. Luo Chen thought to himself that it was fortunate for the arrival of Song Guangming and the others. If he had delayed in requesting bodyguards, today would have had a different outcome. Furthermore, Mu Sajuan's desperate protection made Luo Chen feel even more pain and bleed more. That night, Luo Chen returned to the hotel to execute trades, leaving Zhang Jiaqing at the hospital to watch over Mu Chaojun, while Song Guangming accompanied him back to the hotel. In the car, Luo Chen only said one thing to Song Guangming: I will remember this grudge. By 7 or 8 in the evening, 4 people who were not far from the Magic City had already arrived. Song Guangming introduced them to Luo Chen, Huang Chang, Chen Rui, Zhu Yuankai, and Qin Yangdong. Song Guangming also updated Luo Chen on the situation of the others. There are 3 more coming from farther away. They will arrive tomorrow morning. Luo Chen nodded. Good, Guangming, you need to take care of the daily needs of the brothers who come. Give their bank account numbers to Qianya, and each person will receive 2 million to settle their families. If possible, arrange for them to move to Jianhan. Anyone who settles in Jianhan will get a house in Heishan Hanjing. Once they arrive, we are family. Song Guangming solemnly agreed. Okay, I will arrange everything. With Luo Chen, he valued loyalty, and he would not let everyone have any worries. The financial foundation was sufficient. That night, Zhang Changyong and Meng Huiran arrived, but Luo Chen did not mention today's matter to them, firstly because he did not want them to get involved with Su Guotai, and secondly because they did not have the ability to deal with Su Guotai. However, Luo Chen still called Chen Jin to discuss this matter. Chen Jin was so furious that he nearly exploded, saying he would go find his father to discuss it, then hung up the phone. That night, Luo Chen did not issue any cheerful operational orders, but the profits broke records again, with the total balance of the offshore company accounts exceeding 100 billion, reaching $12,470 million. The domestic account of Tiger Securities earned a total of $1,470 million, with nearly 10 billion yuan transferred back to the account. The accounts for Zhang Changyong and Meng Huiran earned $3,900 million, and at this point, the two were completely devoted to Luo Chen. Although Luo Chen's assistance in their operations had basically come to an end, Luo Chen was now more cautious than ever in seizing opportunities to make money because he knew that to develop his soft power, he first needed sufficient funds. Now that he had attracted a top-tier opponent like Su Guotai, ordinary strength was no longer enough. The only hope. Luo Chen suddenly thought of Su Dongfeng, the director of the national team. After everyone had dispersed, Luo Chen closed the door and then called Su Dongfeng, even though it was 4 in the morning. The call connected, and Su Dongfeng's voice came through. Luo Chen, I've already heard from Chen Jin's father about your situation. It's a bit tricky, but it can be eased. Luo Chen, how is the situation with our offshore company accounts? Luo Chen replied gloomily. It's okay, after tonight, the account balance reached $124.7 billion. What? Su Dongfeng was clearly taken aback, as if it had only just begun, and it was already over 100 billion? Luo Chen said, even the offshore company's accounts have limitations. The daily ceiling is about 20 billion. No matter how much capital there is, it's impossible to put 100 billion in at once. The maximum I've put in a single transaction is 50 billion, and the least is 10 or 20 billion. If it's too much, it will attract the attention of capital giants. It's not that I'm afraid, but it will definitely require more effort and thought. Su Dongfeng responded with an with this report card, it will be easier to negotiate. I will immediately report to my superiors. Once this matter with Su Guotai is settled, don't worry. A talent who can earn the country over 100 billion a year, even if they give the Su family 1,000 guts, they wouldn't dare to act. Luo Chen was silent for a moment, then said, my people are still lying in the hospital. After a moment of contemplation, Su Dongfeng said, I will convey your meaning to the higher-ups. Is there any room for easing? The Su family is also quite difficult to deal with. Luo Chen replied heavily, this grudge has already been established. Even if I don't seek him out, will he let me go? Even if temporarily halted due to various factors from you, as soon as they catch a hint of an opportunity, they will send me to the 18th level of hell. So, I have no choice. Su Dongfeng sighed and after a long pause said, let's talk about the future later. For now, let's take a step back and ease the tension, and see what the higher-ups mean. I understand. Luo Chen slowly put down the phone, but his heart grew colder. It seemed that the battle with the Su family would be a fight to the death. Even if they eased the situation now, it would ultimately lead to a fierce confrontation. Relying on the higher-ups or any other connections was unstable and insubstantial. Luo Chen knew very well that entrusting his safety to others was like planting a bomb. Ultimately, he needed to strengthen his own power. After working all night, he was already very tired, but Luo Chen found it hard to sleep. It wasn't just about himself anymore. He had family, friends, and a large group of people following him. Everyone's safety was tied to him by a single thread. This fact was something no one could ignore, and it was Luo Chen's greatest confidence. However, this was only enough to ensure his own safety. It wasn't sufficient to bring down the Su family. The next morning, Song Ziqing had a hard time waking Luo Chen up. After washing up, he hurried to the hotel restaurant, drank a bowl of plain porridge, and ate a few slices of fruit before rushing to the Junmao Jinyue Hotel. Song Guangming brought 3 people with him, making a total of 4 to ensure Luo Chen's safety. The conference hall on the 3rd floor of the Junmao Jinyue Hotel was already bustling with people coming and going. The seats in the conference hall had nameplates, and after searching for a while, Song Ziqing and Luo Chenya found Luo Chen's nameplate in the middle back section. Luo Chen went over and sat in his seat, while Song Guangming and the others stood guard outside the door. By this time, most people had taken their seats, and Luo Chen was surrounded by several men in their 40s or 50s, who looked at him with curiosity. The man on his left even asked, "Are you here on behalf of your elder?" According to the conference rules, no one was allowed to attend on someone else's behalf, but Luo Chen didn't clarify and just smiled in response. Everyone attending this meeting was worth billions, even the few internet tycoons present were all over 30. Luo Chen, clearly in his 20s, seemed too young. At this age, aside from being a rich second generation, it was almost impossible for someone to be a first-generation wealthy individual. After a while, several high-ranking officials from Modu arrived, and the meeting had a high profile, mainly featuring local entrepreneurs from Modu, supplemented by leading tycoons from various provinces across the country. Suddenly, the crowd in front stirred, and many people rushed over. Luo Chen looked closely and realized that 2 prominent figures, the Ma bosses, had arrived. A group of wealthy entrepreneurs looked enviously at the 2 Ma bosses surrounded by admirers. They were the targets of everyone's aspirations, though it was likely that 99% of the people would never reach such heights in their lifetime. After everyone settled down, it became quiet, and the leaders began to speak. Following them were speeches from heads of important departments, and then the most influential entrepreneurs took the stage, with the 2 Ma bosses going up one after the other. Luo boss dozed off with his head on the table, not hearing a word of what was being said. Even if he had slept well the night before, he had no interest in listening. He didn't understand international or domestic economics, he was too lazy to listen. His investment principle was to scout for talent. Being a boss was tiring and pointless if one couldn't enjoy life with money. After a series of speeches, it was already 11:50, and then it was time for lunch, a buffet. Luo Chen didn't know any of these wealthy entrepreneurs and didn't mingle with them. He even spotted Hu Daio at the table. Hu Daio, with his drooping eyelids, pretended not to see him and went to sit with his familiar friends. Hu Daio was the richest man in Jiangnan province, but on a national scale, he didn't count for much and couldn't even rank. He was merely a subordinate. Luo Chen sat with his own people at a table, while Song Ziqing and Luo Chenya filled their plates with fruit, and Song Guangming and the others focused solely on eating. After lunch, they rested for an hour in the tea and coffee room. When the meeting resumed, the first speaker was Professor Hu Yuanyang from Moda University. Professor Hu held numerous titles, including Academician of the Academy of Sciences and Doctor of Economic Strategy Research. Professor Hu's speech on stage was not as passionate and moving as those of other leaders or entrepreneurs. On the contrary, it was quite heavy. Everyone, what I am about to say is not as uplifting as what has been said before. In fact, I am pouring cold water on everyone. Why?
As you can see, what we export in the world is not the indispensable high-tech products, but rather mass commodities. Conversely, some high-tech products that we urgently need are being choked by the West. Especially since our country's rapid economic development, the West's stranglehold on us has reached an extremely serious level. For example, this year, the United States has imposed technology blockades and sanctions on 30 of our enterprises, such as the blockade on our aviation engine technology, restrictions on chips, and the blockade on lithography machines, among others. I still have a gap with the West's top technology. Some technologies we have already caught up with, and some we have even surpassed, which is a good phenomenon. However, there are still some that we cannot surpass. Why? Because of the limitations of technology and materials. We can only chase from behind, but chasing always puts us in a backward position. When we catch up by 10 years, they have already advanced by another 10 years. The more Professor Hu spoke, the heavier the atmosphere became. Luochen was not unfamiliar with the sanctions imposed by the United States on China. He saw it in the news every day, such as with our Zhongxin and Huawei, which was even facing a life and death crisis. Professor Hu continued, currently, the companies in our country that are constrained by others in chip production have no way out. Domestic semiconductor chip companies are several generations behind international chip companies. This year, with the heavy-handed approach from the United States, domestic companies are paying the price and still cannot buy what they need. Therefore, rather than relying on others, we should rely on ourselves. We have always done it this way, so instead of letting them choke us, we should stand up ourselves. However, technology is not something that can be forced. In the field of semiconductor chips, the world currently uses silicon-based semiconductor chips. Gordon Moore, co-founder of Intel, observed that every 24 months, the number of components that can be accommodated on an integrated circuit doubles, and the performance of chips also doubles. However, silicon-based chips have their limits. Now, every step forward increases in difficulty geometrically, and research and development costs also rise geometrically. From the perspective of R&D costs, it has gone from tens of thousands of dollars to hundreds of millions and then to billions. Chips are increasingly becoming a money-burning game. In the next 5 years or so, the performance improvement of top processors will stagnate. This is the best opportunity for domestic chips to catch up. If domestic chips can take the lead in entering the next stage, such as carbon-based chips, we are very likely to achieve a curve overtaking. So what are carbon-based chips? Professor Hu explained again. Let me give a very simple and sci-fi analogy. The transformers in the American sci-fi movie are carbon-based lifeforms, and carbon nanotube transistors are 5 to 10 times faster than silicon-based transistors of the same size, with only 1/10 of the power consumption. Currently, our country is at the world-leading position in the research and development of carbon transistors. Therefore, once we successfully develop carbon-based chips, we can achieve curve overtaking and no longer be choked by the West. Moreover, this investment is not a small amount, but astronomical figures. Indeed, Professor Hu added, this conference in Shanghai is actually aimed at gathering the capabilities of all the strongest enterprises in our country to solve these problems that have been choked by the West with the strength of the whole nation. Everyone can now speak freely. Let's list the technologies that are currently being choked, identify which enterprises are related and willing to invest, and we will jointly establish research institutes, with technical personnel from major enterprises and relevant research groups from major universities. As soon as Professor Hu talked about practical matters, everyone in the audience fell silent, closing their mouths. Professor Hu sighed quietly, finding it difficult to unite everyone's hearts. What difference did it make even with the strength of the whole nation? In front, Boss Ma from Ali noticed the cold atmosphere and immediately raised his hand to declare, Ali will lead with 1 billion. On the other side, Boss Ma from the Goose Factory also raised his hand to state, Goose Factory will lead with 1 billion. With their declarations, some large enterprises felt compelled to respond, raising their hands to lead investments of 300 million, 200 million, and generally 100 million. In the end, the total investment barely reached 50 billion. Professor Hu couldn't help but feel disheartened. To achieve results, the investment needed to be at least $100 billion every year. At that moment, Luochen stood up to speak. Professor Hu, may I ask something? Seeing a young man, Professor Hu nodded slightly and said, go ahead. Luochen continued, Professor Hu, I want to understand, if we invest in all the areas you mentioned, how much would we need to invest in a year? Professor Hu sighed and replied, for a specific area, depending on the difficulty, some require hundreds of millions a year, some over 10 billion, and some 20 billion. If we consider all the projects together, the annual investment cannot be less than 100 billion. In his view, 100 billion was roughly 700 billion yuan, and it had to be invested every year. This amount was nearly impossible to gather.
Luo Chen smiled and said, Professor Hu, I will invest 1,000 billion yuan every year, and it will be continuous. This amount will only increase. At first, no one paid attention to Luo Chen's question, but once he made this statement, it was like throwing a nuclear bomb into the crowd, causing an uproar. Whose kid is making trouble here? Talking nonsense without any basis, just bragging. Aren't you afraid of boasting so much that you'll trip over your own tongue? The crowd immediately began to chatter, and no one believed that such an investment could be made, not even the two top billionaires. They would go bankrupt after 2 or 3 years of such investments. Professor Hu was taken aback and then asked Luo Chen, Who are you? I am the sole owner of Future Financial Group in Jianghan City, Jiangnan Province. My name is Luo Chen. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Chen introduced himself confidently. He was determined to make a splash. That day, he was destined to be the brightest star in the room. Upon hearing Luo Chen's introduction, most people were puzzled, wondering who this Future Financial was. It was unfamiliar to them, but a few had some impression. One even shouted from the crowd, Aren't you the one who recently made headlines for leading the investment of 32.3 billion yuan to build a landmark building? Luo Chen nodded, That's me. Professor Hu hesitated for a moment and then quickly said on stage, Young Master Luo, please, come up and speak. Luo Chen walked confidently up the aisle to the stage. Professor Hu looked at him closely and was surprised by his youth. He then asked in confusion, Luo, Young Master Luo, you aren't just making a show, can you really come up with that much money? Luo Chen smiled and addressed the crowd, If we're just talking about money, I'm sorry, I'm not insulting anyone, just stating the truth. If we're only discussing money, I think everyone here is quite lousy. This was quite a bold claim. Not only did Professor Hu think so, but everyone present felt the same. In the front row, there were two bosses who frequently swapped the title of richest person, who would dare to compare wealth in front of them, and to say that everyone present was lousy. This provoked the crowd's anger, and someone next to Boss Ma stood up to scold Luo Chen, Who allowed you to talk nonsense here? You shouldn't boast in such a place. Who do you think you are to compare with Boss Ma? Luo Chen glanced at him and said lightly, Bragging? Alright, just consider me bragging. After saying this, he turned to Professor Hu and said, Professor Hu, how about this? Let's sign a contract right away. I will hire you as the director of the Scientific and Technological Development Research Institute of our Future Financial Group, and then we will distribute the research and development funds quarterly. If we can complete the paperwork today, we can transfer this quarter's R&D funds of 25 billion yuan to the Research Institute's account today. Professor Hu was stunned, and it took him a while to come to his senses. Excited and nervous, he asked, Luo, little Luo, really? Luo Chen waved his hand towards the back of the stage and called out, Shenya, come here. Luo Chenya hurriedly walked over, and after getting on stage, she nervously asked Luo Chen in a low voice, Boss, what is it? Luo Chen instructed her, pull up the account of Future Financial Company and display the balance on the big screen for them to see. Oh. Luo Chenya calmed down, took out her phone, and then connected with the technical staff at the side of the stage to pull up Future Financial's corporate account. She opened it and projected it onto the large screen behind them, instantly revealing a series of numbers, 217,699,387,219 yuan. The text on the big screen was so large that even the people in the last row could see it clearly. Everyone began to count the numbers, yuan, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, 100 million, billion, 10 billion, 100 billion, 1,000 billion. Oh my, it really is. Damn, 217 billion. Luo Chen glanced at the stunned crowd below and said to Professor Hu, this is just a quarter of all my assets. Future Financial alone makes a profit of 140 billion yuan every month domestically. Do you think I can't afford to invest 1,000 billion in you every year? To be honest, nothing is more direct than a practical slap in the face. You can say 1,000 things, but if others think you're bragging, showing the bank account is undeniable. With 217 billion yuan in cash, how can that not be a slap in the face? Not to mention others, even the two Ma bosses were stunned. 200 billion in cash is something they couldn't even come up with together. Luo Chen nodded seriously and replied, in the past, I was just a naive kid, and my biggest wish was to make a lot of money and then marry a beautiful wife. When he said this, the crowd below laughed, but then quickly stopped. When you say this without being impressive, people laugh at you. When you are impressive, they laugh in admiration. Luo Chen continued, later, as I gradually made money, and when I had more than I could spend, I started to ponder whether I could do something for more ordinary people, whether I could do something for the country. This thought has persisted until now. Recently, I've been seeing news about the West choking us, and to be honest, it makes me very uncomfortable and unhappy. I feel that coming to Shanghai for this meeting, Professor Hu, is my biggest gain. I don't care what others think of me. To put it grandly, whether I say I'm doing it for the country and the people, or to put it simply, I'm selfish. In any case, I want to truly accomplish something. Luo Chen's words made countless billionaires in the audience feel both guilty and embarrassed. It was indeed a slap in their faces. Professor Hu couldn't help but feel a bit emotional, choking up as he said to Luo Chen, "Little Luo, although you are young, you are the most responsible entrepreneur I have ever seen. I will hand over my old bones to you." Luo Chen immediately nodded. "Alright, Professor Hu, for every fresh graduate who joins our organization, we will offer double the international standard salary. Secondly, I still fully support collaboration with major domestic enterprises, like the two Ma bosses." The two Ma bosses below also readily agreed. "Definitely, we at Ali will increase our shareholding ratio and lead an investment of 3 billion yuan every year." Naturally, Ma from the Goose Factory didn't want to fall behind Ali. "We at Goose Factory will also lead an investment of 3 billion yuan. In fact, they can see very clearly now that whether they invest or not, Luo Chen has the strength to go it alone in future finance. The reason they hesitated to invest before was that they couldn't see any hope, as the leading capital was insufficient. But now it's different. The money Luo Chen invested is enough. As long as scientific research continues to receive sufficient funding, there will inevitably be results. Having someone lead the investment, along with substantial funds, is a good thing. However, what is a bit frustrating is that the two focal points have now become vassals, overshadowed by this young upstart. After one round of leading investment, the share of funds they hold is less than 100 billion, which, compared to Luo Chen's annual investment of 1 trillion, accounts for less than 10%. Therefore, Luo Chen still holds absolute control and dominance. Moreover, Luo Chen made some shocking statements. "I now promise in front of the entire nation that any technology developed by our research institution will be donated to the country free of charge if needed." This statement immediately caused a stir, making all the entrepreneurs blush. Who exactly is this young Luo Chen? Businessmen are profit-driven. Why doesn't he want to make a fortune from the technology developed with such huge investments? They certainly do not know that this move is meant to show some people. Today's meeting is a grand gift from Professor Hu. From this point on, Luo Chen has a layer of protection, which is more powerful than having thousands or even trillions in cash. In the capital, at a certain villa, a big shot from the Su family called his son Su Guotai over and slapped him hard without saying a word. "You useless dog." Su Guotai covered his face and said aggrievedly, "Dad, this Luo guy is not just slapping my face, but also the face of our Su family. Do I have the money to deal with him?" The big shot coldly replied, "You're right to deal with him, but you're really stupid. If you're going to hit him to death. If you can't kill him, don't touch him. He's earning hundreds of billions for the country every year now. Do you think you can touch him? The higher-ups have sent me a message. I can't touch him, and who do you think you are? Also, what he's doing in Magic City now means that you can't touch him today. This guy has put on a layer of armor for himself." Su Guotai, still covering his face, lamented, "So, we just let him go?" The big shot coldly replied, "Let him go? It's not about letting go or not. You still have to rush to Magic City to apologize to him." Su Guotai was taken aback and immediately shook his head. "Apologize to him? I won't go, not even if I die." The big shot said coldly, "Fine, if you don't go, I'll strip you of all your qualifications and send you back to your hometown in Dingzhou, never to set foot in the capital again." Su Guotai was stunned. Is he going to be exiled? Thinking of that consequence, he panicked and quickly said, I'll go. After his son left, the big shot angrily muttered, "Useless thing." Then he made a phone call. "Arrange for someone to keep an eye on Luo Chen. Don't reveal yourselves, especially pay attention to his trading matters. Dig out 2 of his most trusted people. As long as we catch any loopholes in his trading, we'll dig a big pit for him. Report any situation to me. This person must be taken down. The Su family's face is not so easy to slap." The big shot coldly thought that Luo Chen's reliance has 2 points. One is the offshore company earning US dollars, and the other is the research institution in Magic City. Once Luo Chen is lured into a big loss and fails to earn money for the national team, he will lose his protection. Without money to invest, the research institution in Magic City will naturally collapse. By then, losing his 2 layers of protection will mean his demise. In Magic City, Luo Chen arranged for Luo Chenya to handle the establishment of the institution and the contract, drafting the contract in the afternoon. The name was chosen as Future United Technology Research and Development Center, with Luo Chen as the chairman of the board and 3 vice-chairmen, including Professor Hu and 2 boss Ma. The research center is essentially a joint stock company, but Luo Chen holds a staggering 91.7% of the shares. The research and development aspect is overseen by Professor Hu, while external operations are managed by a designated person appointed by Luo Chen,
who has yet to find a suitable candidate. The talent pool at the research center is divided into 4 categories. First, the original team led by Professor Who. Second, research project teams established at various universities. Third, the recruitment of scientific talent. And fourth, the involvement of major companies that hold shares in the research and development of specific programs. In fact, Professor Who is not lacking in talent, what he lacks is funding, and the amount needed is so enormous that no single enterprise could bear it. Unexpectedly, the arrival of boss Luo Chen changed everything. In the afternoon, Luo Chen went to the hospital again. Mu Chaojun had woken up, and his first words upon opening his eyes were, "Is the boss alright?" Luo Chen felt a surge of emotions inside but maintained a calm exterior as he nodded, "I'm fine. You focus on recovering. I will definitely get revenge for you." Mu Chaojun smiled bitterly, "No need for that, boss. It's common for us to get injured. As long as you're okay, that's the most fortunate thing. My personal grievances are not important." Just then, 2 people walked in, chuckling outside the door. Luo Chen's expression turned as cold as ice upon seeing their faces. Song Guangming quickly positioned himself in front of Luo Chen, while the 4 brothers he brought surrounded the 2 newcomers from all sides. The 2 were none other than Su Guotai and Old Wolf. Su Guotai hurriedly plastered a smile on his face and said, misunderstanding, Mr. Luo. I'm not here to cause trouble, I'm here to apologize. It was a misunderstanding. Luo Chen stared at him coldly, "My brother is lying here, and you tell me it's a misunderstanding?" Su Guotai awkwardly replied, "Well, it really was a bit of a misunderstanding. How about this, you name your price, and I'll cover all the expenses for your brother." Luo Chen sneered, "Oh, you want to talk money, huh? Fine, I'll give you 1 billion, I want your 2 hands and 2 legs in return. With 1 billion, you can live comfortably for the rest of your life, how about that?" Su Guotai's face darkened, unable to suppress his anger, he growled, "What do you want, Luo? Is my apology and compensation not enough? Don't push your luck." Luo Chen shot him a sidelong glance, smiling without warmth, "I really am pushing my luck. What are you going to do about it?" Su Guotai was huffing in anger, throwing the fruit basket to the ground, and turning to leave in a huff. But Old Wolf stopped him, muttering something under his breath. Su Guotai, still panting, glared at Luo Chen, torn between wanting to explode and desperately holding back. Luo Chen guessed immediately that there must be pressure from above, otherwise, how could this guy, who usually looks down on others, bow his head? After a moment's thought, Luo Chen surprisingly nodded, "Alright, I see you have some sincerity. Let's go to the garage and talk." He turned to Yao Sheng and said, "Xingzi, go rent a mobile stretcher from the nurse's station and take Chaojun to the underground garage." "Okay." Yao Sheng and Zhang Jiaqing quickly got to work, bringing a mobile stretcher to lift Mu Chaojun onto it, then followed Luo Chen to the elevator down to the garage. Su Guotai felt a bit guilty but then thought, given his status, what could Luo Chen really do to him? Gaining some courage, he followed Old Wolf down with Luo Chen's group. Upon arriving at the underground garage, Luo Chen glanced at Su Guotai, who felt a chill run down his spine at the sight of Luo Chen's gaze. He turned to look at Old Wolf, who blocked his escape route. When they came, Su Guotai's father had given Old Wolf strict orders to allow Luo Chen to take revenge without letting Su Guotai escape. Old Wolf understood the weight and severity of Su Guotai's father's words, so even if Luo Chen were to kill Su Guotai, he wouldn't dare intervene. But to be honest, with 5 experts by Luo Chen's side, he wouldn't be able to protect Su Guotai even if he wanted to. He truly didn't understand how so many skilled people had gathered in just one day. If he had had this many capable people around him yesterday, Old Wolf guessed he wouldn't have fared well, let alone harmed anyone. Luo Chen waved to Zhang Jiaqing, "Jiaqing, find me a suitable one in the car." He then instructed Yao Sheng to help Mu Chaojun sit up, wanting him to see for himself. 2 brothers beside Song Guangming exchanged glances, and in a flash, they pounced on Su Guotai and captured him, while the other 2 blocked Old Wolf's way. Not to mention that Old Wolf was ordered to bring Su Guotai to face punishment, even if he weren't, in this situation, he couldn't save Su Guotai. The 2 brothers of Song Guangming pinned Su Guotai down to the ground, and Zhang Jiaqing retrieved a baseball bat from the trunk. Luo Chen took the bat, holding it in one hand, dragging one end on the ground. The sound of metal scraping against the floor was particularly grating. Su Guotai turned pale with fear, his voice hoarse as he shouted, "Luo Chen, if you dare to hurt me, you just. Ah, Old Wolf, save me." Old Wolf ignored him. Luo Chen didn't appear very angry, he simply said calmly, "Su Guotai, you broke 3 of my brother's ribs, I'll break one of your hands, and we'll owe each other nothing from now on." One brother held Su Guotai's body down while the other pressed firmly on his right hand. Luo Chen walked over and raised the baseball bat, but before it could come down, Su Guotai cried out in despair, "Luo Chen, brother Luo, please let me go,
I won't dare again, I won't dare again. Coward! Luo Chen snorted, gripping the bat tightly and bringing it down with all his strength, the sound of cracking bones mixed with Su Guotai's screams. With that swing, no matter how advanced the medical technology, Su Guotai's right hand was destined to be a useless limb. Luo Chen tossed the bat to Zhang Jiaqing and turned to leave, a group of people pushing Mu Chaojun to follow. Su Guotai was sweating profusely from the pain, unable to move his right hand at all. Only then did Old Wolf help him into their car, and they headed to another hospital. In the elevator, Mu Chaojun, with red-rimmed eyes, said to Luo Chen, "Boss, really? There's no need to tear our face with the Su family, I really don't mind, just a few days of recovery will be fine." Luo Chen shook his head, "Chaojun, it's not entirely your fault. Whether I cripple Su Guotai's hand or not, the feud between me and the Su family is irreconcilable. They sent Su Guotai to apologize not because of me, but because of the higher-ups. Right now, I have two protective talismans. One is an offshore account with 10% shares in the national team, earning $100 billion for the country every month, and the other is today's Future Technology Research Center. These are my two cards, so at least for now, the Su family can't touch me. Since it's already an unresolvable feud, why should I hold back? Crippling Su Guotai's right hand is to make the Su family understand that I, Luo Chen, am not a sheep to be slaughtered. Su Guotai's right hand is the fang I show him. If he dares to provoke me, I will dare to strike back." Song Guangming nodded slightly. Indeed, whether or not Su Guotai's hand was crippled, if the Su family had the chance, they would seize it to deal with Luo Chen. Since it was irreconcilable, what harm was there in showing a bit of fang? However, even with Luo Chen explaining this, Mu Chaojun and the others were deeply loyal to him. On one hand, he provided them with unlimited financial support, and on the other, he treated them like his own brothers, like family. How could that not be moving? Luo Chen gently patted Mu Chaojun's hand that was sticking out of the moving bed and said, "Chaojun, don't overthink it. Just take care of your injuries and get better quickly. Without you by my side, I can't even sleep well." After returning to the ward, Luo Chen instructed Song Guangming again, "Guangming, when we return to Jianghan, focus on recruiting a batch of security personnel, preferably retired soldiers. Soldiers are easier to manage and train. In the future, we want to turn the new Shoyan Grand Plaza into the safest and most modernized community and commercial square." "Okay." Song Guangming nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Song Ziqing's phone rang, and after checking, she walked over and handed it to Luo Chen. "Boss, it's a call from Brother Jean." Luo Chen glanced at it and then answered. Chen Jin directly asked him on the phone, "Did you cripple Su Guotai?" Luo Chen was taken aback. "You found out so soon?" Chen Jin chuckled. His news just reached the capital, and basically everyone in the circle knows. "Didn't see it coming, huh, Xiao Luo Luo? You were quite ruthless, but I have to give you a thumbs up, that Su really is a piece of work." Luo Chen had spread the news about Su Guotai's right hand being crippled throughout the circle. The happiest person was undoubtedly Su Ying. She had indeed not misjudged him. With the Su family's status and identity, even the Xu family could not afford to tear their face with the Su family to this extent. If she were to marry Su Guotai, Su Ying would rather die. Although this time she had borrowed Luo Chen's strength and dragged him into the mess, Luo Chen was indeed impressive, managing to slap the Su family in the face all on his own without relying on any other power. Su Ying increasingly believed that Luo Chen was her best choice. Moreover, she and her brother Zhu Hua held 2% of the shares in Luo Chen's offshore company. With the current balance of $12 billion, she and her brother had a total wealth of $4 billion. This wealth was astonishing. Converted to RMB, it was 16.8 billion. With money and power, why would she need to have any ties with the Su family? After spending an afternoon alone at home thinking, Su Ying came up with a plan. She first went out to find a well-reviewed restaurant to eat, then packed some food to take away, and drove to the No. 22 middle school where Luo Yunyun was. When Su Ying left home today, she didn't hide her identity and intentionally made a high-profile appearance, resulting in several media people following her. At the entrance of No. 22 middle school, Su Ying said to the security guard, "I'm looking for Luo Yunyun from class 7 of the second year. Could you please call her for me?" The security guard was stunned by Su Ying's beauty and felt that this pretty woman looked familiar. Another younger security guard immediately recognized Su Ying and said, You are Su Ying?" Su Ying smiled and nodded, saying, "Yes, could you help me call Luo Yunyun?" The security guard nodded eagerly, then picked up the phone in the guard room to notify her. After hanging up, he said to Su Ying, "Miss Su, could you please sign an autograph for me? My daughter really admires you." "Sure," Su Ying readily agreed, but while bending down to sign, she slightly covered her lower abdomen with her left hand. The media people who had followed her were no longer polite, quickly snapping photos with their cameras. After a while, Luo Yunyun came out and, upon seeing Suing, joyfully asked, "Sister Suing, what brings you here? Wasn't it said that she would come tomorrow? Why is she here today?" Suing smiled and said, "I was just sitting at home with nothing to do, wanted to come see you, and worried you might not eat well at school, so I brought you some food." Saying this, she handed over the beautifully packaged meal and added, "I'll come pick you up tomorrow." After Luo Yunyun happily left, the security guard quietly asked Suing, "Miss Su, what is your relationship with this student?" Suing glanced at the media people outside who were sneakily taking photos and replied to the security guard, "She is my sister-in-law." Then she turned and returned to her car, specially using her hand to protect her lower abdomen as she got in. After getting back in the car, Suing leisurely drove home. Upon returning home and opening her phone's webpage, she saw the trending news about her pop up. These people were really quick. The Jade Girl sect leader delivers meal to sister-in-law, shows warmth, protects lower abdomen indicating pregnancy. Princess singer Suing exudes maternal vibe, protects abdomen while delivering meal to sister-in-law. Jade Girl sect leader suspected of being pregnant. Su Ying's popularity was indeed strong. As soon as the news broke, it instantly dominated the trending searches and headlines of major portals. In the Magic City, Luo Chenya and Professor Hu Yuanyan completed all the procedures for the research center's site selection, accounts, paperwork, and registration, after which Luo Chen directly injected 25 billion yuan into the research center's account. At this point, Professor Hu finally felt completely at ease. The research center had set several major directions: carbon-based chip technology, lithography technology, nanotechnology, battery technology, artificial intelligence technology, and aviation engine technology, among others. He explained each project proposal to Luo Chen. The technological blockade from the West had put many domestic tech companies in danger of survival. If these issues couldn't be resolved domestically, the situation of being choked would not ease. Luo Chen nodded affirmatively and said to Professor Hu, "Professor Hu, I will entrust all technology research and development to you. As for funding, you can rest assured, it will only increase. Additionally, I will quickly find a headhunting company to recruit a senior talent to manage the operations of the research center." In simple terms, it meant that Professor Hu would manage the internal affairs while he would find someone to handle the external ones. Professor Hu didn't concern himself with these matters, he merely nodded. He had no attachment to money or power, his only obsession was to develop the technologies that the West had choked off, to pursue what could be pursued and to overtake where possible. Luo Chen truly admired this old man, who had no selfish motives and a strong determination. They stayed in the Magic City for a total of 4 days. Mu Chaojun, after all, was physically robust. Although he still couldn't move normally, small movements were no problem, and he insisted on being discharged to return to Jianhan. After thinking it over, Luo Chen agreed. There was no transfer from the Magic City to Jianhan, making the return more convenient. Here, Meng Huiran and Zhang Chanyong arranged for a car to take them to the airport. There were 7 more people returning, all former subordinates of Song Guangming. They walked through the VIP passage at the airport and boarded the plane directly. Song Guangming's 7 new brothers were stunned by the luxury of the large aircraft. One of Song Guangming's new brothers, Chen Rui, couldn't help but say in a daze, "Brother Guangming, my poverty has limited my imagination." Song Guangming laughed and said, "No ambition. In the future, follow the boss. There are still many places to broaden your horizons." Liani presented high-end red wine, and 4 foreign flight attendants performed a breathtaking dance, creating a relaxed atmosphere that lifted the spirits of the gloomy Mu Chaojun. After arriving in Jianghan, Chen Jin and Song Shuhua drove 5 Rolls-Royce Phantoms to pick them up. Luo Chen did not go home first but took Mu Chaojun directly to the hospital, insisting that he stay a few more days before being discharged. Song Guangming arranged for 2 brothers to accompany him in the hospital, while the others returned to the Haitian Hanjing villa together. On the way to the Haitian Hanjing community, Luo Chen suddenly noticed Jiang Xiuyan trembling. He turned to look at her, and she had a nervous expression, with fine beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Luo Chen couldn't help but laugh. "What are you afraid of?" Jiang Xiuyan weakly replied, "How about I go home first, and next time I'll visit your home." Luo Chen firmly grasped her hand and said stubbornly, "No way. A plain daughter-in-law must meet her in-laws. Oh, no, I mean a beautiful daughter-in-law must meet her in-laws." Jiang Xiuyan's hand was a bit cold and sweaty, all due to her nervousness. Luo Chen couldn't help but comfort her. "What are you afraid of? My parents have good temperaments, with how cute you are, my mom will like you even more." However, when he mentioned his mom, Luo Chen couldn't help but sneak a glance at Jiang Xiuyan. His mom's usual standard was that a big bottom was good for childbearing, and Jiang Xiuyan barely qualified. But regardless of whether his mom liked her or not, the daughter-in-law was definitely not to be changed. Luo Chen's mind wandered for a moment, then he leaned over and quietly asked her, Xiaoyan, can I ask you a question? What distinguishing features do you and your younger sister Shiyan have? Right now, what Luo Chen wanted to clarify the most was this, otherwise, he wouldn't even dare to make a move. The last time was just a fluke, not too intense, but if that day they kissed or something, it would be over. Luo Chen almost stumbled in shock, a birthmark. Could he really pull down her pants to check? Is there anything else? Like visible features on the face or head? Luo Chen said with a bitter face. Jiang Xiaoyan suddenly laughed, her expression mysterious. Yes, there is. Luo Chen was overjoyed and quickly whispered, then tell me, what is it? Jiang Xiaoyan quietly leaned in and said to him, I have a swirl on my head, and my sister has too. Luo Chen immediately felt deflated, his face more bitter than a bitter melon. What good is that? Am I supposed to part your hair the moment we meet to see how many swirls you have? Sitting in the passenger seat, Liani cheerfully said to Luo Chen, Boss, I think you should give Miss Jiang a ring or a bracelet or something. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen's mind suddenly cleared, and he repeatedly said, Right, Xiaoyan, tomorrow I'll take you to the jewelry store to buy an engagement ring and a bracelet. You have to wear them every day from now on. Not knowing their distinguishing marks, he decided to create one for them, so that Jiang Xiaoyan could wear the ring and bracelet. How could she not be recognized? As they spoke, the car had already arrived at the villa's gate. Once the car stopped, Jiang Xiaoyan realized they had arrived and immediately became nervous and trembled. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Luo Chen held her hand tightly and then got out of the car. The one opening the gate was Yao Shang, who also knew about Mu Cajuan's situation. With red eyes, he called out, Boss. Luo Chen nodded, leading Jiang Xiaoyan inside. Upon entering the living room, he saw his mother chatting with a young man. The young man jumped up upon seeing Luo Chen and rushed over for a hug, startling Jiang Xiaoyan, who quickly pulled her hand away from Luo Chen's grasp. Luo Chen hugged him briefly and then sized him up. You've lost some weight. The young man was his cousin, the youngest son of his uncle, and the younger brother of his cousin Luo Yong, Luo Lin. Bro, seeing you again this time is just too shocking, you're amazing. Then he turned to Jiang Xiaoyan and asked, Who is this? Luo Chen straightforwardly replied, This is your sister-in-law. He then introduced Jiang Xiaoyan, This is my uncle's son, my cousin Luo Lin. Luo Lin, with a sweet mouth, immediately called out, Sister-in-law, hello. Although Jiang Xiaoyan blushed and felt shy, she still graciously responded, hello. Luo Chen glanced at his mother, who was sitting in the center of the sofa, and then pulled Jiang Xiaoyan over, smiling, Mom, I said I would bring someone back for you to see, I keep my promises. Let me introduce her, her surname is Jiang, and her name is Xiaoyan. Isn't she beautiful? Jiang Xiaoyan quickly shyly said, Auntie, hello. Zhao Jinyu carefully examined Jiang Xiaoyan from head to toe. This girl was indeed beautiful, but her body was a bit frail, and her backside wasn't big enough. Of course, more importantly, Zhao Jinyu simply hummed and said, Sit down. Luo Chen immediately felt something was off. If it were in the past, when he brought a girl home, his mother would have been excited and bustling about. Just a few days ago, he had mentioned this, and she was eager to prepare for hosting. Why was she now cold after he brought someone back? Zhao Jinyu stood up and walked into the inner room, saying as she walked, Son, come here, I have something to say to you. Luo Chen made a comforting expression to Jiang Xiaoyan and then followed his mother inside. In the room, Zhao Jinyu closed the door and frowned as she asked Luo Chen, Son, what are you playing at? Like whoever you want, I won't oppose, but I won't allow you to have one foot in two boats. Luo Chen was baffled and said, Mom, what are you talking about? How am I having one foot in two boats? That. Zhao Jinyu irritably pointed at Luo Chen's forehead and said, That's Star Suing, I've seen the news about you too. Recently, there's been a report that she's pregnant. You can like whoever you want, but you can't harm that girl. The one you brought looks like a proper girl, don't ruin her. Mom, oh my. Luo Chen said, both amused and exasperated, That's a trick. Suing staged herself, don't worry about her. I have nothing to do with her. Besides, this one from outside is your real daughter-in-law, I promise. Seeing her mother's puzzled expression, Luo Chen couldn't help but say again, Mom, let me put it this way. Look at how wealthy I am now. If I wanted to mess around, who could stop me? But when have you ever seen me with a girl? When have you seen me bring a girl home? That's true, Zhao Jinyu pondered. Could it be that her son really had nothing to do with that big star, Suing? Logically, people tend to rise to higher places, and water flows to lower ground. That big star, Suing, was beautiful and wealthy, with a powerful family background. Her son should like her, right? Also, Mom, let me tell you, Luo Chen continued in a persuasive tone, this time when I went to the Magic City, I ran into danger because Su Ying's family wanted her to marry someone she didn't want to.
so she tried to find a scapegoat. She released so many smokescreens in the media just to use your son as a shield. The person she was supposed to marry has the surname Su, with a background just like hers, and they brought people to trouble me in the Magic City. If it weren't for Chao Jun risking his life to protect me, I would either be injured or crippled right now. Chao Jun is still lying in the hospital. Is that true? Zhao Jinyu was taken aback and asked him seriously, then, how badly is Chao Jun hurt? She had seen the few bodyguards at home, and each one was attentive and responsible for her family. Luo Chen's expression turned serious as he said, 3 ribs are broken. Zhao Jinyu was just an ordinary rural woman, and her ideal was for her family to be safe and sound after becoming wealthy. She had originally liked Suing, but after hearing her son say this, her thoughts changed. She nodded and said, son, since you like this girl, then don't get entangled with Suing anymore. We can't afford to climb that high, and we can't provoke them. Yes, we won't provoke her. With the Empress Dowager settled, Luo Chen was overjoyed and couldn't help but dance a little. Zhao Jinyu suddenly asked him, son, what does this girl you just mentioned do? Luo Chen smiled and quickly introduced, don't worry, her dad is a middle school teacher, and her mom works in a supermarket. They're very ordinary, a perfect match for our family. Zhao Jinyu rolled her eyes at him, did an idiot teach you math? I need to see if my daughter-in-law is smart. If she's like you, I'll have to worry about my grandson's brain. Zhao Jinyu was a typical rural woman, and her mindset was still rooted in rural values. Like a hen protecting her chicks, upon hearing that her son had suffered a great loss because of Suing, she no longer thought about climbing to a wealthy family. They had enough money, her son could earn enough to last 10 lifetimes, so why bother being a sycophant? Finding a modest and beautiful girl from a similar background was the way to a harmonious family. Although Suing was beautiful and came from a powerful family, she had a very strong personality. Zhao Jinyu thought that even if her son really got along with her, wouldn't he have to kneel on a washboard every day? It turned out her son had foresight, finding a beautiful girl with a humble background. However, calling her ordinary wasn't quite right, she was too beautiful. Although Zhao Jinyu's views were old-fashioned, she had no problem recognizing beauty. The girl named Jiang Shouyan was the most beautiful one she had ever seen, without exception. Ever since her son became wealthy, beautiful women had flocked to him, whether they were subordinates or friends, like Wei Lin, Luo Chenya, Song Ziqing, Liani, and the new employees at her son's company, all of whom were outstanding. But if we were to rank them, Jiang Shouyan truly stood out the most. After chatting with Zhao Jinyu for a while, Jiang Shouyan gradually felt at ease. This mother-in-law was actually very easygoing, without any airs. The more they talked, the more she felt that Zhao Jinyu was just a simple, unpretentious rural woman, without the pretentiousness she had imagined of those wealthy matriarchs. Luo Chen saw his mother chatting and laughing with Jiang Shouyan, and he felt relieved. Luo Lin noticed that he had some free time and cheerfully sat down next to him. Bro, things haven't been going well for me outside. If I had known you were doing so well, I would have come back sooner. Luo Chen responded with an oh and asked him, so what do you want to do now that you're back? Luo Lin grinned and said, bro, I see you've arranged things for both you and sister-in-law, so how about arranging something for me too? Luo Chen, intrigued, asked him, I have quite a few businesses under my name now, which industry do you want to get into? Luo Lin, unable to contain his excitement, thought for a moment and said, bro, I've inquired about your businesses. I don't want to go to the real estate department, running around construction sites every day is too hot, everyone gets tan like black cans. The trading department is too dull, and the entertainment company was good at first with stars and beauties, but now it's too small, and going there would be embarrassing. I'd rather go to Shouyin Grand Hotel, it's big and has plenty of beauties, very impressive. Luo Chen found his reasoning amusing and thought that giving him a casual office job to pass the time wouldn't be a bad idea. After considering it, he asked, it's big over there, but what position do you want? Luo Lin's face lit up as he said, bro, I heard you just got rid of the hotel's general manager, so the position is vacant. I can take that. Luo Chen nearly choked, exasperatedly saying, you want to be the general manager? Luo Lin nodded, of course. I'm your cousin, if I just become some small manager, that would be embarrassing for you. Luo Chen was speechless. He couldn't remember Luo Lin being so reckless when they were younger. How had he become so unreliable as he grew up? A general manager of a large hotel needs various skills. Although Qin Lei may not be the brightest, his abilities are unquestionable. He's a top graduate from a prestigious American hotel management school and has management experience in large hotels abroad. And what does Luo Lin have? He didn't even graduate from middle school. Letting him manage such a big hotel would be absurd. Luo Chen could imagine that within half a year, or even sooner, the hotel would be in chaos, and it would be a miracle if it didn't go bankrupt. After thinking it over, Luo Chen shook his head and said, that's not possible. I've already recruited a senior talent and promised them the position of hotel general manager. Forget about the hotel, let's do this, I'll give you 2 options. Luo Lin felt a bit disappointed but still asked, what options? 1. Luo Chen held up a finger and said, you can go to the security department as a security guard, or work in the company's driver department with Yonggu as a driver. Luo Lin didn't think twice before rejecting, I won't be a security guard or a driver, that's too embarrassing. You're such a big boss, and you want me to be a small security guard or driver? I can't do that. Luo Chen replied calmly, then there's only the second option left. I'll give you 1 million, and you can start your own business. Luo Lin pondered for a moment, that's not impossible, but it doesn't have the prestige of being a general manager in your company. If you want me to start a business, fine, but, isn't 1 million a bit too little? Look, if I start a company, I at least need to buy a luxury car worth $1 million to make a good impression, right? Plus, there's the secretary, employees, and other expenses, 1 million isn't enough. Luo Chen nodded, alright, the maximum I can give you is 5 million. Luo Lin's eyes lit up, 5 million is barely enough. Luo Chen's expression turned serious as he said earnestly, Luo Lin, I can give you this 5 million, but I need to make it clear, this 5 million isn't just for your sake. If we consider our brotherly bond, I would only give you a maximum of 100,000. The 5 million is because of your dad, my uncle, and your brother, so taking this 5 million consumes the relationship between them and me. Once you take it, it's gone, understand? Rolling was a bit stunned. What did this have to do with them? Luo Chen said again, moreover, after I give you this 5 million, if you work hard and become successful, I'll be happy for you, and you won't have to pay me back. But if you lose it, I won't give you another cent, not a penny. So, this is your only chance, you must seize it. Hearing him speak so seriously, Luo Ling paused for a moment and then laughed, bro, you're joking. With our relationship, who else would you help if not me? Luo Chen was too lazy to discuss this further, he had said what needed to be said. If Luo Ling had talent, he wouldn't mind giving him space to develop, but someone who was overly ambitious and lacked a solid foundation would never be allowed into his company. For example, Luo Yong and his sister-in-law, Zhu Yingying, both understood their positions clearly. They didn't fight for what they couldn't achieve. Luo Yong was doing well as a driver and never acted like he was above others just because he was Luo Chen's cousin. Zhu Yingying was even more diligent, attending correspondence school to improve herself, and her financial experience was on par with that of an average finance major. Willing to learn, willing to work hard, and knowing their own limits, such relatives were ones Luo Chen was happy to promote. The reason he agreed to give Luo Ling 5 million was that he knew Luo Ling would probably squander it in a month or two, but Luo Chen was still willing to give it, mainly out of respect for his uncle and cousin Luo Yang. The debt of gratitude had to be repaid, but whether Luo Ling could see clearly and grasp the opportunity was his own business. After dinner, Luo Chen seriously spoke to his uncle Luo Weidong and cousin Luo Yang. Uncle, brother Yang, this morning Luo Ling mentioned to me that he wanted me to arrange something for him. I suggested 2 options for him to choose from. One was to work as a security guard in the company's security department, and the other was to be a driver in the company, working alongside brother Yang. As soon as Luo Ling heard his matter was being brought up again, he immediately interjected, I won't do that, it's too embarrassing. Luo Chen nodded and continued, my second suggestion is that I give Luo Ling 5 million to start his own business. But I want to make it clear, this 5 million is a one-time deal. I hope Luo Ling can take it seriously and run a good business, but whether he succeeds or fails, I won't give him any more money in the future. Upon hearing this, Luo Weidong shook his head and said, that's not acceptable. How can someone who can't even find a proper job out there start a business? If you give him 5 million, he'll just squander it on eating and drinking. No way, son, that money can't be given, I don't agree. Luo Yang frowned and scolded Luo Ling, what are you messing around for? Just honestly come drive with me. If you think it's embarrassing, go earn your own money and start a business, don't ask your brother for money. Your brother has made money, but he earned it himself, who did he rely on to get it? Luo Ling's neck stiffened at this, why not? Didn't you and sister-in-law also get jobs from brother Yang? You're making over 100,000 a month, I'm also his cousin. What's wrong with getting a few million to start a company? Luo Chen immediately raised his hand to stop him, enough. I said I would give this 5 million, but Luo Ling, you need to seriously consider how to spend this money wisely. I'm serious, once you take this 5 million, I won't give you any more money. Fine. Luo Ling puffed out his chest and defiantly said to his father and brother Luo Yang, just watch how I make my fortune. Don't be so old-fashioned, see what you can dig up from those few acres of land at home. Luo Weidong was so angry he wanted to hit him, but Luo Chen shook his hand to stop him. Today was his happy day, and he didn't want to ruin it. But it seemed that his relationship with Luo Ling would probably end here.
Luo Chen had this kind of character. He would definitely repay any debts of gratitude, but he truly owed nothing to Luo Ling. So, the 5 million was just buying a brotherly bond. I can give, but you can't ask. I would willingly give you 10 million or 100 million, but if you stretch out your hand to ask, even for a penny, that's a different matter. At Luo Chen's nod, Luo Weidong and his son Luo Yong also found it difficult to get angry with Luo Lin and had to endure it. However, both Luo Yong and Zhu Yingying were very worried. The couple knew Luo Chen's character well. For his relatives, especially those he had been close to in the past, he would repay them tenfold or 100-fold. But Luo Yong and Zhu Yingying were not excessive, they were honest and diligent. Because of this, Luo Chen had already given them bonuses amounting to millions. If this continued for another 10 or 8 years, the couple could earn tens of millions, far better than engaging in some impractical entrepreneurship. Moreover, they knew they didn't have that capability. As for Luo Lin, they were clear about his lack of ability to start a company and be a boss. If he were to honestly follow Luo Yang as a driver, Luo Chen would certainly not treat him poorly. At the very least, he would receive a bonus of over $1 million a year, yet he stubbornly aimed for 5 million to start a business. Luo Yang understood very well that if Luo Lin took that 5 million, his brotherly bond with Luo Chen would be severed. Luo Chen then instructed Liani to go out and prepare a gift for him to take when he sent Jiang Xiuyan home later. Today, he had to clarify this matter at her home. The handsome son-in-law should meet his mother-in-law. The reason Luo Chen asked Liani to buy the gift instead of Song Ziqing was that Liani's perspective and experience were far beyond what Song Ziqing could compare to. At 30, she was closer in age to the mother-in-law, so her considerations would definitely be better than Song Ziqing's. Liani worked quickly, knowing Luo Chen was in a hurry, so she didn't delay much and returned after buying the gifts, which included several high-end nutritional products and 2 gifts for each person in the mother-in-law's family. As it was getting dark, Jiang Xiuyan shyly said she wanted to go back. Luo Chen smiled and stood up, saying, "All right, I'll take you back." Jiang Xiuyan was taken aback. Why was he so eager to send her home? Don't most men try to find ways to keep someone around? Luo Chen cheerfully told his mother, "Mom, I'm taking Xiuyan home." Zhao Jinyu felt a bit reluctant. Why not? She can just stay at our house for a few days. Luo Chen comforted her with a grin. She'll come again tomorrow, I'll bring her back. He then turned to Song Guangming and asked, "Guangming, is everything ready?" Song Guangming nodded. Luo Chen reached out to the shy Jiang Xiuyan and, while heading out, whispered to her, "Hurry up, or my mom will keep you here. I'm telling you, she's been eagerly waiting for a daughter-in-law." Jiang Xiuyan's face turned red, and she lowered her head, quickly following him out. The term daughter-in-law made her heart race inexplicably. In the past, she had never thought about being someone's wife, but now that sense of urgency was very apparent. Song Guangming arranged for 2 cars. He drove one with Yao Shang, sitting in the passenger seat, while Luo Chen, Jiang Xiuyan, and Liani sat in the back. The other car was driven by Zhang Jiaqing, who brought 3 brothers along. He had now stipulated that whenever the boss went out, there must be at least 6 people around him. He would not allow a repeat of the previous incident. The 2 Rolls-Royce Phantoms arrived at the entrance of Jiang Xiuyan's residential complex, instantly attracting the attention of neighbors coming and going. Jiang Xiuyan became even more bashful. Song Guangming and the others opened the trunk, each taking 2 items to carry upstairs. At the door, Jiang Xiuyan's hand trembled as she pressed the doorbell. Luo Chen smiled and asked her, "You're really strange. You tremble when you go to my house, but this is your own home. Why are you shaking? Shouldn't I be the one afraid?" Seeing that she still didn't dare to press it, Luo Chen reached out and pressed it himself, and the doorbell rang. The one who opened the door was Jiang Xiuyan. Upon seeing her sister and Luo Chen at the door, she was momentarily stunned, and behind her stood 4 or 5 people, which frightened her into calling out, "Mom, come. We have guests." As Jiang Xiuyan spoke, she opened the door, saying, please come in, quickly." Inside, Wei Fengling and Jiang Guanyuan, who were sitting on the living room sofa, stood up to welcome the unexpected guests. A few people from the Song family came in and carefully placed the gifts in the corner, then bowed to Luo Chen before heading downstairs. They arrived quickly and left just as fast. In a moment, the living room was left with only Jiang Xiuyan's family of 4 and Luo Chen. Jiang Xiuyan was a bit more generous, tugging at Jiang Xiuyan and smilingly saying to Luo Chen, "Brother-in-law, sit." "Hey, this girl is sensible." Luo Chen immediately responded with a beaming smile and sat down on the sofa, thinking he should treat his sister-in-law a bit better in the future. Wei Fengling and Jiang Guanyuan realized what was happening. One accompanied the other to quickly pour tea and prepare fruit. To be honest, both of them felt a bit nervous and worried. With such a wealthy boss interested in their daughter, they didn't know if it was a blessing or a curse. Wealthy people are often fickle, so they were concerned. Jiang Xiuyan also helped her mother a bit, knowing her mom had some questions for her since Luo Chen's visit was too sudden today. "Old Jiang, come here for a moment." Wei Fengling called her father-in-law to the kitchen. The living room was left with just Luo Chen and Jiang Shiyan. Jiang Shiyan glanced towards the kitchen and quietly asked Luo Chen, "Should I call you boss or brother-in-law?" "Brother-in-law, of course." Luo Chen blurted out, then quickly added some sweet talk, "Don't worry, brother-in-law guarantees to make you a big star, all the resources are secured, the company has decided to sign you for all the advertising endorsements of the group's projects. Normally, endorsements require selecting based on the spokesperson's fame and status, but with future financial capital being strong and not lacking money, finding a spokesperson is just a matter of Luo Chen's word, he can choose whoever he wants, regardless of their fame or status." Jiang Shiyan leaned in a bit closer, smilingly asked him quietly, "Alright, brother-in-law, do I need to be bribed to be your spy?" Luo Chen shook his head slightly at Jiang Shiyan's beautiful face, quickly composed himself and said, "Yes, yes." This sister-in-law looked too much like Jiang Xiuyan, it always felt like they were the same person. Jiang Guanyuan came out, and Luo Chen and Jiang Shiyan quickly sat up straight. Jiang Guanyuan was holding a wad of cash, and Jiang Shiyan asked, "Dad, what are you doing?" Jiang Guanyuan replied while changing his shoes, "Your mom sent me to buy some things." Luo Chen quickly said, "Then, please sit, I'll go, what do you need me to buy?" Wei Fengling came out of the kitchen and said, "You sit and rest for a while, let old Jiang go. Shiyan, keep your brother company." Little Luo. The mother-in-law almost slipped and said brother-in-law, but managed to hold it back, after all, it was his first visit. "Oh." Jiang Shiyan turned back and smiled, asking Luo Chen, "If you want to bribe me, what benefits will I get?" Luo Chen was taken aback, pointing to the gifts in the corner and saying, "I got you. A gift." Jiang Shiyan thought for a moment and then shook her head, "Gifts won't do, I want you to promise me one thing." "What is it?" Luo Chen pondered, wondering if she wanted faster and more promotional resources. Jiang Shiyan put away her smile and said seriously, "You must not hurt my sister's feelings in the future." Luo Chen was taken aback, not expecting her to say such a thing. Jiang Shiyan then added, "My sister is truly a good woman." To this, Luo Chen strongly agreed, nodding heavily, "Of course she is a good woman, otherwise, how could I like her?" He didn't even think about what kind of vision boss Luo had, of course, he had misjudged Zhu Hongyan in the past. Jiang Xiuyan was not only beautiful, when Luo Chen first met her, he was indeed stunned by her looks, but later on the high-speed train, he was moved by her. At least she had a kind heart. Later, when they were in Korea, facing such a perilous situation, she was willing to put herself in danger to save her sister. How many people could do that? In the kitchen, Jiang Xiuyan came out and said to Luo Chen, "You can watch TV, my dad hasn't taken his phone and still needs to buy some condiments. I'll be out for a while." Luo Chen quickly stood up and followed her. "I'll go with you." This time, Jiang Xiuyan didn't object and agreed to him. Behind them, Jiang Shiyan wanted to follow too, but her mother was waving at her from the kitchen door. After Jiang Xiuyan and Luo Chen left, her mother reached out and poked her on the head. "What are you doing with your eyes? Are you going to be a light bulb for your sister?" Downstairs, Luo Chen reached out to take Jiang Xiuyan's hand. She flinched slightly, but it wasn't firm or obvious, and he caught her, holding it tightly. The sky had completely darkened, and Song Guangming and Zhang Jiaqing were watching, while the other four were playing cards in the car. "The boss is out," Song Guangming said quietly, and everyone stopped. Zhang Jiaqing and Yao Shan got out of the car to follow Luo Chen and Jiang Xiuyan. The streetlights in the community weren't very bright, and Luo Chen looked at Jiang Xiuyan's face, which seemed a bit blurry, giving off a hazy beauty. At that moment, Luo Chen even felt like he could hold her hand and walk for a lifetime. However, this moment was interrupted by two drunken men who staggered over, one of them waving a bank card and cursing, "Damn it, I try to withdraw money and it always says insufficient balance. What the hell is this bank for?" The other one said, "Exactly, when the doors open tomorrow, let's go find the bank manager and have a chat." "Damn it, no money to open a bank." When the man with the bank card caught sight of Jiang Xiuyan, he immediately became interested. "Wow, this girl looks really cute, let me play with her." Before he could finish, Zhang Jia shot up like lightning, grabbed him, and threw him into the nearby stinking ditch. The two of them fell into a heap, and the ditch immediately echoed with shouts and curses. "Ouch. Gurgle. It stinks." Luo Chen quickly pulled Jiang Xiuyan past, saying as they walked, "Tomorrow we need to move you to a new place, let's go to Haitian Hanjing. The security there is good, and it's close to our home, very convenient for coming and going." "Oh," Jiang Xiuyan replied softly. If it were before, she wouldn't have agreed. She didn't like being pointed at and accused of being greedy. But now she felt Luo Chen's genuine concern and love for her. Given Luo Chen's status in such a large business, she should consider him too. If anything happened to her, it would affect him. They hadn't even reached the supermarket at the entrance of the community when they ran into old Jiang, who was hurrying back with a bag of steamed buns in one hand. "Dad," Jiang Xiuyan called out. Jiang Guangyuan looked up in surprise. "What are you two doing here?" Luo Chen quickly helped him carry one of the heavy plastic bags filled with groceries. Jiang Xiuyan pointed to the supermarket and said, "Mom forgot to tell you about some things, and you didn't bring your phone, so I came." "Wait for me, I'll buy them and go back with you." Jiang Guangyuan watched his daughter enter the supermarket, then turned to look at Luo Chen. The two exchanged glances, feeling a bit awkward. "Do you smoke?" Old Jiang suddenly asked him. "No," Luo Chen replied. Old Jiang nodded. "Good, smoking is bad. You'll get lung cancer." "Do you drink?" "No," Luo Chen answered again. Based on the previous response, the expected reply would be drinking is bad, you'll get liver cancer. Who knew old Jiang would say, "What man doesn't drink? Come on, have a couple of drinks with me. If Shodian's mom asks, just say you wanted to drink, and I'll cover for you." So he was just craving alcohol. Luo Chen hesitated for a moment, seeing old Jiang glaring at him, and quickly nodded in agreement. "Okay." Zhang Jiaqing immediately laughed awkwardly, scratching his head, feeling a bit lost. In his view, when men and women talk about love, they should just propose directly and pick a date to take the girl home. On the way back, the two drunken men still hadn't crawled out of the stinking ditch, sitting inside and chatting. "Old Can, did you see clearly? That girl just now was really cute." If old Jiang and Jiang Xiuyan weren't there, Luo Chen would definitely have urinated on their heads. After returning home with old Jiang present, Jiang Xiuyan found it difficult to say anything. Everyone faced the awkwardness together, just waiting for the food to be prepared in the kitchen. Half an hour later, it was finally ready. The two sisters brought out the dishes one after another and set them on the small dining table. Wei Fingling's cooking skills were quite good, filling the table with a large spread. Jiang Xiuyan grabbed some orange juice, but old Jiang pulled out a bottle of erguotu. Seeing Wei Fengling glance at him, old Jiang quickly pointed at Luo Chen and said, Little Luo wants to drink. I have to keep him company, right?" Luo Chen quickly nodded. "A little is fine, as long as I don't drink too much." He had to bear the brunt of his father-in-law's expectations. Since Luo Chen spoke up, Wei Fengling finally didn't take her anger out on old Jiang. Jiang Xiuyan quietly explained to Luo Chen, "My dad has high blood pressure, and the doctor said he should avoid alcohol." Old Jiang mumbled, "A little is fine." Luo Chen smiled in agreement. "A little is fine, a little is fine." Old Jiang was satisfied, took 2 glass cups, and filled them generously, then added a bit more after thinking. Then Wei Fengling, Jiang Xiuyan, and Jiang Shiyan all sat down at the dining table. Old Jiang first dipped his chopsticks in the liquor and then in the dishes, saying, "Today we have guests, let Grandpa and Grandma Xiuyan taste it." Luo Chen understood this custom. During festivals or special occasions, one must pay respects to ancestors before eating. After paying respects, old Jiang pointed at the table of dishes and said to Luo Chen, "Eat, eat." Luo Chen quickly raised his glass and stood up, seriously saying to old Jiang and Wei Fengling, "Uncle, Auntie, taking this opportunity today, I want to discuss something with you. I want to settle down with Xiuyan and find an auspicious day to marry her. Please give your blessing." Jiang Xiuyan didn't expect Luo Chen to be so straightforward, and her face instantly turned crimson as she lowered her head in silence. Old Jiang glanced at Wei Fengling, then at his daughter, and seeing her expression, he knew she was as sweet as honey inside. As a father, how could he not support his daughter? Without a second thought, old Jiang raised his glass and said, as the saying goes, drinking reveals character, those who drink happily are good brothers. "Oh, wait." As he spoke, old Jiang took a big gulp, exclaiming, "Ah," with a look of satisfaction on his face. Since the father-in-law had said so, Luo Chen certainly couldn't back down. He also took a few gulps and finished the glass in one go. Old Jiang was taken aback. Oh, this son-in-law can drink, he would have a companion in the future. This glass of liquor was about 3 taels, and Luo Chen had no tolerance for alcohol. This erguotu was particularly strong, burning as it went down, but to win favor in front of his father-in-law, he downed it in one go. As the liquor hit his stomach, it felt like a fire igniting within him. Luo Chen said to Wei Fengling, "Auntie, please agree." But as soon as he finished speaking, with a thud, his forehead hit the edge of the table, and he collapsed under the table, unconscious. Old Jiang was dumbfounded. Is this his drinking capacity? Jiang Xiuyan was startled and quickly ran over to help. A drunk person is particularly heavy, and she couldn't lift him alone. Jiang Shiyan came over to assist, and together they managed to get him up. Luo Chen was still mumbling, "Don't stop me, I still want to drink with old Jiang." "Xiuyan, don't tell your mom. Your mom said, old Jiang wants to drink, I have to keep him company." Old Zhang's expression changed instantly. The son-in-law. When drunk, he would sell him out. Wei Fengling glared at old Zhang with a stern face. Look at the good thing you've done. He can't drink, and you forced him to. Now look, he hasn't even eaten and he's out cold. All this food I prepared was for nothing. Old Zhang didn't dare to retort, awkwardly saying, I didn't know he had no tolerance for alcohol. Dear, I promise I won't do it again. Jiang Xiuyan and Jiang Shiyan supported Luo Chen on either side as they took him to Jiang Xiuyan's room, throwing him onto the bed. Who would have thought that Luo Chen would cling to Jiang Shiyan, mumbling, Xiuyan, I won't let go. I won't let you go. Jiang Xiuyan quickly reached out her hand to stuff it into his, saying, I'm here, I'm right here. After much effort, she finally pried her sister's hand free, allowing him to hold her hand instead. Only then did Luo Chen quiet down and fall into a deep sleep, yet he held onto Jiang Xiuyan's hand tightly without letting go. Jiang Shiyan teased her sister, he won't even let go of your hand, sis, you might as well sit here all night. She added a couple more sentences, I'll go get some hot water, you can wipe his face. In the dining room, Wei Fengling was still fuming, while old Zhang awkwardly refrained from drinking, regretting not having had a bit more earlier. Jiang Shiyan came out to report to her parents, he's drunk, completely out of it, but he just won't let go of my sister's hand. Wei Fengling shot a fierce glare at old Jiang before sighing, this son-in-law seems to have a good character, no airs about him, but he's just too rich. People say that wealthy men turn bad, sigh. Jiang Shiyan defended Luo Chen, Mom, that's not a fair view. Not all rich people turn bad. I've heard a lot of good things about him at the company. There are at least 70 or 80 beautiful women there, all stunning, but he's never shown any interest in any of them. Not even a word. Don't believe those rumors, you haven't seen it with your own eyes. Wei Fengling sighed again, glancing at Jiang Xiuyan's room, and lamented, actually, it doesn't matter whether I worry or not. Look at your sister, her heart is already with someone else. Sigh, when daughters grow up, they belong to others. Your dad and I can't rely on anyone. Jiang Shiyan initially wanted to say she could rely on her, but suddenly felt a wave of emotionlessness, pouting and sulking. Old Jiang looked at the half glass of wine in front of him and cautiously said to Wei Fengling, Dear, this wine has already been poured out, we can't waste it. Wei Fengling raised an eyebrow, drink, drink, drink. Just drink yourself to death. Anyway, both girls are getting married, if you drink yourself to death, I'll just find an old man to live with. I'm not drinking anymore. Old Jiang pushed the glass away and immediately promised, I'm quitting. From now on, if anyone offers me a drink, I'll get angry with them. When they came out, their parents and sister were gathered as if in a meeting, and their mother called out to her, Xiuyan, come, sit down. After Wei Fengling waited for her to sit, she asked, Xiuyan, about this matter. Your dad and I want to hear your opinion. No matter what others say or think, Mom supports you. I hope you're not forcing yourself, and also, Mom. Before she could finish, Jiang Xiuyan interrupted, saying, Mom, I know you and Dad care about me, but I want to make it clear that I'm not forcing myself, nor is there any coercion. I like him, not because he's rich, but because he wholeheartedly cares for me. He would risk his life for me, he would give up everything for me, so I truly love him. Besides, considering how much our family owes him, can we ever repay that? So, for both emotional and rational reasons, I want him, and I can only choose him. I love him, and I believe in everything about him. I don't care about those messy rumors, I just believe in his sincerity towards me. Old Jiang nodded and spoke up, I support our girl. I think Luo Chen is a good kid. A person's drinking habits reflect their character. You see, he clearly can't drink, but when I made him drink, what happened? He downed it in one go. Just for that, I think he's a man who takes responsibility. And he leaned closer to Wei Fengling, Dear, don't you think he treats our girl especially well? Let me sort this out for you. You see, this kid, in order to pursue our girl, first bought your supermarket, letting you indulge in being the vice president for a while. I thought it was some boss who had taken a liking to you, but it turns out it's our son-in-law. Secondly, he spent 130 billion to buy the original Newport Square. TSK, even I, as the old man, have to admire his willingness to spend money to woo girls. The other day, I went to take a look, and good heavens, the new investment is 323 billion, with the best and most luxurious being the Xiuyan 7-star hotel. You tell me, if he were a playboy, would he really spend thousands of billions to please our girl? Also, in this situation in Korea, if it weren't for this son-in-law going over, could our girl have gotten away? Who knows, we might have ended up throwing our old bones over there, a broken family. When Xiao Luo heard this news, what did he do? Without a second thought, he rushed over, found someone to resolve it in minutes, paid over 10 million in breach of contract fees for 6 girls, and then did he use that to threaten our girl? No, right? He just came back without saying a word. I'm sure of it, even if our girl really doesn't agree to him, he wouldn't do anything to our family. So, this is about demeanor and character. What's wrong with having money? Isn't it better to have money? We don't seek wealth from others, but having money is a good thing. It's like adding flowers to the brocade. Who in this world can live without money? After all, being a teacher, old Zhang's comments were reasonable and logical, and Wei Fengling nodded seriously. Then she turned her head to look at the unhappy Shiyan and asked, Shiyan, what do you think? Zhang Shiyan pouted and said, what can I say? My brother-in-law is great, someone you can't even find with a lantern, treats my sister well, is willing to spend on everything, and is super rich. Looking at my sister's starting point, which man can I still look up to in the future? The three of them were instantly stunned by Zhang Shiyan's words. Zhang Shiyan then added, forget it, I'll just earn money to support myself in the future, no marrying a scummy man. Old Zhang couldn't help but get angry. What nonsense are you talking about? However, Zhang Shiyan felt a tremor in her heart. Her sister had met Luochen so many times, could it be that she had developed feelings for him? What woman wouldn't like such an outstanding man as Luochen? But as soon as Zhang Shiyan thought of this, she couldn't help but recall the scene of their first meeting in Chuan City Auto City, thinking he was a pervert, and the second time at the high-speed train station, thinking he was infatuated with her and followed her to Jianghan. Just thinking about it made her a bit blush, and then she remembered the hotel manager's revenge against her. Every time she thought of that incident, she couldn't help but cry. The situation in Korea was moving. After all this, could she still like another man? For her sister, Zhang Shiyan would give her life. She loved her sister dearly, but she just couldn't let go of love. Sigh, with her sister like that, she was probably already smitten. It's giving me a headache. Old Zhang glanced at the gift box in the corner and said, let's see what the son-in-law sent to the old man. He went over and brought the gifts over, opening them one by one. There was a set of men's Armani suits, that was for him, and the belt was Hermes, all luxury items. A set of Ichua women's clothing, looking elegant and fashionable, that was for Wei Fengling. Another youthful and vibrant dress, also from Ichua, was for Zhang Shiyan. She actually received the most gifts, along with an Apple laptop and a mobile phone. This was because Li Annie had seen Zhang Shiyan at the company. Her phone was still an old one with a broken screen. In fact, all 6 girls were quite strapped for cash, their family conditions weren't great, and they had no income. Li Annie was attentive and noticed these details, so she was considerate, and Zhang Shiyan's family was thorough. Zhang Shiyan's gifts weren't as many, just a ring and a necklace, but just looking at the sparkling diamonds, one could tell they weren't cheap. Zhang Shiyan put the diamond ring on her finger to try it on. It fit quite well. She then put on the necklace and asked Zhang Shiyan, sister, does it look good? It looks good. The two sisters looked alike, and their heights were similar. When she wore it, it was just like Zhang Shiyan wearing it in front of a mirror. Naturally, they both looked equally beautiful. While looking at the ring on her hand, Zhang Shiyan said, sister, can I wear it for a day? Zhang Shiyan casually replied, you can wear it for as many days as you want. That night, the Zhang family was destined to have a sleepless night. Old Zhang and Wei Fengling chatted endlessly, while Zhang Shiyan and her sister slept in the same bed, yet the two sisters didn't say a word, their backs turned to each other, unable to sleep. Only Luochen slept soundly, unaware of the world around him. When dawn broke, a ray of sunlight seeped through the curtain and fell on Luochen's face. He rubbed his eyes, feeling a terrible headache, sat up and massaged his forehead, his mind blank, unable to recall how he ended up in bed. He glanced around the room, which was clean and cozy, with a faint fragrance in the air. On the desk in front of him were 2 small photo frames. One frame held a family portrait of 4, with old Zhang and Wei Fengling sitting in front, and Zhang Shiyan and Zhang Shiyan on either side, one with an arm around their mother's shoulder and the other around their father's, both smiling like 2 blooming flowers. The other frame contained a picture of the 2 sisters, dressed in identical outfits, their hair styled the same way. They looked beautiful, but it was impossible to tell which was which. Upon seeing this, Luochen felt an inexplicable headache. He couldn't tell if it was Shiyan or Shiyan who was smiling brightly as she walked over, then showed him the diamond ring on her hand and the necklace around her neck, asking, these are the gifts you gave me, the ring and the necklace. Do they look good? Oh, so it was Shiyan. This was the gift he had asked Li Annie to buy, intending for Zhang Shiyan to wear it every day so he wouldn't mistake her for someone else again. Just thinking of Zhang Shiyan made Luochen's heart warm. He said they look good, and then pulled her over and gave her a quick kiss on the cheek. Now you won't be mistaken anymore, right? Luochen said proudly, Shiyan, I can't wait to take you home as my wife. Who would have thought the person in his arms blushed and murmured, I'm Shiyan. Luochen was taken aback and then laughed, don't try to fool me again. I gave you the ring and necklace just so I could recognize you.
I told my sister to let me wear them for a few days. Luo Chen was stunned, thinking, no way? Startled, he quickly let her go, and she stared at him, covering the spot on her face where he had kissed her. At that moment, the door opened again, and Jiang Xiuyan walked in, asking with concern, you didn't eat anything last night and got drunk. You must be very hungry now, right? Mom made porridge and fish soup. Hurry up and wash up to eat. Luo Chen thought to himself, oh no. Seeing her speak with such concern and tenderness, he knew it was Jiang Xiuyan. Jiang Xiuyan wasn't as gentle. Damn it, he was paying attention but made a mistake again. Jiang Xiuyan lightly tapped her sister on the head and said, you've been quiet for a while, why aren't you calling him? Luo Chen glanced at Jiang Xiuyan, feeling a bit guilty, but fortunately, she just blushed and didn't say anything as she left. In the bathroom, Jiang Xiuyan brought him a new towel and toothbrush. By the time he finished washing his face and brushing his teeth, breakfast was already set on the dining table. Besides the porridge, the rest of the breakfast consisted of light dishes, perfect for Luo Chen's stomach after drinking. No one mentioned the embarrassing incident from the night before. After finishing breakfast, Luo Chen said to old Jiang, Uncle, if you and Auntie have nothing planned, I would like to invite you both to go out for a bit. Old Jiang was surprised. Go out? For a trip? Luo Chen paused for a moment before quickly shaking his head. No, just to stroll around Jianghan City. Of course, if Uncle and Auntie want to travel, anywhere is fine. Old Jiang noticed that Luo Chen seemed secretive and didn't want to reveal much. He guessed that Luo Chen probably wanted to invite their family out for some fun or a meal. Since it was his kind intention, he decided not to pry further and nodded in agreement. After breakfast, once they had tidied up, the family headed out. Luo Chen, with a smile, went to deliver some sweet talk to his sister-in-law, Xiuyan. How about I get you a car? It would be convenient for you to go to the company. Jiang Xiuyan glanced at him, knowing he was worried she might spill some embarrassing stories, and raised her chin, saying, sure. Hearing her straightforward agreement, Luo Chen felt relieved and immediately called Lu Feibai to have a car sent over. Lu Feibai asked, who is it for? Luo Chen simply replied, sister-in-law, and hung up. As soon as they came downstairs, Song Guangming and the others rushed over to greet them. Wei Fengling exclaimed in surprise, they spent the whole night in the car? Why didn't you say anything earlier? I could have made you some food. Song Guangming quickly replied, no need, it's very convenient now. You can order food anytime on your phone, we won't go hungry, and the car is quite comfortable. He then called everyone to squeeze into another car. He drove this vehicle to accommodate Luo Chen and 5 others. If he had arranged it earlier, he could have sent over a couple more cars, but this one, which could fit 6 people, wasn't too cramped as it was quite spacious. On the way, Luo Chen sent a message to Chen Jin, asking him to have Ma Tang, the owner of Haitian Hanjing, select another villa next to the one they were visiting. Upon arrival, Ma Tang was already waiting at the entrance of the villa with a female sales representative, smiling as they welcomed them inside. Old Jiang and Wei Fengling entered the villa with some confusion. Although this villa was far smaller than Luo Chen's, it was still sizable, covering an area of 280 square meters, with a total of 550 square meters over 3 floors, plus a 1200 square meter private garden. The villa was also furnished to a high standard, with all the necessary furniture and appliances ready for immediate move-in. Ma Tang seized the opportunity to quietly say to Luo Chen, Mr. Luo, I can arrange a round figure for this house, no decimals, 50 million flat, how about that? Luo Chen nodded. Thank you, Mr. Ma. I'll have my assistant notify the finance department to transfer the payment to you. No problem. Ma Tang was genuinely impressed with Luo Chen, who never hesitated to pay in full without asking for delays, making dealings with him very pleasant. Old Jiang and Wei Fengling toured the villa with the female sales representative, and afterward, he quietly asked Luo Chen, why did you bring us to see a house? I thought we were going out to eat. Luo Chen smiled and asked, Uncle, Auntie, what do you think of this house? Old Jiang nodded first, not bad, luxurious, and spacious. I think it's a good idea for you to buy this house for your wedding. Luo Chen shook his head with a smile, it's not for us to live in. I want you and your family to move here. What? Both of them were taken aback, thinking of various reasons, but never considering that Luo Chen was gifting them a house. Luo Chen pulled Jiang Xiuyan over and said, Uncle, Auntie, last night when Xiuyan and I went out shopping, we encountered 2 drunk people. I felt that the security in that neighborhood wasn't very good, at least the property management was incompetent, so I plan to have you move here. The property management here is absolutely top-notch. Only then did old Jiang and Wei Fengling understand that Luo Chen's intention in bringing them out was this. Well, old Jiang turned to look at Wei Fengling, who was also pondering. Their relationship with Xiuyan hadn't been officially established yet, and with him giving gifts and a house, it felt a bit inappropriate.
Luo Chen gently tugged at Jiang Xiuyan's hand. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Xiuyan finally spoke up. Mom, Dad, he really means it. Let's move here. At this moment, Jiang Xiuyan lent a helping hand. Mom, moving over is good too. Isn't it said that a son-in-law is like half a son? You've given your daughter, whom you've raised for over 20 years, to him for nothing. It's only right that he takes care of you in your old age. Besides, I'm about to debut in a few months, and I'll be a star too. It's quite inconvenient to live in our old place. Yes, Xiuyan will definitely be a star. We have enough resources lined up. Luo Chen thought that his plan to win over his sister-in-law was working well. The moment Lu Feibai saw the Jiang sisters, he was stunned and couldn't help but ask Luo Chen, Brother Yang, which one is the younger sister and which one is the sister-in-law? Although he was older than Luo Chen, he instinctively referred to him as brother. Luo Chen handed the car keys to Jiang Xiuyan and said, Xiuyan, try it out and see if you like it. If you don't, let him change it right away. Lu Feibai quickly added, yes, if you don't like it, change it immediately. There are all kinds of cars. I heard it was Xiuyan who wanted a car, so I took the liberty to pick one for you. See if you like it. Lu Feibai was very enthusiastic, sitting in the passenger seat to explain the car's performance to Jiang Xiuyan, and they drove around the community. Lu Feibai took the opportunity to ask her, so, Xiuyan doesn't have a boyfriend, right? Jiang Xiuyan directly refused. You don't need to think about it. There's no possibility between us. You're not my type. Lu Feibai wasn't discouraged and smiled. Who can say for sure about matters of the heart? As the saying goes, feelings grow over time. If you spend more time with me, you'll see that I have many good qualities. Look at me, I'm humorous, I'm reasonably well off, and I'm not bad looking. You might want to consider it. Jiang Xiuyan parked the car, looked at the villa ahead, and said slowly, how should I consider it? I like Luo Chen. Lu Feibai was taken aback, and after a while, he shook his head and said, Sister Xiuyan, just pretend I never said anything. Being related to Luo Chen was something he desired, but competing with Luo Chen for a woman was something Lu Feibai would never do, even if he were foolish. After returning to the villa, Luo Chen and Jiang Xiuyan stood side by side. Luo Chen smiled and asked her, are you satisfied with this car? If not, we can change it. It's okay. Jiang Xiuyan glanced at him and suddenly asked, why did you give me a car but not my sister? Luo Chen chuckled, I arranged a driver for her, it's safer that way. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiuyan felt deflated. After all, her sister was still the more prestigious one. She was so frustrated that she wanted to throw the car keys away. Since they were satisfied with the house, Luo Chen didn't hesitate any longer and immediately asked Yao Sheng to contact a moving company to arrange for the move. Although it was only a few hundred meters from his own home, Luo Chen still didn't intend to bring them over right away. He wanted to make it a bit more formal and planned to gather both families together on a chosen day to settle things with Jiang Xiuyan. While pondering this, his phone rang, and upon answering, he heard Luo Lin's voice, Brother, the company is preparing to register, can you transfer the money to me? Luo Chen readily agreed, sure, give me your account number, and I'll have my sister-in-law transfer the money. After hanging up, Luo Chen thought for a moment and called Zhu Yingying, sister-in-law, I'll send you Luo Lin's account number shortly, please transfer 5 million to him. Zhu Yingying didn't think twice and advised him, little brother-in-law, I think. You can't give him this 5 million. Everyone knows he won't use this money for anything good, and once it's spent, he might come back to ask you for more. Luo Chen replied, sister-in-law, just transfer the money. I know, with Luo Lin's current mindset, consider it a lesson for him with this 5 million. After being wealthy, he will fall back to the bottom. If he doesn't experience hardship and doesn't let those so-called friends give him a reality check, he will never rise in this lifetime. You don't need to worry, I've said it before, this 5 million is a one-time deal. I won't give him another cent in the future. Zhu Yingying sighed in agreement, still feeling quite angry, resenting her brother-in-law Luo Lin for not being ambitious. Couldn't he just work honestly and diligently? Even if he worked as a driver like his brother Luo Yong, it would be better. Luo Chen had not treated her and Luo Yong poorly, although the salary wasn't much, the bonuses added up to over $1 million a month, not worse than those who own businesses. To be honest, starting a company, doing business, and being a boss may seem glamorous, but in reality, they all have their struggles, full of pressure, just a facade of success. Luo Chen stayed the entire afternoon, watching as the moving company helped Jiang Xiuyan's family relocate. The professional movers worked quickly, and with the help of Song Guangming and 7 or 8 bodyguards, everything ended safely and smoothly. After paying the moving company, Jiang Xiuyan looked at the tired Song Guangming and the others who had helped all afternoon, then said to her sister, Xiuyan, go buy some drinks and mineral water. Jiang Xiuyan replied with an oh, but after taking a few steps, she turned back to Luo Chen and said, "Why don't you come with me? I'm afraid I can't carry it all by myself." Luo Chen initially didn't want to agree, but Jiang Xiuyan had already nodded and said, "Okay," so he had no choice but to follow her out. After starting the car, Jiang Xiuyan called out to Luo Chen, "What are you waiting for?" Luo Chen smiled wryly as he got into the car from the other side and silently fastened his seatbelt. Jiang Xiuyan suddenly accelerated, and Luo Chen quickly reached for the armrest, urging her, drive slowly, drive slowly." After making a turn, Jiang Xiuyan suddenly stopped the car and leaned over the steering wheel, crying. Luo Chen was taken aback. What was going on? It seemed he hadn't said or done anything, right? Was it because of what happened in the morning? This was a new car, with nothing inside, and Luo Chen didn't know how to comfort her. After a moment of silence, he said, "Xiuyan, what's wrong? If it's about this morning, then I apologize, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it, really didn't mean it." Jiang Xiuyan continued to sob, and after a while, she raised her tearful eyes to Luo Chen and choked out, "I'm not blaming you, I just hate myself. I like you, but I don't want to hurt my sister." Luo Chen felt awkward immediately, deciding not to say anything. Comforting her felt wrong, and not comforting her felt wrong too. He didn't want to make a principled mistake. Jiang Xiuyan cried for a while longer, then wiped her tears, sat up straight, and resumed driving. Luo Chen was surprised to see her seemingly healed in an instant. Jiang Xiuyan said while driving, "Just pretend I never said anything, consider this my lifelong secret." Hearing her say that, Luo Chen felt a long sigh of relief in his heart. This girl really didn't want to hurt her sister, but he didn't want to hurt Xiuyan either. After crying, Jiang Xiuyan seemed like a different person, going to the community supermarket to buy a large bag of mineral water and drinks, which Luo Chen carried into the car. When they returned to the villa, a sky blue Porsche 911 zoomed past them. Luo Chen got out and glanced at the bag. The Porsche 911 stopped, then reversed back. In the convertible seat, a young man took off his sunglasses and called out to him, "Bro, how's my car?" It turned out to be Luo Lin. At noon, he had his sister-in-law Zhu Ying transfer 5 million to him, and just a few hours later, he went to pick up a Porsche 911 worth over $1 million. Luo Lin covered his face for a moment, then glanced at Jiang Xiuyan and looked at her car. It was obvious that Jiang Xiuyan's car was high-end. "Bro, how much is your sister-in-law's car?" Luo Lin asked. Lu Feibai hadn't told Luo Chen the price, so Luo Chen didn't know, but he had bought a similar car from Wei Chang when he was in Xuan City, just a different color, so he mentioned the price of that car. "I think it was over 6 million after tax." "Damn, over 6 million? Luo Lin jumped up in surprise and quickly got out of the car to look at Jiang Xiuyan's vehicle. Luo Chen knew he was mistaking Jiang Xiuyan for Jiang Xiuyan and didn't bother to explain. Instead, he decided to provoke him a bit. "This car is a Ferrari 812. The net price is over 5 million. Since you like supercars so much, you should work hard and earn more money. Once you get rich, you can buy one." Luo Lin chuckled. "Aren't you my big boss brother? Why should I suffer? Look at you, giving a woman a car worth over 6 million, but only 5 million to your brother. Fine, I'll take this car back and exchange it for a Ferrari. If I drive my sister-in-law's car, it'll look good. When others ask, I can say my brother is the richest man in Jianghan, Luo Chen, and driving a nice car means you have face too." Luo Chen chuckled. "Luo Lin, I'm your cousin, not your parents. Even if I were your parents, now that you're an adult, you need to learn to support yourself. Don't just reach out for money from your parents. I already told you the conditions before giving you the 5 million. Once I give you this money, our brotherly bond has turned into a financial transaction, do you understand?" Luo Lin was taken aback, then smiled and asked, "Bro, what are you saying? Don't hurt feelings." "Alright, I won't exchange for a Ferrari, Porsche is fine." He then drove off to Luo Chen's villa where his brother and sister-in-law were. He felt uncomfortable not showing off his luxury car. Unfortunately, this wasn't Chuan City, his group of friends wasn't around, and there were no buddies in Jianghan. He planned to quickly call Lao Bao and the others to bring them over to Jianghan. With brothers around, he could relax. With money, people, and cars, he could start some high-end business, and life would soon reach its peak. Although Jiang Xiuyan was infatuated with Luo Chen, she wasn't naive and didn't have a good impression of Luo Lin, but she wouldn't speak ill of him in front of Luo Chen. However, Luo Lin's 2 calls of sister-in-law did lift her spirits quite a bit, even though she knew he wasn't calling her. Women are just that easily satisfied. Luo Chen carried a large bag, while Jiang Xiuyan had a small one, and the two entered the villa's living room. When Song Guangming and the others saw the boss personally bringing things back, they quickly stepped forward to take them, not waiting for the boss to hand them out one by one. Wei Fengling then said to Jiang Xiuyan, "Xiuyan, let's go to the supermarket and buy some more groceries. Everyone is tired. Let's make a simple meal." Song Guangming quickly shook his head. No, we're not hungry, just a glass of water will do. Luo Chen also quickly explained, Auntie, really, no need. I was going to treat everyone to a meal, but I have to work tonight, so I can't go. Wei Fengling had never heard Luo Chen say he had to work before, and now that he mentioned it, she felt it was inappropriate to insist further. If he said he had to work, it must be something important. In fact, it was true. That night, Luo Chen's income from domestic and international accounts exceeded $12 billion. What kind of meal could be worth that much? Wei Fengling went to the kitchen to wash some fruit that Shiyan had just bought, sliced it, and brought it out. Luo Chen took out his phone to browse, and after opening it, he saw the bank account number that Luo Lin had sent him. Just as he was about to delete it, a series of images suddenly flashed through his mind, all of them featuring Luo Lin, appearing as if fast-forwarded. Luo Chen was taken aback and shouted stop in his mind, and the images froze, just like pressing the pause button on a video. What was going on? Could it be that predictive ability again? Pondering this, Luo Chen commanded the images to play again, but at normal speed. Sure enough, the images began to play in his mind at a normal pace. If he thought to fast-forward or rewind, the images would follow his mental commands. The scene was of Luo Lin driving that Porsche 911 to their home, showing off to his brother Luo Yang and sister-in-law Zhu Yingying, bragging about the car's performance and how many women turned their heads when he drove by. Then came Uncle Luo Weidong, scolding him, how can you be so useless? You have to ask Luo Chen for money, and you want 5 million? How did our family end up with someone like you, shameless? Do you think Luo Chen owes you? You took the money without doing anything worthwhile, and just like that, you bought a car worth over $1 million. No one can waste money like you. I'll tell you this, if you run out of that 5 million, don't even think about coming back to Luo Chen. If you dare, I'll break your legs. Damn it! Luo Lin stood up, not wanting to stay any longer. The old man didn't understand the situation. He might as well go to a hotel and book a room. Driving that car, picking up girls shouldn't be a problem, and good days would come. Tomorrow, when old Bao and his gang arrive, they would set up the company, find some good projects, and then show his father what he could do, unlike his brother who was just a driver with no face and no future. However, cousin Luo Chen was indeed a bit inconsiderate, casually giving a woman a car worth over 6 million. As the saying goes, women are like clothes, brothers are like limbs. With his hundreds of billions in family assets, what was the big deal in giving a few tens of millions or even 100 million to a brother? Luo Chen found it both amusing and infuriating, but he didn't care. After all, he was just buying brotherly affection with 5 million. If Luo Lin didn't cherish it, that was his problem. Then he fast-forwarded again, watching Luo Lin's future unfold, going out to nightclubs, partying at hotels, and the next morning, his group of friends from Chuan City would arrive, followed by another round of feasting. Luo Lin was very generous, not renting a house but booking a room for each person in a 5-star hotel for a long stay. His friends flattered him while suggesting various business ideas, none of which were reliable. To put it bluntly, Luo Lin considered these people as brothers, but they saw him as a cash cow, draining his money. These images continued until the end of the 24-hour mark. Luo Chen finally understood that his predictive ability was not just about numbers, he could also foresee the future situation of the account holder for the next 24 hours. This ability was quite impressive. Luo Chen wondered what else he could extend this to, like other accounts, passes, stock accounts, website accounts, etc. It would be best to test them all and see what effects this ability had. He hadn't tested this ability since he bought lottery tickets and played stocks. After the transaction, he went home to sleep, waking up at noon the next day. Liani and Zhao Jinyu brought him breakfast together. Son, Zhao Jinyu said, sitting at the dining table and watching him eat, I heard you transferred 5 million to Luo Lin yesterday? I did, Luo Chen replied. Zhao Jinyu frowned and said, your uncle and Luo Yong both said not to give him money. Luo Lin is not serious, he'll just waste it. Yesterday, he drove a luxury car that costs over $1 million, saying he was about to make a lot of money. I think he's completely unreliable. Of course I know he's unreliable. Rochen was drinking porridge and said, Mom, you see, Uncle and Brother Yong have always treated us well and taken care of us, so if Luo Lin needs money, I should give him some. Of course, whether he makes something of himself is his own business. We owe a debt of gratitude, and this 5 million means nothing to me, but it's different for Luo Lin. This 5 million is our way of repaying him. Zhao Jinyu, upon hearing this, had no objections but added, I agree with your way of thinking, but I'm just worried. Rochen smiled and said, Mom, you don't need to worry. I know if Luo Lin makes something of himself, everything will be fine. I wouldn't mind parting with a little money, but if he doesn't, then this 5 million is the only money he'll get from me, and he shouldn't expect a single cent more in the future. Zhao Jinyu nodded but sighed again. Her son always had his own opinions.
In truth, she wasn't worried, she just thought about the potential conflicts and misunderstandings that might arise between Luo Lin and Uncle's family in the future, which left her feeling uneasy. But her son's approach wasn't wrong. 5 million was a repayment of kindness, and it all depended on whether Luo Lin could make something of himself. Looking at the eldest couple and the couple of Luo Yong, they were all diligently doing the tasks assigned to them, and her son hadn't treated them unfairly. Looking at Luo Yong and his wife, they had earned over 2 million last month alone. At this rate, they would make at least 10 million by the end of the year. Therefore, the most important thing in life is to understand one's own abilities. If one has no abilities, they shouldn't be thinking about taking on this or that responsibility. Zhao Jinyu was also annoyed with Luo Lin. She had heard yesterday that he had initially asked her son to be the general manager of the hotel. Could he handle that? Fortunately, her son didn't agree, otherwise, she would have been furious. After breakfast, Ro Chen planned to take a walk by the river but didn't expect to receive a call from Zhu Hua. Brother Hua, is there something? Come out for a moment, I need to talk to you. Okay. Ro Chen thought to himself why he didn't come to the house to talk. Song Guangming and Zhang Jiaqing accompanied him outside, where a tinted glass Mercedes-Benz van was parked, obscuring the view inside. Zhu Hua got out and waved to him. Ro Chen signaled for Song Guangming and Zhang Jiaqing to wait for him and walked over to get in the car. Inside, it resembled a small living room with 4 seats and a small table in the middle, separated from the driver's seat by a curtain. There was only one person inside, a man in his 40s with sharp eyes and a somewhat imposing appearance. After Zhu Hua got in and pressed the electric button to close the door, he sat next to Ro Chen and introduced, Mr. Ro, this is my father's chief secretary, Secretary Huang Lidong. Ro Chen nodded, hello, Secretary Huang. Huang Lidong nodded and stared at Ro Chen for a moment before speaking. Before I came, I felt like you were some kind of superhuman, but thankfully, you're just a regular person. Ro Chen couldn't help but laugh. Huang Lidong chuckled as well and said, everyone has made you sound too extraordinary, I couldn't help but mythologize you in my mind. But, it's good that you're just a person, only a person has emotions and desires, and can experience joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. Ro Chen thoughtfully asked, Secretary Huang, you didn't come all this way just to chat about this, did you? Huang Lidong replied, indeed. I have something to discuss. I've been sent by the leadership, Mr. Ro, so I'll be straightforward. I'm here regarding Suing. Suing? Ro Chen's facial muscles twitched slightly. It was a name that sent shivers down his spine. Huang Lidong, with an unreadable expression, said, Mr. Ro, I believe you've heard of her. Suing used to have a marriage partner, Su Guotai. Ro Chen certainly knew, he had a deep-seated grudge against Su Guotai. How could he forget? Moreover, Su Guotai had crippled his right hand, a grudge that could never be resolved, and he had never thought of resolving it. In the future, whoever had the chance would mercilessly go after the other. Huang Lidong continued, the marriage alliance with the Su family was also a last resort, but Mr. Ro, your unintentional destruction of this marriage is actually a good thing. Luo Cheng immediately clarified, Secretary Huang, I think you misunderstood. This marriage was not ruined by me, but by Suing herself. Huang Lidong waved his hand and said, it doesn't matter who caused it, what matters is. At this point, Huang Lidong suddenly smiled at Luo Chang, I should congratulate you first, General Lu. Luo Chang replied indifferently, what is there to congratulate me for? I'm not an official, nor do I lack money. Good news, Huang Lidong added, the old leader sent me to express sincerity and formality. He hopes that you and Suing can settle the marriage. He has also heard that Suing is very satisfied with you, General Lu. I think there shouldn't be any problem. It's a good thing, a match of wealth and beauty, a good thing, a good thing. There is a problem. Without thinking, Luo Cheng directly said, I think Secretary Huang may have misunderstood. There is no relationship between Suing and me. I have a girl I like and am planning to choose a date to get engaged and married. Huang Lidong's expression darkened, and he frowned, saying, General Lu, I think you still don't understand my meaning. At your level of wealth, some things you should be clear about even if I don't say them. You have no choice but to marry Suing, but how many women you have privately is your personal matter. His meaning was already very clear, as long as Luo Cheng married Suing officially, that was enough. They wanted Luo Cheng's ability to make money, marriage was just a bond to maintain the relationship between both parties. At their level, which man would only have one woman? Huang Lidong's expression became much more serious as he spoke. Luo Cheng thought for a moment but still shook his head and replied earnestly, Secretary Huang, I'm really sorry. I can only thank the leader for his kindness, but in terms of love, I am very stubborn. If I like someone, I like them, if I don't, I don't. Life is short, and I don't want to spend the rest of my life in emotional fragments.
Huang Lidong's expression turned cold, and he said icily, "So you are refusing?" Luo Cheng answered word by word, "Yes." Xu Hua, feeling anxious, interjected, "General Lu, how about we talk privately?" Huang Lidong frowned and said, "General Lu, I think you might not have understood my point. For a wealthy person like you, what does it matter how many women you have? As long as you can handle it, what we want is your public marriage to Suing." Luo Cheng shook his head, "Whether public or private, I cannot agree." Huang Lidong looked at him sideways and after a while, sneered, "Have you thought this through? Even if we don't do anything to you, what will happen to the woman you like? What will happen to her family? Can you protect them?" Luo Cheng's face immediately darkened, and he stared at Huang Lidong, finally saying firmly, "I just don't respond to coercion. If you really do that, I might as well say it outright. As long as you can withstand my full retaliation, then let the war begin. Let the war begin." This statement shocked Xu Hua, and Huang Lidong's expression became even more difficult. He hadn't expected the situation to turn out like this. In his imagination, as long as he laid out the stakes and mentioned Su Ying's top-notch looks, Luo Cheng would have no reason to refuse. He had already checked on Luo Cheng's girlfriend. She was just an ordinary girl from a regular family. Any sensible person would choose Su Ying over that ordinary girl. But the reality slapped him in the face. Luo Cheng even openly said let the war begin. Was he out of his mind? Was it worth it for them, at their peak level, to fight over an ordinary girl? But to be honest, although Huang Lidong spoke harshly, he didn't dare to truly go to war with Luo Cheng. Luo Cheng's two protective charms were simply too powerful. One was shares in the national team, and the other was a research center. It was hard to believe how such a young person managed to achieve this. The conversation had reached this point, and Luo Chen pushed the door open, saying, "Secretary Huang, I am a person who loves peace. I hope everyone can get along harmoniously and make money safely to become wealthy, isn't that good?" In Luo Chen's offshore company account, there were 2 points belonging to the Zhu siblings, Xu Hua and Su Ying. With the current figure nearing $150 billion, the 2 points from the Xu family accounted for $3 billion. Even for people of their status, this was an enormous asset. Moreover, this was just a short time. If calculated over the years, those 2 points would amount to astronomical figures. The Xu family truly couldn't bear to waste this legitimate income. Luo Chen got out of the car without hesitation, waved at Xu Hua, and then headed towards Songguangming in Zhangjiaqing. Inside the car, Xu Hua knocked on the curtain and instructed the driver, "Drive." Then he turned to the cold-faced Huang Lidong and said with a bitter smile, "Brother Huang, I've said it before, Luo Chen is someone who responds better to kindness than to force. Although he is young, he values loyalty and gratitude. If we don't provoke him, we can make money peacefully. With the shares my sister and I hold, it's enough for the Zhu family to thrive. Why push Su Ying? Why push Luo Chen?" After a moment of frustration, Huang Lidong finally said, "I just can't stand his stubbornness. Who is he trying to impress?" Xu Hua continued to persuade him, "Who made him so confident? He earns over $100 billion for the country every year and invests $100 billion in domestic technology research and development. No one can afford to provoke someone like that. Let it go." As he said, "Isn't it good to make money peacefully?" At Luo Chen's home, he originally wanted to take a stroll by the river to relax, but Huang Lidong had spoiled his mood, so he returned home feeling gloomy. His mother had nothing else to do all day. Under Liani's management, the large villa was kept clean and orderly by more than a dozen servants. She couldn't help in the kitchen either, as the professional chef cooked much better than she did. Luo Chen's father was much better off. He didn't care about these trivial matters and spent his days inviting Luo Weidong to go out shopping, either watching chess games or cockfights and dogfights. The two brothers seemed to find endless joy in these activities, carrying around money they never spent. Luo Chen felt helpless. His father was the type who didn't like to spend money, so he just let him be, as long as his brothers were happy. He also arranged for 2 bodyguards to follow them. Liani reported to him, "Boss, the modified Airbus A330 has been completed ahead of schedule. It can fly to Jianghan tonight, and we can check and accept it tomorrow morning." "The plane has arrived?" Luo Chen perked up at this news, asked her some details, and then happily told his mother, "Mom, let's go back to Chuan City tomorrow. It's been a while, and I miss home. Please ask Uncle and Aunt if they want to go back. If they do, we can all go together tomorrow morning, and we can take the newly bought plane." Zhao Jinyu exclaimed in surprise, "You bought another plane? Didn't I hear that your friend from Korea gave you a big plane and a yacht last time? Now you're buying again?" Luo Chen laughed, "Yes, but the plane my friend gave me was too big. Our small airport in Chuan City can't accommodate it, and most airports in the country can't either. So I decided to buy a smaller one that can land at any airport. This small plane is cheap. With the modification costs, it's only $100 million.
Zhao Jinyu, upon hearing this, didn't argue with him anymore, as she couldn't distinguish between $100 million and 100 million yuan. In fact, the Airbus A330 was not expensive. If it weren't for the luxurious decoration required by Luo Chen, the modification would only cost around $40 to $50 million. But boss Luo wasn't short on money, and the modifications used the world's top luxury goods, which added up to exactly $100 million. Converted to yuan, that was 700 million, which was indeed not a low price. When Luo Chen arrived at the company to conduct transactions in the evening, he specifically asked Song Shuhua and the others if they wanted to return to Chuan City together the next day, to have some fun for 4 or 5 days before heading back to Jianghan. As soon as he asked, everyone who had come from Chuan City was overjoyed, all wanting to go back. The reason was naturally that everyone had money now, with each person having at least 1 or 2 million in their pockets. Not going back to show off would be like wearing fine clothes at night without anyone seeing. Moreover, they genuinely wanted to return and take a look. Luo Chenya and Song Ziqing had stayed in Chuan City mainly to take care of their families, but after following Luo Chen as their boss, their wallets had become ample, making it irrelevant where they went. During this time, they had already brought their families to Jianghan. However, both still wanted to follow Luo Chen back to Chuan City. But only those from the trading department could return, as even if they went back to Chuan City, it wouldn't affect normal trading operations. They could just take out their computers and start working when the time came. The only ones who couldn't go back were Han Wenjun and the people from the real estate department, as the 323 billion new square was being prepared in full swing, and he and a group of subordinates were busy to the point of exhaustion, unable to leave. After finally waiting for dawn, with panda eyes, he called Jiang Xiuyan. Jiang Xiuyan, still half asleep, answered, "Hello, what's up?" "Xiuyan," Luo Chen said softly and excitedly, "I bought an Airbus A330, and it's arrived. We're flying back to Chuan City tomorrow for some fun. Wake your parents, I'll arrange for someone to pick you up later, and we'll have a few days of fun." Jiang Xiuyan was taken aback and said, "But, I still have to work." Luo Chen replied domineeringly, "If you keep making excuses, I'll fire you immediately." Jiang Xiuyan said softly, My mom has to work too." Luo Chen cheerfully said, "Have Song Ziqing take some time to transfer the supermarket to your mom's name. Anyone who dares to say anything against the boss will be fired on the spot." Faced with such a wealthy boss, Jiang Xiuyan could only comply unconditionally, or she really would be fired. There's one more thing. Just as Jiang Xiuyan was about to hang up, she suddenly remembered and hurriedly asked Luo Chen, "What about Shurian? Are we leaving her alone at home?" Luo Chen waved his hand. "Bring her alone, let all 6 girls go together. They've been practicing so hard every day, they deserve a break." Knowing that Luo Chen was leaving today, Liani had instructed the kitchen to prepare breakfast early in the morning, and those who needed to be informed were notified the night before, gathering at the boss's villa in the morning. Luo Weigua and Luo Weidong were also extremely excited. Their elderly couple had never been on a plane in their lives, and now they had the chance, and it was even their own plane. A group of more than 40 people included 7 from Song Shua's trading department in Chuan City, plus Luo Chenya and Song Ziqing, then Luo Chen's family of 4 and his uncle's family of 5, Jiang Xiuyan's family of 4, the entertainment company's Xiang Haiyang and another 5 girl members, and finally, 11 bodyguards including Song Guangming. The rest were 4 foreign flight attendants and 2 pilots, John and Rodley. In total, there were 45 people, which seemed like a lot, but once they got to the airport and onto the plane, they realized it wasn't too many. This plane, which Luo Chen referred to as a small plane, was actually an Airbus A330 that could seat 216 people, with nearly half of the civil aviation planes being this model. However, the private concierge department of Airbus had made significant upgrades to Luo Chen's A330, removing the original seats and modifying it according to the layout of his A380. All the materials were still procured and used according to the larger aircraft model, with a living room, dining room, and entertainment room, all intact. Luo Weigua and Luo Weidong were like Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden, looking around everywhere. At this moment, Luo Chen formally introduced Jiang Xiuyan's family to his mother. "Mom, this is Xiuyan's dad, this is Xiuyan's mom, and this is Xiuyan's sister." Zhao Jinyu looked at this family and couldn't help but be a bit stunned. Is this the in-laws? Just like the stars on TV, no wonder the daughter is so beautiful, oh my. As her gaze fell on Jiang Xiuyan, she was even more stunned. Doesn't she look exactly like Xiuyan? How can you tell them apart? Wei Fengling smiled and said, "After spending so much time together every day, you can still recognize them. The 2 sisters have different personalities, so their expressions are somewhat different." Listening to Luo Chen's mother praise their family for being beautiful, Wei Fengling truly liked it from the bottom of her heart and felt that Luo Chen's mother was really down to earth.
Seeing the two families getting along harmoniously, Luo Chen smiled and waved his hand, instructing Zhang Shiyin, you guys have practiced for so long, come on, perform a piece and sing a song for everyone to see. Let's have an internal review first to see if it meets the standards. First, he set up the score for his brother-in-law. Zhang Shiyin didn't object, called her sisters together, and then handed the new song and dance CD to Liani. This new song was custom-made for the ocean by a high-priced big shot, featuring a powerful dance with a fast-paced song. As soon as the song started playing, it quickly entered an explosive and high-spirited rhythm. The 6 girls stood in 2 rows and began their opening moves, followed by an enticing fast dance and song. The 6 girls had indeed practiced well, their movements were almost completely synchronized, with not a hint of delay or premature action. The men could only see 6 pairs of long, white legs swaying right in front of them. The 3-minute song and dance quickly came to an end, and the 6 girls stopped, slightly out of breath, their movements not easy. Luo Chen was the first to applaud. Good, I think this will definitely be a hit. Zhao Jinyu was so dazzled that she couldn't tell which girl was which. They were all tall and beautiful, and they danced and sang well. She had only seen such performances on TV before, never expecting to see it live today. Zhang Xiaoyan thoughtfully brought her a cup of warm water, saying, Auntie, have some water, it's a bit hot. Okay. Zhao Jinyu took the cup and had a sip, feeling sweet inside from her daughter-in-law's attentiveness. But after taking a sip, she asked a question that had been lingering in her mind. Xiaoyan, you and your sister look so alike. Have you ever been mistaken for each other? She didn't know if others could tell them apart, but she certainly couldn't. Zhang Xiaoyan smiled and nodded. Yes, often. Besides our parents, no one else can tell us apart. Upon hearing Zhao Jinyu's words, Zhang Shiyan's face turned red, and she secretly glanced at Luo Chen. Just then, Luo Chen happened to glance over, and their eyes met. Zhang Shiyan's face immediately flushed, and she looked down at the ground. Luo Chen felt a rush of heat in his heart and quickly straightened his posture. Thankfully Zhang Xiaoyan hadn't noticed. He thought he should keep some distance from his sister-in-law in the future to avoid any awkward situations. Moreover, since his sister-in-law had revealed her feelings to him, Luo Chen felt a headache coming on, especially afraid of being alone with her. At that moment, the pilot received the notification from the airport control tower that they could take off, and Liani instructed everyone to fasten their seatbelts. A few minutes later, the plane took off, and Luo Chen, holding his slightly dizzy mother, said, Mom, relax a bit, it will be fine soon. Zhao Jinyu chuckled, it feels like riding an elevator, my head is spinning. Once the plane reached cruising altitude, it stabilized, and Liani and the 4 foreign flight attendants began serving drinks and red wine. Old Jiang took a sip of red wine and glanced at his wife, seeing that she pretended not to notice, feeling a bit smug, thinking that being a son-in-law had its perks. Then Luo Weiguo and Luo Weidong, the 2 brothers, also had some wine, and the 3 of them found a common interest, sitting together to savor the red wine. Luo Weiguo spoke first, this stuff is sweet and sour, not strong enough. It's not as good as our corn liquor from Chuan City. Father-in-law, when we go back to Chuan City, I'll take you to drink corn liquor, I guarantee it's strong enough. Old Jiang nodded, alright, but I've already had my drink. My wife is from Chuan City, and she has a younger sister teaching at the first high school. This is a good opportunity to visit. The 7 or 8 Mercedes-Benz cars and 2 Rolls-Royce Phantoms that Luo Chen had bought earlier all arrived. The big boss was back, and this was quite the spectacle. The small airport had hardly anyone there to pick up passengers. Outside, there were taxis everywhere. Just step out and catch a ride, unlike the big airports. As Luo Chen and his more than 40 people came out, the taxi drivers rushed over, eager to pick up customers. Song Guangming and the 11 bodyguards stepped forward to block them, saying they had their own cars. When those drivers saw the long line of Mercedes and the 2 Rolls-Royces outside, they immediately fell silent. But those dozen or so girls were indeed beautiful, each tall, lovely, with fair skin and long legs, among them 4 curvy foreign beauties, truly a sight to behold. Was there some big event happening in Chuan City? It was rare to see so many beautiful women arrive at once. More than a dozen cars then drove out of the airport straight to Tianzong City, where there was a 3-star hotel, the best in Chuan City. Song Ziqing arranged a room for each of them so they could rest for a bit. Song Guangming, Zhang Jiaqing, and Yao Sheng accompanied Luo Chen's family back to Tianzong City. Luo Chen's family and Zhang Xiaoyan's family had not booked a hotel and went directly to stay at home in Tianzong City. Zhao Jinyu felt invigorated upon returning to Chuan City, taking Wei Fengling around to see the sights. In fact, Wei Fengling was originally from Chuan City, but after all these years living in Jianghan, it was not easy to return to Chuan City. Life had been tough. Now she was truly enjoying the benefits of her son-in-law. Otherwise, how could it be so easy to come back to Chuan City?
After wandering for a while, Wei Fengling said to Zhao Jinyu, "In-law, I want to go pick up my sister for a gathering.
I'll go with Xiuyan." Zhao Jinyu, not yet knowing she was from Chuan City, asked, "Your sister is in Chuan City?"
Wei Fengling smiled wryly. "I am originally from Chuan City, married into Jianghan. Over the years, I've only come back once a year at most. I have a sister teaching at the first high school, and I want to bring her over for a gathering." Zhao Jinyu immediately called over Yao Sheng, who was following behind. "Xingzi, could you please drive my in-law to the first high school to pick someone up?" Yao Sheng smiled. "Not a problem at all, just let me know what you need." Zhang Xiuyan called Luo Chen to come downstairs, saying they were going to pick up her aunt from the first high school.
Luo Chen came down, bringing Song Guangming and Zhang Jiaqing with him.
Zhao Jinyu decided to go along as well, taking 2 Rolls-Royce Phantoms. Song Guangming and Yao Sheng were unfamiliar with the route, but Luo Chen knew it well, not even needing to use the navigation, just directing them. It had only been a month since leaving Chuan City, and there hadn't been much change, but upon arriving at the first high school, they noticed the differences. The students had all moved to one side, an old building had been demolished, and construction on a new one was already underway, bustling with activity. Clearly, there was no shortage of funds, so the construction was progressing rapidly. The security guard didn't recognize the others but knew Luo Chen, the big investor had actually come, so he quickly called Director He to report, while also hurrying to open the gate for Luo Chen's 2 cars to enter. Wei Fengling had already called her sister, and soon her sister Wei Fengchen came out, followed by Director He, who hurried over, calling out from a distance, "Mr.
Luo, Mr. Luo."
As he got closer, he shook Luo Chen's hand vigorously, smiling as he asked, "Mr.
Luo, I heard you moved the headquarters to Jianghan. What brings you back?"
At that moment, Principal Huang also received the report and rushed over, accompanied by several teachers, as it was lunchtime and the teachers were not in class.
Among the few teachers, Luo Chen and Zhao Jinyu spotted Zhang Shulin among them, awkwardly smiling but not daring to speak.
After the last care from Luo Chen, Zhang Shulin's status at school plummeted, and many teachers became aware of his deeds, looking down on his family. Because of this, Zhang Shulin and his daughter Zhang Shiqi had a hard time at the first high school. Fortunately, Luo Chen's aunt, Luo Chunying, didn't teach there, otherwise, the 3 of them would have faced disdain from others. Principal Huang smiled as he shook hands with Luo Chen and asked, "What brings you back to Chuan City, Mr.
Luo?"
Luo Chen replied with a smile, "A Korean friend gifted me an Airbus A380, but the small airport runway can't accommodate it, so I ordered a smaller Airbus A330, which just arrived yesterday. I thought I'd take it for a spin and come back to Chuan City for a few days of fun." A few teachers were taken aback. They thought, wow, a big plane can't fly to Chuan City, so he bought a small plane. It's worth noting that the Airbus A330 is not exactly a small plane. The world of the wealthy is truly incomprehensible, as a certain rich man said, "Set a small goal this year and earn 100 million first." Zhang Shulin felt a pang of envy and jealousy. He regretted it immensely. If he had treated Luo Chen's family better back then, he would naturally have the right to enjoy his wealth now. For instance, the eldest, Luo Weidong's family, had both parents moved to Jianghan to enjoy life, and then Luo Yang and Zhu Yingying heard they were making over $1 million a month. The youngest son, Luo Lin, also went over, and it was said that Luo Chen gave him 5 million to start a business. During this time, Zhang Shulin had been drowning his sorrows in alcohol, and Luo Chunying was at a loss for what to do. His sister, Luo Chulian's family, was even worse off. After Wang Zhenkui lost the Tianzong City project, the bank loans came due, and they had to sell their house and car to pay off the debts, leaving them with little left. Moreover, since they had offended Luo Chen, other real estate developers in Chuan City dared not provoke him, so they wouldn't give projects to Wang Zhenkui. Just the day before, Wang Zhenkui had come to drink with Zhang Shulin, and the 2 of them got drunk and cried together. When Wei Fengling saw her sister Wei Fengchen, she hugged her and cried, and after a while, she wiped her tears and introduced Luo Chen. "Fengchen, this is Luo Chen, Xiuyan's boyfriend." Wei Fengchen was genuinely surprised. She had certainly heard of the name Luo Chen, but she never expected him to be Xiuyan's boyfriend.
Luo Chen politely called out, "Aunt." Wei Fengchen quickly responded, "Oh." Luo Chen then smiled at Principal Huang and Director He, saying, "Principal Huang, Director He, may I take a leave for my aunt to gather with us?" Principal Huang immediately waved his hand, "No problem, you come back to have fun for a few days, and I'll approve a few days off for her. Her task is to keep you company." Zhang Shulin watched from behind, feeling extremely envious. This was the difference. If it weren't for his mistakes, Wei Fengchuan's treatment would be his. Luo Chen waved to Principal Huang and Director He, "Thank you both, and regarding the funding for the new building, just contact my assistant, I won't delay the progress of the building."
After watching two Rolls-Royces disappear from view, Jiang Shulin felt miserable and thought about calling Wang Zhenkui to share in this discomfort. Zhao Jinyu accompanied the sisters Wei Fengling and Wei Fengchun, while Luo Chen cheerfully dragged Jiang Xiuyan along. As they walked, Jiang Xiuyan quietly asked him, "What are you up to, being all mysterious?" "I'm taking you somewhere," Luo Chen said, leading her around to the underground parking lot, stopping in front of a taxi, and smiling. "Do you remember this?" Jiang Xiuyan was a bit confused. What was there to remember? Luo Chen smiled, unlocked the car, and waved to her, "Get in." Once Jiang Xiuyan was in the car, he started the engine and drove out of the garage. Behind them, Song Guangming and Zhang Jiaqing followed in a Rolls-Royce. As Luo Chen drove, he laughed, and Jiang Xiuyan found his mysterious smile increasingly intriguing. After a while, Luo Chen drove the taxi to a place, stopped at a roadside station, and then tilted his head to ask her, "Look, do you remember anything?" Jiang Xiuyan looked out the car window. The right side was all car dealerships. Suddenly, she realized, "Isn't this the Auto City?" Turning back, she saw Luo Chen smiling at her, and Jiang Xiuyan suddenly understood, pointing at the car and asking him, "Is this the taxi you bought for $1 million that day?" Luo Chen grinned and said, "I thought you wouldn't remember. So, what do you think? This car has its merits, right? I want to keep it for my son as a memento." Jiang Xiuyan scoffed but felt her face flush. However, after a moment, she felt touched, slowly resting her head on Luo Chen's shoulder, recalling the scenes from when she first met him, one after another. Looking back now, she felt it was all filled with Luo Chen's deep affection. Luo Chen drove her along the route she had taken to the hospital, and Jiang Xiuyan remembered the little trick Luo Chen had used to get her WeChat, unable to help but smile. If she had never met Luo Chen in this lifetime, Jiang Xiuyan knew she would have walked a different path, perhaps a very tragic one. At the very least, she wouldn't have been able to escape Jian's entanglement at the Newport Hotel. Her mother wouldn't have had such a good time at the supermarket, and her sister's issues in Korea wouldn't have been so easily resolved. Perhaps now she was reminiscing about her sister in life. If it weren't for Luo Chen's rescue, who knows how many of those 7 girl group members would still be alive, or if they would have been forced down another path. The happy and joyful road she was on now was actually given to her by Luo Chen, and one could even say it was a gift to her whole family. No matter what, being able to meet Luo Chen in this life, to know and stay with him for a lifetime, she had no regrets. It's just that Jiang Xiuyan wasn't good at expressing herself. She only knew that she would never betray Luo Chen in her life, and some things didn't need to be said. Back in Tianzong City, Luo Chen parked the car, and the two of them got out. He waved to Zhang Jiaqing, who was driving a Rolls-Royce, saying, "Jiaqing, call Chao Jun and the others, we're going somewhere." Zhang Jiaqing replied affirmatively, waiting for Luo Chen and Jiang Xiuyan to get in the car before notifying Mu Chaojun and Yao Shang, along with Song Guangming, making it 6 people in 2 cars. Luo Chen, Jiang Xiuyan, Song Guangming, and Zhang Jiaqing were in one car, while Mu Chaojun, Yao Shang, Luo Yong, and Zhu Yingying were in another. Just as the car started, someone suddenly jumped out in front of it to block the way. Luo Chen looked and was surprised to see Jiang Xiuyan, who leaned out of the car window and asked, "What are you doing?" Jiang Xiuyan pouted and said, "Where are you going to play? Are you going to throw me away again?" Jiang Xiuyan felt sorry for her sister and waved, "Come up, come up." Jiang Xiuyan was then happy and got into the car from the other side. Once inside, she quietly asked her sister, "Sister, where are you going?" Jiang Xiuyan smiled and shook her head, "How would I know?" Jiang Xiuyan glanced at Luo Chen and muttered, "Then I have to keep an eye on you, so that my brother-in-law doesn't do anything bad." Luo Chen's face darkened immediately. His sister-in-law was fierce. Even if he had that intention, with Jiang Xiuyan, this 1 kilowatt light bulb, watching him, what could he do? Luo Chen was heading to his hometown in Xizang Town, which wasn't very spacious, and with over 40 people, they couldn't all fit. So, he decided to let Luo Chenya and Song Ziqing, the 2 locals, take them to various scenic spots in Chuan City. Luo Chen had already said that all expenses would be covered by the company, so even if they indulged, the company in Chuan City had a dozen luxury cars available. However, the trading department would have to work a bit harder that night. As long as it was a normal working day, trading couldn't be cancelled, and money still had to be made. Of course, Song Shuai and the others understood the priorities. Play was play, and work was work. After a day's work, the boss still had hundreds of thousands in commissions. Where else could they find such high bonuses? If they didn't go to work to operate trades, the losses in one night would be in the hundreds of thousands. Of course, for Luo Chen, the boss, the losses would be even greater, exceeding $100 million in one night. On the way, Luo Chen asked Zhang Jiaqing to drive slowly, pointing out and introducing the scenery to the sisters Jiang Xiuyan and Jiang Shiyan. Jiang Xiuyan returned to Chuan City every year to visit her aunt Wei Fengchun, while her sister Jiang Shiyan rarely came back.
As Luo Chen was talking, he suddenly asked Jiang Xiuyan, how is your aunt doing at work? Are there any other family members in Chuan City? Jiang Xiuyan shook her head. My aunt got married right after graduating from university. After having a daughter, she couldn't have more children due to health issues. Her in-laws said this and that, complaining that she couldn't give birth to a son. Later, when her daughter fell ill, my aunt was on a business trip and couldn't take care of her. The in-laws let the daughter get sick, and by the time my aunt returned and took her to the hospital, it was too late. My aunt divorced then and never remarried. Luo Chen sighed, wondering why there were so many injustices in life. After a pause, he asked her, your aunt's health isn't good. How about she resigns and comes to Jianghan? I can arrange a light position for her at the company, at least she won't be wrong there. Jiang Xiuyan's eyes turned red immediately, and she just nodded. Jiang Xiuyan seriously thanked Luo Chen, saying, thank you, brother-in-law. Luo Chen smiled and said, what are you thanking me for? We're all family now, what's mine is yours. Your sister's. He almost blurted out, what's mine is yours, but managed to catch himself just in time. Jiang Xiuyan added, actually, you don't need to arrange a light position for my aunt. She studied finance and accounting back then, and her future was bright. After that incident, she had mental health issues for a while but slowly recovered over the years and then became a teacher. Luo Chen laughed, that's great. My company is actually in need of finance staff. Let your aunt give it a try. If she's used to finance, she can do that. If not, we can arrange a management office position for her, no need to do much work, and she can choose whether to go or not. Seeing how much effort Luo Chen was putting into her aunt's situation, Jiang Xiuyan felt even more touched. Just as they got out of the car, someone called out to him from behind, Luo Chen? Turning around, he saw Huang Tao shouting at the door, excitedly waving his hand. Wow, it really is you. He rushed over, glancing at the two cars while asking, are you looking for a place to park? Just leave it at my door. Luo Chen immediately called for Yao Shang and Zhang Jiaqing to park the cars in front of Huang Tao's house. Huang Tao looked at the two Rolls-Royce Phantoms and exclaimed, wow, Luo Chen, the last time I saw you, you were still driving a Mercedes. It hasn't been long, and you've switched to a Rolls-Royce Phantom. How much is this car? Luo Chen smiled and replied, I think it's just over 10 million. Huang Tao was genuinely shocked, and then he saw Jiang Xiuyan and Jiang Shiyan getting out of the car, instantly dumbfounded. Not only were they incredibly beautiful, but they also looked exactly alike. This is, Luo Chen introduced, this is my girlfriend Jiang Xiuyan, and that's her sister. Huang Tao was truly amazed, giving a thumbs up and saying, beautiful. Sister-in-law, this is really classy. He then introduced himself to Jiang Xiuyan, I'm Luo Chen's classmate and best buddy. I'm half a year older than him, so I'll just call you sister-in-law. Hello? Jiang Xiuyan responded graciously. Huang Tao quickly went inside to bring out two chairs for them to sit on, while Luo Chen instructed Luo Yang and Xu Yingying, brother, sister-in-law, you guys go to the market with Xingzi and Chao Jun to buy some barbecue ingredients. Get whatever you need, we'll have a barbecue at my hometown tonight. After they left for the market, Luo Chen went next door to his uncle Luo Dailong's tobacco and alcohol shop to buy some cigarettes and liquor. Luo Dailong had been watching and, upon seeing him, immediately greeted him with a big smile. Oh, it's Luo Chen. Back to visit your hometown? Luo Chen nodded, I mainly want to relax in the countryside, it's too stuffy in the city. The scenery and air are great at home. Uncle, please get me some cigarettes and alcohol. Sure. Luo Dailong nodded and then took the initiative to bring out the best cigarettes and liquor, like Huanggalo 1916 and Mutai Wuliangye. Luo Chen didn't even look, directly saying to take one of each and then scan the payment. After buying, he opened the cardboard box, took out a pack, and tossed it to Huang Tao, saying, here, take it and smoke. Huang Tao was not polite, smiling as he accepted it, knowing that this guy was a local tycoon with plenty of money. At the last class reunion, many classmates looked down on Luo Chen, but he kept his head down and let them show off. Luo Chen looked at this street in Xizang. The last time he returned, it happened to be market day, crowded with people, but today it wasn't market day, and there weren't many people, just a few here and there. It was quite a coincidence that Luo Chen actually saw a familiar face passing by, with shoulder-length wavy hair, red lips, and carrying a bag. It was Zhu Hongyan. Zhu Hongyan looked up and saw Luo Chen, paused for a moment, then suddenly became excited, walking a few steps towards him and saying, Luo Chen, is it you? Luo Chen nodded and replied lightly, it's me. Zhu Hongyan glanced at the two Rolls-Royces parked nearby, her eyes reddening as she said sadly, Luo Chen, I really know I was wrong. Let's make up, okay? I will truly treat you well, really. Luo Chen chuckled, and before he could speak, Jiang Xiuyan had already walked over, linking her arm with his to assert her claim. Luo Chen, who is this? Luo Chen casually replied, my ex-girlfriend.
But then he added, I was poor back then, couldn't make money, so she kicked me to the curb. Jiang Xiuyan politely said to Zhu Hongyan, oh, thank you for kicking Luo Chen to the curb, otherwise, I wouldn't have had the chance to pick him back up. Thank you. Luo Chen couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Gentle Jiang Xiuyan could actually say something so sharp, but it was indeed fitting in this context. Zhu Hongyan had been putting on a pitiful act, trying to showcase her alluring charm in front of Luo Chen, hoping to soften his heart. But the moment she saw Jiang Xiuyan, her heart sank. This woman was too outstanding. Unless one was blind, no man would give up such an extraordinarily beautiful woman for Zhu Hongyan. The key was that she wasn't just purely beautiful, she had grace, a dignified and poised aura that was immediately apparent. Zhu Hongyan felt inexplicably inferior and hopeless. Her recent days had been uncomfortable, and she had broken up with Wang Wei. But even if Wang Wei hadn't broken up with her, she would have ended it. Because Wang Wei's family had fallen on hard times, they sold their house, sold their car, and even sold several shops to pay off debts and bank loans. Now, Wang Zhengkue was driving a tricycle to haul stones for some small construction sites. Just a couple of days ago, she saw Wang Wei playing cards with some thugs, arguing over a 10 yuan bet, their faces flushed with anger. Comparing him to Luo Chen was truly like the difference between heaven and earth. She really regretted her past decisions, but what was the use of regret? Looking at Luo Chen's expression now, there wasn't even a ripple of emotion for her. He was completely indifferent, and thinking of her felt like a knife cutting through her heart. After a while, Luo Yong and Zhu Yingying, along with Mu Chaojun and Yao Shang, came over with large and small bags, opening the trunk to put things inside. Fortunately, the trunk of the Rolls-Royce was spacious enough to fit both cars. As soon as Zhu Yingying saw Zhu Hongyan, she frowned and said to Luo Chen, Shadi, let's go, what's there to say to those dubious women? Zhu Yingying was quite blunt with Zhu Hongyan, as everyone in the family knew that Luo Chen had been harmed by this woman, borrowing money for her expenses, and even colluding with Luo Chen's cousin Wang Wei to dump him. She had no good feelings towards such a person. Zhu Hongyan's face turned awkward and ashamed, feeling a bit at a loss. Luo Chen still politely nodded at Zhu Hongyan, then pulled Jiang Xiuyan back to the car, saying to Huang Tao, let's go, we'll get together again when we have time. Huang Tao nodded with a smile, of course. After the car pulled away from his house and disappeared from view, he turned to Zhu Hongyan, who was still standing there in a daze, and said, don't be upset. This man is not meant for you. Even a rogue like me can see that. You, surrounded by men, can't see it? Zhu Hongyan felt annoyed but didn't dare to lash out at Huang Tao. He was a rogue she couldn't afford to provoke. Besides, he wasn't wrong. When she was with Luo Chen, she was fooling around with Wang Wei. After breaking up with Wang Wei, she had already been with several other men in just a couple of months. What kind of woman like her could possibly match Luo Chen's status and wealth? Thinking about the two girls who were with Luo Chen, calling them fairies wouldn't be an exaggeration. Zhu Hongyan couldn't compare to them at all. They were on entirely different levels, to the point of being crushed. Luo Chen awkwardly touched his face, and Jiang Xiuyan reached out to tap her head. You have no manners. What man would dare want you with that temper? Jiang Xiuyan retorted, you're only half an hour older than me. Stop acting so old and lecturing me. And what's wrong with my bad temper? It's rare for a man to want me anyway. I won't marry in this lifetime. Luo Chen's heart raced at her words, afraid to interject, worried that she might bring up past events if he did. This girl had a straightforward and fiery temper, and he feared she might say she wouldn't like any other man. His head hurt. But to be honest, Luo Chen had a very good impression of Jiang Xiuyan. This girl had a strong sense of values, loved her sister dearly, and had the kind of character that would sacrifice for each other, just like Jiang Xiuyan. But it was precisely this character that made his heart ache. Forget it, he thought, not wanting to dwell on the headache. It took about 20 minutes to drive from Xizang town to their hometown village in the mountains, and soon they arrived. Luo Yom unlocked the doors of both houses, brought out some chairs, and found it cooler outside in the hot weather than inside. However, the countryside was already much cooler than the city. Jiang Xiuyan and Jiang Shiyan curiously looked around, exploring here and there, with endless mountains all around, fields in front and behind, and most houses having a patch of bamboo forest behind them. The scenery was indeed beautiful, and the air was fresh with the scent of grass and trees. The only sounds were the wind rustling through the leaves and birds chirping, unlike the dull noise of the city. Jiang Xiuyan picked a bamboo leaf from a golden bamboo and sniffed it, enjoying the fresh fragrance. Jiang Shiyan smiled at her sister and said, this place is perfect for retirement. Behind them, Luo Chen chimed in, when I get old, I'll build a big villa here and retire. Jiang Shiyan cheerfully added, alright, just so you know, I want a room here too, that would be great. This conversation quickly fell flat. Luo Chen smiled wryly, looking at the vegetable garden ahead, and pulled Jiang Xiuyan over. There weren't many families left in Huangpa village. From nearly 200 households, only about 30 remained, and they were all elderly. The path through the vegetable garden led to the foot of the mountain. Luo Chen picked a large bunch of wildflowers, wove a crown, and placed it on Jiang Xiuyan's head, admiring her for a moment before exclaiming, "So beautiful." Jiang Xiuyan Hofton said, "Brother-in-law, I want one too." Jiang Xiuyan took the crown off and placed it on her head, saying, "Here, I'll put it on you." After placing the crown on Jiang Xiuyan's head, she couldn't help but praise, "How can there be such a beautiful girl?" Luo Chen took out his phone, grinning as he directed, "Come on, you two stand together, I'll take your picture." The two sisters stood together, striking poses and taking turns wearing the flower crown. Luo Chen snapped one picture after another, then pulled them up to look at. Almost every shot was a stunning wallpaper-worthy image. If it weren't for knowing their outfits were different, one could hardly tell who was Shiyan and who was Xiuyan. On the other side, Luo Yong and a few people from Mu Chaojun went to the village to buy 2 sheep from the shepherd. They set up a wooden frame in the yard and brought over several large logs. Some were killing the sheep, while others were chopping the firewood. Xu Ying used 2 long benches to prop up a door panel, cleaned it, and arranged various condiments. Luo Chen and the sisters Jiang Xiuyan and Jiang Shiyan returned after a stroll, and Luo Yong and Mu Chaojun had already finished killing the sheep, with the dry firewood piled up. Jiang Xiuyan and Jiang Shiyan excitedly went to help Xu Ying, who smiled and said, "You two young ladies should just wait to eat. It's quite greasy and can easily dirty your hands and clothes." Jiang Xiuyan laughed as she reached for the tools, saying, "Sister-in-law, don't think of me as so delicate. My mom grew up in a rural area of Chuan City. When my sister and I were little, we lived on my dad's salary alone. We were never well off, and my sister and I helped my mom with chores from a young age." Seeing Jiang Xiuyan taking the tools, Xu Ying decided to help her and carefully explained the steps and tips. Luo Chen lit the fire, and it truly was dry wood in fierce flames. It flared up instantly, and with so much dry wood, the flames shot up, making everyone step back. Luo Yong and Mu Chaojun tied the skinned and clean sheep with tree poles as thick as small bowls and placed them over the fire. Jiang Shiyan had never experienced such a scene and was incredibly excited, taking pictures and sending them to Bai Chichi and the other 4 girls, making them envious. Luo Chen moved a chair to sit far away, it was too hot. At this time, it was still not yet 5 o'clock, and Yao Sheng brought out a light wire from the house, preparing the lamp early. After about 10 minutes of roasting, the yard was filled with the aroma of lamb. If he didn't know it wasn't cooked yet, Luo Chen would have loved to cut a piece to taste. The oil from the lamb dripped into the fire, causing flames to leap up with a pop. At that moment, the sound of cars approached from the road, and Luo Chen turned to see 3 cars coming. As they got closer, he could see that 2 were Mercedes-Benz and 1 was a BYD. The cars stopped at the corner of the yard, and as the doors opened, Luo Chen's parents, his uncle and aunt, as well as Jiang Xiuyan's parents and her aunt Wei Fengchen got out of the Mercedes. Driving were Huang Chang and Shan Rui, while Luo Chen's 2 aunts and their families got out of the BYD, but Jiang Shiqi and Wang Wei were not there. Zhao Jinyu approached Luo Chen and whispered, "Son, your aunts came all the way to Tianzong City to apologize. Their families are in a terrible situation now, so don't mock them anymore. After all, they are your dad's real sisters." Before Luo Chen could respond, his aunt Luo Chunying and his other aunt Luo Chunlian came over, their faces flushed, and they apologized one after the other. "Luo Chen, I'm sorry to your whole family. It's my fault for not knowing how to be grateful, for looking down on others. I'm not here to ask for any benefits, I just want to apologize to you and your parents, to say I'm sorry." "Luo Chen, I'm also sorry to your parents. Since we were young, your little aunt and I have relied on our 2 brothers to support us through school. Really, I am truly an ungrateful person." The 2 aunts burst into tears as they spoke, clearly feeling the weight of their recent hardships. Luo Chen waved his hand and said lightly, "Let's not talk about that anymore. The lamb is almost done, let's eat together. Hey, Shulin, come over and help." Luo Chen's words made his aunts overjoyed, and they quickly called over Wang Zhenkui and Jiang Shulin, who had been waiting awkwardly. However, Luo Chen felt indifferent, he didn't want to get entangled with his 2 aunts. He was too lazy to deal with the matters of the previous generation. It was easy to imagine that his dad and uncle had doted on their sisters since childhood, and bringing them back to their hometown was really just the 2 brothers wanting him to forgive them. So he didn't plan to argue with his dad and uncle. If they wanted to help, let them help, as they had money in their hands anyway. However, he definitely wouldn't help himself. It was a matter of principle regarding grudges. Mu Chaojun turned on the lamp, and with the light combined with the flames from the bonfire, the ground was still quite bright. 2 sheep were roasted to a golden brown, the aroma wafting through the air. Luo Yang and Zhang Jiaqing each took a knife to cut slits in the sheep's flesh, brushing on the seasoning. The seasoning consisted of some spices and chili powder.
When it seemed about right, Luo Yong first sliced off some pieces of meat, placed them on a plate, and then brought them to a few parents, letting them taste first. Jiang Xiuyan brought a plate of lamb over and placed it on the stool in front of Luo Chen, smiling as she said, "Try it." Luo Chen noticed that her face had a few smudges, but he didn't say anything, finding it particularly amusing, and then picked up a piece of lamb with his chopsticks. "Delicious," Luo Chen praised, partly because he was hungry, partly because the atmosphere made it easy to appreciate, and partly because the roasted lamb really did taste good. After all, roasted meat is generally tastier than stir-fried or boiled. In ancient times, only the nobility and wealthy merchants could afford roasted meat. Ordinary people were lucky to have a bit of minced meat during festivals. Jiang Xiuyan watched him eat, and Luo Chen, seeing her wearing an old apron around her waist, found it quite funny. He suppressed a laugh and offered her a piece of lamb, saying, "Come on, you should try it too. After working so hard, you should taste it." Jiang Xiuyan opened her mouth to eat, nodding as she said, "It is delicious." "Shiyan, you should try it too." Jiang Shiyan, who was busy chatting with a few friends on her phone, looked up, frowned, and said to Luo Chen, "Brother-in-law, are you really going to make me eat with my hands?" Luo Chen had no choice but to feed her another piece, fearing she would want him to keep feeding her, so he quickly grabbed several pairs of chopsticks and placed them next to the plate. As soon as Yao Sheng saw that they had started eating, he immediately went to the trunk of the car to bring out the wine, pouring a cup for each person. Luo Weigua first poured a cup for Jiang Guanyuan, apologetically saying, "Things were too rushed today, I didn't expect it. I said I would bring you to Chuan City to drink corn wine, and I'm really sorry, we can only drink this." Old Jiang shook his head with the wine glass in hand, saying, no problem, having wine is good enough." Luo Chen quietly said to Jiang Xiuyan, "My dad still doesn't know this wine costs thousands of dollars a bottle. He feels bad for not bringing your dad that corn wine that costs only a few bucks a pound." Jiang Xiuyan smiled and said, "That's what makes the old man sincere. If he had said from the start that he would take you to drink wine that costs thousands or tens of thousands a bottle, it would have been less interesting." Luo Chen's aunt and younger aunt both raised their glasses to toast Luo Weigua and Luo Weidong. The cigarettes and wine Luo Chen had bought for his dad last time were still piled up at home, untouched, but the ones bought today would last for several days, more than enough. Luo Chunying took a small sip, glanced at Luo Chen, and then quietly said to Luo Weigua, "Second brother, how about you say something, and I'll drink with Luo Chen to make amends?" Luo Weigua pondered for a moment and said, "Alright, I'll go say something." As he spoke, Luo Weigua took his wine glass over, walked up to Luo Chen, and said, "Son, your little aunt wants to toast you with a drink, you see. After all, she is your own aunt." Luo Chen replied lightly, "Dad, you drink your wine, why drag me into it? You adults shouldn't involve us kids in your matters. You're my dad, and I can't interfere with you, right? Besides, if you insist on making me drink, I'll just black out." To this, Jiang Xiuyan immediately chimed in, yes, uncle, a few days ago, Luo Chen had a drink with my dad at our house, and he ended up completely out of it. He really can't handle alcohol." Jiang Xiuyan looked at her sister with disdain, thinking that she was acting like a little wife before even getting married. Luo Chunying, next to Luo Weigua, felt a bit awkward and hesitated for a moment before downing her drink, saying, "If Luo Chen can't drink, then he shouldn't, I'll drink for myself." She understood the meaning behind Luo Chen's words. He was upset, and anyway, he didn't want to get involved with her in the family of his aunt, but since his dad had said it, he didn't oppose his dad interacting with his two younger sisters, even secretly helping out a bit. Anyway, that's the gist of it, he doesn't care about his dad. This attitude has changed somewhat compared to his previous firm opposition. There's no need to force it. Zhang Shulin and Wang Zhenkue, who were huddled next to Luo Weidong, didn't dare to say a word, silently drinking. While others were eating happily, the two of them were suffering through their meals. Just as they were enjoying their food, the sound of cars echoed from the village road, bright lights illuminating the night. Over 10 vehicles arrived, and upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a group led by Song Shuhai, all coming here. Luo Chen was stunned, wide-eyed. Wasn't he hoping for some peace and quiet? He wanted them to go play in other parts of Chuan City, but now they all flocked to his hometown, more than 40 people. Song Ziqing and Luo Chenya came over, smiling bitterly as they reported to Luo Chen, "Boss, it's old Song Shuhai and his gang insisting on coming, saying they wouldn't be happy without the boss here." Bai Chichi and her 5 friends had already gathered around Jiang Shiyan, chattering excitedly, each grabbing lamb to eat. Song Shuhai approached Luo Chen with a grin, saying, "Boss, wherever you go, I'll follow. If you're not happy, you can dock my bonus." Luo Chen shot back, "So you're a rich man now, huh? Not afraid of being penalized?" Song Shuhai laughed heartily, "Don't worry, boss, we're not afraid of not having a place to stay. We brought enough camping tents, sleeping bags, and everything else we need. We'll set up tents, there's plenty of flat land at your place. Even 10 times more people wouldn't be a problem. Luo Chen didn't want to deal with him, waving to Luo Yong, brother, they've all come, and there definitely won't be enough food. Go tell the shepherd to buy a few more sheep. When we leave later, we'll pay him double. We're all from the same village, let's help each other out. Okay. Luo Yong called a few people, including Mu Chaojun, to go buy sheep, and Song Shuai followed along, finding it all quite novel since he hadn't seen it in person before. The shepherd was very happy, selling sheep that cost 15 yuan a pound for 30. Luo Chen hadn't forgotten his roots, knowing to support him. He stopped watching TV and helped catch the sheep, weighing them before assisting in slaughtering and skinning them. He was much more familiar with this process than Luo Yong and the others. To change things up, Luo Yong also bought 7 or 8 chickens from the shepherd, and they set up 2 large fires in the yard, roasting 5 sheep and 7 chickens together. The scene became even livelier, with 4 foreign flight attendants being more generous than Bai Chichi and her friends, singing and dancing. Luo Chen stroked his chin, pondering, then said to Luo Chanya, what do you think about us buying an island somewhere and taking the employees on trips in batches as a staff benefit? Luo Chanya laughed, sure, anyway, the boss isn't short on money. What employee wouldn't support such a benefit? Luo Chen nodded, then turned to Song Shuai, did you bring the computer? Song Shuai waved his hand, instructing 7 or 8 subordinates, go get the computer from the car, set it up, and get ready to work later. Of course, they had to bring the eating tools. With the extra time, they worked on a new book. Anyone interested could search for the author name, Luo Xiaoben, then click on all works. Among the works was I Have 100,000 Superpowers, definitely a thrilling read, which could be directly viewed on the shelf. Since they couldn't go through the process over the weekend, they could search and watch it on Tomato Novels and Tushio Novels after going through the process on Monday. Song Shuhai and his 8 subordinates were skilled, connecting to the 4G signal, and once connected, they found the signal was strong. Luo Chen pointed to the signal tower on the small hill across and said, the signal tower is right there, no obstructions. The rural signal is even better than in some places in the city. Almost every small hill in the countryside had a signal tower, and the rural wireless signal was quite good. After fiddling with the computer for a while, the software was running normally. It was just past 9:15, and Luo Chen had already selected a futures index, immediately instructing Song Shuai, Nasdaq index, go long, by $2 billion. Got it. The actions of Song Shuhai and his subordinates were swift. The sound of fingers tapping on the keyboard echoed as they completed the operation in just a few seconds. But at that moment, Luo Chen suddenly noticed the numbers changing rapidly. What was going on? Luo Chen was taken aback and tried to calm himself to predict the situation. The numbers had already shifted, and he could only terminate the trade early, immediately instructing Song Shuhai to sell. In just 20 seconds, Song Shuhai was puzzled as to why the boss's orders had suddenly changed so drastically. They had just made $10 million from this trade, which was nearly impossible in past index trades. Each index trade typically earned at least $400 to $500 million, with some even reaching over $1 billion. $10 million was no longer significant to them. Luo Chen was curious and looked for another opportunity, quickly instructing Song Shuai, hurry, short the Dow, $50 billion. Song Shuai didn't even respond verbally, and with his subordinates, they swiftly completed the transaction. $50 billion was no small order. However, as soon as this $50 billion order was placed, Luo Chen noticed the numbers changed again, and even more dramatically than before. Shuhai, place the order, Luo Chen said coldly, immediately instructing Song Shuhai to sell the order. This time they only made $40 million, and Song Shuhai was extremely confused. What was going on with the boss tonight? Not only had his style changed drastically, but both trades had yielded only meager profits. After that, every time Luo Chen instructed a trade, the numbers would change immediately after the transaction, forcing him to terminate early and act quickly, or else they would incur losses. Luo Chen's expression grew somewhat grim as he checked the time. It was just past 11. After thinking for a moment, he said to Song Shuai, let's move inside to operate. It's too noisy outside. We'll come out for lamb skewers after the trades. Okay. Song Shuai immediately instructed his 8 subordinates to move the tables, chairs, and computers into the room. Luo Chenya and Song Ziqing followed Luo Chen into the room, while Zhang Xiuyan brought Luo Chen a plate of lamb slices and a drink. Luo Chen asked Song Ziqing to close the door, saying it was too noisy. Once the door was closed, Luo Chen focused on the computer and found another opportunity, instructing Song Shuai, long the Dow, $20 billion. After Song Shuai and his team placed the orders and completed the transaction, Luo Chen noticed the numbers changed again. Tonight was truly bizarre. After about 20 minutes, Luo Chen instructed to place an order to sell, and this time they made over $20 million. Luo Chen's expression turned somewhat cold, the same was true for other U.S. stocks and domestic futures. Unless he kept silent, as soon as he issued a trading command, the predicted numbers would change, and the larger the transaction amount, the more strange and bizarre the changes became. After pondering for a while, Luo Chen suddenly commanded Song Shuhai, Nasdaq Index, short, $500 million. Song Shuhai immediately operated, the sound of rapid keystrokes filled the air, and after the transaction was completed, he suddenly felt that this trade was even stranger. In the past, every trade Luo Chen instructed was at least $2 billion, but tonight was odd, the minimum was down to $1 billion and this one was even half to only $500 million. It was truly peculiar. Moreover, what was even stranger was that as soon as this order was completed, the index actually began to rise. Boss, this. Song Shuhai's face changed, and he turned to look at Luo Chen. Luo Chen remained silent with a cold expression, but Song Shuhai, without his instructions, dared not operate, even if it meant incurring losses. This trade resulted in a loss of 1/10, $50 million. Song Shuhai was alarmed and confused, not understanding what was happening. Since he had been with Luo Chen, they had never faced a losing trade. Every transaction would develop in the direction Luo Chen had indicated. Even though the trades before tonight had been strange, they had rushed to act early after completion, and the profits had been minimal, not even reaching 1/10 of their usual earnings. But even if it was small, it was still profit, at least there had not been a single losing trade. And now this transaction is a loss, and it has lost $50 million, with further losses continuing. After a while, Luo Chen finally instructed to place an order, and this $500 million deal lost $100 million. The loss rate reached 20%. Luo Chen let out a cold laugh, then instructed Song Shuhai, Nasdaq Index, short sell, by $50 billion. Although Song Shuhai was astonished, he still trusted and executed Luo Chen's orders 100%. Within seconds, the transaction was completed. This time, Luo Chen wore a mysterious and cold expression, and the numbers did not change after the trade. 3 minutes later, Luo Chen instructed to place an order, and after the transaction, this deal earned $2.7 billion. Song Shuhai finally let out a long sigh of relief. This was the normal standard of the boss, but tonight was too strange. Then Luo Chen instructed him again, Shuhai, Dow Jones, go long, $1 billion. After the transaction, Luo Chen noticed the numbers changed again, and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Song Shuhai discovered something odd again. As soon as this order was completed, the Dow Jones index actually fell instead. Just like the previous $500 million deal, this one was the same. A $2 billion order lost $100 million in less than a minute, and Luo Chen instructed Song Shuhai to act again. After selling, Song Shuhai and the others couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Next, Luo Chen instructed S&P Index, go long, $2 billion. This time after the transaction, Luo Chen stared closely at the numbers, which did not change. 2 minutes later, after selling the order, they earned $900 million. The subsequent orders became increasingly bizarre under Luo Chen's command. Sometimes there was a win and a loss, sometimes 2 losses and a win, and sometimes 2 wins and a loss. There was no pattern at all. By 4 in the morning, after concluding, Song Shuhai reported, boss, tonight the offshore company account only made $6.4 billion, and the domestic futures and U.S. stocks combined only earned $40 million. This number was a new low for Luo Chen, an unprecedented low. Luo Chen nodded, then instructed a few of his subordinates, let's go out for barbecue, Shuhai, Chenya, Zicheng, let's have a short meeting. Upon hearing Luo Chen say he wanted to hold a meeting, the other subordinates consciously left, and Zhang Xiuyan went to close the door, returning to sit beside Luo Chen. Luo Chen said with a cold face, Shuhai, Chenya, Zicheng, we have a mole in our team, and I have tested it, confirming it is among the 11 of you. Luo Chenya and Song Zicheng exchanged surprised glances, but Song Shuhai immediately realized, slapping his thigh, yes, I remember now, I felt the boss's operations were abnormal today. Each time after a trade, it was only a few seconds before selling again, and each profit was much less than before. Also, the boss had 2 orders tonight that lost money for the first time. I thought it was strange, so it turns out. As he spoke, Song Shuai's expression turned fierce. Which bastard is so ungrateful? Find him, I want him to have a bad end. Luo Qianya asked Luo Chen in surprise. Boss, is it true? Luo Chen sneered coldly and said, Shuai, I kept you here to confirm that you are not the problem. When I issued the operational commands earlier, I was observing in secret. Since my methods are all real-time commands, the mole cannot leak information in advance, they can only transmit information on-site in real time, which can only be done through instant messaging on mobile phones. I have been paying attention and have almost identified a clear suspect. Song Shuhai was both astonished and angry, unable to help but ask Luo Chen, boss, who is it? Luo Chen waved his hand and said, "Don't be so impatient. Finding the mole is not difficult, especially since I already have a clear suspect. The reason I haven't acted on the spot is that I don't want to expose this mole." Song Shuhai was taken aback. What did the boss mean by not wanting to expose the mole? Luo Chenya was the quickest thinker and instantly said, "Boss, are you trying to fish out the person behind this?" Luo Chenshin replied sternly, "I not only want to expose that person, but I also want the one behind to take a big fall. You must not show any signs, do not disturb the snake in the grass. For the next few days, operate as usual. I just want you to know that I will insert some losing orders into the transactions. Do not be surprised or alarmed. Once we return to Jianhan, I will dig a big pit to trap the person behind this. At that time, we will find the mole, gather enough evidence, and send him to prison. I do not mind rewarding those who follow me with great wealth, but I will never forgive those who betray me, nor should they be forgiven." "All right." Song Shuhai agreed immediately. Luo Chen waved his hand and instructed, "Okay, that's it. If he stays in the room too long, he will become suspicious. You all should act more naturally, eat and drink as you please." Although it was past 4 in the morning, everyone was still in high spirits, chatting while eating roasted lamb and chicken. Luo Chen and a few others stepped outside, stretched lazily, and then walked over to his mother's group, smiling as he said, "Mom, are you still chatting? Are you tired? If you are, go back to the room to rest. You can sleep inside, and we'll sleep in the tent outside." Zhao Jinyu did not object. With Jiang Shouyan's parents and aunt's family present, they couldn't let them sleep in a tent. After Song Shuhai came out, his face was full of smiles, chatting and laughing, but his eyes occasionally scanned his 8 subordinates. However, just by looking, he couldn't tell who the mole was, especially since it wasn't trading time. At this moment, his thoughts became much more detailed. From Luo Chen's words, he also guessed that during the trading, the mole wouldn't dare to make a phone call. They could only keep their phone on or use instant messaging, like WeChat or DingTalk, opening the communication line and pointing the call at Luo Chen. As long as they transmitted Luo Chen's orders, the purpose of leaking information would be achieved, and it only required Luo Chen's instructions. This was almost no different from Song Shuhai and the others receiving Luo Chen's orders on site. The other party would get Luo Chen's real-time instructions from the instant messaging software and then act accordingly. Perhaps their investment in operations was even greater than Luo Chen's. If it weren't significant, the results Luo Chen predicted wouldn't be so drastic. Luo Chen had tested it. Only after his investment exceeded $5 billion would there be noticeable changes. Last night, there were several significant fluctuations, which he believed were due to the other party's large capital investment. Who could it be? Song Shuhai wondered, as 5 of his 8 subordinates were eating meat and drinking heavily, creating a lively atmosphere. The other 3 were eating meat while playing on their phones. Song Shuhai casually glanced over. 2 were chatting, and 1 was playing a game. Luo Chenya and Song Ziqing also came over to bring them meat, drinks, and beverages, secretly looking for opportunities to see who the person was. Song Shuhai didn't pay attention to the subordinate playing the game and focused on the 2 chatting, bringing a cup of wine over to them and saying, "Fuexan, Zhanglei, let's drink. Come on, cheers." Always chatting, what's so interesting to talk about? The 2 looked up, raised their glasses to clink with Song Shuhai's, and smiled, saying, "Boss, you've brought your wife's family together, but my wife is still in Chuan City. She's been asking me all evening if I can help her and the kid transfer their household registration to Jianghan. Boss, do you have any connections for that?" Beside him, Luo Chen immediately spoke up, "I need to announce something to you all. Our company, as the leading enterprise in Jianhan, pays a lot in taxes, donates a lot, and does a lot for public welfare. Therefore, the leaders of Jianghan City have informed us that every year we can secure 50 household registration quotas for our company. How these 50 quotas will be distributed, I will have a few department heads hold a meeting after we return to Jianghan to discuss and see what plan we can come up with that is fair, just, and reasonable." Upon hearing this, the people present couldn't help but cheer. The matter of household registration quotas was not just for the trading department, but for the entire group company. In fact, given their income, whether or not they changed their household registration was not a big deal. With such high earnings, they could live comfortably anywhere. However, for their families, especially for children, it was a different story. The current education policy was particularly strict. Getting children into school was not just about having money, there were household registration restrictions. Another subordinate, who had been chatting, paused, took a big gulp of his drink, and said to Song Shuhua, "Boss, I'm not married yet, so the household registration issue isn't very urgent for me, but my partner is asking if there's a position available in the company." Song Shuhua immediately pointed to Luo Chenya, "You need to ask General Manager Luo about that. She's in charge of human resources, and it will be handled according to company regulations. It's not just about bringing someone in.
The subordinate sighed and said, I know, but the company is developing so well, and the benefits are almost unbeatable.
Who wouldn't want to join? I understand it's not easy, I just wanted to ask the boss.
Song Shuhua glanced at him, then casually looked at the others, shaking his head. I can't make any promises on that because I don't have the authority. No company would offer such high salaries and bonuses. Even the top company in the Fortune 500 wouldn't dare to pay that much.
Song Shuhua was genuinely loyal to Luo Chen for two reasons. First, Luo Chen was generous and valued relationships, and second, the salaries and bonuses were high.
If this continued, his annual income would be at least 30 million or more. This amount, if it weren't for Luo Chen's future finance, he wouldn't be able to earn such a high salary anywhere else. Not to mention such a high amount, even a tenth of that, he wouldn't be able to get. So one must be grateful and repay kindness. He couldn't understand what that trader was thinking.
Without Luo Chen, where else could he find such a high salary?
If Luo Chen were to be brought down, this group of people would be the most pitiful, as they wouldn't be able to earn so much elsewhere. It is easy to fall from frugality to luxury, but hard to go from luxury to frugality. Song Shuhua wished he could find that trader and chop him into pieces to feed the dogs. Unfortunately, it wasn't trading time now, so he couldn't see anything unusual. Moreover, when boss Luo Chen was trading unusually, he only felt it was strange but didn't delve deeper or observe thoughtfully. Luo Chenya and Song Ziqing were also secretly observing but couldn't figure out who it was, and they didn't dare to show too much curiosity. Luo Chen was sipping on a glass of orange juice, showing a slight smile on the surface, but inside he was plotting the big pit he wanted to dig. While others were digging at your roots, he certainly wouldn't hesitate to dig a pit to bury the opponent.
Boss.
His thoughts were interrupted by a crisp voice. He looked up to see Bai Chichi, her face as red as an apple from having had a little drink, bending over with her big, lively eyes fixed on him.
What is it? Bai Chichi raised her phone and said, Boss, I don't have your WeChat yet. Can I add you?
Sure, go ahead.
Luo Chen didn't mind, pulling up the WeChat QR code for her to scan.
Who would have thought that this action would attract a swarm of other girls, all wanting to add the boss on WeChat? Go ahead and add, after all, they were all his subordinates.
After scanning the code, Luo Chen saw 6 friend requests in his WeChat and decided to approve them all first.
6 friends passed through, 3 of whom were Korean girls. No need to mention the Korean girls, the other 3 were named 49, I'd rather be the other half, and Forever 777. Now these girls, even when choosing a username, are particularly unique and hard to guess.
Based on his speculation, Forever 777 should be Bai Chichi, because 7 is abundant. As for I'd rather be the other half, that's a mystery.
While he was pondering, 49 suddenly sent a message, I like you.
Luo Chen was startled, quickly glanced around to see if anyone was nearby or paying attention to him, and only then did he breathe a sigh of relief, hastily deleting the message.
He had a hunch that 49 was most likely his sister-in-law Jiang Shiyan. This girl always made him anxious. He decided to have Xiang Haiyang intensify their training when they returned to Jianghan, pushing them to exhaustion to see if they still had the energy to think about nonsense. A moment later, 49 sent another message, don't worry, I won't tell anyone.
I know you like your girlfriend, but I just like you. Headache.
Luo Chen quickly deleted the message and looked up at the group of girls a few meters away, all of whom were engrossed in their phones. After a while, seeing no more messages coming in, he dared to take out his phone. Fortunately, Jiang Xiuyan was helping her sister-in-law with something and wasn't there, otherwise, it would be awkward. Just as he took out his phone, he unexpectedly received another message with a ding. It was from I'd rather be the other half, brother-in-law, my stomach hurts.
Luo Chen was taken aback. I'd rather be the other half was actually Shiyan? Then who was 49?
Looking again at Jiang Shiyan, he saw her clutching her stomach, frowning. Luo Chen walked over to take a look. Under the light, her face was a bit pale, and fine beads of sweat were forming on her forehead.
Was her stomach really hurting?
Luo Chen reached out to feel her forehead. It was icy cold, and he couldn't help but be startled.
He quickly leaned down to ask her, Shiyan, what's wrong? Is it very painful? Tears streamed down Jiang Shiyan's face. Sister, brother-in-law, I really hurt a lot.
Jiang Xiuyan panicked, and without a second thought, Luo Chen picked up Jiang Shiyan and turned to instruct Yao Shang, Xingzi, drive. Yao Shang and Zhang Jiaqing jumped up, and Song Guangming also came over to drive a car. Jiang Xiuyan hurriedly opened the car door, and Luo Chen carried Jiang Shiyan inside, with Jiang Xiuyan quickly following to sit beside him. Song Guangming swiftly turned the car around and drove toward the village road, with Yao Shang following closely behind. Jiang Shiyan's hands around Luo Chen's neck were also icy, her body trembling, while Jiang Xiuyan held her sister's hand, tears streaming down her face. As Song Guangming drove, he said, Boss, Xiuyan, you don't need to worry too much.
Shiryan's situation is somewhat similar to appendicitis.
It hurts, but as long as we get her to the hospital quickly, there's basically no life-threatening danger.
Luo Chen felt a bit relieved.
Jiang Shiryan, fearing her sister would worry, endured the pain without saying a word, but the beads of sweat on her face were increasing, and her complexion was frighteningly pale.
Luo Chen instructed Jiang Xiuyan again, Xiuyan, take out my phone and call Mayor Qin. Jiang Xiuyan, trembling, finally took out Luo Chen's phone, opened the contacts, found Mayor Qin's name, and dialed.
It was already 5 in the morning, and anyone would be irritable at this hour. But Mayor Qin quickly answered the call, his voice urgent, Mr.
Luo, what's the matter?
Qin Feiyang spoke directly. He knew Luo Chen well. If it weren't for a major emergency, he wouldn't be calling at this hour. He also knew Luo Chen had returned to Chuan City, but he had been busy these past few days and hadn't found time to meet him. Luo Chen was not polite and directly stated, Mayor Qin, my sister-in-law suddenly has severe abdominal pain at my hometown in Xizang town.
I'm rushing to the town now. Could you please arrange for the relevant doctors from Chuan City Hospital to come to the Xizang Health Center to handle the emergency procedures? It's too far for us to get to Chuan City.
Qin Feiyang immediately agreed. Okay, I'll arrange it urgently right away. Luo Chen handed the phone to Jiang Xiuyan and urged Song Guangming, a bit faster.
Song Guangming only replied with one word, okay.
At that moment, there were no cars or people on the rural road, allowing Song Guangming and Yao Sheng's 2 vehicles to speed along.
After about 20 minutes, they arrived at the Xizang Town Health Center.
The doctors in the hospital had already received orders from above and were prepared for the emergency surgery.
Thanks to Brother Jia and Brother Fu for the push to update, old Luo feels ashamed and is working hard, thank you. Because of the superior's orders, they couldn't be 100% certain.
Appendicitis is usually a minor surgery, but they didn't dare to operate on a minor surgery. The top medical team from the city hospital arrived quickly, taking just over 40 minutes for a journey that usually takes an hour to reach the town health center. Upon examination, it was confirmed as appendicitis, and the surgery was immediately performed by Director Yuan Hui, the best in appendicitis surgery at the city hospital. Considering Jiang Shiryan's status as an artist, they decided to use a 3-port method, which is different from traditional open surgery, involving only 3 small incisions and is considered minimally invasive. After the surgery, there were basically no surgical scars. Traditional appendicitis surgery would leave a scar resembling a centipede on the lower abdomen. The surgery was actually quite simple and was completed in just 20 minutes without any danger. Jiang Xiuyan felt relieved when her sister came out of surgery and quickly called their parents to report that she was safe.
Luo Chen immediately thanked Director Yuan Hui. Thank you, Director Yuan, for coming here in such a hurry.
Then he instructed Song Guangming, call Qianya and have her coordinate with the town health center. Tonight, all the doctors and nurses present at the town health center, as well as the doctors from the city hospital, should each receive a red envelope of 20,000 yuan, and Director Yuan should receive 50,000 yuan as thanks.
The doctors and nurses at the town health center were stunned. Who is this person? So generous?
Director Yuan, the head of surgery at the city maternal and child health hospital, had already received news before coming and knew that Luo Chen was a super rich man. Regardless of whether it was a minor surgery, he sincerely appreciated it, so he didn't decline. Declining would seem inappropriate. In the ward, Jiang Xiuyan looked at her sister, who had already fallen asleep, her face pale, with a few strands of hair stuck to her forehead with sweat, looking helpless and pitiful. Seeing her sister like this, Jiang Xiuyan's tears fell again. No matter how strong she was, she couldn't hold back in front of her family. Luo Chen held her soft hand and said, "Don't worry, Director Yuan said this is just a minor surgery, and it was very successful. After recovery, there won't even be any scars, and it won't affect Shiryan." Jiang Xiuyan nodded and softly said, "Thank you."
Luo Chen, with a slightly displeased expression, said, "Why are you thanking me? Do I want you to thank me?"
Jiang Xiuyan gently leaned against him, her eyes brimming with tears, saying, "Luo Chen, you spoil me so much that I can't live without you."
"What would I do without you?" Luo Chen couldn't help but laugh. "I love hearing that. It's the effect I want. I want you to be unable to live without me for a lifetime."
After a bottle of nutrient solution was finished, the sky brightened, and Jiang Shiryan on the hospital bed regained some color but was still fast asleep. Jiang Xiuyan leaned against Luo Chen and also fell asleep, too tired after the previous night of barbecuing and watching Luo Chen trade stocks and futures, then sending her sister to the hospital. It was indeed exhausting. However, Luo Chen was not sleepy, his mind occupied with thoughts of the trader, feeling as if a thorn was stuck in his throat, making him particularly uncomfortable. Jiang Shiryan on the bed stirred slightly, and Luo Chen looked up at her. Jiang Shiryan's long eyelashes fluttered, and then she slowly opened her eyes.
"Brother-in-law." Luo Chen, afraid of waking Zhang Xiuyan, gently asked her, "Does it still hurt?" Zhang Xiuyan shook her head slightly. "It doesn't hurt anymore." Luo Chen thought for a moment and comforted her. The doctor said it was a 3-hole minimally invasive procedure, and there won't be any scars after it heals, so don't worry. Zhang Xiuyan pouted indifferently, "I'm not worried about scars." The thoughts of girls these days are really hard to understand. Luo Chen smiled bitterly and casually asked her, "Who is 49? Zhang Xiuyan didn't think much and answered right away, "It's Chi-Chi, her name has 2 sevens, 7 times 7 is 49. Oh dear. Headache. He thought 49 was Zhang Xiuyan, but it turned out to be by Chi-Chi. Suddenly, he understood why Xiuyan's WeChat name was "I'd rather be the other half" because she envied her sister and wanted to be the other half. As a result, Yang Chi's 777 made him mistakenly think it was by Chi-Chi, and in the end, he didn't guess any of them right. If 49 is by Chi-Chi, then Luo Chen was troubled again. What kind of brain nonsense did this girl send him a message saying "I like you"? Seeing Zhang Xiuyan staring at him, Luo Chen cleared his throat and said, "You girls have such strange online names, just random nonsense. You should stay in the hospital for a couple of days, I'll find someone to keep you company." No, Zhang Xiuyan immediately refused. Appendicitis is just a minor surgery. As long as you don't do any intense exercise after the operation, it's fine. When I was in Korea, Enchen had this illness, and she came back the same day after the surgery, then rested for 2 days before starting her training again. Luo Chen let her be. It was indeed a minor surgery, and it was fine to go back as long as she paid attention to not doing intense exercise and avoided spicy food. While they were talking, Zhang Xiuyan woke up, and after a while of confusion, she finally came to her senses. As soon as she saw her sister awake, she hurriedly asked, "Xiuyan, how are you? Does it still hurt?" Seeing her sister's red-rimmed eyes, Zhang Xiuyan shook her head and said, "Sister, I'm fine, it doesn't hurt. It's just a minor surgery, I'm good, really." Zhang Xiuyan held her sister's hand, wiping her tears as she said, "You scared me to death last night. Your hands were ice cold, and your forehead was all sweaty." Luo Chen stood up and said, "Xiuyan, stay with her for a while. I'm going to handle the discharge procedures. Xiuyan doesn't want to stay in the hospital, so let's go home. Just remember not to do any intense exercise, avoid spicy food, and no drinking or smoking. You'll be fine in a few days." Zhang Xiuyan was a bit worried, but Luo Chen waved his hand and went out. In the corridor outside, Song Guangming and 3 others were sitting on a bench, staring down the hallway. "Guangming, let's go handle the discharge procedures," Luo Chen waved, and Song Guangming and Zhang Jiaqing followed him downstairs, while Yao Sheng and Mu Chaojun stayed upstairs. It was still early, and there was no one at the hospital window to handle payments or admissions. The billing doctor at the window was dozing off and took several calls to wake up. After completing the discharge procedures, Zhang Xiuyan upstairs had also tidied up, helping her sister put on her shoes and waiting. At this point, Luo Chen felt awkward to carry her downstairs again. In fact, after carrying Zhang Xiuyan to the car and then up the elevator to the hospital yesterday, he was exhausted and only realized afterward that his legs were a bit shaky and weak. Zhang Xiuyan was about 1.72 meters tall, although she was of a balanced build and not overweight, carrying her was not easy. Zhang Xiuyan helped her sister walk slowly to the elevator, and when they reached the entrance, Zhang Jiaqing had already parked the car at the gate, and they got in directly. Zhang Xiuyan even adjusted the seat for her to lie back comfortably. On the way back, Zhang Jiaqing slowed down, trying to drive as smoothly as possible. Luo Chen had just sat down next to Zhang Xiuyan when his phone dinged again. He took it out to see another message from 49. He looked up to find Zhang Xiuyan staring at him, and he couldn't help but blush, hesitating whether to open the message. Luo Chen boldly opened the message, which read, "How is Xiuyan? We'll come to the town clinic to see her later." Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, this girl hadn't sent any of those previous messages. He quickly replied, "She's back." On the way back, Zhang Jiaqing drove slowly, mainly for comfort, taking nearly 40 minutes for a journey that usually took just over 20. Upon arriving at Huangpa village, Luo Chen's hometown, a large group of people came out to greet them. Zhang Xiuyan helped her sister out of the car, and Wei Fengling rushed over with red eyes to support her daughter, examining her closely. Zhang Xiuyan smiled at her and said, "Mom, it's nothing serious, just appendicitis. Plus, my brother-in-law invited an expert from the city to perform the surgery using a new minimally invasive technique, so there won't even be a scar." Only then did Wei Fengling feel relieved, helping her inside while saying, "Come on, lie down. You need to rest. Your mother-in-law made you some old hen soup to nourish you." Luo Chen didn't go inside. He briefly updated Song Shuhai and the others on the situation. Luo Yong came over excitedly and said, "Yang Di, the old Yang family in the village has raised dozens of fragrant pigs. Today they've added some new dishes, a few roasted suckling pigs, roasted lamb, and roasted chicken will continue, plus they've prepared a few rabbits. Luo Chen smiled and nodded. That's great, brother. You take charge of everyone's meals. I think I'll just stay here at home for a few days and not run around. You can be the temporary head of the meal committee and take good care of everyone's needs. Luo Yong readily agreed. No problem. I know everyone's tastes pretty well. They actually don't like too much fancy food. They prefer our rural dishes, everything organic. Luo Chen nodded. Over there, Mu Chaojun brought him a chair to sit on, while others gathered in small groups to play cards. Some went up the mountain to stroll, and a few went with Luo Yong to slaughter pigs and sheep. Luo Qianya smiled wryly at Luo Chen and said, Boss, these departments you've nurtured have no pressure at all. Without you, they really wouldn't know how to survive. Luo Chen shrugged. I think it's great. Earning money is also for enjoyment. They work hard when it's time to work, and when they're free, they should relax. Otherwise, what's the point of living a tense life all the time? After a moment, Luo Chen turned back and waved to Xiang Haiyang, who was checking information on his phone. Old Xiang. Xiang Haiyang quickly brought a chair over and sat across from him, asking, Boss, what can I do for you? Luo Chen glanced at Bai Chi-Chi and the other girls, lowered his voice, and asked, Have they set a debut date? Xiang Haiyang nodded. It's set for September 1st. The group's endorsement advertisements have already been filmed, including TV ads, new media ads, and both mobile and fixed platform ads are in negotiation. Once we start, it will be a comprehensive blitz across land, sea, and air. We've already produced samples of 3 catchy songs. Do you want to listen to them? Sure. Luo Chen took the Bluetooth earphones from him and put them in his ears. Xiang Haiyang quickly pulled up the 3 samples from his phone and played them one by one. Luo Chen listened intently. He didn't really understand music, whether it was distribution or production. He was an outsider in every aspect, but he felt he understood one thing. He was a listener. Music is for the public. If the public can accept and enjoy it, then that music has the potential to be a hit. Don't try to pull him into discussions about the intricacies of music. It's like watching movies or reading novels. If you bring in an art film that has won countless awards, the average audience won't understand it. The same goes for novels. Those that win literary awards, no matter how profound or philosophical, the common people won't enjoy or understand if it lacks mass appeal. What they want is something simple and easy to grasp. After listening to the 3 songs, Luo Chen nodded affirmatively at Xiang Haiyang and said, Old Xiang, I don't know much about music, but these 3 songs sound really good in terms of melody and singing style. I think it's great. Only then did Xiang Haiyang smile and say, Boss, I tailored these 3 songs specifically for them. With the promotional video showcasing their 6 good looks and dance skills, it will have the power of a nuclear bomb. Luo Chen nodded again, hesitated for a moment, and then made a suggestion. Old Xiang, I think. Could we move their debut date a bit earlier? Xiang Haiyang was taken aback and asked, Move it earlier? Well, it's not impossible. It would be a bit tight, but we can still move it up. How about August 1st? Luo Chen counted on his fingers. Today is July 20th, so there are still 11 days until August 1st. Alright, let's go with August 1st. Xiang Haiyang thought Luo Chen was concerned about Jiang Shiyan and wanted to push her out sooner, which is why he requested to move it up. He also gritted his teeth and directly proposed a month earlier. After all, the boss had never interfered with his management, and he provided as many resources as needed, so moving it up was fine. It just meant he and the 6 girls would be a bit more tired, but that was no big deal. Seeing that Xiang Haiyang readily agreed to move it up a month, Luo Chen felt a sigh of relief. Jiang Xiuyan and Bai Chi-Chi, you 2 are going to have your time tightly scheduled, and you'll be exhausted, so let's see if you still have the leisure to send silly text messages. Also, Luo Chen waved and called over Luo Chenya, Song Ziqing, and Liani. Luo Chenya and Song Ziqing, along with Liani, approached him with a bit of nervousness, noticing his serious expression. Luo Chen pointed at them one by one and said, Annie, I remember your profile says you're 30, right? And Luo Chenya, you're 27, and Song Ziqing, you're 26. You're not young anymore, shouldn't you be looking for a partner? The 3 women stared at him in disbelief, thinking, has the boss lost his mind? Other company bosses are afraid of their employees dating because it distracts them from work, but what's his deal? Luo Chen, feeling frustrated, said, Look at other women your age, they could have kids by now. And you 3, you don't even know where your partners are. Your families probably think I'm such a tyrant that I won't even let you date. In a few years, when you're older and single, you'll come to me for trouble. Who am I supposed to compensate? Initially anxious, Luo Qianya became annoyed upon hearing this and couldn't help but retort, Boss, did you eat too much lamb last night and can't digest it? Why are you meddling in this? After saying that, she tossed her head and walked away.
Song Zicheng glanced at Liani, who looked back at her, and they both exchanged bitter smiles. Especially Liani, at 30, how could she not have ripples in her heart? But the better a woman's own conditions are, the harder it is to find a partner. After all, good men with good character are rare, and they basically adhere to the principle of better to be single than to settle. It's not that she doesn't want to find a partner at her age, but seeing her boss Luo Chen every day, the standard for a partner unconsciously rises to his level, aligning all criteria with him. The result is naturally predictable. There's only one Luo Chen in the world, and everyone can see his deep feelings for Jiang Xiuyan. Even if Luo Chenya had a tiny bit of fantasy, she wouldn't show it. Song Zicheng used to often clash with Luo Chen, even getting annoyed at him for buying groceries for the older Wei Fengling. But when she later realized that the boss was making moves to pursue Jiang Xiuyan, she felt ashamed for several days and then didn't dare to confront the boss again. A moment later, he picked up his phone and came over to report to Luo Chen, "Boss, 2 companies from the capital have sent letters asking if we want to go public with Future Finance. They are experts in promoting this area and have close ties with major banks like those in Europe, America, and Hong Kong." Although Luo Chen didn't have a high level of education, he understood the meaning of this letter. It referred to an initial public offering, which also implied going public. Without a second thought, Luo Chen directly refused. "Why? I'm not short on money. How much can going public raise? A few $100 billion? Future Finance is solely owned by me. I don't need to raise funds." "Alright, then I'll decline directly," Song Zicheng nodded, noting it down. She had guessed this would be the outcome. All companies that go public mainly do so to raise money, and her boss just happened to be someone who didn't need it. Why go public? Throughout the day, everyone remained excited, as if they had endless energy, spending the whole day just to get something to eat. When trading began in the evening, Luo Chen made an excuse about the noise and continued in the room with the door closed. Inside, besides the 9 members of the Song Shuhui group, there were Luo Chen, Luo Chenya, Song Zicheng, and Jiang Xiuyan. Luo Chen moved a chair to sit in the middle, with a row of tables set up in front. The 9 members of Song Shuhui sat around the table, with 9 laptops open. Song Shuhui and the 3 girls, Luo Chenya, Song Zicheng, and Jiang Xiuyan, were responsible for serving tea, of course, while Luo Chenya and Song Zicheng discreetly observed the 8 people, trying to figure out who the mole was. At first, the 8 people were focused on their computers, pulling up the trading software. 6 of them placed their phones directly on the table next to their computers, while 2 kept their phones tucked away in their pockets. Song Shuhui was also paying attention, but he was very careful not to stare too much at any one person. He just casually scanned the room and then looked away. The 6 phones were haphazardly placed, making it hard to tell if any were being used intentionally, and none had their speaker direction facing Luo Chen. The other 2 phones weren't even taken out, so their status was unclear. Song Zicheng and Luo Chenya exchanged glances, both guessing that there was a 90% chance that the phones had been switched to communication mode before entering for trading. Or perhaps the mole was being more cautious, deliberately positioning their phone speaker away from Luo Chen, because they were not far apart. Since the speaker wasn't directed at him, what he said could still be clearly transmitted. At 9:15, the stock index futures began, and Luo Chen issued the first command: Nasdaq index, go long, by $2 billion. As soon as this figure was announced, Luo Chen noticed a change in the numbers a few seconds later, just like the night before. About a minute later, Luo Chen timed it perfectly and instructed to execute the trade. This $2 billion principal earned just over 160 million, slightly better than the night before, but still much less than the normal situation. Under normal circumstances, $2 billion in stock index futures could earn at least 600 million. For the second trade, Luo Chen instructed to invest $1 billion, but this trade lost $30 million. The traders were a bit puzzled. This was Luo Chen's second day of trading mistakes, but of course, they didn't dare to ask him. For the next trade, Luo Chen instructed to invest $3 billion, increasing the amount. After the transaction, Luo Chen noticed the result numbers fluctuating sharply, and this trade developed in the opposite direction, losing nearly 100 million in just 1 minute. Luo Chen immediately instructed to stop the loss and sell. This trade incurred consecutive losses, with the 2 trades together losing $130 million, wiping out more than half of the 160 million earned from the first trade, leaving only $30 million. The traders were thinking to themselves, was the boss relying entirely on luck before? Now he had fallen from grace, making multiple mistakes over 2 consecutive nights, and tonight's losses even broke records. Song Shuhui, having received Luo Chen's instructions early on, was naturally no longer surprised and listened coldly to the orders. Then, in the 4th transaction, Luo Chen ruthlessly placed an order for $5 billion, and after this transaction was initiated, the results surprisingly showed no change.
Luo Chen sneered inwardly. Indeed, with a few deceptive moves, he had managed to outmaneuver the other party. The first two transactions must have caused them to incur losses, so they dared not follow suit this time. Moreover, this transaction was particularly large, and fearing a significant loss, the other party chose to remain steady and observe the situation. However, quite the opposite occurred. In just 2 minutes, Luo Chen made a whopping $29 billion from this large transaction. In the next transaction, Luo Chen again placed an order for $5 billion, but this time it was in the opposite direction. While issuing the command, Luo Chen discreetly signaled Song Shu-Hui with a gesture, so this transaction was only executed by other subordinates, and he did not actually purchase with his own quota. After a minute, Luo Chen ordered a withdrawal. Without Song Shu-Hui's transaction, this trade resulted in a loss of $190 million. Then, in another transaction, Luo Chen placed a heavy bet again, but the other party remained silent, and the result showed no change. This time, he earned over $2 billion. After several transactions, although there were both losses and gains, Luo Chen's losses were only in the tens of millions, while his gains were in the tens of billions, so the losses were negligible. Among the two who had not taken out their phones, one closest to Luo Chen, Zhang Tao, covered his stomach and said, "I need to use the restroom." Luo Qianya immediately went over and said, "Go ahead, I'll cover for you for a bit." Luo Qianya had previously managed Luo Chen's U.S. stock trading, so she was not unfamiliar with the trading operations. During Zhang Tao's restroom break, Luo Chen directed 2 more transactions, each for $5 billion, and both were profitable, earning over $2 billion each. After Luo Chen issued the orders, the predicted numbers showed no change, and both transactions concluded as predicted, safely earning nearly $5 billion. Song Shu-Hui glanced at Luo Qianya and Song Ziqing. The three of them remained expressionless. Luo Chen instructed Song Ziqing, "Go get me a drink." Jian Xiuyan interjected, "I'll go. You shouldn't always make Ziqing do things. She's more tired than anyone." Luo Chen laughed. "All right then, how about you take over this assistant role?" Although Jiang Xiuyan meant well, Song Ziqing was reluctant to let the work go. While it was tiring for her, and she often faced scolding from her boss Luo Chen, she found joy in the pain. After all, which boss could offer her a monthly bonus of 1 to 2 million? If calculated annually, Song Ziqing's income could reach at least 20 million, a figure that even executives of listed companies might not achieve. Zhang Tao returned after 5 or 6 minutes, and Luo Qianya let him take back his position, then went to join Jiang Xiuyan and Song Ziqing in preparing fruit slices. In the subsequent trading operations, Luo Chen's investments were not large, generally $5 billion, with larger ones at 10 billion, but all were profitable, with no further losses. Strangely, Song Ziqing and Luo Qianya developed a sense of aversion towards Zhang Tao, though they pretended to maintain a close colleague relationship on the surface. Even Song Shu-Hui had come to suspect Zhang Tao as the mole, but Luo Chen had long advised against alarming the snake in the grass, so they acted as usual. By 4 in the morning, Song Shu-Hui checked the status of several accounts. The offshore company account had earned $14.7 billion, and the Tiger Securities account had earned a total of $710 million. The gains from that night were not particularly large, but not small either. The total balance of the offshore company had reached $186.6 billion, and with the $700 million from tonight added to the domestic account, it totaled $175.8 billion. Since several hundred billion had already been paid out earlier, the research center in the Magic City, the preliminary expenses for Xiuyan New Plaza, along with donations of several billion, had collectively amounted to nearly 600 billion paid out. Luo Chen nodded and then instructed Luo Qianya, "Take note that you, Ziqing, and Shu Hui will each receive 800,000 in bonuses, while everyone else will get 400,000 each." As usual, the management received double what the employees did, but everyone was already very happy. In other companies, just having this amount as a bonus for one night at the end of the year would be considered good, so they should be content. There's a saying that human hearts are never satisfied, like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. At this moment, Song Shu-Hui, Luo Qianya, and Song Ziqing looked down on Zhang Tao in their hearts. The boss gives you such good treatment, allowing you to earn tens of millions a year, and you're still not satisfied? You even act as an insider, not to mention how much you earn. Has your conscience been fed to the dogs? Luo Chen coughed a couple of times and then instructed them, "If you want to eat, go out to eat. If you want to have fun, go outside and enjoy yourselves. I need to lie down for a bit, I can barely keep my eyes open." Being the boss is like this, you can do whatever you want, and no one cares. Moreover, Luo Chen was a particularly unique boss. While other bosses kept everything tightly in their grasp, he basically didn't manage much at all, completely handing over each business project to the leaders, except for the trading department, which he couldn't let go of. The next day, he slept until noon. When he woke up,
He felt a tickling sensation on his face and opened his eyes to find Jiang Xiuyan sleeping beside his bed, her hair brushing against his face. As soon as Luo Chen moved, she woke up and asked him, "Are you awake? I'll go heat up some food for you." Luo Chen held her hand, not letting her leave, and rubbed her soft hand against his face, saying, "Xiuyan, how about? I really want to marry you right away." Jiang Xiuyan's face turned a little red, and she softly replied, "I'll listen to you." Luo Chen got up, put on his shoes, and pulled her outside. Under the temporary kitchen shed at the corner of the yard, Zhao Jinyu, Wei Fengling, and Xu Yingying were preparing lunch. On the other side, Luo Weiguo and Zhang Guanyuan were chatting casually. The two fathers-in-law got along well, and old Zhang didn't mind that Luo Weiguo was uneducated, chatting with him about anything and everything. Luo Chen excitedly pulled Jiang Xiuyan out to tell his mother, "Mom, and that. Auntie, I want to marry Xiuyan, let's find a date to get married." Although Jiang Xiuyan was shy, she showed no signs of opposition, her bashful expression clearly indicated mutual feelings. Wei Fengling said, "Well, I have no objections. What about you, mother-in-law?" Zhao Jinyu's face darkened, and she scolded Luo Chen, You just think of things as they come, that won't do." "Mom, you. Mother-in-law, what do you mean?" "Auntie, you." Zhao Jinyu suddenly turned hostile, leaving Wei Fengling, Jiang Xiuyan, and Luo Chen all surprised, not knowing why she had changed her attitude. Zhao Jinyu angrily said to her son, "Look at you, how can you not understand the proper etiquette now that you're somewhat established? I want a proper marriage for Xiuyan, carried back in a grand sedan chair. You think you can just bring my daughter-in-law back so simply? No way." "Oh." The others finally breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Luo Chen was annoyed. "Mom, can you please clarify your words first? You scared my little heart." Zhao Jinyu huffed and continued, "This date isn't something you can just decide on. We need to consult a master to pick a date, and it has to be a day that matches your and Xiuyan's birth dates. If it's tomorrow, I'll agree. If it's next year, don't come complaining to me." Luo Chen grimaced. It can't really be next year, right? He knew his mother was superstitious, but since the elders believed in this, he couldn't oppose it. He actually didn't want to go against his mother. Zhao Jinyu glared at him and asked, "So, are you going to listen to me or decide for yourself? If you decide for yourself, then don't bother with your old mother." Before Luo Chen could answer, Jiang Xiuyan quickly replied, "I'll listen to Auntie." Zhao Jinyu couldn't help but smile. Her daughter-in-law, Xiuyan, looked ethereal and incredibly beautiful, but her temperament was compatible with Zhao Jinyu's. She was down-to-earth and obedient, which made Zhao Jinyu very fond of her. Zhao Jinyu called out to Luo Weiguo, "Weiguo, call second uncle and ask him to take a look at the birth dates of our son and Xiuyan. Send them to him to see if the date is good." "Oh." Luo Weiguo received the order and cheerfully asked old Jiang for Jiang Xiuyan's birth date, then sent it along with their sons to second uncle, calling him to request a good wedding date. During lunch in the afternoon, second uncle called back, saying that the 18th day of the first lunar month was the most auspicious date. Zhao Jinyu thanked him and asked Xu Yingying to help transfer 8,888 yuan as a token of gratitude to second uncle. Luo Chen frowned, calculating that there were still exactly 6 months until the wedding date. Luo Yang and Mu Chaojun brought out bottles of mutai, saying, "The date for the wedding has been set, we need to celebrate properly today." Everyone came to congratulate Luo Chen and Jiang Xiuyan. Song Ziqing pouted and said, "Boss, such a big happy event has been set, shouldn't we get a big red envelope to celebrate?" Luo Chen didn't scold her for trying to take advantage, but smiled and waved to his sister-in-law Xu Yingying, saying, "Sister-in-law, make a note of this. Everyone present today gets a red envelope of 100,000 yuan, to be distributed along with this month's salary." A few girls wanted to lift Jiang Xiuyan, scaring her into a flustered escape, running awkwardly into the ground. Luo Chen tossed her a few times in the air until he got dizzy, and shouted at the most raucous one, Song Shuai, if you throw again, the bonus is cancelled." Song Shuai ignored him, encouraging others to join in. Come on, our elders in Chuan City say that on a happy day, we celebrate for 3 days regardless of size. Don't say you're the boss, even Grandpa would do the same." Seeing that he couldn't scare him off, Luo Chen had to give in, but still said, "You silly old hat, my wedding day is the happy day. Today is just a big happy day for nothing, put me down." Song Shuai was taken aback, suddenly realizing, and quickly set Luo Chen down, awkwardly saying, "Boss, I was just caught up in the moment." Luo Chen huffed, "The bonus is deducted, and you'll be on probation for a month." Song Shuai scratched his head and suddenly waved to a few accomplices, "The bonus is deducted anyway, what's the worst that could happen? Come on, brothers, let's throw the boss into the sky." Luo Chen's face changed, he thought, "Damn, this guy can't be controlled anymore," and quickly ran away, desperately following Jiang Xiuyan's direction.
The boss couldn't maintain order anymore and could only flee. If he didn't, he'd be caught and thrown into the air, which would be a huge embarrassment.
Jiang Xiuyan stumbled in front, looking distressed in the vegetable field.
Luo Chen ran over, scooped her up around the waist, and took off.
Jiang Xiuyan was wearing high heels, leaving deep imprints in the soil, making it impossible for her to run.
Luo Chen didn't get far before he was out of breath, and when he looked back, he was startled to see Song Shuhai and a few others chasing after them. Scared, he quickly ran again, but it was hard to run while holding her, so he set Jiang Xiuyan down and said, "Come on, I'll carry you."
Jiang Xiuyan didn't dare delay. A few girls giggled and followed closely. She had never seen such a game before and quickly climbed onto Luo Chen's back. Luo Chen took a deep breath and ran towards the small river, glad that he was a local and knew the terrain well enough not to run wrong even with his eyes closed. Most of the girls chasing them were wearing half-high heels, and once they reached the field, they all got stuck. Some sank into the soil, while others fell into the vegetable piles, creating a ruckus. Only Song Shuhai and a few others were still excitedly chasing.
Luo Chen, carrying Jiang Xiuyan, didn't even have time to look back, panting as he asked her, "Are they still chasing?" Jiang Xiuyan glanced back nervously and shouted, "They're coming, quick!"
Luo Chen gritted his teeth and ran for his life, sweat streaming down his face, his heart filled with resentment.
"You, Song Shuai, today you pushed the boss into the ground, tomorrow the boss will make you pay."
But no amount of anger would help. At this moment begging for mercy was useless.
In the courtyard, Song Guangming, with a pained expression, quietly asked Zhao Jinyu, "Sister, about the boss. Shouldn't you say something?" Zhao Jinyu chuckled, "Let them be. It's a joyous occasion, a bit of chaos makes it festive. How can it be festive without some commotion? Celebratory events don't distinguish between big and small. You all just watch. Look at how fierce he usually is with Ziqing and Xianya, he should be taught a lesson. Don't let him get too arrogant." Song Guangming could only smile bitterly and gestured to Zhang Jiaqing to go take a look, making sure Song Shuhai and the others didn't go overboard. Zhang Jiaqing grinned and quietly slipped away.
Luo Chen was truly exhausted. In the countryside, it's common to have such antics during weddings, but this wasn't a wedding, just a date set for one. Behind him, Song Shuhai and the others were hot on his heels, with several girls either holding their shoes or covered in mud, shouting and chasing after him. As they dashed out of the dirt, they reached a small river. Luo Chen, carrying Jiang Xiuyan, splashed into the water, stopping in the middle where it was knee-deep. Song Shuhai and the others caught up, standing by the riverbank, grinning at them. Soon, a few girls stumbled over, looking disheveled and not a single one was clean. However, Luo Chen and Jiang Xiuyan were no better off. Luo Chen was drenched in sweat, and Jiang Xiuyan's hair was a mess, revealing half her face, one shoe missing, and the other foot covered in mud. The girls were shouting, some preparing to take off their shoes to enter the river.
Luo Chen quickly called out, "Wait, wait." Yang Qi widened her eyes and asked, "What's wrong, boss? Do you have something to say?" Luo Chen, no longer daring to threaten them, softened his tone, "Just tell me your conditions, we can talk about it. Conditions are negotiable." Yang Qi glanced at her disheveled friends and asked with a smile, "Then let's see what conditions the boss will offer." Luo Chen ignored her and turned his gaze to the scheming Song Shuai, asking, "You say, as the representative, what conditions do you want? Spit it out." Song Shuai thought for a moment and said, "Boss, how about this, you carry Shoyan and sing your way back, Sing Zhu Beiji carries his wife." Damn! Luo Chen thought of retorting. But Song Shuai was no longer intimidated, standing on the bank with his hands on his hips, threatening him, "Boss, if you don't agree, we'll toss you like peanuts, throw you into the sky. Do you believe we can throw you until it gets dark? Fine, you're something else." Luo Chen couldn't outdo him, his usual authority was ineffective, so he had to relent. "Alright, I'll sing." Jiang Xiuyan, embarrassed, buried her face in Luo Chen's back, allowing him to carry her. Luo Chen waded through the water and sang as he walked, "They all say our old pig is fat, with a big belly and big ears. Oh, what a lucky sight, our old pig is happy today, carrying my new wife, singing as we go." After a few lines, he asked Song Shuai, "Is there such a handsome Zhubeiji?" Song Shuai ignored him and threatened, "If I tell you to sing, you sing. If you say anything else, you'll be punished to sing 20 more times." Luo Chen, angry, threatened back, "Song Shuai, let me tell you, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west." Song Shuai laughed heartily, "Boss, don't threaten me. My kid is already 9 years old, you won't have a chance to take revenge. Boss, you still have a tough time on the 18th of the first month." Luo Chen thought about it and realized, yes, today was just setting a date, and he was already in such a mess, who knew how it would end on that day. His head ached. When he carried Jiang Xiuyan back home to the courtyard, Luo Chen could no longer bear the weight, and they both fell to the ground, with Jiang Xiuyan covering her face, too shy to look at anyone. Luo Chen called out to his mother, "Mom, I brought back your daughter-in-law." On the other side, 6 or 7 large tables were set up in the yard, with dishes and drinks continuously being served. After resting for a while, Luo Chen carried the shy Jiang Xiuyan into the house, while Song Ziqing brought a basin over to wash their faces and feet. Song Ziqing then went to find a pair of shoes for Jiang Xiuyan, glancing at Luo Chen as she said, "Boss, even though you often scold and yell at me, when it really matters, it's still your little assistant who treats you well." With a stern face, Song Ziqing slammed the door behind her. Luo Chen smiled at Jiang Xiuyan. This little assistant is getting more and more temperamental. After washing off the mud from his hands, face, and feet, he went outside, where Song Shuai, grinning, brought over a plate of sliced roasted pork to please him. "Boss, this roasted pork is so fragrant." Luo Chen took a piece to taste and said, "Flattery won't work. Is there anyone who treats the boss like this? You're worse than outsiders." Song Shuai chuckled, "Boss, I repent. Next time on your wedding day, I'll stand in for you." "Traitor, I'd be a fool to believe you." Luo Chen teased him a bit before handing the plate to Jiang Xiuyan. "Xiuyan, try it, it's really good." Song Shuai gave a thumbs up, saying, "Boss, this is grilled by Yonggu. I didn't expect this food committee head to be so skilled. He could really open a restaurant." Luo Chen laughed. "You know, Yonggu has run a barbecue stall for a few years outside. His skills are indeed impressive." While chatting, Luo Chen noticed Jiang Xiuyan's aunt, Wei Fengchun, happily chatting with her mother and his own mother. Suddenly reminded of something he had mentioned earlier, he went over to her and said, "Aunt, I heard Xiuyan say you studied finance and accounting before. Why not quit teaching and come work in my company as an accountant? We're all family in Jianhan, and it would be nice to look after each other." Wei Fengchun was taken aback, feeling warm inside at Luo Chen's words treating her like family. After thinking for a moment, she shook her head. "I'm afraid I might not do well and delay your work." "No problem," Luo Chen said decisively. "Aunt, it's settled then. This time, come back to Jianghan with us. I'll just have a word with Principal Huang over at the high school, and you can quit directly. You don't need to worry about my company. Besides, accounting isn't just your responsibility, everyone shares different duties." Wei Fengling didn't oppose this. Seeing that Luo Chen genuinely cared for them, she felt that this son-in-law was indeed good, pleasing to the eye, and likable in every way. Although he was incredibly wealthy, money wasn't the most important thing. Most rich people lose their original intentions after gaining wealth. Money can dilute familial bonds and emotions, prioritizing interests above all. However, with Luo Chen, she didn't feel he was overly capitalistic. Interacting with him revealed that he was just an ordinary young man, with a strong sense of family and a caring nature. Moreover, it seemed he was quite devoted in his relationships, at least not entangled with that big star Suing as rumored online. Wei Fengling immediately made a decision for her sister. "Fengchun, let's do it this way. Once we move, don't worry about finding a place, just live with us. We just moved into a new house, and since it's all arranged by Luo Chen, there's a huge villa with plenty of empty rooms, so it will be convenient for you." Jiang Shi rested for a day and felt much better, able to move around slowly, but she didn't dare let her eat barbecue. Zhao Jinyu and Xu Yingying made her mutton soup and porridge. During the evening trading session, they still operated with the door closed, and tonight, Luo Chen returned to his usual steady pace, making a profit on every transaction, though not as large as before. By the end of the night, the offshore company account had earned $8.7 billion, while Tiger Securities made $400 million. Luo Chenya and Song Ziqing secretly kept an eye on Zhang Tao, noticing his phone was placed next to the computer, but the voice transmission was aimed directly at Luo Chen. That ungrateful wretch. As soon as the transaction was over, Luo Chen instructed Song Ziqing, notify everyone first thing tomorrow morning that we're heading back to Jianghan at noon. Also, note down the bonuses, 600,000 for the management, 300,000 for the other employees. Both Song Ziqing and Luo Chenya were a bit surprised. Weren't they supposed to stay a few more days? Why were they suddenly returning early? But the boss is the boss, he calls the shots. Since he didn't explain the reason, Song Ziqing didn't dare to ask further. The next day at noon, Luo Chen got up and had a casual breakfast. Most others had already packed and were ready to return to Chuan City. The management from Tianzong City arranged for drivers to take them to the airport. They had only spent 3 days in Chuan City, and everyone felt they hadn't had enough fun. They had truly enjoyed themselves. On the way from the airport back to Jianghan, at Heishan Hanjing, both Song Ziqing and Luo Chenya felt that Luo Chen seemed strange, speaking very little. They didn't dare to ask, thinking it was likely related to that traitor. After returning to Heishan Hanjing, they took a nap until the evening when they went to the company office. Luo Chen's spirits seemed a bit better then. Before 8 o'clock, he gathered everyone from the trading department for a meeting.
There were nearly 50 people in the trading department, most of whom were from Jianghan, with only 9 from Chuan City, including Song Shuai. Luo Chen looked at everyone, and they all stared back at him. Song Ziqing handed him a glass of water. After taking a sip, Luo Chen spoke, "I think this is the first formal meeting since we arrived in Jianghan. The renovation of the company office building is mostly complete, we're just modifying a part of it, so it's quick. Once the renovation company hands it over, we'll move in. After we enter the new office, the trading department will be managed by Yao Wenbin, but it will be split into 2 groups, one group for domestic stocks, US stocks, and domestic futures, temporarily managed by Yang Chunchen, and another group for European and American futures and index futures, managed by Song Shuhai. Additionally, the team leaders for each group will be selected tomorrow, and will conduct a major trade tomorrow night. I will personally contact Tiger Securities to arrange for a temporary high leverage limit." Luo Chen then brought up a previous incident. "I believe the new employees have heard the old employees mention our previous operation, the one with negative oil prices in crude oil futures, where we made a total of $200 billion. So, I ask everyone to get energized, let's aim for something big tomorrow. After the trade, everyone's bonus will start at a minimum of 5 million. Upon hearing the minimum of 5 million bonus, everyone instantly became excited. In their usual operations, the minimum bonus was typically 300,000. With a maximum of 600,000, and the management would double that, but no one had ever received over 1 million, let alone 5 million. Even in Jianghan, 5 million could almost buy a house, so no one was unhappy. Luo Chen's meetings were always straightforward. He would state the important matters and then dismiss everyone. After a short break, they began the trading for the night. The first trade in index futures made $26 billion in just 3 minutes, marking a great start. Because they had heard about the minimum 5 million bonus for tomorrow, the employees in the trading department were particularly motivated and spirited. Luo Chenya and Song Ziqing kept pouring coffee for everyone, as it was the best way to stay alert. Some made a little less profit, but whenever Luo Chen noticed any fluctuations in the final numbers, he would try to sell at the best point to maximize profits. That night, the trader was still active, but the capital behind the trader hadn't fully trusted him. They were selectively investing. After discovering the trader's existence in the previous 2 nights, Luo Chen intentionally let the trader spread his predicted instructions, resulting in the other party suffering some losses. Luo Chen had his own operational considerations, so his losses were minimal, and he still made a stable profit in the end. However, the capital behind the trader was unaware of Luo Chen's operations and ended up losing money by following alone. That night, the capital behind the trader was much more cautious and thoughtful, not investing in every trade. For example, during the previous few trades, they didn't invest and just watched, then saw Luo Chen making profits on every transaction, and immediately regretted it. However, when they decided to follow suit, they were still afraid that Luo Chen was leading them into a trap, so they didn't invest much. In the end, they made a profit again. Based on the trading methods from the previous 2 nights, Luo Chen would make 2 profits and then make mistakes once or twice, so they hesitated to invest again. But Luo Chen continued to win, just like gamblers. If a double comes up, those who bet on doubles might win several times in a row, but then they would become anxious and afraid to bet on doubles again. However, after another double comes up, they would feel regret and frustration, thinking that the next round surely wouldn't be a double. The mindset is the same, but Luo Chen won every round. Eventually, the capital behind the trader couldn't resist following along, but they invested very little, and again they made a profit. When they invested again, it was even less, or just about the same as before. At this point, they definitely wouldn't dare to bet against it, but they also didn't want to invest heavily, so they made small bets and ended up making small profits until the end. That's how making money works. If you start by betting big, you'll be more willing to continue betting big later. If you start by betting small, even if you make a profit, you'll only dare to bet small. No one expected that tonight all of Luo Chen's trades would be winning. At 4 in the morning, after the trading ended, Song Shuhui finished the accounts and reported to Luo Chen, "Boss, the offshore company's account had a great result tonight, earning $31.6 billion, and the total balance has reached $227.7 billion. Additionally, here domestically, the Tiger Securities account earned $132 billion. Luo Chen nodded, "Not bad, keep a record. All employees in the trading department will receive a bonus of 600,000 yuan, and management will get 2 million yuan. Everyone, don't go out to have fun tonight, go home and rest well. Be more spirited tomorrow night." "Okay, boss." The people in the trading room responded in unison, loudly. They were willing to stay up every night for such rewards. 600,000 yuan in bonuses for one night, 20 working days in a month, just thinking about it was exciting.
When they applied for the job, to be honest, the starting salary at Future Finance wasn't very high, but what they didn't expect was that on the first day of work, the bonus they received was more than their entire annual salary. By now, everyone was glad they had stayed. If they hadn't, they would probably regret it for a lifetime. Since the boss had given orders, no matter how excited they were, everyone went downstairs to drive home and rest, preparing for tomorrow's big battle. After getting in the car, Luo Chen waved to Song Ziqing and Luo Chenya, saying, "Get in my car." Once they were in, Zhang Jiaqing drove them back to Heishan Hanjing, with Song Guangming sitting in the passenger seat and 4 others, including Yao Sheng and Mu Chaojun Zhangrui, in the back. Now, Luo Chen had arranged for 6 people to be by his side at all times, with Song Guangming as the main force not rotating, while the other 10 were divided into 2 shifts of 5, alternating. In the car, Luo Chen didn't say anything to Luo Chenya and Song Ziqing, lost in thought. After returning home, Luo Chen finally said to them, "I have a task for you. Don't go back for now, just find a guest room upstairs to make do for a bit. You can go out to do your business tomorrow." Seeing Luo Chen's serious expression, both Luo Chenya and Song Ziqing nodded cautiously. Luo Chen then explained to them, "Because you two are the only ones I trust the most in the company, this matter is very important. It's about the internal trader. I've dug a big pit, but to avoid alarming the snake, you can't handle this during the day. You must wait until my trading is almost done before you take care of it." Luo Chenya and Song Ziqing couldn't help but smile at this. They loved hearing this. The entire group now had over 1,000 people. The hotel side was from a stepmother, and the Han Wenjun real estate side was also from a second mother, but only the trading department was from their real mother, and they were the 2 most favored among the real mother's children. How could they not be happy? The next day, Luo Chen didn't go out all day. With his 24-hour predictive ability, he had already considered the operational choices for that evening. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, he called Yao Wenbin to make arrangements. After answering the call, Yao Wenbin immediately followed his instructions. Just after 8, Luo Chen set off for the company building. Upon arriving at the office on the 17th floor, he found everyone present, all of them looking spiritedly at him. Luo Chen smiled and nodded, then looked at the data on the big screen. However, the trading department seemed too excited, their minds focused on the 5 million bonus, and they didn't notice that Luo Chenya and Song Ziqing were missing from the office. Song Shuhai was also gritting his teeth, thinking that tonight he would finally expose the mole. Just the thought of the mole made him furious. There were over 50 people in the trading department, most recruited from Jianghan, with only 8 from Chuan City, who were considered his loyalists. But the mole turned out to be one of those 8, how could he not be enraged? Moreover, after confirming that the mole was Zhang Tao yesterday, his hatred intensified to the point of wanting to eat him alive. Last month, Zhang Tao had taken over 2 million in salary. Had his conscience been eaten by dogs? Song Shuhai also noticed that Zhang Tao had placed his phone on the left side of the computer, with the call port facing his boss Luo Chen behind him. That bastard! Song Shuhai silently cursed, thinking he would let him be carefree for a while longer. At 9:15, the stock index futures opened 15 minutes early, and Luo Chen wasted no time, directly issuing the order. "Shuhai, let's start with an appetizer, go long on the Dow Jones Index, $3 billion. Got it." Song Shuhai nodded, and all the subordinates began to operate. Seconds later, the transaction was completed. 2 minutes later, Luo Chen instructed to place the order, and this trade made an $18 billion profit, indeed a good appetizer. Luo Chen paused for about 5 minutes before loudly commanding, "Shuhai, all trading group staff, fill your permission limits. This time we're going for a massive integer, $500 billion. Everyone was excited upon hearing this. The boss must have confidence, and based on past trading operations, stock index profits were usually between 50 to 100% of the invested capital. This investment of $500 billion was certainly a significant leap, with large profits expected. Even estimating based on previous normal profits, half of that would still yield $250 billion. Nasdaq Index, go long, execute immediately. The trading room was filled with the sound of rapid keystrokes. Operating on a desktop in the headquarters was definitely more convenient and quicker than on a laptop. Seconds later, the transaction was completed, and the Nasdaq Index began to rise within seconds. Just as everyone was excitedly waiting, suddenly, the Nasdaq Index plummeted as if it had jumped from the top of a skyscraper, crashing down in an instant. Everyone was stunned, the speed was too fast, too quick to react. By the time they realized what was happening, the index had already dropped by 2 points, and $100 billion had vanished in an instant. Luo Chen said in a deep voice, "Don't panic, it's normal, it will rise back in a few minutes, just fluctuations." Hearing Luo Chen's calm command, everyone felt a bit reassured and quietly waited. However, the reality was contrary to what Luo Chen had said. The Nasdaq Index continued to plummet fiercely. After 5 minutes of black madness, the invested $500 billion was left with only $64 billion, with a loss rate approaching 90%. The people in the trading room were at a loss. They had never seen their boss make such a huge mistake, and no one dared to speak. Luo Chen clapped his hands and said loudly, "Alright, today's drill ends here." "A drill?" Luo Chen clapped his hands again, and at that moment, the trading room door opened, and 6 people entered from outside, 2 girls and 4 police officers. The 2 girls were naturally Luo Chenya and Song Ziqing. At this moment, Luo Chen said calmly, "The transaction tonight is not a real operation. I had General Manager Yao contact Tiger Securities in advance. What they provided us is not a stock index interface, but a virtual operation software, so all the trades we are executing are fake." "Fake? Why?" several employees began to ask. Luo Chen smiled and said, "Because we have an insider among us who is leaking our trading information." Song Shuai, hearing Luo Chen finally say it openly, immediately jumped up and shouted at Zhang Tao, "Stop pretending. I really misjudged you. Has the boss treated you poorly? He gave you over 2 million in bonuses in a month, and you still want to betray him and the company. I really can't understand it. Is there really someone as despicable as you in this world?" Zhang Tao was taken aback, his face instantly turning red, and he stood up to defend himself. "Brother Huai, I didn't. I'm not the insider." Seeing that he wouldn't admit it, Song Shuai pointed at his phone and shouted, "Still not admitting it? I've been watching you for several nights. Every time, you put your hand on the edge of the computer desk and pointed the call towards the boss. And the night before last, when we were at the boss's hometown, you went to the bathroom halfway through, and while you were there, the trades went wrong. In the 5 or 6 minutes you were gone, the boss made a lot of money on 2 trades. And you still say it wasn't you?" Luo Qianya and Song Ziqing also stared at him, their expressions extremely serious. At least the 3 of them were convinced it was him. Luo Chen shook his head and said, "Shuai, it's not Zhang Tao. Don't wrong someone. Not Zhang Tao?" Luo Chen's words immediately surprised Song Shuai, Luo Qianya, and Song Ziqing. All signs pointed to Zhang Tao, and it turned out it wasn't him? Did the boss make a mistake? Luo Chen turned his gaze to Fu Xian and said lightly, "Fu Xian, have I ever wronged you?" Fu Xian's face instantly turned pale, sweat pouring down his forehead and face. One of the 4 police officers walked up to him and said, "Please take out your phone." Fu Xian trembled as he took his phone out of his pocket. The officer took the phone, opened it for inspection, and then pulled up WeChat, where he was chatting with someone named Brother Jean. The officer showed him the screen, and at that moment, the communication was cut off. The other party, Brother Jean, had sensed he was discovered and hung up. The officer waved to a colleague, who stepped forward and handcuffed Fu Xian. The officer then formally said to him, "Based on a report, you are suspected of leaking important trading information of the company, involving economic crimes. We will detain you for investigation. Please cooperate." Fu Xian's face was pale as he looked at Luo Chen, trembling, and said, "Boss, I really didn't mean to wrong you. I just thought this trading information wouldn't harm us. We earn, and giving it to others is just earning for them too. It doesn't harm us. So, boss, please forgive me this time. I'm begging you, I won't dare again. I will work hard and never dare again." Luo Chen sneered, "Never dare again? Heh, do you think that even if I don't pursue your criminal responsibility, I can still keep you in my company?" Fu Xian's lips trembled, his face full of pleading. Luo Chen asked him again, "I'm just a bit curious, how much did they offer you?" Fu Xian, pale-faced, stammered, "1 million. Luo Chen threw his head back and laughed coldly, then turned to Luo Qianya and asked, "Qianya, how much did he earn last month?" Luo Qianya angrily replied, "Over 6 million. Luo Chen sneered, "Fu Xian, I paid you over 6 million in half a month, and you sold me out for 1 million? Luo Qianya interjected, "Also, this month his bonus has already exceeded 12 million. It's estimated that by the end of the month, he could receive 17 million. Upon hearing this, Fu Xian suddenly burst into tears, kneeling on the ground and pleading with Luo Chen, "Boss, please forgive me. I will work like a horse to repay you. I beg you not to hand me over to the police. I don't want this month's bonus anymore. From now on, I will definitely work hard and will never do anything to let you down again." Luo Chen couldn't help but laugh at his words. Fu Xian, your logic is really something. I give you nearly 20 million in salary for a month, and you sell me out for 1 million. Oh, the human heart, the human heart. At this point, Luo Chen sighed, no longer looking at him, allowing several police officers to take him away. Song Shuhai was both shocked and angry, his mind a muddle, unable to comprehend why the traitor would be Fu Xian, and what was going on with Zhang Tao.
As he spoke, his eyes were fixed on Zhang Tao, while both Luo Qianya and Song Ziqing were also staring at Luo Chen. Although they had instructed Luo Chen to make other preparations, they had both believed that the traitor was Zhang Tao, never expecting such a twist from Luo Chen. In any case, no one had anticipated that Fu Xin would be the traitor. Luo Chen walked over, smiling as he gently patted Zhang Tao's shoulder. I'm sorry you had to bear the title of traitor. I know that in the past few days, Shuhai and Xianya both thought you were the traitor. The reason I didn't say anything was to avoid alarming the snake. Tonight's situation, haha, Fu Xian's backers have lost at least $500 billion. I think they won't be able to withstand such a loss. Song Shuhai couldn't help but ask him, boss, who is the mastermind behind this? Luo Chen shook his head, how would I know? But I estimate it's probably someone familiar. Alright, let's get our spirits up. The real operation is about to begin. In a study of a villa in the capital, Su Guotai's father smashed his phone against the computer screen, shattering the phone and damaging the computer. Damn it, useless trash. The big boss muttered curses in anger. It was no wonder he was losing his temper. After arranging everything for so long, recruiting people and laying the groundwork, he aimed to earn a massive amount of capital from Luo Chen's operational information and find an opportunity to strike him down. But unexpectedly, Luo Chen discovered their plans and dug a huge pit for them. This time, the big boss had united all the capital he could connect with, both domestic and foreign, even pulling in several rival factions, all to gather enough capital. This time, he had nearly pulled out all the capital he could muster, a total of over $600 billion, involving dozens of major domestic capitals and several foreign ones. It could be said that he had taken out his entire savings. At first, everyone watched for a few days, indeed shocked by Luo Chen's operations. Then, the night before, Luo Chen's operations returned to normal, winning all night. Although their invested capital was small, they had still earned over $10 billion the previous night. If they had invested more, making $100 billion wouldn't have been a problem. Then they heard Luo Chen instructing that there would be a massive operation tonight, and they were all eager to enter the market. However, they were still cautious with the first trade and didn't follow through, resulting in Luo Chen winning again as expected. So, for the second massive investment, they got carried away and invested all $680 billion. Then came the crash, instantly losing over $100 billion, and everyone panicked. Then they heard Luo Chen's voice saying it was fine, that it would rebound in a few minutes, so they held on with a sense of luck, waiting a few minutes. Who knew those few minutes would turn out to be the darkest minutes, with $680 billion lost in just a few minutes, and they were using 10 times leverage. Fortunately, the brokerage firm's risk control saw the situation was wrong and forcibly closed their positions, but they still had to pay out tens of billions of dollars. This loss is something he cannot bear. One can imagine the scene where those powerful forces will come after him. You dog! The big shot's eyes burst with a fierce glare, sharp as a knife. This thing he originally thought was as insignificant as an ant has actually become more stable and even turned the tables on him, digging such a big pit for him. When Luo Chen crippled his son's right hand, he thought Luo Chen could only mess with his spoiled son and wasn't even worthy of a showdown with him. During this time, he had always felt that everything about Luo Chen was under his control, but he never expected that Luo Chen had unknowingly dug such a big pit for him. You dog! The big shot cursed again. This pit Luo Chen had created left him feeling quite overwhelmed, having dug such a big hole and not knowing how to fill it. This person must be dealt with. On the 17th floor of the future financial office building, in the trading room, Luo Chen had a bountiful night, with the offshore account balance barely reaching $260 billion, and the domestic Tiger Securities made a profit of $164 billion tonight. After finishing, he held the coffee that Song Ziqing had brewed for him, sweetened with a lot of sugar. After taking a sip, he instructed Song Ziqing, make sure to note down the bonus amounts for everyone. Each employee in the trading department will receive a bonus of 5 million, and the management will receive 10 million. After Luo Chen finished speaking, everyone was stunned. They had been excited yesterday and during the day because of the 5 million bonus, but after the incident with Fu Xian that night, everyone understood that this was just Luo Chen setting a trap to catch them all, and the 5 million bonus was naturally fake. But unexpectedly, the boss actually gave out the 5 million bonus. After the announcement, everyone was in a daze, unable to believe it was real. Of course, Luo Qianya wouldn't doubt it. She quickly clapped her hands and said, "Everyone, thank the boss." Instantly, the trading room erupted with warm applause, and everyone sincerely thanked Luo Chen. Although everyone's main purpose at work was to make money, their role in future financial was actually quite small, as the choices and directions of the trading operations were entirely in Luo Chen's hands. They merely followed orders. In this situation, their role was minimal and certainly not indispensable. Anyone else would have the same effect. The money Luo Chen earned was all due to his own efforts. He was the indispensable one. Therefore, whether or not to give these employees bonuses was not crucial. In the places they had worked before, the boss would never have given them such large bonuses. And even though Luo Chen had mentioned the 5 million bonus to set a trap to catch the mole, even if he didn't bring it up today, they would never think he was insincere. But in the end, Luo Chen still fulfilled his promise, which moved them greatly. That night, in the trading room with over 50 people, the management received double the 10 million bonus, totaling nearly 300 million in bonuses. After the applause, Luo Chenya spoke again. Everyone, quiet down. After the incident with that ungrateful Fu Xian, I couldn't help but think of a question. Fu Xian can earn tens of millions a month, yet he sold out the boss and the company for a mere 1 million. Why? Everyone fell silent, and Luo Chenya continued. I think it's a systemic issue. Because the boss is kind and laid back, the company hasn't established formal rules, leading Fu Xian to feel that selling the boss's trading information to others is inconsequential. He thinks that every extra dollar he makes is worth it, so he sold out the boss for 1 million. When I go to work tomorrow, I will ask a legal advisor to create a strict set of rules for the company, especially for the trading department. From now on, no communication devices are allowed in the trading department, and the rules for the trading department will be stricter than those for other departments. Luo Chen actually appreciated Luo Qianya's approach, but he didn't express his thoughts. He wasn't particularly concerned about the traitor this time because he relied on his own intellect. A traitor couldn't steal that from him. What he cared about were the people behind the opponent. A Fu Xian was nothing to him. He dug such a big pit just to trap the people behind Fu Xian, and perhaps tomorrow he would witness some chaotic events. However, if the person behind it was who he suspected, then he had to be cautious. Luo Chen estimated that the capital behind it was mostly related to the Su Guotai family, but he couldn't be sure it was the Su family. He just felt that only the Su family had such deep hatred and motivation against him. Moreover, the Su family had enough power. If he didn't have 2 talismans for protection, he would definitely be crushed by the Su family's influence. The enmity with the Su family was already irreconcilable, and if the capital behind it was primarily from the Su family, it would definitely lead to a situation of no return. While he was pondering, his phone rang, and to his surprise, it was Su Dongfeng, Director Su from the national team. It was rare for him to call. Luo Chen didn't hesitate to answer the phone. Luo, there was something yesterday that I don't know if it concerns you, so I wanted to ask. Luo Chen's heart skipped a beat, then he asked, what is it? Su Dongfeng hesitated for a moment before saying, yesterday, 7 venture capital funds I know have made significant investment mistakes, the most serious one being related to the Su family. I know you have a deep grudge against them, so I wanted to ask. Luo Chen hesitated for a moment before saying, I don't know if it's related to them, but a couple of days ago, my company's trading department discovered a traitor. I dug a pit and yesterday I trapped the capital behind the traitor, estimating at least $500 billion involved. As for whether the Su family is behind it, I really don't know. Su Dongfeng groaned in pain. Luo, you really wish you could poke a hole in the sky. I know your feud with the Su family isn't easy to resolve, but at least they don't dare to act against you right now. However, what you've done this time is a bit ruthless. It's a matter of life and death. I'm worried. Luo Chen immediately replied firmly to Su Dongfeng, Director Su, I understand what you're saying and I know my situation is becoming increasingly unsafe, but I can't let others ride on my back and do as they please. Since it can't be resolved, that day will come sooner or later, so I'm always prepared. Director Su, let me share a heartfelt thought with you. I hope to be a good patriotic citizen. I don't want to be forced overseas by certain forces. I've always hoped I wouldn't reach that point. Su Dongfeng fell silent for a moment before finally saying, I will convey your message. After hanging up, Luo Chen remained still for a while. In front of him, Liani was arranging the chores inside and outside the house, and Song Ziqing brought him a cup of sweetened coffee. Luo Chen took a sip while it was still warm, feeling comfortable, as if he were floating. Ziqing, have you considered which department to lead? After a pause, Luo Chen looked up at Song Ziqing, who was bringing him a plate of fruit. Song Ziqing placed the fruit platter on the coffee table in front of him, tilted her head in thought, and then shook her head, saying, forget it, your pampering has made my brain work less and less. I'm too lazy to think about so many complicated things. I'll just be your serving girl. Anyway, I'm not short on money, so there's no motivation. Luo Chen stroked his chin and said with a bitter smile, you can't be my serving girl for a lifetime. Why don't you think about it yourself and see if there are any good projects to invest in, and then I can transfer you to manage that project directly. Song Ziqing frowned, glanced at him, and said, are you tired of me? Are you trying to drive me away?
Luo Chen raised his hand with a bitter smile and said, forget it, forget it. Just pretend I didn't say anything. If you want to be a little maid, then be a little maid. After a while, he thought of Jiang Xiuyan again and called her, but she said she had gone to work. Luo Chen frowned in annoyance and called Hua Xiaodong, saying, Old Hua, give Jiang Xiuyan a leisurely position, or just fire her. Hua Xiaodong was taken aback and asked him nervously, Boss, please, don't scare me. Luo Chen replied irritably, what are you scared of? There are so many tasks at the hotel keeping Xiuyan busy. Every time I ask her, she says she's gone to work. I can't deal with this anymore. It's up to you now. If she wants to work, let her work, but make sure she has nothing to do. Hua Xiaodong breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, all right, I'll take care of this. As long as the boss wasn't causing him trouble, that was good enough. Although the boss was wealthy, he was still young at heart. When two people were in love, they couldn't bear to be apart for even a moment. Not long after, Luo Chenya came over to report on Fu Xian's situation. Boss, the interrogation of Fu Xian went smoothly, but the leads on the people behind him have gone cold, and we can't find them. Based on all the current evidence and the 1 million cash he received in his bank account, he's looking at a sentence of around 10 years. By the way, should we send a lawyer's letter to recover the 2,200,000 from last month? Luo Chen thought for a moment and shook his head, forget it. As for Fu Xian himself, my stance is that I will never let him go. We can sue him heavily, but with his arrest, his family will suffer. The old and the young, and I guess his wife won't be able to hold on either. That 200 million is just his settlement money. We won't bring disaster to his wife and children. Understood. Luo Qianya noted it down and then asked him, Boss, the real estate sector has been struggling these past few months. I heard that Daijin Real Estate is borrowing money everywhere to repay several bank loans that are due, and among them, there are several high-quality commercial properties in Jianghan that are for sale. Should we consider buying them? As soon as he heard about Daijin, Luo Chen thought of Hu Dayo and his son Hu Lu. For enemies, Luo Chen had never been stingy about kicking them when they were down. After thinking for a moment, he said, gather some information. Clear up the do and not do debts of Daijin Group and the properties they want to sell, and bring me the information this afternoon. Okay. After Luo Chenya nodded in agreement, she went to the study to look for information. Luo Chen's villa was so large that the study was almost like a small office, equipped with office supplies for Luo Chenya and Song Zicheng. Because he was lazy and sometimes wouldn't go to the company, he had a second set of office equipment at home. After having some bird's nest soup for lunch, he said to Song Guangming, let's go for a walk. However, as soon as he stepped out of the villa gate, he ran into Luo Lin, who looked somewhat disheveled, with a few bruises on his face as if he had been slapped, his hair a mess, and stubble on his chin. Bro. Luo Lin rushed over to Luo Chen with a mournful face and said, you have to help me out, bro. My company is short on cash right now. You need to lend me 3 to 4 million. No, just lend me 4 million. Luo Lin said with a pained expression, I got detained. Luo Chen couldn't help but chuckle. He had given him 5 million, and it hadn't even been a week, strictly speaking, only 5 days. In just 5 days, the luxury cars were gone, and several million in cash had vanished. Luo Chen asked him, what about the brothers you called over from Chuan City? As soon as he mentioned them, Luo Lin became furious. Don't mention them. Whenever I have good fortune, I remember them, bringing them over from Chuan City, treating them well with food and drink, and arranging business projects. In the end, they all cheated me out of my money, 10,000 today, 20,000 tomorrow. When I ran out of cash, they turned their backs on me. What kind of brothers? What kind of friends? I've seen their true colors. Luo Chen said, what did I tell you before? I don't owe you anything. Giving you this 5 million is out of respect for uncle and brother Yon. If you take this 5 million, you're just taking back the favor. I gave you another choice, but you didn't want it. You insisted on the 5 million. Fine, I'll give you the 5 million, but from now on, everything about you has nothing to do with me, understand? Luo Lin was taken aback, somewhat incredulous, and said, brother, I came to Jianghan to ask you for 5 million, and you gave it to me without a second thought. I know you have more money than you can spend. Can't you help me out a bit as brothers? Do you have to wait for me to fall into a pit? Luo Chen looked at him seriously and said, you're an adult now. Everything requires the responsibility and thought of an adult. To be honest, I have plenty of money, enough for several lifetimes, but I won't give you a single cent again. 1, it's not worth it. 2, I don't owe you. Luo Lin was stunned, trembling as he asked, you really won't give it? No. Luo Chen answered without hesitation, very decisively. Luo Lin was dumbfounded. How did this cousin, whom he thought was kind, suddenly become so ruthless and resolute? The last time he asked for 5 million, Luo Chen agreed without a second thought. At that time, he thought he would definitely come back for more after spending the 5 million. It would be foolish to ignore such a wealthy cousin. But he never expected that the cousin who had smiled at him before would now be as hard as steel, turning his back without a shred of compassion. In fact, he remembered clearly that when Luo Chen gave him the 5 million, he had also said that if he chose to take the 5 million, he would not provide any further help. At that time, he only wanted to get the 5 million and didn't think about what Luo Chen had said. Moreover, he thought that since Luo Chen had given the money so readily, it would be easy to ask for more in the future. With assets worth hundreds of billions, what was the problem with his cousin asking for a few tens of millions? In the end, he was slapped in the face. Luo Lin could clearly feel the ruthlessness and indifference emanating from Luo Chen. Guangming, let's go. Luo Chen didn't want to deal with him anymore and instructed Song Guangming and the others, then turned to leave. Brother. After a moment of daze, Luo Lin unwillingly chased after him, only to be kicked into the roadside bushes by Zhang Jiaqing. He then instructed his companions at the villa gate, don't let this guy in. If he causes trouble, just beat him up. After saying that, he spat at Luo Lin in the bushes. I hate spineless and immoral people the most. When he reached the riverbank, Luo Chen's expression was heavy and troubled. He sat on the stone steps by the river for a while, then turned to the row of people sitting next to him and said to Yao Shang, Xingzi, arrange for someone to investigate Luo Lin's situation. Find evidence against anyone who cheated him out of money, and make them return the extorted money. Send them to the police station. Also, check who is pressuring him. Yao Shang nodded and immediately contacted his companions. Luo Chen indeed hated Luo Lin's lack of ambition, but he also didn't want him to be bullied by outsiders, especially his group of friends from Chuan City, who were clearly after his wealthy cousin. Did they think Luo Chen's money was easy to extort? If the tiger doesn't show its power, do they really think I'm a sick cat? Moreover, his consistent principle was, I can give, but you can't take, and you definitely can't extort. Luo Lin crawled out of the bushes, covered in dirt, feeling extremely frustrated. Luo Chen had really torn their relationship apart and refused to give him face. What should he do? Previously, he had also asked his father, Luo Weidong, and brother, Luo Yon, for money, but his father had directly scolded him and hung up, saying he had no son like him. Brother Luo Yong earnestly advised him, you need to be practical and not aim too high. Luo Chen is a brother who values loyalty and affection. Just because we are close, we can't always ask him for this and that. Family ties are not for sale. Once money is involved, they become tainted. You should work steadily and not think of quick schemes. Luo Chen gifted us a large, enough for us to live in. If you haven't stayed there, you can come back and live with us. You won't have to spend a dime on food, drink, or accommodation. If you need some pocket money, I can give you 2,000 a month. Just honestly find a proper job. It doesn't matter if you earn little, as long as you work steadily. In the future, when Luo Chen sees that you are grounded, I believe he will lend you a hand. Luo Lin didn't take in a single word from what his brother and father said. His father surely had no money, but his brother and sister-in-law had plenty. Last month, the couple made a few million. That was a gift from Luo Chen. They didn't spend any money on it. They asked him for help but didn't give anything in return, and now they were offering him 2,000 pocket money a month. Was this really his own brother? He had just kicked Zhang Jiaqing hard. How could that little brat have such strength? Ouch, his whole body ached, feeling like it was about to fall apart. Limping out of the Haotian Hanjing, he felt tired after walking just a few hundred meters without a car. He had only driven the Porsche 911 for a few days before it was pawned. Without money, he couldn't redeem it. He had originally thought of showing off the 911 back in Chuan City, but that was no longer an option. However, when he saw Luo Chen gifting that woman named Jiang Shiyan a 6 million Ferrari supercar, he had already started to disdain the Porsche 911, feeling it unworthy of his status. He should have a Ferrari supercar too. Luo Chen could give that woman a gift but not his own brother. Thinking about it made him furious. Now it was even worse, they had torn apart their relationship. How would he ask for money in the future? Now he was being asked to work a lowly job earning 3,000 to 4,000 a month. Wasn't that humiliating? Finding a job was definitely out of the question. If he were to look, it had to be at the level of a manager or CEO. Besides, wasn't Luo Chen still looking for a general manager for that Xiaoyan Grand Hotel? Maybe he could ask his father to talk to Luo Chen on his behalf, not asking for money or a car, but just to work seriously as the hotel's general manager. That should be acceptable, right? While he was thinking, he had no money at all, not even enough to take a taxi. After walking for a while, he saw a black van screech to a stop beside him. The door opened, and 2 or 3 big men grabbed him like a chick and shoved him into the car. Luo Lin was both shocked and angry, shouting, "Who are you? What do you want?" Before he could finish, one of them slapped him hard across the face, nearly knocking him out. He couldn't help but feel furious, but before he could react, another 2 slaps came. Luo Lin, being a tough guy, kept his mouth tightly shut. However, he was seething inside, certain that these were Luo Chen's men come to deal with him. Had they really torn their brotherhood apart? After being beaten and not saying a word, he was held down by these men, unable to see outside the car, only feeling the vehicle winding around for a long time, about 40 to 50 minutes. Then the car started to shake violently, feeling bumpy, as if it were on a rural dirt road. After another half hour, the car finally stopped. A few men opened the door and jumped out, one of them kicking Luo Lin in the rear and shouting, "Get out!" Luo Lin struggled a few times and stumbled out of the car. When he looked up, the sunlight was blinding. Looking around, he was taken aback. This place was like a wilderness, with a solitary mudhouse surrounded by mountains. There wasn't a soul in sight. Even if he shouted at the top of his lungs, no one would hear him because there were no signs of life in the area visible to the eye. 6 unfamiliar, fierce-looking men got out of the van, each with a menacing appearance. 2 of them lifted 2 baskets of pork and pig heads from the back of the van, while another 2 or 3 carried a large yellow pot out of the house. They set up a makeshift outdoor stove with some bricks and started a fire with dry twigs and sticks. They poured half a pot of water into the yellow pot, and one of the men took off his shirt, exposing his bare arms. Holding a sharp meat cleaver, he casually chopped the pork into chunks weighing 5 to 6 pounds each and tossed them into the pot. The dry twigs caught fire fiercely, and soon the water in the pot was boiling, making a popping sound as the large pieces of meat cooked. The aroma of the meat wafted through the air, causing the men to swallow hard as they gathered around the pot. One of them stirred the pot with a stick, then speared a large piece of meat attached to a bone, blew on it a few times, and took a big bite. Delicious, good, satisfying. After chewing a few bites and swallowing, he instructed another man, Old 3, bring out the wine. Big chunks of meat and big bowls of wine, that's what makes it exciting. The 6 men all moved forward to grab a piece of meat from the pot, none of them behaving politely. Roland, who hadn't eaten breakfast, felt his stomach rumble at the sight, and he swallowed hard, almost swallowing his own tongue, then timidly asked, Can I have a piece of meat? The first man to grab meat, seemingly the leader, glanced at him and said, if you want to eat meat, that's fine, but we have rules. Roland quickly asked, what rules? The man replied while gnawing on meat, after eating our meat, there are only 2 outcomes, either you work for us, or we take your flesh in return. You eat, you pay. Roland immediately felt a tightening in his body and hurriedly smiled, all right, as long as it's not killing or burning, I'll do it. The man ignored him again and continued eating and drinking. There was indeed a lot of meat in that pot. Roland glanced at the men, then moved to the pot's edge, using a stick to spear a piece of meat that looked like a pig's elbow, which felt to weigh at least 4 or 5 pounds in his hand. He blew on it a few times. It was a bit hot, but he was so hungry that he took a bite after blowing on it a few times. It was incredibly delicious. He realized that the pork he had eaten before was always stir-fried with vegetables, but now he discovered that this was the way to eat meat to truly enjoy it. The 6 men paid him no mind, each engrossed in their own meat and wine. Half an hour later, they were all full and satisfied. The leader kicked away the elbow that Roland had been gnawing on and shouted, still eating? You want to eat more? At that moment, the other men surrounded Roland, their faces showing hostility. Roland panicked and quickly squatted down, trying to appease them. Brothers, let's talk it out. Let's talk it out. Why did you bring me here? The leading man grinned menacingly at him. Someone paid to buy your head. Roland was startled and quickly pleaded, Big brother, please don't. I'm not worth much. Who would spend money to buy my life? Although he pretended to be pitiful, Roland was guessing in his heart whether these men were sent by Luo Chen. They looked somewhat similar but also different. Even if he had asked Luo Chen for money, the first time he had voluntarily given 5 million, and this time he hadn't actually received any money. He shouldn't have sent someone to deal with him for this, right? Logically, he wouldn't act so quickly. He remembered crawling out of the bushes and seeing the sea and sky, and then this group appeared. Even if Luo Chen wanted to arrange for someone to deal with him, it wouldn't be this fast. Besides, at most, he wouldn't pay, but Luo Chen wouldn't need to hire so many people to drag him to the countryside to deal with him, would he? The big man chuckled. What did you just eat? It was the elbow, right? Well then, let's chop off one of your hands to settle the debt. Old 3, bring the knife. The big man slapped Luo Lin and then picked up the meat cleaver he had thrown aside, striding towards Luo Lin. Luo Lin was instantly terrified, trembling as he stammered, No. Big brother, I recognize. I'll do the work. As long as you agree to do the work, that's good enough. The big man waved his hand, stopping the third man with the knife,
and fixed his eyes on Luo Lin with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, saying, "Alright, as long as you agree to do the work, you won't have to pay back the debt. We'll even give you 2 million in cash. How about that? Give me 2 million? Luo Lin was both shocked and delighted. Although he had easily gotten 5 million from Luo Chen, he understood that was because his cousin was wealthy in family. Giving him 5 million was a matter of kinship, but it wouldn't be easy for outsiders. Let alone such a huge sum as 5 million, even tens of thousands would be hard to come by. Now, those desperate thugs would sell everything for just a few thousand. A million could buy several lives, not to mention 2 million. So Luo Lin immediately felt that the 6 big men wanted him to do something serious, and upon further reflection, it was strange that they had brought him to this remote place. He was a man without money. If they were really going to kidnap him for ransom, he wasn't the right target. No one would pay to get him back. Filtering through his thoughts, Luo Lin timidly asked, "So, big brother, can you tell me what exactly you want me to do?" These people looked fierce and were not to be trifled with. They would rather spend 2 million on something they could do themselves, which was alarming, but it wouldn't do to bite the hand that feeds. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, the leader sat on a makeshift wooden stool the size of a basin, picking his teeth while beckoning Luo Lin over. "Come here." Luo Lin approached with a forced smile. Big brother, what is it? Have you thought it over?" The big man squinted at him and asked, "Are you going to do the work or should I chop off your hand and elbow?" Luo Lin's heart tightened, and he quickly smiled. "Of course, it's doing the work, doing the work." The big man said, "Good, then let's start by killing someone." "Kill someone?" Luo Lin trembled in fear, his face contorting as he pleaded, "Big brother, can we do something else? Why kill someone?" Even a scoundrel like Luo Lin understood that killing would ruin both the victim and himself. No matter how much money he made in the future, he wouldn't be able to enjoy it. The big man ignored him and turned to the third man with the cleaver. "Third, chop off this guy's pig's hand and let him stew it to eat." "All right." The third man replied viciously, then came over with the knife. Luo Lin panicked, his face pale as he hurriedly said, big brother, I'll pay. The big man coldly replied, "What money do you have? Where would you get the money?" Luo Lin quickly said, "I don't have money, but my cousin Luo Chen has money. He can give you as much as you want, just let me go." The big man coldly retorted, "Luo, I see you won't cry until you see the coffin, and you think you can play us for fools, huh? You think we're all as dumb as you? Third, chop off one of his fingers." At the big man's command, 2 men lunged at Luo Lin, pinning him to the ground. The third man stepped on his right hand, and with a swift motion, the knife came down, slicing off Luo Lin's right pinky finger. After they released him, Luo Lin screamed in agony, clutching his bleeding hand, but the 6 big men ignored him. Luo Lin had no choice but to save himself. He tore a large piece from his shirt and wrapped it around his right hand, tightening it fiercely until he finally managed to stop the bleeding. But it hurt, it really hurt like hell. Rolling was in tears, sniffling as he begged, big brother, please let me go. If you want money, I can call my cousin first, I can talk to him." The big man thought for a moment and said, "Alright, you call him, send him your location so he can come meet you, but don't say anything else. If you do, I'll kill you." Okay, I'll call. Rolling trembled as he took the phone they had confiscated from him. His right hand throbbed with pain, and with great difficulty, he managed to unlock the phone with his shaking left hand, finally pulling up his cousin's number. The third man, holding a meat cleaver, was watching him closely, and Rolling felt a chill run down his neck. He had no doubt that if he didn't follow their instructions, the third man would swing that cleaver at his throat. After dialing, the 6 big men held their breath, while Rolling was the only one panting heavily. He was worried that his cousin wouldn't answer, but he had no other choice but to wait. After a few seconds, the call connected, and Rolling put the phone on speaker. His cousin's voice came through. "What do you want to say?" Rolling spoke in a near pleading tone, "Brother, I need to talk to you about something. I'll send you an address, can you come talk to me?" There was silence on the other end, then his cousin said, "Send me the address." Then he hung up. Rolling let out a huge sigh of relief and looked up at the big man. The big man sent Rolling an address via his phone, then used Rolling's phone to send the address to his cousin, before tossing Rolling's phone into the nearby ditch. Rolling gasped, muttering in pain, over 9,000 yuan. "Get to work," the big man ordered, and the third man went around to the back of the house to bring out a small cargo truck. Another big man kicked Rolling in the rear and shouted, "Get in the truck." Rolling climbed into the cargo truck, the man who kicked him also got in, and they sandwiched him between them. Meanwhile, the leader and 3 other big men got into the van that had just arrived. The 2 vehicles drove off, one behind the other, soon winding up a mountain road. At this point, Rolling could see clearly from the driver's seat that the terrain was a bit treacherous, with a slope on one side and a cliff on the other, and there were no passing vehicles or pedestrians. It was desolate. They stopped at a sharp turn, then sat in the car waiting, while a few men from the black van got out to urinate over the cliff. Rolling suddenly felt a bit anxious and couldn't help but quietly ask the man next to him, "Big brother, what do you really want?" My cousin is very wealthy. If you want money, that's fine, just don't hurt him, okay?" The man slapped him hard across the face, cursing, "You talk too much, and if you say another word, I'll cut out your tongue." Rolling immediately fell silent, his face burning with pain, probably swollen, and with a handprint on it. He was thirsty and needed to urinate, but he didn't dare speak to them again, just had to hold it in. Then came the heavy silence of waiting, with no vehicles or pedestrians passing by. After 40 to 50 minutes, the third man jumped out of the car, waving his cleaver at the big man, saying, "Boss, that guy is just stringing us along, right? I don't think he's coming. Let's drag this guy out and chop him up to feed the wild dogs down the cliff." Rolling was so scared he tightened up, nervously watching the big man. Fortunately, the big man shook his head and said, "Let's wait a bit longer, it's not close from the city to here. If he doesn't come in half an hour, we'll make other plans." Then came another round of heavy waiting. The third man and another big man were very restless, each wielding a cleaver and hacking at the small trees by the roadside, leaving them in disarray. Rolling watched, cold sweat running down his back. These people were too fierce and brutal, nothing like ordinary folks. Ordinary people are nowhere near as fierce as them, judging by their tone and demeanor. They seem to regard human life as nothing. Just thinking about this made Roland both anxious and worried. These people seemed to be specifically targeting his cousin, Luo Chen. This is bad, it can't just be about money. After waiting for about half an hour, a big man with binoculars observing from the front suddenly ran over to the leader and said, "Boss, they're here. 2 cars, 2 Rolls Royces." The leader immediately ordered, "You two guard the front. As soon as their cars come, pull yours out and block their way." Then he turned to the other 2 and instructed, "You two get the cargo truck ready to block the road. Old 5, you stay with me in the middle." As he spoke, he pulled out a handgun and crouched down in a hollow on the edge of the cliff. The man he called over crouched down with him and also pulled out a handgun. "These 2 have guns." Roland's face turned pale with fear. He thought that Luo Chen was asking him for more money. Luo Chen was only a year younger than him. They had practically grown up together, going to school, coming home, catching fish, and trapping mice. He was very familiar with Luo Chen's character. Luo Chen was ambitious but incapable of serious work, unable to accomplish anything significant. He might have a bit of malice towards others, but even if he hated him, Roland would never do anything bad to him. So Luo Chen still felt at ease coming, especially with Song Guangming, Zhang Jiaqing, Yao Shang, Mu Chaojun, Huang Chang, and Chen Rui, 6 people together. With them around, and being in the country, what was there to fear? Zhang Jiaqing was driving one car in front, while Luo Chen sat in the second car, with Mu Chaojun at the wheel. After driving for half an hour on the mountain road, Zhang Jiaqing finally spotted a black van parked at a bend ahead, with a man urinating against the rock wall. Zhang Jiaqing slowed down, turned the corner, and saw a cargo truck blocking the road ahead. He immediately sensed something was wrong and shouted, "It's a trap!" Mu Chaojun quickly shifted into reverse, but the black van had already started up and came crashing into the rear of their vehicle. With a loud bang, the sound of the crash, the shattering of glass, and a muffled groan, Luo Chen's head slammed heavily against the backrest, leaving a gash on his forehead. The black van backed up and then charged again, clearly intending to push the car Luo Chen was in off the cliff. Zhang Jiaqing panicked, wanting to reverse and block the way, but the mountain road was too narrow for 2 cars to pass side by side. He could only feel anxious. At that moment, the cargo truck in front also rushed towards them, and with another loud crash, it pushed Zhang Jiaqing's car towards the cliff. Zhang Jiaqing and Mu Chaojun in the back shouted, "Get out of the car, hurry up!" But before they could exit, 2 more people suddenly appeared from behind the dirt mound on the right and started firing their guns. Song Guangming's heart sank. This was bad, they had guns. If this group of 6 had weapons, they might have a chance to defend themselves, but now they were unarmed and could only take the hits, with their way blocked by the enemy's vehicles in front and behind, making it very dangerous. Song Guangming immediately shouted, "Saint Sun, protect the boss, jump out of the car." Mu Chaojun calmly replied, "Brother Guangming, you jump out too. They only have 2 cars, I'll charge in and take them out." Upon hearing this, Song Guangming realized Mu Chaojun was planning to risk his life. The car in front, driven by Zhang Jiaqing, had been rammed by the cargo truck and was now wedged against their vehicle. If Mu Chaojun charged in to push the enemy off the cliff, Zhang Jiaqing's car would also go down with them, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to get through. But at that moment, nothing else mattered. As long as they could protect their boss, Luo Chen, they wouldn't think about the cost. The two vehicles in front and behind collided, then retreated, crashed again, and repeated the cycle. The two Rolls-Royces were crashed sideways, and the place was narrow, making it impossible to escape. Luo Chen reached for the car door, but it was dented and wouldn't open. The other side was filled with flying bullets, directly facing the two gunmen. Exiting from there would be certain death. Yao Shangmao leaned over, clenched his fist, and pounded several times. Bang bang, the sound echoed as the car window shattered. Yao Shang shouted loudly, "Boss, climb out the window." Luo Chen wobbled and squeezed out of the car window. Thud, he fell to the ground. The black van behind saw Luo Chen jump out and drove towards him, but the Rolls-Royce blocked most of it. The front of the black van's metal was crumpled, and the impact from the Rolls-Royce knocked Luo Chen down again, crashing him to the ground. Yao Shang nimbly leaped out of the window and rushed to help Luo Chen. However, from the other side, two armed men jumped out, firing their guns as they charged over, bullets flying everywhere, hitting the Rolls-Royce and sending debris flying. Yao Shang quickly dragged Luo Chen to the front of the Rolls-Royce. The leading man shouted to his companion, "Old Four, you go that way, I'll go this way, we must take out the target." "Got it," Old Four replied, then circled around Zhang Jiaqing's car, moving towards the roadside while firing at Zhang Jiaqing's vehicle, bullets pouring in, preventing them from getting out. As Old Four approached from the side, there was no cover left for Luo Chen. When Old Four was about 4 to 5 meters away, he aimed his gun at Luo Chen and fired repeatedly. Without a second thought, Yao Shang leaped onto Luo Chen. Bang bang bang, 3 shots hit him. Old Four was about to fire again, but his gun was out of bullets. He quickly fumbled for a magazine from his waist and rushed forward. Yao Shang had been hit 3 times in the back, blood soaking his body, and he lay motionless. Old Four felt that this person was definitely dead, and immediately kicked him aside, revealing Luo Chen underneath. Luo Chen stared at him, his expression unchanged. Old Four sneered, "Luo, prepare to die. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for offending the wrong person." Just as he was about to pull the trigger, unexpectedly, the bloodied Yao Shang, who had been motionless on the ground, suddenly leaped up, one hand like an eagle's claw gripping Old Four's throat, followed by the sound of bones cracking. Old Four's gun went off, bang 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 bang, bullets all hit Yao Shang's chest, and then both men fell to the ground. "Saint!" Luo Chen and Song Guangming shouted simultaneously, as Song Guangming jumped out of the car window. On the other side, the leader was firing wildly while charging over. It was still a deadlock. No matter how strong Song Guangming and the others were, they couldn't stop the bullets. In the driver's cabin of Luo Lin's truck, a big man was driving and ramming into Zhang Jiaqing's Rolls-Royce. The original driver, Old Three, had gotten out without closing the door, which swung open and shut. Luo Lin watched all this, suddenly feeling furious, and with all his strength, he kicked the man. The big man was focused on driving and didn't notice Luo Lin beside him. He was kicked out of the truck, ouch. He yelled, tumbling on the ground and rolling several times, ending up covered in blood. Luo Lin quickly crawled over, shifted into reverse, then accelerated, heading straight for the leader. The leader was fixated on Luo Chen's direction and didn't pay attention to what was behind him. He never expected the cowardly Luo Lin would suddenly rise up. Luo Lin floored the gas pedal, cursing, "Die." Then he shouted at Luo Chen, "Brother, I haven't wronged you, I haven't wronged you." The truck's front crashed with a loud boom, sending the leader, who was happily shooting, flying. Luo Lin bit his lip until it bled, grinning as he and the truck, along with the airborne leader, plunged off the cliff. Song Guangming snatched a gun from Old Four's corpse and with a bang, shot the driver of the black van, blowing his head off. Zhang Jiaqing's car posed no threat of bullets and no collision from the cargo truck, and the 3 people inside quickly jumped out. Mu Chaojun charged directly at the third brother, who was wielding a machete. Mu was empty-handed, while the third brother gripped the knife, neither backing down. A series of cracking sounds erupted as the third brother's arms were shattered, and Mu Chaojun seized the machete and plunged it into his chest with a thud, the blade piercing through his back. The remaining 2 were quickly overwhelmed by Song Guangming, Zhang Jiaqing, Huang Chang, and Chen Rui, with almost no ability to fight back, and were directly bound with their own belts. "Phone!" Luo Chen shouted to Song Guangming, who hurriedly pulled out his phone and handed it to him. Luo Chen had only a small cut on his forehead, although his face and body were covered in blood, he was uninjured. He took the phone and directly dialed Chen Jiangwo. "Uncle Chen, I've been attacked here at Yefeng Mountain in the west of the city, there are casualties. You need to arrange for a helicopter rescue immediately, no time to waste." After hanging up, he turned and crouched in front of Yao Shang. Yao Shang was covered in blood but still clinging to life, and with Song Guangming supporting him, he extended his bloodied fingers towards Luo Chen, trembling as he said, "Boss, I'm sorry, I can't protect you anymore.
Luo Chen could no longer hold back his tears, and Yao Sheng peacefully closed his eyes, his trembling bloodied hand falling limp. He left no instructions for the future because he didn't need to. He knew that the boss and Song Guangming would take care of his mother. In that moment, Luo Chen suddenly felt as if something had been gouged out of his heart, a pain that was indescribable. This was something that could never be bought with money, even if he earned so much. He knew that from this moment on, he would no longer be the person he once was. Half an hour later, 2 helicopters arrived, one from the police and one from the hospital's emergency doctors. The police immediately restrained the 3 survivors while assisting the emergency doctors in getting Yao Sheng onto the helicopter. Yao Sheng had no heartbeat, but Luo Chen insisted on having him sent to the hospital for rescue first, then pointed down the cliff and said, "Below, there's another brother of mine." Another 20 minutes later, a large number of police and rescue teams arrived, and even Chen Jiangwo came in person. Luo Chen sat where Yao Sheng had shielded him from bullets, his face as pale as snow, his gaze as cold as ice. Chen Jin rushed out of the car and immediately checked him all over, urgently asking, "Are you injured?" Luo Chen shook his head, his eyes blankly staring down the cliff, unsure if Luo Lin was okay. Chen Jiangwo called out several times, but Luo Chen seemed not to hear, and the worried doctors rushed over to examine him. After a thorough check, the emergency doctor reported to Chen Jiangwo, "Report, leader, he has no obvious injuries or bullet wounds, only a scrape on his forehead. I think his main injury is here." The doctor pointed to his head, indicating it was a shock. Below the cliff was a gorge, 300 to 400 meters high, and it was not a direct drop. They had to take a long detour from the front to descend. After the rescue team navigated through the gorge, they found the scene of the incident in about 30 to 40 minutes. The cargo truck was completely wrecked, and Luo Lin, trapped inside the deformed steel of the truck's front, showed no signs of life. The boss was also found among the rubble a dozen meters away, equally lifeless. As Luo Chen listened to the news coming through the radio, the pain in his chest intensified, a sweet taste filling his mouth, and he could no longer hold it back, spitting out bright red blood. The last image in his eyes was Song Guangming's face. When he woke up again, he was in a hospital room, alone, and upon opening his eyes, he saw Song Guangming, Mu Chaojun, Zhang Jiaqing, Luo Chenya, Song Ziqing, and others. Luo Chen felt utterly weak, his mind a blank, seemingly unwilling to think of anything, yet those cruel images continued to flash before his eyes. After a moment, he quietly asked Song Guangming, "Guangming, what about the saint and Luo Lin?" Tears welled in Song Guangming's eyes as he choked out, "Boss, the saint is gone, and so is Luo Lin." In truth, when Luo Chen asked this question, he already knew it was a futile inquiry, for at the scene, Yao Sheng had already ceased to breathe, and Luo Lin was also dead. What about those two? Luo Chen fell silent for a moment, his expression turning cold. Song Guangming's face also hardened, but he helplessly said, "Those two had already committed suicide by poison on the way back, potassium cyanide, hidden in their dentures. This group of people are not ordinary. They are professional assassins." Luo Chen nodded, "I know." From the scene, it was clear that this group was both cruel and vicious, and their skills were evidently honed through training. If he had brought ordinary bodyguards, no matter how many there were, they wouldn't have stood a chance against those few. Only experts like Song Guangming and his team could hold them off. If it weren't for Song Guangming and the others today, for Yao Sheng's vow to protect him at all costs, and for Luo Lin's reckless charge at the armed leader, he definitely wouldn't have made it back alive. Luo Chen wanted to live, and to live happily, but if it meant trading his brother's lives for his own happiness, he would never agree to such a life. Song Guangming quietly asked him, "Boss, I haven't dared to tell Sister Jinyu about this yet, afraid it would scare her. Also, I want to use some old connections to investigate this. The people behind this are not simple." Luo Chen shook his head firmly, "No need, you won't find anything. Even if you do, it won't change anything. I have my own plans for this." After pondering for a moment, Luo Chen waved his hand and instructed them, "I'll make a call, you all step outside for a bit." Song Guangming nodded, and then everyone in the ward gradually left, the last to go being Song Ziqing, who gently closed the door behind her. Luo Chen sat quietly, thinking for a while, his expression growing increasingly severe, before finally picking up his phone to call Su Dongfeng. The call connected, and Su Dongfeng's voice was somewhat subdued. "Luo Chen, I've heard about your situation, I'm sorry." Luo Chen replied in a low tone, "Director Su, we don't need to hide anything from each other anymore. You know who is behind those people, and I know who is behind them too. I have one request, kill him." Su Dongfeng chuckled bitterly, "Aren't you putting me in a difficult position? If I had that capability, would I not help you?" Luo Chen said coldly, "You don't have it, but your superiors do. Report it up, and I can offer conditions, you can propose the terms. For me, some things must be done." Su Dongfeng fell silent for a long time before saying, "Actually, My direct superior guessed you would make a request and has put forth a condition. You need to relinquish another 20% of your shares in the offshore company. He said that sufficient benefits are necessary to negotiate with the higher-ups. The offshore company currently has a total balance of about $350 billion, and 20% amounts to $70 billion. If calculated annually, it would be at least $600 billion. This figure is enough to destroy several countries. But Luo Chen did not hesitate or bargain, stating decisively, "All right, I agree." Luo Chen coldly added, "To me, money is just a number. I can earn it back no matter how much it is, but my brother's lives are irreplaceable." After pausing, he added a few more words, "My brother's lives cannot be bought for any amount." After finishing the call with Su Dongfeng, Luo Chen immediately instructed Song Guangming, "I want to be discharged." Song Guangming hesitated for a moment but ultimately complied with his request. He had wanted Luo Chen to stay in the hospital for another day or two, but seeing the deep determination in Luo Chen's expression, he knew there was a reason behind it, so he agreed. On the way back to the sea and sky, Luo Chen called Liani again. "Annie, arrange the flight itinerary immediately, I need to go to Europe." The driver of his car was Zhang Jiaqing, the front passenger seat was occupied by Song Guangming, and in the back seat were he, Song Ziqing, and Luo Chenya, while in the car behind them were Mu Chaojun and 5 or 6 others. After thinking for a moment, Luo Chen said, "There are no outsiders here, you are all the people I trust the most. So I will share my second plan with you. I have already discussed the terms with Su Dongfeng, offering 20% of the offshore company shares to deal with the Su family. Of course, I won't put all my eggs in one basket. I have thought it through, I want to keep our safety in my own hands. Going to Europe is a probing move, to find a few allies and a safe place to establish our rear base. For me, money is not something I lack, so we will pave the way with money." Without a moment's hesitation, Song Guangming replied, "Boss, from the day I joined you, my life belongs to you, including my brother's." Luo Chen nodded. "Of course, things aren't as pessimistic as they seem, at least for now. All my investments, the money from the offshore company, and the research center in Magic City are my protective charms. They won't be easily taken down. I just don't want to hand my fate over to others, so I must think about the escape routes." Luo Chenya thought for a moment and then firmly said, "I don't have much to think about. Anyway, whatever you do, I'll follow you." Song Ziqing added, "Boss, don't look at me, I'm your little assistant. Wherever you go, I have to go." Listening to them, Luo Chen felt increasingly heavy in his heart. If he were alone, it wouldn't matter, he could afford to take risks. But with so many people following him, who were not just friends but family, he had to think of them too. When he returned home, his parents were with his weeping uncle and aunt, and his cousin Luo Yong sat silently, looking gloomy. After a while, Luo Chen spoke, "Uncle, I plan to go to Europe. If everything is ready over there, I will bring you all to live the rest of your lives there." Luo Weidong shook his head. "Yanger, I know your filial piety, but I think I should return to our hometown in Chuan City. I can't bear to leave it. Although Luo Lin is disappointing, he is still a descendant of the Luo family, and I must send him back to our hometown. This matter." As he spoke, Luo Weidong wiped away his tears. "Yanger, this is not your fault. I am very comforted that Luo Lin was able to find his way back at that critical moment and did the right thing." Luo Chen hesitated for a moment before asking Luo Yong, "Brother, what about you and sister-in-law?" Before he could answer, Luo Weidong interjected, "Yanger, let them go with you. Young people shouldn't be tied down with us old folks, they have their own futures, and anyway, that future is also given by you. Let them go with you. As the saying goes, a good man needs 3 helpers. If you go out, how can you do without a few family members by your side?" "Okay." Luo Chen agreed immediately. He understood his uncle's meaning. His uncle and aunt would return to their hometown to live a peaceful life, and it seemed no one would target them. But he didn't want to keep Luo Yong's family together. He didn't want to jeopardize Luo Yong's future. Luo Chen then turned to Song Guangming and asked, "What about Xingzi's affairs and his mother?" Song Guangming nodded. "I have brought my wife and child over. Xingzi's mother is now living with us, she will be taken care of by us." Luo Chen fell silent, his eyes slightly moist. After a while, he managed to control his emotions and said to his parents, "Dad, Mom, you should pack your things too. Come with me to Europe, let's treat it as a trip." Luo Weigua and Zhao Jinyu initially didn't want to go, but sensing their son's worries, they didn't want to add to his troubles, so they silently began to pack their bags. Luo Chen instructed Mu Chaojun and Huang Chang again, "Chaojun, you two go to the school and bring my sister back." He then arranged for Zhang Jiaqing and Chen Rui, "Jiaqing, you two go and bring Xiuyan's family over, just say I'm taking them on a trip abroad." The 4 of them took their orders and left, and Luo Chen said to Song Ziqing, "Ziqing, notify Song Hui to choose 2 trusted confidants to follow, and arrange for the others to stay in Jianghan.
Even though he was going abroad, the domestic company would still operate as usual, and the domestic stock futures could be remotely managed. After a year, there would still be profits in the hundreds of billions of soft sister coins, and these domestic investments relied on that profit for support. An hour later, everyone who had been arranged to go had gathered, and Luo Chen ordered them to depart. The destination chosen by Liani was Bordeaux. The reason for choosing Bordeaux was that Liani was familiar with the place. The Airbus headquarters was in France, and the red wine procured by the Airbus logistics headquarters came from Bordeaux wineries, with which she had many dealings. This time, they were flying on an Airbus A380. After boarding the plane, Luo Chen pulled Jiang Xiuyan aside and asked her, "Do you know why I brought your whole family along?" "I don't know," Jiang Xiuyan answered frankly, "but I know you have your reasons. I've heard about the matters concerning Shengzi and Luo Lin. I don't want to ask you too much. I'll go wherever you go, as long as you don't abandon me." Luo Chen looked into her eyes and said earnestly, "Xiuyan, I will never abandon you for my entire life, unless I die." Jiang Xiuyan didn't say he shouldn't speak such ominous words. Instead, she nestled into his arms and softly said, "As long as you live, I will live. If you die, I will die too." Luo Chen held her hand tightly, his eyes moist. For him, it was easy to seek priceless treasures, but hard to find a true lover. After a while, Liani brought a cup of water for both him and Jiang Xiuyan. "Annie, sit down, I want to ask you something." After taking the cup, Luo Chen invited her to sit down. Liani sat across from him and then said, "Boss, feel free to give your orders." Luo Chen shook his head. "It's not about giving orders. I want to ask about your situation. I'm inquiring about local visa and long-term residence conditions." Luo Chen nodded. After all, it still came down to money, but he wasn't short on money. As long as he could exchange it for top-notch treatment, what was it to spend a little more? Money to him was like the water of the Pacific Ocean, the sand of the Sahara, inexhaustible and unending. "Annie, what do you think is a good investment?" Luo Chen asked Liani again. Liani took out her phone and flipped through it, saying, "I made some notes and selected a few options. Actually, I considered this issue when the boss arranged for the trip to Europe, so I was prepared. The best option is a winery. French wineries are world-renowned, and the wine sells well. Although the boss doesn't expect to make much money from this, at least it shouldn't lose money. A top winery is worth around $2 billion, but if you really want to buy it, it will be hard to negotiate. The wine culture there is very strong, and there are emotions involved. A second-tier investment I considered is that the boss currently needs reputation the most. Reputation is a protective charm. So the second option is to purchase a League One team, which the boss can refer to Abramovich and his Chelsea." Luo Chen's eyes lit up upon hearing this. "This option is quite good, but isn't a League One team a bit weak? If we're buying, we should at least get a well-known European club, like Real Madrid, Manchester United, or Bayern." Liani couldn't help but cover her eyes. "Boss, you must be much richer than Abramovich, but buying a world-famous club is not as simple as it seems. There are many reasons. Sai, how about I find someone to negotiate? After all, talking won't cost a piece of meat." On the way to Bordeaux, they had to stop at the Helsinki airport to refuel. If it were an international flight, they would have to transfer twice, taking 2 days, but a private jet was much less complicated. After refueling, they flew directly to Bordeaux. Luo Chen took a nap along the way, and when he woke up, he saw that it was dark outside the window, with Jiang Xiuyan lying diagonally on the sofa beside him. Luo Chen took a thin blanket and gently covered her, then sat down in contemplation for a while before taking out his phone to send a text to Zheng Changyong. "Chairman Zhang, do you have time to talk?" Less than 2 minutes after sending the message, Zheng Changyong called. "President Luo, at my age, I'm still learning Chinese characters for you. Also, I just heard you ran into some trouble and was considering calling to check on you." "Chairman Zhang, I'm not in the country right now. I'm currently flying to Bordeaux. Do you have any connections in Europe? I want to invest in a large winery or a football club or something like that." "Yes." Zheng Changyong immediately replied, "You should have told me about this idea earlier. Don't you know what I mainly do? International venture capital. I deal with those international capital giants. I'll assemble a team for you, just wait, I'll arrange a plane to come over right away." Although Zheng Changyong was a capitalist, he was still a decent person, at least the kind who knew how to be grateful. They arrived around 9 in the morning local time, and aside from Liani and 4 foreign flight attendants and 2 pilots, everyone else was still groggy from the time difference. Liani, the chief stewardess, was indeed quite good. It was worth it for Luo Chen to give her a generous reward initially and then provide her with extra bonuses every month based on the trading department's performance. She managed everything at the Jianghan residence in an orderly manner. After arriving in Bordeaux, she had already booked the most luxurious hotel in the area, allowing everyone to take a nap and adjust to the time difference. In the afternoon, Zhang Changyong's private jet also arrived, and when he came to the hotel, there was a large group of over 20 people. Zhang Changyong gave Luo Chen a big hug and said, "Luo, this group is my top accountants, lawyers, asset appraisers, and negotiation team." Luo Chen nodded and said, "Let's go to my room and talk." Luo Chen was staying in a business suite, and in the room were only Jiang Xiuyan, Luo Chenya, and Song Ziqing. As soon as Zhang Changyong arrived, Song Ziqing and Jiang Xiuyan hurried to make coffee. Zhang Changyong casually said, "Miss Jiang, I take my coffee without sugar, I'm getting old and have diabetes." Luo Chen smiled, his coffee, on the contrary, had a lot of sugar. When the coffee arrived, he said to Zhang Changyong, "Chairman Zhang, investing a portion of assets in real enterprises is one thing. Additionally, I want to set up a venture capital fund. Are you interested in joining?" Zhang Changyong was taken aback, then slapped his thigh and laughed. "Why even ask? If you hadn't brought it up, I wouldn't have the nerve to push myself in." Alright, brother Luo, let's drop the formalities, you can call me brother Zhang. We'll be brothers, whatever share you give me in the venture capital, I'm fine with it. I'm getting old and don't want to stir things up anymore. I'll entrust the latter half of my life to you, brother Luo. Luo Chen nodded seriously and said, "Alright, brother Zhang, then I won't be polite. I also need your connections in Western capital, so let's tie ourselves together. For my venture capital fund, you can take 10 shares, I'll take 51%, and the remaining 39%, I'll leave it to you to pull in allies." As soon as Zhang Changyong heard that Luo Chen was giving him 10% of the shares, he was both excited and grateful. After a moment, he said, "Little brother, don't worry. I know what you need. I will bring in a group of the most influential Western capitalists to bind together. Also, if you want to buy a winery or a sports team, let me have a small share too. I know you don't expect to make money from those, I just want to have some fun with you. Otherwise, I can't contribute to your venture capital fund, and it feels like there's a generation gap. You have to let me have some fun." Luo Chen smiled and said, "Sure, for the winery and the team, you can have 10%. Zhang Changyong was overjoyed. In his 50s, he seemed to regain his youth and enthusiastically introduced wineries to Luo Chen. European wineries are best represented by France, and among French wineries, Bordeaux is the most renowned. The 5 major wineries in France, Château Haut-Brion, Château Margaux, Château Latour, Château Lafite, and Château Yquem are the 5 super wineries. The second, third, fourth, and fifth are roughly similar, but Château Yquem is the best. If you want to buy, negotiating is indeed quite difficult, but that's a challenge for merchants who don't want to pay a premium. For you, that doesn't exist. If a winery worth 2 billion euros won't sell for 2.5 billion, 3 billion, will they really not sell for 4 billion? If they still won't sell, will they sell for 5 billion? So, those so-called non-sale items are merely their psychological price. When you exceed their psychological price by a large margin, there are no longer any so-called non-sale items. After sharing his experience, Zhang Changyong asked Luo Chen, "Little brother, what level of winery do you want to buy?" 4 of the 5 major wineries are worth about 1.5 billion euros each, while the top one, Château Yquem, is a notch higher, around 2.5 billion euros. Below that, there are some medium-sized wineries worth about 1 million euros, and even smaller ones worth several million or even a few 100,000 euros. In recent years, wealthy individuals from your country have liked to come here to buy wineries, which are touted as very prestigious back home, but in reality, they are just those small wineries worth a few 100,000 euros, which aren't even called wineries here, they're referred to as workshops. Luo Chen had indeed heard this rumor. There weren't many rumors among merchants because they weren't well known. There was a former actress who played a princess in her early years and bought a winery here, just as Zhang Changyong said, playing it for the hype. Luo Chen pondered for a moment and smiled, saying, "I think if we're going to buy, we should buy the best one, so let's go for Château Yquem. Can you negotiate it?" Zhang Changyong chuckled, "I guessed you would want this one. Its total assets are currently about 2.5 billion euros. How much can you offer to buy it?" Luo Chen tilted his head and thought for a moment, saying, "The total balance in my offshore account in the Cayman Islands is about $400 billion. I previously held 70%, but now I've given up 20%, leaving me with 50%, which means $200 billion is mine. I can't take out money from my domestic accounts, and besides, domestic investments are also tied up. The only money I can use is this $200 billion. After a moment, Luo Chen thought again and added, "But as long as it's a trading day, I can increase the amount by about $10 billion a day. This winery, can I secure it for $10 billion? Zhang Changyong thought for a moment and said, "That's a bit more than I expected. For an asset of 2.5 billion euros, we can negotiate at 50 billion euros, 60 billion euros is likely, and 70 billion euros is a sure thing." Luo Chen nodded and said, "Then that's no problem. If the process is slow,
you can directly raise the price. I can agree to 100 billion euros, but it has to be quick. Also, we need to expedite the team matter. We're not short on money, what we want is reputation and influence. If I spend a bit more money, it may seem like a loss to the merchants, but for me, it doesn't matter. I'm just pulling it out of the pockets of international big capital, and my premium is my greatest promotion and protection.
Zheng Changyong smiled and gave a thumbs up, saying, your technique truly responds to change with constancy. I've seen your martial arts movies before, and there's a skill called the 9 Swords of Dugu that breaks the known with the unknown. I suppose this is your style, huh? However, Zheng Changyong also understood that to play this way, one must first have the confidence of wealth. In plain terms, only those with endless money in their pockets dare to use it to strike others. As he spoke, Zheng Changyong glanced at his watch and said, a Swiss banker I invited should be arriving tonight. The scale of the venture capital fund we are forming is such that even the big international bankers must regard it as a super client.
Swiss bank? Luo Chen nodded slightly, that should be the safest in Europe.
Indeed, Zheng Changyong agreed, nodding. However, in the past decade or so, Swiss banks have been heavily suppressed and bullied by the U.S.,
harboring deep resentment towards the Federal Reserve. Which European capitalist hasn't been cut down by the U.S.?
They've been harvested time and again, suffering in silence, or else they would face sanctions. But in recent years, things have improved a bit because the U.S. has seen a significant decline in both economic and international influence, turning its weapons against your China. Only then have these European little brothers had it a bit easier. This situation will only get better. Your investment fund is targeting the U.S.
Federal Reserve, and of course, the big European capitalists are pleased.
They've been cut down hard, and now they find an opportunity to take some out for revenge.
Luo Chen smiled, he certainly didn't mind. After all, that's what he was doing, if not cutting the U.S. leaks, then whose?
After discussing the plan, Zheng Changyong was about to gather the team for a meeting to discuss the acquisition.
Luo Chen stretched and said, you go ahead with the meeting, I'll take a walk outside.
Zheng Changyong immediately replied, I'll arrange a few people for you. Also, once the winery is bought, we can get your people gun permits.
I only feel you're safe when they are armed. Luo Chen naturally had no objections.
If Song Guangming and the others had guns, the tragedy of the saint would never have happened. So now he was not only thinking of his own safety but also theirs. In front of the hotel was a large square, bustling with people, but compared to the lively scenes back home, it was still far from it. Luo Chen strolled around the square, with Song Guangming and 6 or 7 others spaced about 7 or 8 meters away, ready to respond to any situation. Additionally, Zheng Changyong had arranged 3 bodyguards with gun permits for Luo Chen, also keeping a distance of over 10 meters. In the square, there were a few pigeons here and a flock there, some strolling, some taking flight, while tourists fed them.
Luo Chen walked over to buy a bag of birdseed to feed the pigeons.
As he passed a small stall where a girl was drawing portraits, she said a few words to him. Luo Chen couldn't understand, but from her gestures and expressions, it seemed she wanted him to sit for a portrait. As she spoke, Luo Chen noticed that the white girl was quite beautiful, with wavy brown hair and a rare softness in her features reminiscent of Eastern women. Her facial features, combined with her figure, gave off a striking vibe.
Luo Chen pointed to his face and asked her, you want to draw my portrait?
The girl nodded with her brush, saying, this word he understood. The girl was very pretty but dressed simply, suggesting she might be living modestly. Well, he thought, he might as well draw a portrait, it would help her. Seeing Luo Chen nod, the girl quickly fetched a small plastic stool for him to sit on, positioning him to face her. She set up her easel, glancing at Luo Chen while she drew. Luo Chen tilted his head, watching the pigeons and then the girl who was focused on her work, feeling a sense of tranquility. After about half an hour, the girl put down her brush, looked at the drawing, and shyly said a few words to Luo Chen. He didn't quite understand, but he did catch the word suarue, and he smiled, shaking his head. The girl probably felt that she hadn't drawn well. Western girls are particular about such things.
Luo Chen waved his hand, saying it didn't matter, regardless of whether she understood him or not.
He felt in his pocket and found a stack of cash, though it was in soft sister currency. He looked at it and saw about 100 yuan bills. The two of them couldn't communicate verbally, and Luo Chen didn't know how much she wanted, so he handed her all the cash he had. The girl shook her head vigorously, thought for a moment, then reached in and pulled out 2 bills from the stack, thanking Luo Chen directly. It seemed that soft sister currency was still recognized in Europe. As long as it could be used, that was good enough. Looking at the crescent moon rising, he wondered if it was the same as the moon back home. After wandering around for a bit and returning, the girl who had been drawing in the square had already left, and the hotel plaza at night was much emptier, becoming quite desolate. Luo Chen had heard before that because everyone carried guns, after 9 o'clock at night, pedestrians were rarely seen. After returning to the hotel, Luo Chen curled up in his room playing on his phone, scrolling through a domestic portal website, and unexpectedly came across a piece of news. The tiger hunting operation continues. Big tiger Su Zhengdong has been taken down. Su Zhengdong was the big shot from the Su family, the father of Su Guitai. He really had been taken down. Luo Chen suddenly felt a hollow discomfort in his heart. For no reason, he had made an enemy of him, lost 2 brothers, and brought down the Su family, but could he bring back the lives of those 2 brothers? Around 7 o'clock, Zheng Changyong arrived with 2 guests, a white man in his 50s and a beautiful white girl in her 20s. Luo Chen was taken aback when he saw her. This girl was actually the one he had seen drawing in the square earlier. The girl was also surprised to see Luo Chen and said a few words in astonishment. Zheng Changyong asked in surprise, "What, do you know each other?" Luo Chen shook his head. "No, I just wandered around the square before. She was drawing portraits and made one for me." Zheng Changyong said, "Oh," then introduced him. "This is Mr. Markov, the vice president of a Swiss bank, and this is his wife's niece, Miss Kasia. She is." He smiled at Luo Chen and said, "The daughter of a prince from the Moroccan royal family, a true royal princess." "Princess?" Luo Chen was quite curious. Since she is a princess, why is she drawing portraits in the square to make money? Zheng Changyong replied, "Brother, this is one of the differences between the West and the East. Although Princess Kasia has noble blood, most of the royal family behaves like ordinary people. This princess has been unique since childhood, excelling in beauty contests, mountaineering, racing, motorcycle riding, shooting, boxing, and more. She is skilled in everything and has been independent since she was young, earning her own living. To be honest, old Zhang, admire this Western girl. Every activity she engages in is not just for fun but reaches the pinnacle level. For example, in beauty contests, she was the runner-up in the 2017 International Miss Competition, and in mountaineering, she formed a team in 2015 to climb K2, the hardest peak in the world. Brother, don't be fooled by her pretty looks, she's impressive." Luo Chen was indeed a bit surprised. She was that capable? Markov warmly shook hands with Luo Chen and exchanged a few words with his wife's niece, Kasia. Markov had 2 assistants with him, one a translator, a young Eastern woman in her 20s who introduced herself as Yang Feng, a Swiss exchange student. The other was a white man in his 30s, a business assistant from Markov's bank. Markov enthusiastically praised Luo Chen. "Mr. Luo, it's a pleasure to meet you, the financial magician of the East. I can hardly believe you've reached such heights at such a young age." As he spoke, he had his assistant set up equipment for a video conference with other investment tycoons. His assistant also opened an account for Luo Chen, one private and one corporate, the corporate one being for their investment fund, which Luo Chen would operate entirely. The investment fund has a total of 12 shareholders, with a total capital of $500 billion. Luo Chen holds 51% of the shares, investing $25.5 billion. Zheng Changyong holds 10%, investing $50 billion, while the other 10 shareholders share 39% of the shares, contributing a total of $19.5 billion. Among them, 9 are friends of Zheng Changyong, each holding 4%, and the remaining 1% is divided among several shareholders of a Swiss bank. Markov holds a small share, which is said to be small, but the investment amount is still $100 million. After confirming the video conference with various giants, the funds are immediately transferred to this Swiss bank account. Luo Chen also instructed Luo Chenya to transfer the funds immediately, with $25.5 billion received, bringing the total balance to $500 billion. The $500 billion of this venture capital fund they have established seems substantial, but in comparison to the large international hedge funds, it is still a small fish. There are many other funds worth several $100 billion, and although Luo Chen is impressive, he is still not well known internationally. Only Zheng Changyong knows his background. The Tiger Securities side places great importance on protecting client privacy, and since Luo Chen is a significant provider of their profits, they certainly would not leak his information. These 9 capital tycoons are all acquaintances of Zheng Changyong, and he was the one who facilitated their involvement. After all, they only heard Zheng Changyong's side of the story and have never actually seen Luo Chen's operational methods. However, they must trust Zheng Changyong, or they wouldn't invest. The 9 of them share 39% of the shares, each getting about 4.3%, investing approximately $2.170 billion. This amount is not insignificant. The Moroccan princess, Kasia, is very curious about Luo Chen. Can this seemingly young Eastern man really possess such vast financial wealth? After reaching an agreement, they went to the hotel restaurant for a meal. Markov plans to personally observe Luo Chen's capital operations tomorrow before returning to Switzerland. Luo Chen gladly agreed, and after dinner, he gathered Luo Chenya, Song Ziqing, and Song Shuhai for a meeting. Song Shuhai brought 2 people with him, both single and unencumbered, making a total of 5 people including Luo Chenya and Song Ziqing. Luo Chen assigned tasks to the 5 of them. Song Shuhai would take one person to operate the Swiss Bank Investment Fund, Luo Chenya and another would handle the offshore company's account, and Song Ziqing would manage the Tiger Securities account. Zhang Xiuyan volunteered to help Song Ziqing with the operations, and Luo Chen agreed without a second thought. This operation is not difficult and does not require much brainpower. Luo Chenya and Song Ziqing had never operated before, but after this period, they have become quite adept. After the meeting, he instructed everyone to return to their rooms and rest early, preparing for the first battle in Europe tomorrow. After everyone left, Zhang Xiuyan lingered and did not move. Luo Chen asked with concern, "What's wrong? Still not used to the time difference? Or are you missing your sister?" This time, Zhang Xiuyan did not come along. The plan towards the ocean is in full swing, and as the top seed in the group, Zhang Xiuyan certainly cannot leave. "No," Zhang Xiuyan blushed and said shyly, "I was just thinking. I don't know when I'll be back, that the 18th of the first month." Luo Chen suddenly understood her meaning, his heart warming, and he said firmly, "Today is the 18th of the first month." Suddenly, he felt that his life was worth it, watching her do this and that, feeling a peace and tranquility he had never experienced before. He had a home now, with one more person to protect. Zheng Changyong and his entourage had gone out to negotiate the acquisition with the Lisa Liu's Castle Winery. Luo Chen was preparing for work in the living room of his room. Song Shuhai and the others turned on their computer equipment and connected to the internet, while Markov and his assistant also set up the video equipment, everything ready. The beautiful and athletic Princess Kasia sat next to the translator Yang Feng, eager to see just how impressive this Eastern man truly was. At exactly 9 o'clock, the video connection was established, and 9 investors along with several heads from the Swiss bank headquarters were watching online. Each had their own Chinese interpreter, so there was no need for Luo Chen to find someone to translate. Luo Chen focused on the data on a single computer, mentally observing the future fluctuations. At 9:15, the stock index futures opened. Luo Chen had already made his choices and immediately placed an order as soon as the market opened. Shu Huai, Chenya, go long on the Nasdaq index, $50 billion each in 2 accounts. He had budgeted for this beforehand. A total of $100 billion across the 2 accounts would cause minimal disruption. Any larger amount would lead to changes, so there was no need to overindulge. A steady approach was the best strategy. Markov was very nervous, as were the other investors. Investing $50 billion right off the bat was too thrilling intense. But they didn't know that for Luo Chen, $50 billion wasn't a big deal. He simply didn't want to cause any numerical fluctuations. Otherwise, he would have dared to invest 100 million as well. The order was executed instantly, and there was no turning back. Now it was all about luck. Fortunately, the Nasdaq index began to rise immediately, gaining 2 points in just 2 minutes. Such rapid fluctuations were something few dared to chase. The time was too brief, and even the top experts would only risk a few tens of millions. Long-term investments were manageable, but for ultra-short-term operations, they generally wouldn't exceed 100 million. Luo Chen's 50 billion investment left them all trembling with fear, and their trust stemmed entirely from Zheng Changyong's absolute guarantee. Ultimately, their trust in Luo Chen came from Zheng Changyong. At 2 minutes and 5 seconds, Luo Chen instructed to sell. This transaction earned $27 billion in just 2 minutes. Luo Chen's first move left the remote investors dry-mouthed, both excited and thrilled. Earning $27 billion in 2 minutes, was this young Eastern man just lucky, or was he truly that remarkable? Nasdaq index, shorted, immediately, $50 billion. Just as everyone was basking in immense joy, Luo Chen suddenly issued another order, this time reversing to short the same index. Shorting again, and another $50 billion figure. The investors were left dizzy by Luo Chen's maneuvers. Markov clenched his fists tightly, nearly sweating. He had 100 million, and out of that 50 billion, he had 10 million. Oh dear, this old heart was struggling to keep up. At 2.5 minutes, the Nasdaq index surprisingly fell back to the opening number. Luo Chen instructed to sell, and in and out, he made $54 billion. The Nasdaq index returned to its original state, unchanged, but in just 4.5 minutes, Luo Chen had extracted $108 billion from the market. Over the next 2 hours, Luo Chen chose to operate on other indices, some the same and some different. After 2 hours, the $500 billion in the Swiss bank account had turned into $779 billion. It was unclear whether Luo Chen was just lucky today or particularly eager to show off. In any case, the frequency of the index's fluctuations was significant, and while others struggled to seize opportunities, he had no issues at all. It was exhilarating. Lunch was ordered to the room, and the remote investors didn't take their eyes off the video screen, abandoning other scheduled matters to focus solely on Luo Chen's operations. Until 4 o'clock in the afternoon, when trading ended, and after selling the last transaction, Song Shuhui reported to Luo Chen, "Boss, the total balance in the Swiss bank account is $997 billion. Boss, today's performance has been extraordinary, with a net profit of $497 billion. The offshore company account had reached $350 billion. Markov had already pulled out his phone and was chattering away on a call with several heads at headquarters. The other investors, after shutting off the video, immediately arranged for a direct flight to Bordeaux. They chose to trust Zheng Changyong's assurances and recommendations based on their long-standing relationship, but at this moment, they quickly realized how terrifying this young Eastern man, Luo Chen, was. If it were just once or twice seizing an opportunity, it could still be called luck, but an entire day, 7 hours of operations, each time so, without a single mistake, what could that mean? It could only mean that Luo Chen was a financial investment genius, a god of wealth. Such a person was absolutely worth befriending, worth hitching their fortunes to the same war chariot. Just thinking about it was terrifying. $500 billion in capital, and in one day's trading, it had nearly doubled. This meant that their investment of $17 billion had almost returned to them in a single day. Such an investment was something even Buffett couldn't pull off. But they were also falling into a misunderstanding. Old Buffett excelled at hedging and took a long-term approach, while Luo Chen precisely lacked the ability for long-term strategies. His predictions only spanned 24 hours. After Markov finished his call, Luo Chen smiled and said to him, "Mr. Markov, today has brought a great start. To ensure all investors are in a good mood, I've decided to distribute a dividend of $50 billion, leaving just $49.7 billion in profits for the fund. Please, Mr. Markov, transfer back the amounts that each investor sent in yesterday." Markov's face was beaming, nodding excitedly. Encountering a financial genius like Luo Chen was truly a stroke of luck in 8 lifetimes. The money invested just yesterday would be fully returned in dividends the next day. While the shares remained intact, what investor wouldn't be overjoyed? Mr. Luo. Markov, in his excitement, suddenly remembered something and quickly said, "I just reported the situation to headquarters. They have decided to give you the top-tier client treatment at our bank. Congratulations." Luo Chen smiled and replied, "Thank you." Markov's translator, Yang Feng, said to Luo Chen, "Mr. Luo, I think you might not fully understand what top-tier client treatment means. Let me explain. This treatment is equivalent to giving you a personal concierge. This concierge is no ordinary one. All the political, economic, and global resources of Swiss banks are open to you. This means that in the future, if you encounter any difficulties or challenges anywhere in the world, including political or military issues, they can solve them for you, though you will ultimately foot the bill. In European countries, the upper echelons are basically tied to large capital, and granting Luo Chen such treatment is almost like using national power to serve him. However, although Luo Chen was surprised, this was actually how large capital operated in Europe. Countries were controlled by these large capitals, which only served capital that could bring them benefits. Thus, Luo Chen, with his interests, had secured the capabilities of these national capital resources. For them, there were no national borders or enemies, only alliances of interest. After having lunch together, Markov had some matters to attend to, and Princess Kasia proactively said to Luo Chen, "Mr. Luo, I wonder if you are interested in firearms?" "Firearms?" Luo Chen pondered. "What, does Princess Kasia deal in firearms?" Kasia shook her head with a smile. "No, I have a friend who runs a firearms club in Bordeaux. With you being such a big boss, I thought you would definitely enjoy shooting and need firearms, so I'm just introducing some business for my friend." Luo Chen glanced back at Song Guangming and the others, seeing the excitement in their eyes, and immediately nodded. "All right, shall we go now?" "Sure." Kasia readily agreed and immediately called her friend to notify them. Luo Chen asked Song Guangming to gather all the brothers together to have some fun at the club. Song Guangming and the other 10 men were so excited that their faces were glowing. Ever since they left their jobs, they hadn't had the chance to handle guns, which was quite uncomfortable. If they had had guns the last time, how could the Holy Sun have died? A group of more than 10 people drove 3 cars over, the vehicles left to them by Zheng Changyong. The club was not in the city center but on the outskirts, occupying at least 50 acres. In the front were the storefront and the armory, while the back housed the shooting range.
The club owner was named Martin, a chubby man in his 30s, though not excessively so, standing at about 5'7" and weighing around 170 pounds. Martin was the son of Kasha's mother's brother, which in Chinese terms made him her cousin. However, for Europeans, cousins are all referred to as brothers. Kasha introduced him to Luo Chen, saying, "Martin, my cousin. Mr. Luo, my cousin's business isn't doing well, and I see you have plenty of money, so why not help him out a bit?" Luo Chen looked at the dazzling array of firearms and felt a bit eager, nodding, "Sure, sure." He then turned to Song Guangming and the others, saying, "Guangming, you can play however you want, just don't hold back on spending." Song Guangming was grinning from ear to ear. If it were a regular boss, he would have to think about saving money and not wasting it, but this boss was different. Money was worth less than paper to him. Saving money? That thought never crossed his mind. Song Guangming raised his hand and instructed the already excited brothers, "Brothers, the boss has spoken. Play however you want, don't save him any money. Everyone, grab your gear." Martin was still thinking about how to introduce the firearms to Luo Chen, trying to come up with some lines to encourage them to shoot more bullets, but unexpectedly, those people behind him had already gone to grab the guns hanging on the wall. And judging by their movements, they were no ordinary people, they were very skilled. Luo Chen directly instructed Martin, "Take out your prized possessions and set them up at the shooting range, make sure there are plenty of bullets." Yang Feng quickly translated, and Martin was momentarily stunned before suddenly feeling delighted. There was no need for him to recommend or entice them. Martin immediately called his subordinates to transport the bullets and firearms to the shooting range. Princess Kasha then cheerfully asked Luo Chen, "Mr. Luo, are you interested in shooting a few rounds?" Luo Chen was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and replied, "Sure." Kasha immediately accompanied him to the shooting range. In the West, almost all wealthy people enjoy playing with and collecting firearms, especially famous ones. Moreover, the wealthy usually have their own teams, with firearms and equipment that are more advanced than those of the world's top military forces, euphemistically called bodyguards, but in reality, they are private militias. For the rich, the most important thing is not making money but ensuring their safety. In Western countries, having a private militia is basically standard for the wealthy, with no prohibitions or restrictions. Therefore, Kasha believed that even if Luo Chen was not a firearms expert, he was at least knowledgeable. The shooting range was quite large, and as soon as Song Guangming and the others arrived, they each grabbed their weapons of various lengths and started having a blast, having been deprived for too long. Martin was a bit dumbfounded watching their play, then quickly ordered his subordinates to bring more ammunition. Damn it, he had not been making money, and now that he was finally open, was he supposed to make a killing? Kasha picked up a Colt pistol, and as she did, Luo Chen felt that she suddenly transformed. With a series of clicks, Luo Chen barely saw her as she loaded the pistol, disengaged the safety, and completed a series of operations, then half-squatted in a stance and fired off all the bullets in rapid succession. After emptying the magazine, Kasha smiled proudly at Luo Chen, saying, "Mr. Luo, want to give it a try?" Her shooting had all hit the bullseye, 12 shots, 9 in the 10 ring, and 3 in the 9 ring, that was quite impressive, especially for a woman. Luo Chen took the pistol, feeling its weight in his hand, exerted some effort to lift it, and then pulled the trigger several times at the target ahead. A few empty sounds of bang bang. Kasha smiled and said, "No bullets? Are you a rookie?" Yang Feng's translation was, "No bullets, are you a beginner?" Luo Chen candidly admitted, "I am a beginner." He had taken a magazine but didn't know how to change it. Kasha took the pistol from his hand and carefully taught him, like this, then unlock the safety. Remember, never point the gun at anyone at any time. Luo Chen put on the noise-canceling earmuffs and clumsily loaded the magazine using the method Kasha taught him, then unlocked the safety and aimed at the target, firing a shot with a bang. The bullet flew who knows where, definitely missing the target, and his hands trembled, feeling numb. After steadying himself, he fired a second shot. With the experience from the first shot, he was less affected by the recoil this time, and after firing 12 rounds, he still hadn't hit the target. Kasha watched, laughing heartily, truly a rookie boss. Nearby, Mu Chaojun couldn't stand seeing her look down on the boss, so he stepped forward, grabbed the pistol, loaded the magazine with a click, unlocked the safety, and fired a series of shots, bang bang bang. His 12 shots were fired faster than Kasha's, all hitting the 10 ring, each bullet striking the very center of the target. Kasha was taken aback, looking at Mu Chaojun's sidelong glance at her, thinking this person is really impressive. Definitely more skilled than any top expert she had seen before. Turning to look at Luo Chen's other subordinates, she realized they were all incredibly skilled. But if there was a particular skill where the student surpassed the master, it was abundant. For example, Mu Chaojun was the king of firearms, whether short or long, or in sniping. For instance, Zhang Jiaqing, whether with weapons or bare-handed, could beat you to a pulp. Then there were Huang Chang and Chan Rui. Each of these brothers had their own specialty, and this team could be considered a world-class combat unit. Martin had a veteran under him, skilled in marksmanship, but even he was dumbfounded watching this group of East Asian faces shooting wildly. Such casual shooting, every person's target was hit right in the bullseye. If one stood out a bit, it would be fine, but everyone was so impressive, which was astonishing. He knew very well that finding such top talent was as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. Only a few emerged from a unit. On one hand, there had to be a talent foundation, and on the other, a strong economic base, because shooting was all about feeding bullets. After Mu Chaojun finished his rounds, he personally taught Luo Chen, "Boss, this is how you change the bullets, and then like this. Like this." He couldn't just let the boss be ridiculed by a foreign girl. Luo Chen was also very interested in learning from him. Although his talent was indeed not great, he wasn't stupid either. After firing 2 magazines, he had grasped some basic techniques. After firing another magazine, surprisingly, 7 out of 12 shots hit the target. Even if it was just the edge of the target, it was still a big improvement for Luo Chen. Kasia secretly admired Mu Chaojun from the side. This guy was really impressive, definitely 2 levels above her. An hour later, Martin saw that Song Guangming and his group showed no signs of letting up, having already emptied several large boxes of bullets. He immediately notified his subordinates to bring more ammunition and walked over to the resting Luo Chen with a smile. "Mr. Luo, your group is almost like a military unit." Upon hearing the word military, Luo Chen's heart suddenly stirred, and he immediately asked him, "Mr. Martin, if you mention a military unit, can a private individual own a military?" Martin shook his head and said, "Private individuals are certainly not allowed to have armed forces, but for those super-rich individuals, they have various ways to establish private militias, such as setting up security companies. Private bodyguards have restrictions on weapons, but in fact, a private bodyguard team is essentially a private armed force. Countries are generally lenient towards the private armed forces of the super-rich because the wealthy can bring them benefits, and the main purpose of the wealthy's armed forces is to protect their families and property, which poses no threat to the state." Luo Chen immediately nodded, feeling that this resonated with him, and couldn't help but ask, "What are the requirements and conditions for setting up a security company?" Martin smiled and said, "The biggest foundation for establishing a security company is connections and money." Luo Chen thought for a moment and then asked him, "Mr. Martin, do you have any acquaintances among international arms dealers?" Martin nodded and replied, "Yes, my uncle is an arms dealer. In this day and age, as long as you have money, you can buy any high-tech weapon." Luo Chen nodded and said, "All right, when the time comes, I'll ask you for a batch of high-quality weapons to equip my people." Kasia laughed and said, "When will that be?" "I'll tell you 2 ways to get a gun license today." "What ways?" Luo Chen was particularly interested and asked her seriously. Kasia raised her pretty finger. "First, buy a mansion today. Second, donate a batch of supplies to the Bordeaux police station, like cars, helicopters, or money. As long as you win their favor, these are small matters for them." Luo Chen clapped his hands and said, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go buy a mansion and donate some money." Kasia reached out to stop him, smiling, and said, "Why do you sound like that? When you need people, you want them, but when you don't, you just throw me aside. I'm very poor. You have to let me represent you and earn some commission, okay?" "Sure." Luo Chen readily agreed. He liked it best when someone did errands for him, and it was easy to talk about money. Kasia immediately beamed like a flower and after a while said to Luo Chen, "Mr. Luo, alright, I'll be your agent, and the service fee is..." Kasia tilted her head and thought for a moment before holding up 2 fingers and saying, "The service fee is 200,000 euros. 200,000 euros? Luo Chen couldn't help but be dumbfounded, clenching his fists a few times, and muttered, Can you add a 0? Adding 2 zeros would be fine too. 200,000 euros, who do you think you're looking down on? Looking down on Boss Luo? Asking for only 200,000 euros for running errands for Boss Luo?" Kasia took a step back, covering her chest and staring at Luo Chen, asking, "What do you want to do? You Easterners say that if you take someone's hand, you should be soft. If I take more of your money, what are your intentions towards me? Should I agree or not?" Headache. Luo Chen covered his face and quickly said, 200,000 is fine, you decide. After a while, Martin brought over the bill for Luo Chen. Today's total consumption is 64,700 euros, mainly because the bullet consumption was too high. It was like fighting a battle. Usually, when ordinary people come to shoot, they only consume a few hundred euros, and 1,000 euros is considered a lot, unlike Luo Chen's group, who didn't even count the bullets. Moreover, there were some special top-tier weapons, and those munitions were even more expensive, otherwise, it wouldn't cost over 60,000 euros.
Martin was also worried that Luo Chen would think he was charging too much. Luo Chen directly called Song Ziqing to transfer $2 million into Martin's account, saying he would come often in the future, and it was rare to calculate each time, so they would settle accounts once a month. Martin was overjoyed. This was truly a person who wasn't short on money. It's also because his cousin Cassia didn't explain it clearly to him, only saying it was a wealthy person, without specifying what level of wealthy person it was. On the way back, Song Guangming kept saying so thrilling. For their group, nothing was more exhilarating than playing with guns. Halfway, Cassia surprisingly said something to Luo Chen. Mr. Luo, you can share your thoughts with me. Luo Chen was taken aback. What thoughts? Buying weapons? Or buying a house? Cassia turned her head to look at him and said seriously, if you have any intentions towards me, just tell me directly. No need to give money, that would be inappropriate. I like you. Luo Chen almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He stared into Cassia's big eyes, which were fixed on him without blinking. After thinking for a moment, he said very seriously, Princess Cassia, I'm telling you sincerely, I have a girlfriend, and we are going to get married. Who would have thought Cassia would dismiss it, saying, what does your girlfriend have to do with me liking you? I like you, even if you were a beggar, I would still like you. If I don't like you, even if you were a president, I wouldn't like you. Luo, you have a different vibe, I just like you. That day, the day I drew you, I liked you then, and I didn't expect to see you again. He couldn't take it. Luo Chen retreated. This foreign girl was just too straightforward, too individualistic. Saying she liked him in front of so many people, he couldn't handle it. Don't foreign princesses have the concept of modesty? Oh, perhaps they don't, that concept is a Chinese character. Princess Cassia, Luo Chen quickly changed the subject. What kind of house are you planning to introduce to me? Cassia indeed managed to divert his attention, tilting her head and thinking before asking him, what kind of house do you want? Luo Chen pondered for a moment, then counted on his fingers as he said to her, first, it needs to be big. Look at how many people we have. It's best to be a large estate type. Second, it should be luxurious. After all, it's about enjoying life, so the facilities and equipment need to be good. Other than that, I don't have any special requirements. Cassia nodded, already making plans in her mind. Although she was a Moroccan princess, Morocco is located within France, and even the Moroccan team participates in Ligue 1. Her status destined her to be familiar with the upper class in France. After returning to the hotel, Luo Chen didn't go with Cassia, since she wanted to take charge, let her handle it. As long as the deal was made, he would pay for it himself. At 3 in the afternoon, Zhang Changyong returned to the hotel, smiling as he reported good news to Luo Chen, brother, it's done. Normally, negotiating an acquisition is quite difficult, at least a tug-of-war lasting half a month to a month. But I used your method to pave the way, throwing money around. Haha, 9 billion euros left all the shareholders of Lusalu Castle dumbfounded. It's 4 times their assets. Who wouldn't want to take the money and retire instead of struggling? The contract will be officially signed tomorrow. Zheng Changyong then introduced the situation. Signing the contract will be quick, but the formal process will take some transition time, at least a month. After all, Lusalu Castle is a world-class super winery, with too many assets, labor, management, technicians, business items, and so on involved. Luo Chen waved his hand, saying, their original operating system won't change. Everyone from top to bottom will get a 20% raise. As long as they do their jobs honestly and don't engage in any underhanded dealings, I won't make any moves. Zheng Changyong nodded with a smile. We'll do it your way. Once this contract is signed, you'll be the #1 figure in Bordeaux, even in all of France. You'll be a taxpayer and an investor providing them with jobs. They'll have to treat you well. Luo Chen smiled. That was exactly the effect he wanted. Otherwise, what was the point of investing? Kasia returned to the hotel 2 hours later, her expression one of frustration. Upon seeing Luo Chen, she shrugged her hands helplessly and said, Luo, my first attempt was unsuccessful. I think the most suitable estate for you in Bo City is the Golden Palm, covering 200 to 400 acres. Besides 2 ancient castle buildings, the estate also has a private small aircraft hangar, a small runway, a helicopter hangar, and so on. The facilities within the estate are complete, including a shooting range, a gym, a swimming pool, and the castle has 326 rooms. The entire estate is surrounded by a 2-meter-high wall, which is equipped with electric fencing and full surveillance. Luo Chen immediately liked it upon hearing this and quickly asked her, is it that they are asking too high a price? Kasia replied, somewhat disgruntled, it's not that the price is high, they simply aren't selling. They listed it for sale last year at a price of 140 million euros, but when I went to negotiate just now, they said the owner just instructed them not to sell. Luo Chen pondered that if they wouldn't sell for 140 million euros, he could offer 200 million, and if that didn't work, 300 million, and if that still didn't work, 400 million, surely there would be a price at which they would sell? Just as he was about to suggest increasing the offer, Zhang Changyong arrived with about 10 people, including Kasha's uncle, Markov. Zhang Changyong smiled and introduced to Luo Chen, little brother, as you would say, these 9 are my old friends in business, European capital tycoons. Don't be fooled by their low profiles, their strength and financial power are no less than those of the world's top wealthy individuals. We believe in making money quietly, rankings are just superficial. Then he introduced each of them, Montello, currently living in Madrid, Calvero, residing in Stockholm, Hert Frosky, in Berlin, Phelps, in Jerusalem, Yankul, in Paris, Count Selber, in Bern, Fedeli, in London, Gonlin, in Berlin, Robert, in Helsinki, and Markov, who represents the Swiss bank. Each of the 9 investors came forward to hug Luo Chen, and their enthusiasm was palpable. Then each person handed Luo Chen an envelope, chattering away, but Luo Chen couldn't understand. Zhang Changyong translated for him, little brother, each of my 9 friends brought you a welcome gift, all super houses from their places of residence. Of course, for you, they might not seem that super, but it means you will have a place to stay when you visit these locations. A house worth over 100 million euros is just a small welcome gift. Luo Chen was taken aback. They were each giving him a house worth over 100 million euros as a greeting? One of them, a chubby man named Yankul, even took the time to speak to Luo Chen again. Zhang Changyong smiled and said, Old Ku has a large estate in Bo City that was originally for sale, but now that you're here, he won't sell it and wants to give it to you to stay in. It's perfect, this estate is called Golden Palm, a super large estate of over 400 acres. Why not go take a look? Golden Palm? Upon hearing this name, both Luo Chen and Kasha exclaimed in surprise. Kasha glared at Yankul and said angrily, oh, so you're the one behind this? Hiding in the shadows, and I can't even make a little money. It seemed that Kasha and Yankul were familiar with each other. Yankul smiled and said, Princess Kasha, I only just found out it was you negotiating for the house. I'm not targeting you, I haven't seen your father in a long time. Tell him that Old Ku invites him for a drink, or else the only chance to drink your family's wine will be at your wedding. Kasha huffed, her face full of displeasure. Luo Chen originally wanted to tell her it was no big deal, that even if she didn't buy the house, he would still pay her, but the words caught in his throat. This girl was fierce, if it wasn't her money, she might think he had ulterior motives. If she blurted it out, how would he save face? Then everyone set off in a grand procession to the Golden Palm estate, and upon arrival, Luo Chen immediately fell in love with it. A vast estate, with 2 buildings resembling a royal palace, he hadn't gone inside yet, only looked from the outside. The entire estate felt like a private kingdom surrounded by walls. There were pastures, orchards, workers' quarters, stables, a racetrack, 2 hangars, and a small airplane runway. Yankul also took Luo Chen and a group of people to visit the hangar, where there was a small plane that could carry 18 people, as well as a helicopter. There were also 7 or 8 luxury cars in the garage. Little brother, all of these are a gift for you. Yankul said with a big smile, otherwise, you just arrived and have nothing. It would be inconvenient. Luo Chen patted his shoulder and said, Brother Kul, thank you. Yankul waved his hand dismissively, no need for thanks, that feels distant. If you need anything, just let me know. I still have some influence here. After getting the house, Liani's workload instantly increased, as she had to register and procure various necessary supplies and hire a lot of servants. Song Guangming and the others held a meeting to arrange security matters. Of course, the estate was too large for them to manage entirely, so they primarily relied on surveillance, supplemented by manpower. After having dinner at the Golden Palm estate, Luo Chen brought up his idea of forming a security company. Everyone was on the same page. After all, wealthy people often wanted to establish private armed forces, and Hert Frosky happened to be an arms dealer, immediately thumping his chest and saying he would handle the weapons. Luo Chen found his name a bit of a mouthful and directly called him what he thought was simpler, Driver Luo. If it's convenient, please get a batch of high-tech weapons for my brothers, both long and short, including sniper rifles. Driver Luo naturally agreed without hesitation. Luo Chen then said to Yang Kul, Old Kul, I need your help with my brother's gun permits. Additionally, to build good relations, I plan to donate a batch of supplies and funds to the police department in Bo City. Yang Kul laughed, that's a small issue, with your identity as the owner of the winery and this estate, it won't be a problem. However, I think your idea of donating is good. No matter how rich you are, it's necessary to build good relations with the local government. Besides, our economic sources are legitimate and above board, so there's no need to hide anything. Luo Chen agreed, as long as he didn't engage in illegal activities, had legitimate economic sources, and invested heavily in local industries, bringing substantial tax revenue and job opportunities, he would be a highly welcomed investment target everywhere.
After an hour of discussion, they finalized the draft for the security company. Luo Chen would hold 50% of the shares, with 9 investment partners and Zhang Changyang each holding 5%, totaling 50%. The total investment was $2 billion, starting with operations in the cities where the investors were located, in 7 cities, and then expanding nationwide. Once the networks in these 7 countries were established, they would develop into larger regions, such as Africa and America. Initially, they would primarily hire mercenaries, but in Bo City, Luo Chen would focus on recruiting domestic peers, mainly retired soldiers, while the main base would still consist of his own people. Additionally, Luo Chen mentioned to the 9 partners that he wanted to buy a larger island and turn it into an independent kingdom, which he believed would be the safest option. The 9 partners nodded in agreement and said they would keep an eye out, but if they were to buy, it would be best within the European territory, not for any other reason, but for safety. They all knew that for Luo Chen, money was no longer an issue, he could afford anything, and saying he was as rich as a nation would not be an exaggeration. Kasia, having failed to accomplish her first task, focused on her second. She took the initiative to contact the Bo City Police Department, saying she was there to express the new wealthy arrival's goodwill and to inquire if there were any items needed for donation. The head of the police department was overjoyed upon hearing this. Such good fortune was hard to come by. The police department was poor, and he immediately reported to the head of the Bo City Police, Chief Thomas. Upon hearing this, Chief Thomas hurried over to meet and talk with Kasia. Old Thomas did not know Kasia, but as soon as he heard her name, he immediately felt a sense of respect and couldn't help but ask her, "Princess Kasia, how can someone of your noble status be representing this Eastern man?" Kasia replied, "Director Thomas, he is not an ordinary person. He spent 9 billion euros in one day to buy the Lucerius Castle winery and has formed a $50 billion financial investment fund with partners like Yankul. I believe Director Thomas knows Yankul, right? He is one of the partners and even gifted Mr. Luo the Golden Palm estate. Damn." Old Thomas couldn't help but curse, then without thinking, he said to Kasia, "Princess Kasia, there's no time to lose. I'll bring an assistant with me to the Golden Palm estate to meet this Mr. Luo." "Alright," Kasia replied with a bright smile, though inwardly she cursed Yankul again. Upon arriving at the Golden Palm, Luo Chen warmly welcomed them and introduced Old Thomas to Yankul's 10 investment partners and several Swiss bank representatives. Old Thomas was taken aback. As the highest-ranking officer of the police in the city, he was well aware of these individuals' backgrounds, each one a heavyweight capable of shaking the financial market with a stump. However, seeing their respectful attitude towards this young Eastern man made him even more curious. After tea was served, Luo Chen got straight to the point. "Director Thomas, let me be direct. If your police department in the city has any needs, such as urgently required supplies, police cars, helicopters, patrol vehicles, etc., if your budget is tight and you are in need, just tell me directly. I hope to help you, Director Thomas." Thomas felt a surge of joy. This young Eastern man was indeed straightforward. However, he wondered how much he could actually donate, as wealthy people were generally not enthusiastic about such matters. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Mr. Luo, to be honest, I'm not afraid to reveal our shortcomings. The upper echelons have never been very supportive of the police, mainly because the entire system is short on funds. As for supplies, patching things up here and there, I estimate we need about 1 or 2 million euros, if we can save and tighten things up a bit." Old Thomas initially wanted to say 2 million euros but feared that if the man only intended to donate a few $100,000, mentioning such a large figure might scare him off. Besides, which local businesses or wealthy individuals had ever donated more than $1 million? Donations typically went to welfare and public organizations, who would donate to the police department. Luo Chen shook his head with a smile. "Director Thomas, patching things up like that is even more distressing. How about this? I'll make it easier for you. I'll donate 100 million euros. You must be kidding. Where did you get that money from? 100 million euros is only 40 million euros less than the monthly salary for all 6,000 police officers in the city." Thomas's first thought was disbelief. His second thought was that if he really donated 100 million euros, it would surely require him, the head of the police in the city, to pave the way for them to engage in illegal activities. Seeing the expression on his face, Luo Chen knew what he was thinking and explained directly, "Director Thomas, let me clarify to avoid any misunderstandings later. I bought the Lucerius Castle winery and established an international security company. The purpose of this investment is firstly for my own safety, and secondly to establish a threshold with political figures from various places. My income does not rely on these, my income comes from financial investments. My donations to the city are not to ask you to open doors for me or provide benefits. Here, I give you my word, I will never touch or get involved in drugs, smuggling, or arms trading. I guarantee I am 100% law-abiding businessman. I already have enough money, why would I need to get involved in those shady businesses? Yang Kyul should be quite familiar with Director Thomas. He smiled and assured Thomas, Old Thomas, I guarantee on his behalf, if Luo has any illegal activities, you can ask me. Upon hearing this, Thomas felt relieved. Yang Kyul was a standard capitalist businessman, he would never engage in unprofitable or risky ventures. His willingness to vouch for Dongfang Luo indicated that he trusted him, and Dongfang Luo must have brought him significant returns in financial investments, otherwise, he wouldn't be doing this. Once Thomas set aside his worries, joy filled his mind, and he shook Luo Chen's hand vigorously, saying, Dongfang Luo, thank you, thank you, thank you. Luo Chen smiled and replied, it's only right. You are the guarantee of safety for the entire Bo City. To ensure everyone's safety, it's only natural for me to provide assistance within my capabilities. In the future, if you encounter any difficulties, feel free to discuss them with me. I will never refuse to help if I can. Good, good, good. Old Thomas smiled so widely that he could hardly close his mouth, already calculating what police equipment he could acquire with this 100 million euros. He couldn't get much from the normal allocations, only managing to patch things up, but he could fully control the donations from businessmen. Thomas immediately patted his chest and promised, Dongfang Luo, I need to report this to the mayor of Bo City. I want to make you an honorary citizen. However, Dongfang Luo, do you really not need us to help you with anything? Luo Chen smiled and said, it's not that I don't have anything at all, Director Thomas. To be honest, I might be one of the few in this world with wealth like mine. My primary concern is safety. Some bodyguards I brought from my home country still don't have gun permits, and this. Just that? Director Thomas immediately agreed, as long as you purchase property and commercial assets in Bo City, you will have the right to apply for gun permits for your people. This is within the reasonable scope of things. Don't worry, this authority is already within my job responsibilities. I will take care of it for you. Luo Chen was overjoyed. Then I thank you, Director Thomas. Now, please give me the account details of the Bo City Police, and I will arrange for the transfer immediately. Director Thomas, seeing how straightforward Luo Chen was, felt a bit skeptical. After all, 100 million euros was a significant amount, enough to drive many families to ruin. Could he really just toss it to him like a coin? Thomas had his assistant provide Luo Chen with the police station's account details. Once Luo Chen arranged it, within 5 minutes, the assistant reported to Thomas, Director, the funds have arrived 100 million euros. When he said 100 million euros, beads of sweat appeared on the assistant's face. This young Dongfang Luo was serious. Thomas was so happy he felt faint. After being a director for over 10 years, it seemed like today was the first time he truly enjoyed himself. Luo, give me the information for those who need gun permits, and I will arrange for it immediately. You will have them delivered here in an hour. The efficiency of matters personally arranged by Director Thomas was remarkable. In just half an hour, over 10 gun permits were delivered. Besides Song Guangming and 9 other brothers, Luo Chen also secured gun permits for himself and his trusted aides, including Song Shuhua, Luo Chenya, and Song Ziqing. Having spent such a large sum, it would be foolish not to take advantage of it. Luo Chen then called Cassia to have her cousin send over a batch of firearms and ammunition. Meanwhile, Luo's driver quickly arranged for his network to deliver a batch of top-notch firearms, including the latest high-tech military equipment. Zheng Changyang also smiled at Luo Chen, saying, the yacht we sent you last time is finished. It was originally meant to be sent to your home country, but since you will be staying here for a while, why not have it delivered here instead? Luo's driver interjected, Zhang, you're being foolish and petty. Do you think Luo is just playing house? Such a small yacht is worthy of our Luo? Alright, let me decide. Our Berlin shipyard built a top-tier yacht for a certain super-rich individual 2 years ago, measuring 216 meters long, which is 54 meters longer than the Eclipse we built for Abu. The yacht is equipped with an intrusion detection missile defense system, armored plating on the exterior, and bulletproof windows. All the glass in the cabins is bulletproof, and there are 3 helipads on the deck, 32 cabins, a lounge, and 2 swimming pools. The yacht is also equipped with a mini-submarine that can dive to a depth of 100 meters. It's essentially a marine one, the largest yacht in the world, which is truly worthy of our Luo. Luo Chen couldn't help but laugh. Then what are we waiting for? Luo, I'm buying it. Luo driver chuckled. That rich guy lost a fortune in the financial crisis and can't afford it anymore. He put down $1 billion as a deposit, but it was all for nothing. The shipyard is quite anxious. Abu's yacht was priced at 1.5 billion back then, and now it would definitely be worth more. This one has better specifications than the Eclipse and is larger. The order price from 2 years ago was 3.8 billion, and there aren't many who can afford it, so they're worried about selling it. I can negotiate a better price for you. Luo Chen rubbed his hands together. Money is no object. Can we pick it up directly? Luo driver smiled. Of course, it's in stock. Luo Chen waved his hand. Alright, let's fly over and then sail it back. For such a big toy, Luo Chen wished he could have it in his hands right away. After all, money was no issue. Luo driver leaned in closer to Luo Chen and whispered, Luo, after we get to Berlin, I'll equip your yacht with some good stuff. Chapter 186, the boss is getting a bit carried away. Luo Chen looked at Luo driver's mysterious expression, squinting and winking, and guessed that asking him wouldn't yield any answers. This guy was planning a surprise for him, so he decided not to pry. Instead of taking Luo Chen's Airbus 380, they took Luo driver's private jet, and Zhang Changyong became Luo Chen's dedicated assistant from then on. The other 8 investment partners returned to their respective places to prepare for the security company matters. Now that they didn't have to worry about making money, they focused on running errands for Luo Chen and enjoying life. Rich people are never without their vices. After a few of them quietly discussed preparations, they immediately summoned famous models and beauties from around the world to come to Boston to throw a welcome party for Eastern Luo. Of course, this secret couldn't be revealed yet. The older generations from both families were still adjusting to the time difference, so they didn't accompany Luo Chen to Berlin this time. Jiang Xiuyan, Luo Chenya, and Zhu Yingying also stayed home to take care of the elders, leaving only Song Ziqing and Liani to go along. Song Ziqing was Luo Chen's little assistant, someone to be relied upon, while Liani was the housekeeper, previously the head of the Airbus private client service department, fluent in 5 languages, and particularly familiar with Europe, making her convenient for business dealings. Since they were going to pick up the yacht, everyone else who wanted to have fun went along, including the 2 pilots, John and Rodley, for foreign flight attendants, and a few others. They were there to work with Luo Chen and have some fun. Luo Yunyun was helped by Yang Kuel to find a place at Saint Germain University, and 2 female bodyguards were arranged to accompany her. Song Guangming left 4 people for Jean Palm, while the remaining 6, including himself, went with Luo Chen to Berlin. He also contacted brothers back home, bringing in anyone who was unemployed or retired, totaling 41 people. Luo Chen immediately instructed Han Wenjun on the domestic side to distribute 2 million yuan as relocation fees to each person, then buy them direct flights to Boston. When it came to money, Luo Chen was never stingy. The 41 people coming, plus Song Guangming's 10, made a total of 51, forming Luo Chen's most loyal and formidable force. Song Guangming's people were unmatched in both strength and loyalty, and being locals, they were naturally easier to get close to than foreigners. The border between Germany and France is actually quite long. It's just over 800 kilometers from Wrocław to Berlin, and the plane barely had time to enjoy the flight before arriving. Luo's driver was unusually enthusiastic towards Luo Chen. As soon as they landed, he took a large group of people straight to a fun place without doing anything else. Upon arrival, Luo Chen was immediately surrounded by a group of blonde beauties, leaving him dumbfounded. These were not ordinary models, they were all famous models from Berlin, and Luo's driver had already called ahead to arrange for them while still in Wrocław. Each of these models was tall and striking, and Song Ziqing and Liani were quickly pushed into a corner by them. Song Ziqing, feeling furious, exclaimed, "Boss, what kind of friends are you making?" Both she and Liani wanted to help Luo Chen, but they were outnumbered and outmatched. All they could do was feel frustrated. Luo's driver had no intention of avoiding them. In his view, with Luo Chen's status, why would he need to care about the women's opinions? His people had already briefed the models about the guest, a top-tier billionaire whose worth was far beyond what they could earn in a lifetime, so there was no need for pleasantries. Luo Chen found himself completely surrounded by these models, thinking that Luo's driver must really love driving, assuming everyone else did too. Suddenly, the large group of foreign models cried out in surprise and stumbled away. Song Ziqing and Liani looked over in shock and joy, only to discover it was Cassia. In a matter of moments, Cassia had knocked down the 10 or so tall models and then turned angrily towards Luo's driver, saying, do you dare to set me up with a man I like? Luo's driver was taken aback and quickly asked Luo Chen, "Luo, do you have a thing with Cassia?" Cassia ignored him and charged straight at him. Luo's driver, clearly intimidated by this fierce girl, quickly raised his hands in surrender, saying, okay, I surrender. Only then did Cassia stop, giving him a fierce glare and saying, "If you dare to play this game with Luo again, I'll take you down." Luo's driver, with a bitter expression, quietly asked Luo Chen, "When did you get involved with Cassia? This girl is notoriously fierce, she's not someone to mess with." Luo Chen rubbed his chin, hesitating to answer. At that moment, he didn't want to tell him that he had nothing to do with Cassia, fearing he would bring in another batch of models, so he neither confirmed nor denied it.
using Cassia as a shield for now. Luo Chen had witnessed the power of foreign girls. Unlike Eastern women who were gentle and indirect, Cassia was straightforward and direct. She boldly expressed her feelings for him in front of anyone, without any pretense. Given her noble and special status, wealthy men like Luo's driver avoided her out of respect for her family connections. However, Luo Chen was puzzled. He had just arrived in Wrocław and had no prior acquaintance with Cassia, so how had they become involved? He had initially wanted to make Luo happy, but it seemed that wish would not come true. Luo's driver was also somewhat confused. Luo Chen appeared to be only about 1.72 meters tall, while Cassia was at least 1.77 meters, even taller than him. Moreover, Cassia was capable of taking down tigers and capturing dragons. Luo Chen, who was refined and gentle, didn't seem like her type at all. Furthermore, Cassia was not the kind of girl who was materialistic. Luo's driver knew her well and had never heard of her liking any man. So why had she suddenly taken a liking to Luo Chen? Regardless of his confusion, Luo's driver did not want to go to war with Cassia, as he had a good relationship with her parents and, in a way, she was considered his elder, so he couldn't stoop to her level. Luo's driver backed down, and Luo Chen smiled awkwardly. After the group of foreign girls got up, their faces were pale, but they no longer dared to challenge her. Looking at the big boss Hurt Frosky, he remained silent, indicating that this beautiful opponent was indeed not to be trifled with. What others didn't know, Head of Frosky was very clear about. This big shot had assets worth billions and was also involved in the arms business, with immense power in various circles, capable of making people disappear at a moment's notice. Now, he was actually smiling awkwardly, which already indicated that he was someone they couldn't afford to provoke. Luo Chen quickly changed the subject. Brother Luo, let me see the treasures you've collected, or should we check out the yacht? Brother Luo shook his head and said, don't rush the yacht, give it 2 or 3 days. I'm still adding some things for you, so just relax and enjoy. He had originally wanted to say have fun, but upon glancing at Cassia, he swallowed the words back. Boss. Song Zicheng, seeing that the situation had eased and not having had time to feel happy, was immediately annoyed when she heard Kasia open confession. Was the boss getting a bit carried away? The activities arranged by driver Luo for the next day were more to Luo Yang's liking. Hunting. The location was a rural area about 200 kilometers northwest of Berlin, a mountainous region stretching for over 100 kilometers. Driver Luo paid a large sum of money annually for rent here for hunting recreation. The vehicles were all Mercedes-Benz G-Class, but driver Luo's G-Class was different from the ones Luo Yang had bought in China. His 30-odd G-Class vehicles had all been modified to enhance their off-road capabilities. They were true off-roaders. After 200 kilometers of rural roads, there were dozens of kilometers of unpaved wilderness, bumping and jolting along the slopes. Driver Luo and his group, leading the way, showed no regard for the vehicles, driving at breakneck speed. Luo Yang's car was driven by Mu Kejun, whose driving skills were undeniable. He tried to choose relatively flat roads, but to keep up with the speed of driver Luo's group, the bumps were still unavoidable. Luo Yang, Song Zicheng, and Li Annie were in the same car. Luo Yang was on the left, gripping the overhead handrail with both hands, while Li Annie was on the right, also gripping the overhead handrail tightly. Sitting in the middle was Song Zicheng, who, having nowhere else to grab, clung to Luo Yang's arm. The shaking was so uncomfortable that her face turned pale. She complained to Luo Yang, boss, your friend is really unreliable. Yesterday he brought a whole bunch of women, and today he brought them to the countryside to cause trouble. Luckily, Ziyuyan and the others didn't come. I don't know if I'll make it back to Bo City alive. Li Annie offered an explanation. You really can't blame driver Luo. This is the best treatment these top Western tycoons give their friends, either beautiful women or a hunt. The super rich have everything, except excitement. Luo Yang also smiled wryly. A hunting trip is better than bringing you a bunch of models. Do I need to see beautiful women? I'm completely desensitized to them after seeing you all every day. Besides, hunting can train your wilderness survival skills, consider it exercise. Luo Yang added a final compliment. Song Zicheng, however, didn't take offense and retorted without holding back, you're so hypocritical. If it weren't for me and Sister Annie, you wouldn't have. I just can't stand Kasia. Because Kasia had publicly stated her feelings for Luo Yang, Song Zicheng was openly attacking her. Kasia and Luo Qinya were in Zhang Jiaqing's car. She had originally intended to follow Luo Yang into his car, but Song Zicheng didn't give her the chance, pulling Li Annie aside and sitting next to Luo Yang first. Kasia had no choice but to get into another car. Luo Yang naturally wanted to reprimand Song Zicheng, but then he remembered she was definitely part of Zhang Ziyuyan's group, so he held back and even confessed to her, you're mistaken. I'm an upright person, and my aesthetic sense is very Chinese. I'm not interested in foreign girls.
Look at those tall, strong women, their faces and skin they look okay from afar, but up close, they're terrible. Song Ziking asked him, so what kind do you like? Luo Yang blurted out, for example. He suddenly realized he'd fallen into a trap and swallowed his words with difficulty. This little assistant hadn't been reprimanded in a while, she'd gotten a bit arrogant. A dozen minutes later, they arrived at their destination. There were a dozen or so wooden houses on a flat area. Everyone parked the cars around the houses, and after getting out, Luo's bodyguards took out the weapons they'd brought from the trunks. Normally, hunting is only permitted with shotguns, but this area is a registered hunting ground, and outsiders are not allowed to enter. Unauthorized trespassers who are injured or killed are not protected by law. 90% of those who hunt in this area are wealthy individuals with plenty of money. Whether they use shotguns or other firearms, no one cares. Driver Luo is an arms dealer. What kind of weapon doesn't he have? Today, he prepared top-of-the-line weapons for Luo Yang and his group: submachine guns, burst-fire rifles, sniper rifles, pistols, and all sorts of other weapons, the best in the industry. Song Guangming and the others were immediately captivated, each taking several weapons of various sizes. Mu Kejun is a top-tier firearms expert, with sniping skills ranking at least in the top 10 globally. Naturally, he chose a sniper rifle. Driver Luo brought several types of sniper rifles, all of which are high-precision sniper rifles ranked in the top 10 globally. To be honest, Mu Kejun liked every sniper rifle, but he couldn't possibly carry two, so after some consideration, he chose the TAC-50. Seeing Luo Yang watching with great interest, Mu Kejun immediately began introducing the sniper rifle he had chosen. Boss, this is a world-famous sniper rifle, called the TAC-50. The TAC-50 is .5 caliber. This sniper rifle uses a non-automatic bolt-action mechanism. Its biggest feature is its barrel with a maximum 0-degree angle. The main reason I like it is its long range. Its maximum range is 3,500 meters. I want to challenge the limit. Luo Yang was startled when he saw him take out the bullets. These bullets were incredibly long, each one was as long as a can of cola. Mu Kejun chuckled, these bullets are specially made, 100 euros each, not cheap, boss. Luo Yang retorted irritably, don't talk to me about money. Go ahead and shoot. Besides, today's the day Driver Luo is treating you all. You guys do what you want. Do you think he'll take my money? Luo Yang didn't take any long weapons, only a small, exquisite-looking pistol. He was just putting on an act. Hunting primarily uses shotguns or rifles, and a pistol with a range of only a few dozen meters is completely useless. Except for Kasia, the other girls didn't want any guns, they were just following the group to enjoy the scenery. Kasia chose a rifle with a range of 300 meters. Her long-range shooting wasn't strong, so she didn't take a sniper rifle. Song Guangming took 2 pistols and an assault rifle, and with a few men, he stayed close to Luo Yang. Dozens of men, all heavily armed, marched forward on foot. After crossing a hill, Driver Luo said, that's about it. Everyone, spread out and proceed in a single file. But perhaps because there were too many people, they walked for over 10 minutes without seeing a single piece of prey. Mu Kejun, using a high-powered military telescope, peered for a while before saying, too far away. There was prey, but it ran away before it got within a kilometer. I saw 2 antelopes, but they were too far away, 2,102 meters. These things are very wary. I'll try using a sniper rifle. Song Guangming aimed at Mu Kejun and said, Kejun, I remember your previous highest kill record was 1926 meters, right? Mu Kejun laughed, let's see if I can break the record today. He lay down on the ground, set up the sniper rifle, and slowly adjusted his posture and the angle of the gun. A sniper has many things to calculate, such as distance, wind speed, and light. Mu Kejun adjusted for 2 minutes, then fired. The shot wasn't very loud, but its penetrating power was exceptionally strong, and the sound echoed through the air. Song Guangming and the others watched through their binoculars. 2 seconds after the shot, he excitedly shouted, hit. Luo's bodyguards included several skilled individuals, some of whom were snipers, but none reached Mu Kejun's level. This single shot instantly astonished them, and the group quickly headed towards the location. 2016 meters, more than 2 kilometers plus 16 meters, and that was the bullet's straight line distance. Walking that distance would have been over 3 kilometers. Upon reaching their destination, those who arrived first were equally astonished, shouting and waving to those behind. Luo Yang, accompanied by Song Guangming, quickly reached the spot. Zhang Jiaking grinned and gave Mu Kejun a thumbs up. Old Mu, awesome. Those behind then realized what had happened and were all shocked. Mu Kejun hadn't shot 1 antelope, but 2. He knew the sniper rifle's penetrating power was immense, so he deliberately waited until the 2 antelopes' heads overlapped before firing, resulting in 2 hits with 1 shot. A single shot hitting 2 targets isn't particularly astonishing, any skilled hunter could achieve that with sufficient bullet penetration, but this shot reached a distance of 2016 meters. Few could manage that distance, and to hit 2 targets at such a distance was truly remarkable. Even the driver, Luo, couldn't help but praise Luo Yang. Luo, you're really amazing. Luo Yang smiled smugly. His foreign bodyguards, who were usually arrogant and somewhat disdainful of Asians, only showed some respect to Luo Yang because he was their boss's VIP. However, that was all the respect they showed to Luo Yang's bodyguards. But Mu Kejun's shot instantly erased their contempt. This was a master among masters. In their worldview, they only respected the strong, only the strong deserved respect. The hunt lasted approximately 3 hours. 4 antelopes and 2 deer were killed, 3 of which, along with 1 deer, were shot by Mu Kejun at a distance exceeding 2,000 meters. Basically, every shot he fired was a hit, 3 shots, 4 kills, flawless accuracy. Back at the cabin, the men Luo brought immediately skinned and cleaned the prey, then roasted it on the spot. Luo's dozen or so bodyguards were all tall and burly, but they couldn't outsnipe Mu Kejun, so they decided to try hand-to-hand combat. While this required skill, it also demanded stamina, an area where they were naturally superior to most East Asians. While Mu Kejun was a top-tier firearms expert, hand-to-hand combat wasn't his forte. Almost any one of Song Guangming's men could easily defeat him. Seeing Luo's bodyguards gesturing at Mu Kejun, Zhang Jiaking immediately jumped out and shouted, "You want to have a go? Why are you after him? Go after me." He quickly struck several poses, defiantly raising his chin at those who were taunting Mu Kejun. They were arrogant, but Zhang Jiaking was even more arrogant. Driver Luo watched the spectacle with amusement, making no attempt to stop it. His bodyguards often clashed, which was normal. Besides, given their relationship with Luo Yang, they certainly wouldn't want to escalate things. It was just a test of strength. Zhang Jiaking was quite sturdy, about 1.9 meters tall and weighing 90 kilograms, but he wasn't particularly fat, he just appeared robust. Most of Driver Luo's bodyguards were of similar height, with 2 slightly over 2 meters tall, resembling iron towers tall and muscular. The first to approach was a burly man about the same height as Zhang Jiaking, but he immediately sent Zhang Jiaking sprawling to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. The others were stunned, not even having a chance to react, not even having seen what happened before it was over. The other burly man chuckled at his companion who was still on the ground, then walked up to Zhang Jiaking. This time everyone paid attention, their eyes fixed on Zhang Jiaking. Zhang Jiaking was unfazed, letting the man grab him first, then effortlessly grabbing him in return. In a brief struggle, Zhang Jiaking easily tossed him aside. With a thud, the man landed on the ground groaning, unable to get up a fall even harder than the first. Ha! Shit! Luo's bodyguards were all surprised. If it happened once, it could be a fluke, but a second time was definitely not. This guy is amazing. As amazing as that sniper, except one is good with firearms, the other with hand-to-hand combat. 2 more followed, but they were no match for Zhang Jiaking, unable to withstand the explosive force of his attacks. One of the 2 towering, over 2-meter-tall men stepped forward. He was clearly much stronger than Zhang Jiaking, his fists were as big as earthenware pots, and his legs were as thick as Luo Yang's waist. These 2 strongest men were the most skilled in hand-to-hand combat among Luo's bodyguards, but not the best in other areas. In a fight, they were unmatched. The tall one and the short one put their arms around each other and wrestled. With a hey, they spun around, neither managing to knock the other down. The 2 were about the same strength. Zhang Jiaking realized this guy had no technique, just brute force. Luo's men immediately started shouting, cheering on the burly man. Luo Yang, somewhat nervous, clenched his fists and whispered to Song Guangming, "Guangming, if Jiaking can't win, he should just admit defeat. We're all on the same side, a little competition won't hurt our pride." Song Guangming chuckled softly, "Don't worry, boss. Jiaking is much stronger than him. That was just a test of brute force. I trained the top fighter, none of Luo's men can beat Jiaking." Luo Yang was relieved. Since he was stronger, it didn't matter. He was worried about his brother getting hurt, he didn't care about winning or losing. What difference would it make if he lost? What difference would it make if he won? Luo and his bodyguards all thought Zhang Jiaking couldn't win this time, and their shouts were deafening. Amidst their cheers, the second round began. They all thought this round would be a stalemate, at least 4 or 5 rounds, before whoever couldn't keep up would lose. In a contest of strength, Zhang Jiaking definitely couldn't beat that burly man, but reality didn't go as expected. The moment they sparred, Zhang Jiaking made a few quick movements that no one could even see clearly, and the 2-meter-tall man was instantly sent flying overhead, crashing to the ground 4 or 5 meters away with a thud. Everyone was stunned. Looking at Zhang Jiaking, he clapped his hands and gave a relaxed smile. Shit! Driver Luo jumped up, his eyes wide as he stared at Zhang Jiaking. He was utterly astonished. Was this man even human? Luo, do all you Easterners know magic? Driver Luo asked Luo Yang incredulously. You're a financial magician, your subordinate is a gun magician, and this subordinate of yours is a martial arts magician. My God, how many more amazing magic tricks do your men have? Another burly man, about the same strength as the one Zhang Jiaking had fallen, was at the level of the eldest and second eldest brothers. Seeing how powerful Zhang Jiaking was, he didn't dare to challenge him. Driver Luo gave Zhang Jiaking a big thumbs up and said to Luo Yang, "Luo, could you give me 2 of your men?" Luo Yang shook his head and said, "Driver Luo, I'm sorry, they're my brothers, not servants. I won't stop them from following whomever they want, but I would never sell them out." Driver Luo laughed and said, "Just kidding. Although I admire and like them, I certainly wouldn't force you." Impressive, impressive. Luo Yang knew, of course, that he wouldn't poach his men, but Driver Luo's covetousness for his skilled subordinates was genuine. Driver Luo's group ate and drank like savages, cutting large chunks of meat with knives, eating and drinking heartily, which only made their straightforwardness more apparent. Luo Yang preferred dealing with straightforward people. Those who smiled to your face but stabbed you in the back were indeed annoying, but what could he do? That kind of person was all the rage in the world, there was no escaping it. As Luo Yang ate, a faint melancholy crept into his mind. He had jumped from the countryside to the city, from the city to the provincial capital, and then from the provincial capital to abroad. Had he escaped all those troubles? No. There's a saying, wherever there are people, there is a world of intrigue. Who can escape it? Unless they die. Hunting, barbecuing, and another day wasted. On the third day, Driver Luo finally greeted Luo Yang with a smile and invited him aboard the ship. At the port of Berlin, Driver Luo, accompanied by a dozen bodyguards and over a dozen cars, brought Luo Yang and his group to the port and onto the ship. Luo Yang fell in love with the yacht's appearance the moment he saw it. Over 200 meters long, a colossal machine with a futuristic design, its towering tower topped with military-grade radar. Once aboard, Luo Yang was even more astonished. He thought his Airbus A380 was luxurious, but this yacht was even more luxurious. Truly, there was nothing they couldn't design, only things he hadn't imagined. The driver, Luo, plopped down in the incredibly comfortable leather sofa and chuckled, "Luo, don't be surprised. It all comes down to the power of your money. $3.8 billion that amount, even if piled up on the ground, would be a mountain high. With so much money, how could you not create luxury? Besides, that's an unbearable sum for other wealthy people. They'd have to pay exorbitant maintenance fees after buying it, but what does it matter to you? Your average daily income exceeds $10 billion. What's the point of money? Hee, for you, money has no meaning at all. Your only purpose now is to live well. Most wealthy people worry about how to continue earning money to maintain their luxurious lifestyle, but you don't have that worry, right?" Luo Yang laughed, "Driver, you really understand me." If he hadn't made up the Luo address, Luo Yang would have really wanted to have a little chat with him. Driver Luo arranged a whole crew for him on the yacht, more than 40 people from the captain to the sailors. Luo Yang naturally accepted them all and announced on the spot that everyone would get a 50% raise and a new employee bonus of 100,000 euros. The whole crew sang and danced and cheered for their new boss to long live the new boss. Driver Luo continued, "Luo, don't underestimate this team. All 20 men in the yacht escort are retired naval personnel, skilled in operating modern high-tech weaponry. I've installed a lot of new stuff on your ship, like an active anti-missile system. If there's an enemy ship or air-to-ground weapon attack, the anti-missile system will actively defend and attack. The defense has 2 modes in succession. One is concentrated fire to destroy incoming missiles, and the other is high-precision missile interception. This system isn't cheap, hee, Luo, I've put all my hidden stash on your ship." Luo Yang laughed and said, "Driver, what do you mean? Should I reimburse you or thank you?" Driver Luo quickly replied, "What are you saying? I was just mentioning it casually. Why would I take your money? You've made me earn $700 or $800 million a day with you. If I asked you to reimburse me for this little bit, that would be a slap in my face." Driver Luo immediately ordered the captain to set sail. Luo Yang exclaimed in surprise, "Driver, you haven't even disembarked yet." Driver Luo chuckled, "Why would I get off the ship? I'll just follow you wherever you go. I don't have anything else to do anyway, and I don't want to do the arms business anymore. Give me one of your deputies, I want to gradually wean myself off those dangerous businesses. With such easy money to be made here, why would I take those risks?" Luo Yang was taken aback. Another Zheng Changyang? But it's good. Having 2 powerful figures in the underworld following him is beneficial. At least those Western underworld figures who want to profit from him will have to consider whether they have the guts and the ability. Driver Luo continued with a smile, "Your yacht has a top speed of 44 knots. At that speed, once fully activated, no ship can catch you. So, in terms of speed, it's safe. Secondly, the anti-missile system is another layer of security. The third layer is the other weaponry. Fourthly, the 20 experienced retired soldiers on board are the last line of protection. In addition to these 4 layers of protection, the yacht also has 3 helicopters and a small submarine, the final escape route. The days Luo spent was spent equipping his yacht with top-of-the-line weaponry. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he brought out all his most prized possessions. Flying from Berlin to Poland takes a little over an hour, but that's a straight-line flight. By sea, the distance is more than double. Luo instructed the captain to maintain a steady speed, allowing Luo Yang and the others to enjoy the sea scenery. Once the yacht entered deeper waters, Luo had the crew launch 2 inflatable rafts for Luo Yang and the others to try sea fishing. However, Luo Yang lacked patience and lost interest after a while without any bites. Luo, on the other hand, was a skilled angler, and half an hour later, he caught a tuna weighing over 200 pounds. Luo, you're in luck. Fresh bluefin tuna is hard to come by. We're so lucky to have caught one. The crew immediately hooked the tuna onto the boat and handed it over to the ship's chef to prepare. Just as the crew was having a great time, a crew member came to report to Luo Yang and the driver, "Boss, we've spotted several boats 3 kilometers away, heading towards us." Driver Luo immediately called Luo Yang to the cockpit. The radar screen showed 4 ships approaching in a straight line at a considerable speed. Once they were within a kilometer, the experienced captain spotted the 4 ships on the screen and immediately sounded the ship's alarm. Pirates. Driver Luo hadn't expected to encounter pirates so suddenly, a once-in-a-decade occurrence. After a moment of stunned silence, he grinned, saying smugly to Luo Yang, "Luo, I loaded up your ship with so much good stuff, just in case, thinking we'd never need it. But these guys came to us of their own accord. Haha, perfect for testing the power of these weapons." The 4 boats that arrived were small speedboats, each seating about 10 people. Once they were within 300 meters, they used megaphones to shout, "Stop, or we'll open fire." Even if they didn't shout, the captain would have. If they broke within 300 meters, he would have given the order to fire. This superyacht looked incredibly beautiful, no wonder the pirates wanted to attack. These pirates must have known about the yacht as soon as it left port, intentionally intercepting it in deep water. Anyone who could afford such a luxurious superyacht must be incredibly wealthy. This one job would be a fortune. Through his binoculars, driver Luo could see that the pirates possessed at least 4 shoulder-fired mortars. These mortars had an effective range of 300 meters, which was currently within their firing range, hence their arrogance. The reason they hadn't fired first was because the yacht was too beautiful, they couldn't bear to shoot it. They planned to subdue the pirates and extort a large sum of money from them. Otherwise, they could keep the yacht for themselves. Sinking it would yield nothing. Mukajun had already taken out his sniper rifle and aimed. At this distance, he was a crack shot. These 40-odd pirates were simply sitting ducks, waiting for their boss to order them to fire. Luo Yang knew they were absolutely safe, so he remained calm, waiting to watch the show. The pirates, on the other hand, were extremely arrogant, shouting incessantly. Under the command of the defense captain, several crew members revealed concealed machine guns and unleashed a barrage of fire, the bullets sending waves crashing into the air in front of the 4 pirate speedboats. The pirates, startled by the overwhelming firepower, quickly retreated several dozen meters. Ignoring any potential damage to the yacht, they ordered the mortar crew to fire immediately. Driver Luo ordered the automatic defense system activated and waved to stop several snipers, including Mukajun. He wanted Luo Yang to see the power of the yacht's defense system. 4 mortar crews fired simultaneously, 4 shells flying straight towards Luo Yang's yacht. The 40-odd pirates and crew on the yacht saw the lightning-fast shells, but the defense system activated only halfway through their flight. A dense barrage of fire erupted, and the 4 mortar shells, unable to penetrate the intense barrage, were intercepted mid-air. Bang! 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 The 4 mortar shells exploded in mid-air, like 4 blooming flowers, shrapnel and gunpowder scattering into the sea. The pirates on the 4 ships were stunned. Their planned robbery hadn't anticipated such strength from their opponents. In an instant, they knew they were in trouble. They weren't robbing others, but being attacked. The leader immediately ordered a turn and a desperate escape. If they didn't flee, a barrage of enemy cannon fire would mean certain death. The ship's defense captain wasn't about to let them escape. With a wave of his hand, a close-in weapon was fired. In the blink of an eye, a speedboat exploded and flew into the air, turning more than 10 pirates to ashes without even feeling pain. 2 other speedboats followed suit, flying into the air and being blown to pieces with 2 loud explosions. The remaining speedboat was stopped by the driver Luo, who waved to Mukajun and the other snipers, signaling, "It's yours." Mukajun had been waiting for this. The speedboat had already turned and fled. Mukajun fired a shot, killing a pirate who appeared to be the leader. However, he didn't take out the captain first. He was waiting for him to escape further, to test his sniper rifle at a greater distance. At only 300 meters, what difficulty was there? Driver Luo wasn't worried either. Even if the speedboat escaped the sniper's range, there were close-in weapon systems. Within 30 kilometers, the enemy would be doomed. The other 3 snipers opened fire one after another, all targeting the crew members who hadn't yet set sail. Their intentions were the same. Within a short time, 5 or 6 pirates on the speedboat were dead. They were all terrified and lay prone on the deck, too afraid to move. Only the pilot, disregarding everything, sped off. When the distance exceeded 1,200 meters, Mukajun finally shot and killed the pilot. The speedboat instantly lost control and spun wildly on the sea. Then another pirate jumped up and took over the helm. Mukajun showed no mercy. Whoever was piloting the boat, he shot dead. He wouldn't touch the helm. After Mukajun had killed 3 pirates, 5 remained alive, all too afraid to move. One even pressed the barrel of an AK-47 against his white shirt as a sign of surrender. Their speedboat was already over 1,000 meters away from the yacht. At that distance, if the enemy sniper could kill them with a single shot, what chance did they have of escaping? They blamed themselves for their greed, for eyeing that yacht. It wasn't sheep, it was a tiger. They dared not escape and surrendered. Driver Luo immediately ordered, "Kill them all. Leave no one alive. These men deserve to die, they've committed countless heinous acts." If it were ordinary people, Luo Yang certainly wouldn't have let Mukajun do it, but he had no sympathy for these ruthless pirates and didn't stop them. Mukajun and the other 4 snipers took turns firing, killing all 5 pirates and honing their marksmanship. Finally, Driver Luo ordered the defense team to bombard the speedboats to smithereens. In no time, there wasn't a trace left on the sea, as if the 4 speedboats had never existed. Only then did Driver Luo smile at Luo Yang and ask, "Luo, what do you think of the yacht's defensive capabilities?" Luo Yang grinned and flattered him. "When the driver is involved, it's always top-notch. I couldn't be more satisfied." Driver Luo laughed heartily. All right, everyone go try the chef's tuna." After spending 2 days at sea before reaching Boston, Luo Yang felt the yacht was truly worthwhile and decided to organize a weekly yacht get-together for his employees. On the afternoon of their return to Boston, Luo Yang had the crew resupply the yacht and then brought his family, who had stayed in Boston, aboard for a sea voyage. The Luo and Zhang families, along with Luo Yang, Zhu Yingying, Luo Qinya, and others, were all accustomed to luxury under Luo Yang's wing, but even they were still awestruck by the opulence of this yacht. The driver, Luo, hadn't come along. He'd gone to Boston to buy a villa. Since he was going to be hanging out with Luo Yang, he needed a place to live. There was some leftover tuna from last time, so Luo Yang had the chef prepare some more for the family to enjoy. Luo Weiguo gazed at the sea from the deck, then turned to Luo Yang and asked, "Son, what's the name of this yacht?" Luo Yang hesitated, then shook his head. "It doesn't have a name yet, but if we were to name it, how about Sunrise?" The yacht had satellite internet access, but Luo Yang wasn't interested in fishing or any other entertainment. He lay on the sofa playing on his phone. Zhang Ziyuyan was also on the yacht with her parents, enjoying the scenery. Her aunt, Wei Fengchun, had been unwell for the past few days, and this rare outing made her seem much better. "Ziyuyan, you look a little strange." Zhang Ziyuyan was taken aback, surprised. "Auntie, what's strange about me?" Wei Fengchun smiled and said, "I can't quite put my finger on it, it's like you've grown up, become more mature." Zhang Ziyuyan's heart skipped a beat, her face flushed, and she quickly said, "I'm still me, how could I become anything?" "Auntie, are you thirsty? I'll get you a drink." No one else paid attention to Wei Fengchun's words, but Wei Fengling's heart skipped a beat. She glanced at her daughter, who was swaying her hips as she went to the cabin, and suddenly remembered that her daughter's expression had been a little different these past few days. She would often sit there lost in thought, and her face seemed smoother and more radiant than before. When she saw Luo Yang, her whole face seemed to glow. As soon as Luo Yang left, she became sickly. Oh no, had Luo Yang already taken my daughter, this precious cabbage? Wei Fengling naturally didn't treat Luo Yang as an outsider now, definitely as her son-in-law, but after all, they weren't officially married, not officially husband and wife, and, well, you know. She felt inexplicably unhappy. The girl she'd raised for over 20 years had become someone else's. It was bittersweet, just painful. A little while later, Zhang Ziyuyan brought out drinks, but she brought 2 glasses, one for her aunt and one for her mother. Wei Fengling took a sip of her slightly chilled drink, enjoying the refreshing coolness. She glanced sideways at her daughter and casually asked, "Ziyuyan, do you like children?" "Yes." Zhang Ziyuyan blurted out without thinking, "I like girls, and I like boys too, preferably a boy and a girl." Wei Fengling sighed inwardly and couldn't help but gently remind her, "Ziyuyan, liking them is one thing, but, your dad, that guy." Wei Fengling glanced at Zhang Guangyuan, who was leaning over the gunwale watching the fishermen, and lowered her voice, saying, "Your dad's a teacher. The Zhang family has strict rules, don't embarrass your family." Zhang Ziyuyan was taken aback. "Mom, what are you saying? What have I done to embarrass the Zhang family?" Wei Fengling said irritably, I think you've lost your mind. Let me remind you, our 2 families both acknowledge and tacitly approve of your relationship with Luo Yang, no one objects. But you're not officially married yet, you don't have a formal status. Don't you dare get involved in premarital pregnancy. That would be a disgrace to your father and the Zhang family. My surname is Wei, and I'm not Zhang. Zhang Ziyuyan blushed. In the past, she would have argued back, no matter how embarrassed she was, but now, feeling guilty and lacking confidence, she was too ashamed and frightened to speak. Seeing her expression, Wei Fengling knew exactly what was wrong. She was furious inside, and just snorted a few times. After a moment of anger, she realized that this wouldn't do, and said to Zhang Ziuyan in annoyance, "You, go and discuss it with Luo Yang. I don't care if it's in China or abroad, no matter how simple it is, you have to get me married." Oh, Zhang Ziuyan blushed, not daring to look at her mother, and hesitated with her head down. "Hurry up and go," Wei Fengling urged her. "If you don't go, I'll go talk to him." Zhang Ziuyan quickly turned and ran. I'll go. She didn't dare let her mother go and give Luo Yang a straight-up lecture. Besides, she knew Luo Yang's feelings very well. He truly loved her, and he would obey whatever she or her mother said. But precisely because of this, Zhang Ziuyan didn't want to pressure Luo Yang. Wouldn't it be better if he brought it up himself? Wouldn't it be better if they were together forever, spending every day together? In the luxurious lounge of the ship's cabin, Luo Yang sat on the sofa, scrolling through his phone, his expression serious. Zhang Ziuyan shyly moved closer and sat down next to him, feeling embarrassed before speaking, unsure of what to say. After a long while, Zhang Ziuyan finally looked up. She was a little surprised. Usually, if she had just gotten close enough to him and felt shy, Luo Yang would have come to the office to comfort her long ago. But today, Luo Yang hadn't moved an inch. Looking up, she saw Luo Yang staring at his phone, his eyes seemingly glistening with tears. Zhang Ziuyan was startled and quickly grabbed his hand, asking anxiously, "What's wrong? Don't scare me." "Ziuyan, Luo Yang looked up, his eyes moist, genuinely heartbroken. "I'm going back to China." Zhang Ziuyan was taken aback. She thought to herself, he had worked so hard to come to Bo City and build such a solid foundation abroad, why would he suddenly want to go back? She knew everything that had happened in China. If it weren't for the Su family incident that forced him to go overseas, who would willingly leave home so far away for no reason? What had he seen? Zhang Ziuyan was both shocked and surprised. She quickly took Luo Yang's phone, which displayed a news report. More than 10 cities in Nan Province and Jiangnan Plain were flooded, causing heavy losses, with cities like Chuancheng, Shizhou, and Jiangnan being particularly severely affected. Zhang Ziuyan scrolled down to find several videos. The content of the videos was shocking, showing scenes of houses, vehicles, and pedestrians being swallowed by the floodwaters, as well as some touching scenes of military and police rescue efforts. Zhang Ziuyan suddenly understood why Luo Yang was so upset, and for a moment she didn't know how to comfort or console him. Luo Yang immediately instructed the yacht captain to return, and then told the driver, "Brother, my country, my hometown, has been hit by a disaster. I have to go back, no matter how much effort it takes." The driver hesitated. He had wanted to dissuade him, but seeing Luo Yang's expression and eyes, he knew it was futile. After thinking for a moment, he simply said, "All right, I'll go with you. This old driver may not have many other skills, but I've got a lot of money. I'll help in whatever way I can." He had already made up his mind. Wherever Luo Yang went, he would go. A wealthy man of his caliber could live well anywhere in the world, he had nothing to worry about. Luo Yang squeezed his hand tightly, without saying thank you. On the yacht's return journey, Luo Yang told both sets of parents about it. Luo Weiguo and Zhao Jinyu both agreed. Their son had earned so much money, and his hometown had suffered a disaster, he should help if he could. There was no question about it. As for her son's murder, she had heard Song Guangming mention it and knew the Su family was now bankrupt, so there was nothing to worry about. Her son had a lot of money, but it was all earned honestly and through legitimate means. It was just a little, but far too much. As soon as Luo Yang made his decision, Li Annie immediately began arranging the Airbus A380's itinerary. Luo Yang also called Han Wenjun beforehand, asking him to prepare some supplies in advance. As for his future and what might happen, Luo Yang truly didn't care anymore. Let it be, he just needed to do what he could to have a clear conscience. 2 days later, the Airbus A380 finally returned to Jiangnan Airport. Luo Yang didn't make a big fuss about it. Han Wenjun and his subordinates were the only ones who came to pick him up. On the way back to Haitian Hanjing, Han Wenjun reported to Luo Yang, as instructed by the boss, "We've urgently procured about 60 million yuan worth of supplies in the past 2 days. Luo Yang shook his head and said, "That's not enough. Increase the procurement efforts further. Allocate some manpower to organize the transportation of supplies to the disaster area. If that's still not enough, hire some temporary drivers." Han Wenjun nodded and noted it down. Zheng Changyong, standing nearby, said to Luo Yang, "Brother, driver Luo and I discussed it. He and I will each donate 100 million, and we'll handle it all for you." Luo Yang replied earnestly, "Brother, thank you." Zheng Changyong chuckled, "You're not short of money. We're just expressing our goodwill. Since we're on your side, we should naturally follow your lead." Luo Yang sincerely said, "There's an old saying, a small gift carries great meaning. The thought is what matters most. Besides, your gift isn't insignificant." No company or individual had donated more than 100 million to the flood relief efforts, but Luo Yang wasn't interested in comparing donations, nor did he care if anyone knew. This was unlike any of his previous donations. 4 days later, Chen Jin met Luo Yang at a flood-stricken village in Chuanchang. When he saw Luo Yang, covered in mud, his eyes welled up with tears. Ignoring the mud on his clothes, he ran up and gave him a big hug. "Why didn't you tell me you were leaving?" These were Chen Jin's first words. Luo Yang sighed and said, "I didn't want to cause trouble for your father, but it doesn't matter now." It truly didn't matter now. With the Su family gone, no one was going to challenge him anymore. Besides, Luo Yang was just an entrepreneur without any bad reputation. In fact, his contribution was greater than that of most entrepreneurs. Luo Yang returned without informing anyone else. He did it all by himself. According to Chen Jin's father, Luo Yang delivered over 200 million yuan worth of supplies to the 7 disaster-stricken cities in just 4 days and donated a total of 700 million yuan in cash for reconstruction. His actions constituted the largest and most important source of aid among all the sources. Chen Jiangguo said only one thing to his son, "Chen Jin, Luo Yang is the most respectable person I've ever met." Chen Jin accompanied Luo Yang to the disaster site to distribute rice, flour, oil, and other supplies to the affected villagers. By the time they finished, it was already dark. They returned to the hotel, where Luo Yang washed up and fell asleep on the bed. Chen Jin didn't wake him. Luo Yang was too tired, and he looked darker and thinner. The next morning, Luo Yang, who usually loved to sleep in, actually got up early and had breakfast at the hotel restaurant. Then they returned to Jiangan. The plane back to Chuanchang was naturally an Airbus A330. Of the 10 bodyguards who had returned with Luo Yang, only 6 remained. Song Guangming left 4 to receive the 42 brothers who had flown in from China, and the security company they had set up there. Only 6 people returned with Luo Yang. Upon arriving in Jiangan, the person who came to pick them up was surprisingly Chen Jiangguo. Then they went directly to a rather remote place to eat. Chen Jiangguo toasted him, saying, "Luo Yang, you and Chen Jin are like brothers. By seniority, I'm your elder, and by age, I'm your elder too. But in terms of seniority, I consider you my friend, a friend despite the age gap. I'm very lucky to have met a friend like you. I like and respect you." Luo Yang, holding his glass earnestly, said, "Uncle Chen, I also consider you a true friend and elder. I'll drink this." Zhang Xiaoyan, standing nearby, silently took his glass and drank it in one gulp. Then she said to Chen Jiangguo, "Uncle Chen, this isn't much, but Luo Yang will pass out if he drinks it, so I'll drink it for him." Chen Jiangguo nodded, saying, "Don't worry, I'll never blame him." Chen Jiangguo was busy and left hurriedly half an hour later. Luo Yang and his group returned to Haitian Hanjing. Just as they arrived at the villa and hadn't even gotten out of the car, they saw a girl wearing sunglasses leaning against a red Ferrari 718 by the gate. The girl in sunglasses took them off and walked towards Luo Yang. After he got out of the car, it was Su Ying. Upon seeing her, Zhang Xiaoyan's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively stepped in front of Luo Yang. Su Ying looked rather haggard. She glanced at Zhang Xiaoyan before saying to Luo Yang, "Can we talk for a bit?" Luo Yang hesitated for a moment, then took Zhang Xiaoyan's hand and said, "Sure, let's go inside." Zhang Xiaoyan felt a sense of peace as Luo Yang held her hand tightly. This was a way of showing Su Ying his stance. Su Ying had also lost weight, and her expression was somber. After sitting down in the villa's living room, she earnestly said to Luo Yang, "Luo Yang, I apologize for what happened between you and the Su family. I didn't consider your feelings properly and caused you so much danger and trouble. I'm sorry." Luo Yang thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, "What's past is past. Let it go. But, although there's no future between us, Su Qiuatai is definitely not a good match. It's a good thing you didn't marry him." Su Ying said softly, "Thank you." As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes. Zhang Xiaoyan quickly handed her a tissue and then poured her a glass of water. She felt a pang of pity for Su Ying. Such a beautiful, proud, and wealthy star had been defeated by her. Seeing her so pitiful made her heart ache. However, she couldn't give in on matters of the heart. Looking at Su Ying's tear-streaked face, Luo Yang sighed and said, "I'm sorry." Just 2 words, but those 2 words clearly expressed his attitude towards her. Su Ying didn't know how she left. Zhang Xiaoyan saw her out. When Zhang Xiaoyan returned, her eyes were red, as if she had been crying. Women are all sentimental creatures, even when it's a rival. Having resolved Su Ying's matter, Luo Yang felt a huge weight lifted from his heart. He cheerfully went to the yard to prune the trees, weed, and water the flowers. Everything here felt very familiar to him. Turning around, he saw Zhang Xiaoyan running towards him quickly. Luo Yang was a little surprised. Why was she running so fast? Zhang Xiaoyan ran very fast, and when she reached him, she suddenly hugged him tightly and began to sob. Luo Yang paused, then casually pinched her cheek and said, "What's wrong? Why are you crying all of a sudden?" Suddenly, Luo Yang's heart skipped a beat. Seeing her so agitated, he wondered if she was pregnant. The moment the thought crossed his mind, Luo Yang felt dizzy and almost fell. He grabbed Jang Ziyuyan's shoulders to calm himself down, then asked, are you pregnant? Jang Ziyuyan was stunned, tears still glistening on her face, her beautiful face looking at him. Brother-in-law, what's in your belly? Luo Yang was instantly stunned, then realized he'd made a mistake. This was his younger sister, Zhang Xian, not Ziyuyan. How many times did he have to make this mistake? His head throbbed, his mind was buzzing. Zhang Xian wasn't stupid either. After a moment of stunned silence, she understood and couldn't help but get angry. You guys. She had genuinely hoped he and his sister would become a couple, but now that the news of their relationship progressing further, why did she feel such a pang of sadness? Just then, Zhang Ziyuyan approached, wearing a light green skirt, a completely different color from Zhang Xian's white dress. Luo Yang inwardly cursed himself. He'd just been with Zhang Ziyuyan a moment ago. How could he not remember what she was wearing? A mistake he never learned. Xian, don't overwork yourself, Zhang Ziyuyan said with concern, looking at her sister's somewhat thin face. The company belonged to the family, why work so hard? Zhang Xian said sourly, you have a brother-in-law, so you don't have to work hard. Who cares if I don't? Zhang Ziyuyan lightly tapped her on the head and said, you're always talking nonsense. Have you eaten? The two sisters went into the house side by side. Zhang Xian put her arm around her sister's waist, glanced at the people in the living room, and pulled her upstairs to her bedroom before asking, sister, are you pregnant? Zhang Ziyuyan asked in surprise, pregnant? Money. Pretending. Zhang Xian gently poked her lower abdomen with her finger, saying shyly and angrily, here, are you pregnant? Zhang Ziyuyan was stunned for a moment before she understood what her sister meant. Her face flushed, and she said irritably, you're so clueless. Why do you always have such strange ideas? Zhang Xian retorted with a huff, me? You said it yourself. It wasn't me who said it, it was my brother-in-law. When I came back, he mistook me for you again, pinched my cheek, and asked if I was pregnant. What do you think he meant by that? Zhang Ziyuyan froze, her face turning even redder. She used to find it amusing that she and her sister looked exactly alike, but now it gave her a headache because Luo Yang kept confusing them. No. Zhang Ziyuyan immediately denied, but then added, I don't know, anyway, I haven't checked. Zhang Xian was annoyed and uncomfortable. Her sister's words were tantamount to admitting that she and Luo Yang had crossed that line, so she felt inexplicably irritated. After a moment of silence, Zhang Xian suddenly softened. This was her sister, the one who loved her most. Why didn't she want what was best for her? After the initial awkward silence, Zhang Xian snuggled tenderly against her sister for a while before offering her a suggestion. Sis, why don't you get it checked? I heard it's very simple, there's a pregnancy test that only requires urine, it's quite convenient. Zhang Ziyuyan's interest was piqued, and she blushed as she asked her sister, where, can we buy one? Zhang Xian had never bought one before, and after thinking for a moment, she said, a pharmacy? There's one right by the gate of our complex, shall we buy one and try it? Zhang Ziyuyan nodded shyly, her face flushed. The two sisters left their bedroom, went downstairs, and then sneaked out like thieves. After they left, Song Guangming, as usual, arranged for two people to follow them, but they were kept about 10 meters apart. Those who followed were Zhang Jiaqing and Mu Kejun. On the way, Zhang Xian excitedly whispered in her sister's ear, sis, I like girls. If it's a girl, I'll take care of her, if it's a son, you can take care of him. Zhang Ziyuyan pouted and said, nonsense. It's fine if you like it, it's not strange that your aunt likes it too, but why should I let you take care of him? You're not even married yet, how can you take care of a child? If you want to take care of him so much, go have one yourself. Zhang Xian scoffed, I don't care about you, how can I give birth alone? Anyway, if it's a girl, I'll take care of her. The two sisters argued as they arrived at the pharmacy outside the neighborhood. Once inside, a saleswoman approached and asked, what medicine would you two like? Zhang Ziyuyan suddenly felt embarrassed and pushed her sister forward, saying, she wants. Zhang Xian blushed, her heart pounding, and she blurted out, buy a test for that child. For testing babies? The saleswoman paused, staring at the two girls. Is it a thermometer for checking fever? Thinking back, the only thing she could think of for testing babies was a thermometer. Zhang Xian shook her head, hesitating for several seconds before finally managing to say, for testing pregnancy. Oh, a pregnancy test. The saleswoman finally understood. The two girls not only looked exactly alike, but were also dazzlingly beautiful. 2 yuan each. The saleswoman took one out of a cardboard box. Zhang Xian held the test tube in front of her sister, who buried her face in her back shyly. She had no choice but to muster her courage and say, I'll buy 10. 10 sticks. The saleswoman paused, then quickly took out the samples, counted 10, and put them in a disposable bag. The more the merrier, the better. She was just a little curious, did they really need so many for a pregnancy test? Zhang Xian took out her phone to scan the QR code and pay, then grabbed the bag and fled with her sister. The two hurriedly went home, avoiding eye contact with anyone in the living room, and escaped back to their bedroom on the second floor. Back in the bedroom, Zhang Xiaoyan slammed the door shut and locked it before asking her sister, Xian, how do you use it? Zhang Xian hesitated for a moment and said, oh dear, I didn't ask her. There's no instruction manual. The saleswoman hadn't given them the box, only 10 sticks. Zhang Xian pulled out her phone and searched on Baidu. After looking at it for a while, she asked Zhang Xiaoyan, sister, this says, the most accurate time to test is 5 or 6 days after the customer missed their period. How long has it been since your period? Zhang Xiaoyan blankly replied, it's not that time yet. Zhang Xian was exasperated. She picked up a pregnancy test and threw it at her, saying, I give up. You're such a clueless idiot. Come on, go to the bathroom and test yourself. Actually, she was both amused and annoyed. Her older brother, not to mention her younger brother, had just as many freckles. She was clueless about everything, just like her sister. Zhang Xiaoyan quickly slipped into the bathroom with the pregnancy test. A moment later, she came out and held the test up to Zhang Xian, saying, no. She sounded somewhat disappointed. She really wanted to be pregnant, to put both families at ease and to make herself happy. But thinking about the timing, she found it funny. She and Luo Yang only got together the day they went to Boston. It's only been a few days. How could it be so fast? Even if it were true, it wouldn't be confirmed until next month. Sigh, Luo Yang himself is quite well behaved, but he's just so popular. This popularity transcends East and West. Even Princess Kasia treats him differently. Thankfully, she didn't come with her this time back to China, but that foreign girl is a ticking time bomb, she'll explode sooner or later. After dinner, Chen Jin arrived and said that Su Dongfeng invited Luo Yang to Beijing to attend some kind of wealth forum. Since he had nothing else to do, Luo Yang agreed. He had to give Su Dongfeng face, and besides, he'd never been to Beijing before, so it wouldn't hurt to go and see it. Chen Jin then said in front of Zhang Xiaoyan and the others, there's nothing else going on in Beijing this time, so there's no need to take anyone else. Just have Song Guangming pick 3 brothers to go with us. The trip to Beijing was again on an Airbus A380. On the plane, Chen Jin drank the top-quality red wine that Liani had bought, and while drinking, he asked Luo Yang, I heard you bought a big winery in Europe. Luo Yang smiled and nodded, yes, I bought the world's #1 winery. Whatever red wine you want to drink, I'll send it to you from the boutique. Chen Jin insisted, you said it. Don't make me regret it later. Luo Yang scoffed, am I that stingy? I'm indifferent to wine. Even the most expensive and best wine is less appealing to me than a 2 yuan bottle of mineral water. Water quenches my thirst, but what's the point of wine besides getting me drunk? Chen Jin scratched his head, realizing he was right. Talking about wine with someone who doesn't drink is like casting pearls before swine. However, he happened to be the owner of one of the world's top wineries. If it were anyone else, Chen Jin would be furious, but for Luo Yang, owning the winery was a good thing. At least he could definitely rip off some wine. The flight to Beijing was only 2 hours, but Luo Yang didn't expect to be greeted by a large group of people at the Beijing airport exit. At the head of the line was Zhu Hua, along with his gang of brothers So Hunglin, Shui Jun, Lu Fibei, Zhang Ruqi, and 2 others whom Luo Yang hadn't anticipated, Qing Ruaning and Hu Suofiai. Qing Ruaning was charming and pretty, while Hu Suofiai had an outstanding presence. Qing Ruaning had the advantage of being younger, but Hu Suofiai's aura was superior to Qing Ruaning's. After all, she was a seasoned superstar, not something Qing Ruaning, a newly emerging actress, could compare to. Both wore large-framed sunglasses to conceal their identities, as they were in a public place. Only after getting into a stretched Hummer in the garage did the two remove their sunglasses. Hu Suofiai shook hands with Luo Yang and said with a smile, Mr. Luo, it's been a long time. Qing Ruaning, however, wasn't as reserved. Ignoring Zhu Hua and his group nearby, she hugged Luo Yang and kissed him hard on the cheek, leaving a large lip print. President Luo, ever since we parted ways in Jiangan, Ruaning has been thinking of you constantly, whether walking or sitting. It's just a pity that my feelings are unrequited. Qing Ruaning muttered resentfully. Chen Jin chuckled, brother, it seems I made a smart move by leaving your group of women in Jiangan. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to explain the lipstick marks on your cheek and shirt collar to Xiaoyan today. Brother, learn from me, how can you hang yourself on one tree for life? Lu Fibei winked at Qing Ruaning a few times, whether teasing or serious, and said, Ruaning, you'd better treat President Luo well during his stay in Beijing. Really? Qing Ruaning nodded happily. Sure, I'll take care of it. Luo Yang said irritably, can't you guys be serious for once? You're all over 30, each weighing over 100 pounds, can't you be a little more mature? Zhu Hua sighed and said, brother, am I mature enough? It's a pity I wanted to be your brother-in-law, but I didn't get the chance. Zhu Hua's self-deprecating remark made Luo Yang blush, but his impression of Zhu Hua improved. The fact that Zhu Hua could say that meant he didn't hold a grudge against him for what happened with Su Ying. From From this perspective, Zhu Hua was several levels above Su Qiutai in terms of character. Actually, Luo Yang knew these guys quite well. They were all indeed arrogant, given their family backgrounds and social standing, making them different from ordinary people. Although they acted eccentrically, weren't very sociable, and had significant issues with their behavior, they were generally principled and didn't do anything outrageous or outrageous. It was precisely because of this that Luo Yang could be friends with them. Someone like Su Qiutai, even if Luo Yang hadn't made an enemy of him, Luo Yang couldn't be friends with him. After dinner, Luo Yang was practically dragged to a place by them. He couldn't refuse, he couldn't fight off a group of people on his own. If he didn't agree to go with them, it would likely be a repeat of the situation back in his hometown. He'd be carried there by them. They took Luo Yang to a nightclub. Chen Jin quietly told him, most of the people at this nightclub are from Beijing's upper echelons of society. Of course, ordinary people can't afford to go there. After sitting for a while, Luo Yang found it unbearably noisy. The music was almost deafening. People were dancing and drinking. He really wasn't used to it. Hu Suofei brought over 2 glasses of beer, handing one to Luo Yang with a smile. Mr. Luo, how about a beer? Luo Yang shook his head, saying, no, I'm a lightweight when it comes to alcohol, no matter what it is. Chen Jin also intervened, saying, Suofei, don't force him to drink. If he doesn't drink, he can chat with us a bit, but if you force him to drink, he'll be a complete mess. What's the point? Hearing this, Hu Suofei stopped trying to persuade Luo Yang to drink and said something to him. Just then, the music got louder, and Luo Yang didn't hear it. Hu Suofei leaned close to his ear and said, there are tea and coffee booths upstairs. It's quieter there. Shall we go sit for a while? Sure. Luo Yang was annoyed by the noise and got up to leave. Just then, a few people walked by. Passing their table, they noticed Zhu Hua near the front. The leader, a man in his 30s, exclaimed yo, and patted Zhu Hua on the shoulder, saying, isn't this young Master Hua? I heard your group's been doing pretty well lately. What brings you back to Beijing? Hey, you know, Su Qiutai didn't become your brother-in-law. I had feelings for him too. I really like Su Ying, but last time I saw her, she gave me a piece of her mind, saying she is someone she likes. Young Master Hua, tell me, in this circle, everyone knows each other well. Who's more qualified to be your brother-in-law than me? Luo Yang, hearing his arrogant tone, guessed he was someone of similar status to Zhu Hua and his group, so he didn't interrupt. Zhu Hua calmly replied, whether she has someone or not is my sister's business. I, her brother, can't control that. If you're capable, go after her. If not, don't give me your nonsense. The man said, oh, you've gotten quite temperamental, huh? Alright, we rarely get to meet, how about we go upstairs and play a few rounds? Zhu Hua's face darkened, and he coldly replied, no. The man laughed and said, oh, is young Master Hua such a coward? That's damaging to the reputation of our Beijing circle. Don't be a coward, a real man pees to the sky. Come on, all of you, don't be cowards. Oh, there's a new face here today, who is this? Want to play a few rounds too? The man's eyes flashed with disdain as he glanced at Luo Yang. Zhu Hua said coldly, Wang Ji, this is my guest. Show some respect. Wang Ji laughed heartily, I am very respectful. How have I been disrespectful? I'm very respectful in inviting you to play a few rounds. Don't worry, I won't let you leave naked. Lu Fibei and the others couldn't stand it anymore and were about to retort when Luo Yang spoke up, alright, let's play. Zhu Hua and the others were taken aback. They didn't want to play with this Wang Ji because they were all of similar status, but Wang Ji and his gang were known for their cunning and manipulative nature, so they didn't like having much contact with him. Originally, he wouldn't have played with Wang Ji even if he had a bad attitude, but since Luo Yang had suddenly agreed, he didn't know what to say. Chen Jin whispered to Luo Yang, this guy's a troublemaker in Beijing social circles. Most people don't dare mess with him. He has a skilled underling, Brother Hua lost a lot of money to him before and couldn't get revenge, so no matter how much he mocks him, he won't play with him. Don't fall for it. Luo Yang said calmly, it doesn't matter. As long as it's about money, it's fine. It's just losing a little money. Losing money doesn't mean losing face. Let's go. He agreed to play a game with Wang Ji because he disliked the noise and thought Wang Ji was too arrogant. Wang Ji laughed heartily and said smugly to his group, look at this country bumpkin, he's got guts. Let's go, brothers, let's give them a good time. Chen Jin frowned, thinking to himself, I know you have money, but it's still your money. It hurts to let a bastard like Wang Ji spend it. Zhu Hua and his group also had gloomy faces, sharing Chen Jin's sentiment. Even throwing money down the drain was better than giving it to that bastard Wang Ji. The nightclub upstairs and downstairs belonged to the same owner. Upstairs were private rooms, tea houses, karaoke, and more. Wang Ji smugly mocked and ridiculed Zhu Hua and his gang, treating them like lambs to the slaughter. Chen Jin quietly said to Luo Yang, actually, we're all about the same status, but our methods can't beat his, so we're just suffering in silence. If we could beat them, they couldn't do anything to us. Luo Yang thought, I guessed it. Everyone's status is similar, it's all about who has the best methods. Brother Jin, Luo Yang asked in a low voice, could you get Wang Ji's phone number or bank account number? All the good card players want that, or even his ID number. Chen Jin nodded, but asked in surprise, getting that is easy. Lots of people have it. Phone numbers and bank account numbers are usually printed on business cards. What do you need it for? Don't tell me, you really want to transfer money to him? Luo Yang was relieved and smiled, do I look like the kind of person who would give him money? Chen Jin thought for a moment, then shook his head and honestly said, no. Don't be fooled by how good Luo Yang is to his friends and brothers, he's ruthless to his rivals and enemies. He'll repay a friend's kindness tenfold, but he won't hesitate to kick his enemies when they're down, even after they've defeated them. Upon reaching the second floor, Wang Ji immediately instructed the manager to book the largest private room. He then ordered several decks of cards, tossed them in front of Zhu Hua and the others, and said, check your cards carefully, so you don't try to cheat later. Zhu Hua merely sneered, but Lu Fibei, skeptical, checked his cards on the spot. Chen Jin sent several text messages, then quietly told Luo Yang, I got information and phone numbers for 3 of them, Wang Ji, Zhou Ziyi, and Lao Wei. That Lao Wei is their expert, extremely skilled. Luo Yang nodded and asked him to send the information to his phone. He had looked at Lao Wei's ID number and could predict the outcome just as well. 24 hours was enough. Wang Ziyi said smugly, I'll send Lao Wei, but you can send anyone you like. If you catch the other side cheating, the cheater has no reason to admit defeat. If there's no evidence, just admit defeat obediently. Any objections? Zhu Hua and the others naturally didn't believe him. Lao Wei was definitely cheating, but they didn't have the ability to see it. What use was it without evidence? To Wang Ziyi's surprise, it was that young man he considered a country bumpkin who spoke again, no objections, we'll do it your way. Zhu Hua and the others originally intended to just play one round and be done with it. After all, Luo Yang had agreed, and they had to endure it, even if they didn't want to, and leave after this round. But Luo Yang kept agreeing and going along with Wang Ji's conditions, which they found a bit strange. Luo Yang wasn't usually so easy to talk to, so why was he being so agreeable to Wang Ji? Zhu Hua definitely didn't think Luo Yang was afraid of Wang Ji and was trying to win him some money to appease him. The implication was that he must have a way to deal with Wang Ji. Does Luo Yang know how to play cards? Does he know anything about gambling? I haven't seen Luo Yang play cards with anyone in all this time, so logically, he shouldn't know anything about it. However, Zhu Hua suddenly remembered Luo Yang's crazy stock market gambling, and his heart skipped a beat. Stocks are also gambling, could he be born with a talent for gambling? Lu Fibei examined the cards for a long time but couldn't see anything wrong. However, he knew there were many ways to cheat, such as seeing through playing cards. But seeing through playing cards isn't noticeable without special lenses, usually, contact lenses are used, making it difficult to detect. Luo Yang sat down opposite Wang Ji and said casually, alright, this country bumpkin will play with you guys. Ha ha. Wang Ji couldn't help but laugh, glancing at Zhu Hua and asking, he said he's playing, if he loses, will you honor the bet? Yes. Wang Ji didn't expect that Zhu Hua and the others would answer in unison after just one sentence. Wang Ji was taken aback, and couldn't help but ask again, you really accept it? Zhu Hua nodded earnestly in reply, I really accept it. I'm willing to accept the loss, and I'm not a sore loser. Wang Ji immediately chuckled and waved to Lao Wei, let's begin. Luo Yang asked, how do we play? Lao Wei casually replied, how we play is up to you, it's just a matter of chips per round. He glanced at Wang Ji as he spoke. Wang Ji stroked his chin and sighed, we've all grown up naked, it's not appropriate to fight to the death. How about this, 1,000 per round, just playing around, how about it? Zhu Hua was sitting next to Luo Yang, who wanted to play. Wang Ji's 1,000 meant 10 million, and Luo Yang was sitting there. Let alone 10 million, even if it were 100 million or a billion per round, Luo Yang probably wouldn't even blink. Zhu Hua pondered for a moment and then nodded, whatever. Seeing that Zhu Hua had actually agreed, Wang Ji was overjoyed. Today he was probably going to have to cut some of their losses. Great. 1,000 per round, 10 rounds would be 100 million. He'd heard these guys had recently made some money from somewhere, perfect for making them bleed. Luo Yang's youth made Wang Ji and Lao Wei underestimate him. Besides, they weren't afraid of even Zhu Hua and his group, let alone a young man they didn't even know. With Lao Wei, a master player, by their side, Wang Ji boldly asked Luo Yang, tell me, what kind of game do you want to play? Luo Yang replied casually, I don't really know much about games. I've only ever seen people play 3-card poker, bullfight, or Texas Hold'em, but I've almost never played them myself. You guys decide. Hearing this, Wang Ji and Lao Wei couldn't help but laugh. This guy was practically a pushover. Lao Wei smiled and said, then let's just play those 3 you've seen before. Any one of them is fine, and you decide how you play, so you don't say I'm bullying you. Luo Yang didn't stand on ceremony and casually called over a waitress who had brought in tea. Don't do those things, I need you to do something. Turning back to Zhu Hua and the others, he said, does anyone have cash? Give me some. Lu Fibei quickly pulled a wad of cash from his black leather bag and handed it to Luo Yang. This is 10,000. Is that enough? If not, I'll have someone bring more. Luo Yang nodded, then handed the 10,000 yuan to the waitress, saying, I'll give you 10,000 yuan in exchange for dealing some cards for us, okay? The waitress was both surprised and a little confused. Sure, but I don't know how to deal them. Luo Yang said, it's okay if you don't know how. Just shuffle the cards and deal them randomly. 1 card for him, 1 card for me, 3 cards for each person. The waitress was relieved to hear how simple it was, but still a little incredulous that such a simple task would earn her 10,000 yuan. Luo Yang then asked Wang Ji and Lao Wei, let's play Texas Hold'em first, it's the easiest. Do you have any objections to having this waitress deal the cards? Wang Ji and Lao Wei naturally had no objections and waved for her to deal the cards. The waitress excitedly and clumsily shuffled and dealt the cards, her movements awkward and inexperienced. She dealt 1 card to Lao Wei first, then 1 to Luo Yang, 1 to his left and 1 to his right, dealing 3 cards in a row before stopping. Old Wei asked Luo Yang, you speak first, are you looking at your cards or calling without looking? Luo Yang replied calmly, of course I'm not looking. 1,000, please. Old Wei and Wang Ji were both taken aback, asking in unison, 1,000 on the first hand? Luo Yang scoffed, is 1,000 a lot? Scared? Just kidding. Wang Ji scoffed, immediately instructing Old Wei, since he's not mistaken, Old Wei, just go for it. I'll cover whatever it takes. After saying that, Wang Ji asked Zhu Hua and the others, if we lose, you won't renege on your bets, will you? Zhu Hua and the others answered in unison, absolutely. Just kidding. Boss Luo, betting in increments of 10 million, earns over 10 billion US dollars a day, which is over 100 billion RMB. Would he be short of a little money? Wang Ji used to think Zhu Hua and his group weren't stupid, just not good at these shady dealings. But now he thought they were incredibly foolish, letting this country bumpkin gamble like idiots. Weren't they afraid this country bumpkin would make them lose a fortune? Old Wei stared intently at Luo Yang, observing his expression. Such a young man betting 10 million in one go 10 million. That's no small sum. Did he think it was worthless? Because after the waitress dealt the cards, Luo Yang didn't look at his cards, and neither did Old Wei. Moreover, while Old Wei observed Luo Yang, he didn't look when the waitress shuffled the cards. If neither party cheats or uses card readings, and it's purely based on luck, remembering the cards becomes especially important. Old Wei watched the waitress shuffle the cards, but because the cards weren't fully turned over, he only remembered about 10 cards. When they were dealt, he was certain he had an ace of hearts, a jack of hearts, and the last card was unknown. As for Luo Yang's 3 cards, he remembered a 2 of diamonds, a 9 of spades, and the last card was also unknown. Based on the cards he remembered, his chances of winning were 90%. Therefore, he wasn't afraid to gamble on luck. Unlike Wang Ji, Lao Wei, though he also looked down on Luo Yang, didn't underestimate anyone when it came to gambling. He only bet when he felt he had a 70 to 80% chance of winning, otherwise, he'd cheat. He wouldn't participate in games with a high chance of losing. That was his principle. He couldn't glean anything from Luo Yang's expression and eyes, he figured he was just a hothead. Lao Wei didn't think much of it and immediately bet 10 million, saying, fine, since you're betting 1,000 without looking at your cards, I'll bet 1,000. Luo Yang was mentally analyzing Lao Wei's ID number, instantly predicting his 24-hour hand. Looking ahead, Lao Wei's whole cards were the ace of hearts, the jack of hearts, and the 2 of spades. His own whole cards were the 2 of diamonds, the 2 of clubs, and the 9 of spades. Although he had a pair of small 2s, Lao Wei's hand was a high-scoring hand, and he just happened to have a higher card. However, his hand was unpredictable. If he revealed his cards himself, he had a card-switching device hidden in his sleeve, allowing him to switch cards without anyone noticing. But Luo Yang had a way to counter him, so he wasn't in a hurry. Seeing Luo Yang bet 10 million, he immediately said, betting 1,000 at a time isn't exciting enough, too slow. I'll bet another 5,000. Old Wei was taken aback, and Wang Ji next to him also felt a jolt. Was this guy really that rich? Something was definitely amiss. Luo Yang had already bet 50 million in just the second round, and Old Wei felt something was off, becoming hesitant. Turning to look at Wang Ji, if he bet again this round, the total would be 60 million. He felt a little uneasy, betting so high right from the start seemed a bit abnormal. Wang Ji hesitated for a moment, glancing at Luo Yang's face. He couldn't gauge Luo Yang's true strength either, but trusting Lao Wei, he thought for a moment and said, call. Lao Wei hesitated for a second, then whispered to Wang Ji, how about, we just bet 5,000 and reveal his hand? If we see his cards, we'll have to double the bet. Wang Ji also quietly asked him, are you sure you're confident? Lao Wei whispered in his ear, I only remember 2 cards from each of his hands. Mine is the ace of hearts and the jack of hearts, his is the two of diamonds and the nine of spades. Wang Ji felt relieved. The two highest possible outcomes for his opponent's hand were either a pair of nines or a pair of twos. Without a pair, they would lose regardless. Their best hand was a flush. If the third card wasn't a heart, their two highest cards would be either a pair of aces or a pair of jacks. In terms of odds, they had a 90% chance of winning. There was also a backup plan. If Lao Wei revealed his cards, he could exchange them. Of course, this depended on the opponent revealing their whole cards first. Seeing Lao Wei still hesitating, Wang Ji couldn't help but speak up. 5,000, call. Seeing that Wang Ji was more impatient than Lao Wei, Luo Yang calmly added, extravagant. Exciting. Okay, since you're both having so much fun, I can't spoil the mood. It's all about the spirit. Losing money doesn't mean losing face. I'll bet another 100 million. Lao Wei and Wang Ji finally couldn't help but bulge veins on their foreheads. Wang Ji couldn't help but ask Luo Yang, are you playing house? Luo Yang said seriously, I'm very serious. 10 million in the first round, 50 million in the second, and 100 million in the third. That's a total of 160 million. Are you worried I won't pay if I lose? Don't worry, I'll pay you every penny I lose. Wang Ji glanced at Zhu Hua, who immediately patted his chest and guaranteed, no problem with the money, I guarantee it. I'll take responsibility if I lose. Although Wang Ji didn't get along with Zhu Hua, he knew Zhu Hua wasn't reckless and was a man of his word. His guarantee meant there was no need to worry about the money, it was true. Besides, even if they lost, Wang Ji wasn't worried they'd renege on their debt. But the amount was simply too large. In the past, when he extorted money from Zhu Hua's group, it was at most a few million or tens of millions. From others, it was roughly 10 or 20 million. Even with that amount, he had to be selective. These days, few people actually have much money, they're all just putting on a show. But this kid threw in 160 million without even looking at his cards. That was definitely abnormal. Wang Ji was starting to regret it. He should have listened to Lao Wei and gone in with 15 million last round, making 60 million from him. Now, if he were to reveal his cards, it would have to be over 100 million, and that's without looking at the whole cards. If he saw the whole cards, it would be playing with open cards against closed cards, doubling the amount. Normally, ordinary people playing this would agree on a betting cap beforehand, like a cap of 1,000 or 2,000 yuan. Once there's a maximum bet, wealthy players can't use their money to bully those without. You can only bet up to the maximum. Luo Yang didn't mention the maximum bet before playing with them, assuming he was inexperienced and unaware, so they deliberately kept it a secret. Unexpectedly, this led them into a trap. The opponent has bet another 100 million, should they reveal their hand or not? To be honest, Wang Ji and Lao Wei definitely need to reveal their cards, since 60 million has already been bet. Not revealing their cards would be folding, wasting 60 million. At this point, they need to consider whether to continue betting 100 million, or to bet 100 million without looking at their cards, or to look at their cards and bet 200 million to reveal their hand. Of course, if they reveal their cards, Lao Wei can still cheat by changing their hand. Old Wei thought for a moment, then asked Luo Yang, we've already bet 60 million, so we definitely won't fold and we'll have to reveal our cards. Aren't you going to take a look at the whole cards? Luo Yang shook his head and said indifferently, what's there to see? It's just a gamble, and besides. Luo Yang stared at Old Wei and said bluntly, I don't trust you. If you want to see the cards, either young Master Wan will see them, or the waitress who deals the cards will see them, or we won't see them at all. We'll just say how much we're betting at once: 200 million, 300 million, 500 million, 1 billion, anything goes. Then the waitress will reveal the cards for us, and we'll leave it to fate and luck. How about that? Damn, that's a huge boast. Old Wei was also quite uneasy. The other party's tone was off. You couldn't say he didn't understand, but he also knew he'd eliminated any possibility of cheating. If he wasn't allowed to see the cards, he couldn't touch them, and since the cards weren't in his hand, he couldn't manipulate them remotely. So, basically, it was all down to luck, as the other party said. Of course, he was still somewhat confident, at least he remembered 2 of the bottom cards. If he wasn't allowed to touch the cards himself, there was no point in looking, because seeing the cards wouldn't allow him to switch them, and revealing the opponent's cards would cost double the bet. Not worth it. Old Wei didn't hesitate any longer and directly said to Wang Ji, open the 100 million blind hand. Wang Ji, red-faced and bulging, shouted, open it. Open the 100 million blind hand. Luo Yang shrugged and said, you can reveal both your cards and mine. Wang Ji didn't have the ability to switch cards, he was only slightly better than the waitress. Luo Yang just wanted to keep Old Wei from touching the playing cards. Without hesitation, Wang Ji flipped over the playing cards in front of them. The first card he flipped over was the Jack of Hearts, and the second was the Ace of Hearts. Seeing these 2 cards, Wang Ji felt much more confident. Old Wei was indeed very skilled. In just the 10 or so seconds the waitress shuffled the cards, he had memorized so many cards, especially considering the messy shuffling and subsequent dealing. To still remember 2 cards was, frankly, unbelievable. Then he flipped over the 3rd card, and the situation worsened. It was the 2 of spades, a completely unreliable hand. Unless the opponent had a pair of 9s or a pair of 2s, any other card they received on the 3rd turn meant certain defeat. Wang Ji flipped over Luo Yang's first card the 2 of diamonds and the second the 9 of spades. With a 90% chance of losing, Wang Ji excitedly flipped over the 3rd card. Holy crap! When the cards were flipped over, Wang Ji, Lao Wei, and their group were dumbfounded. The 3rd card was a 2 of clubs, giving him a pair of 2s. Holy shit! Wang Ji's heart skipped a beat, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He had lost 160 million in one go, and he simply couldn't come up with that much money. He could only scrape together 40 to 50 million at most. Unless he asked his family for it, he couldn't possibly come up with that much money. Of course, Wang Ji would never ever dare to ask his family for such a large sum to pay off his gambling debts. He couldn't even find a reason to get angry, because the other party hadn't even touched a deck of cards, and even Lao Wei didn't believe they had cheated. The only explanation was that the other party had been lucky. Damn it, let's gamble again, 160 million in one go. Wang Ji suddenly shouted. Losing 160 million in the first round had completely shattered his composure. At this point, Wang Ji's mind wasn't on how much money he'd won from Zhu Hua's group, he was just focused on making up for his losses and avoiding defeat. Damn, was this guy just lucky or a master? Was he playing dumb? Looking at Zhu Hua's group, their faces were flushed with excitement, yet they were stubbornly refusing to say a word. They didn't seem like they were fishing for money. Thinking back to the nightclub lobby on the first floor, he realized he had insisted they come, but Zhu Hua had consistently refused. No, this wasn't a trap, nor was he playing dumb, it was just good luck. After a moment's thought, Wang Ji's mind suddenly cleared. He said to Luo Yang, "Come on, let's play again. No more rounds of calling and hiding, let's make it 160 million per hand. I'll deal the cards, how about it?" Luo Yang shrugged and said, "Sure, as long as it's not old way dealing. I don't trust him." He was making it clear he didn't trust him. Without another word, Wang Ji grabbed the deck of cards and shuffled them several times, intentionally facing Old Wei so he could memorize the cards. Luo Yang knew Wang Ji's intentions. Old Wei's memory was decent, but not ridiculously so. He could probably remember about 70 or 80 cards. At this moment, Luo Yang first predicted Wang Ji's whole cards: ace of spades, 2 of spades, 3 of hearts a straight. Then, looking at his own whole cards: 5 of clubs, 7 of clubs, 9 of clubs, a small flush, commonly known as a flush. In flush, 3 of a kind is the highest, followed by a straight flush, then a flush, then a straight, then a pair, and finally, a high-value hand. Wang Ji's hand was really bad, he was trying to bury himself in a pit. Luo Yang smiled sinisterly. As long as Old Wei didn't touch the cards, they couldn't cheat, they could only rely on luck. And since he could predict the whole cards, if no one cheated, he wasn't worried. Luo Yang had already planned his strategy. If his hand was weaker than Wang Ji's, he would fold and start a new round. He would bet heavily whenever his hand was winning. This round had 160 million. The thought alone was exhilarating. Luo Yang didn't care about the 160 million, he just felt it would be satisfying to humiliate Wang Ji. Although Wang Ji claimed it was a gamble, he secretly glanced at Lao Wei to see his opinion. If Lao Wei's hand couldn't win, he would fold and start a new round, regardless of saving face, as long as he could win back the 160 million. Lao Wei didn't remember many cards this round because his mindset was unbalanced. In his line of work, an unstable mindset is the worst thing. He only remembered 3 cards: Wang Ji's ace of spades and 2 of spades, and Luo Yang's hand, which he only remembered as a 5 of clubs. Analyzing the cards, Wang Ji had a much better chance of winning. There was no other way, he wasn't 100% certain, and his opponents were wary of him, having agreed not to let him touch any cards. He could only gamble on luck. Old Wei thought for a moment and nodded. If the odds were better, they'd gamble. Actually, Wang Ji had no other choice. If he didn't gamble, he'd lose 160 million. Old Wei knew Wang Ji couldn't come up with that much money, he had to take the gamble. Seeing Old Wei nod, Wang Ji knew his chances were better, so he immediately flipped over his cards, starting with his own. The first card he flipped was the ace of spades, the second was the 3 of hearts. The only way to get a high-ranking hand was to play a 2. Playing the ace or the 3 would result in a pair, and any other card would be a single card. Wang Ji gritted his teeth and shouted, "2!" And sure enough, it was a 2, the 2 of spades. Wang Ji and his group couldn't help but cheer. Finally, they could win back their losses. The next round would be pure profit. Old Wei breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, that was so painful and suffocating. Wang Ji excitedly flipped over Luo Yang's cards again. The first card he flipped was the 5 of clubs, the second was the 7 of clubs. Suddenly, the group of cheering people fell silent, silently praying, please, no clubs. If the third card wasn't clubs, Luo Yang was doomed. Wang Ji felt a sudden weight on his heart, and he flipped the card over fiercely. The card was flipped over again, the 9 of clubs. Holy crap! Everyone was stunned. Could it be this unlucky? Old Wei was also deathly pale, almost unable to breathe. Wang Ji was also stunned, his mind blank. All he could think about was the enormous debt of 320 million. He tried to scam someone, but ended up getting himself into trouble. Suddenly, Wang Ji pointed at Luo Yang and asked fiercely, "Who the hell are you? You cheated, didn't you? I'll kill you. Do you even know who I am, Wang Ji? You dare to try and scam me? You're asking for trouble." Song Guangming and Zhang Jiaking stood guard on either side of Luo Yang, ready to pounce if Wang Ji made a move. Luo Yang chuckled, "Young Master Wang, you always find fault after losing. Did I touch any cards in these 2 rounds? Who shuffled? Who dealt? Who opened the hand?" Wang Ji was stunned again, then remembered that the other party hadn't touched any cards at all, except for the first round where the waitress dealt and opened the hand. In the second round, he shuffled, dealt, and opened the hand himself. If anyone was cheating, it was Wang Ji who cheated. However, Wang Ji was determined to pin the blame on Luo Yang. Damn it, was he really going to give this bastard 320 million without resorting to cheating? The only thing to be careful about at this point was to keep this guy separate from Zhu Hua's group. As long as Zhu Hua and his crew couldn't contribute, why would he be afraid of this inexplicable little brat? Stop talking nonsense. You think you can win without cheating? Wang Ji was determined to renege, and then said to Zhu Hua and his group, "You lot, stay out of it. None of you are playing with me, so don't try to cause trouble." Zhu Hua turned his head and coldly said, "Oh, young Master Wang, that's not what you said at the beginning. So you're trying to renege on your debt?" Wang Ji chuckled, "So what if he's reneges? He didn't renege on your debt, why are you so anxious? Where did this scoundrel come from?" Luo Yang turned to Zhu Hua and said, "Brother Hua, Sai, Beijing isn't a place for me. See? As soon as I arrived, someone started shitting and pissing on my head. I'm quick to renege on this debt." Zhu Hua looked up at Wang Ji and asked, "Young Master Wang, are you really going to renege on the debt?" Wang Ji glanced at Luo Yang and asked Zhu Hua, "Who is this guy? Let him renege, what are you afraid of? Without any proof, do you think he'll dare come to my house to collect the money?" Zhu Hua said calmly, "I don't know if he wants the money or not, but I think he'll definitely dare to come to your house to collect this debt." Wang Ji laughed heartily, smugly saying, "He really dares to ask for it? He dares to come to my house without any proof? I have to give him 2 words, awesome." Luo Yang said with a forced smile, "Last time, a guy named Sukuatai acted tough in front of me, and I broke his arm because I wasn't happy about it. Later, his father also acted tough with me, and I sent his father to jail because I wasn't happy about it either. Young Master Wang, are you trying to act tough with me too?" Wang Ji froze, and the guys beside him also froze for a moment, then their faces suddenly changed color. They pointed at Luo Yang, trembling, and said, you are Luo, that Luo." Luo Yang nodded, smiling, and said, "Yes, I am that Luo Yang, the damn vengeful Luo Yang. You all acted so high and mighty with me, insisting I play a game with you. If I lose, you'll try to cheat me. If I win, will you not ask me for my money?" The guys behind Wang Ji immediately cowered, saying, "Misunderstanding, misunderstanding, Mr. Luo, it's a misunderstanding." Wang Ji wasn't stupid, he'd heard about the Su family's predicament from his family. They said they'd offended a wealthy man named Luo Yang. His family had specifically warned Wang Ji not to mess with this Luo Yang. Wang Ji hadn't taken it seriously at the time. After all, he'd never met Luo Yang, and Luo Yang wasn't in the capital far away. What was there to be afraid of? But unexpectedly, he ended up directly confronting this so-called Luo Yang. Upon hearing that this seemingly harmless young man, whom he had dismissed as a country bumpkin, was actually the legendary Luo Yang, Wang Ji instantly cowered. Although he didn't know Luo Yang personally, it was an open secret in their circle that this man had brought down the renowned Su family. Wang Ji had also heard his father say at home, Luo Yang is a business genius. At the speed of his rise, he'll definitely be the world's richest man within 3 years. Such a world-class top-tier billionaire, and Wang Ji actually wanted to swindle his money? People who become top-tier billionaires are rarely benevolent. Why would he actively provoke such a villain? Wang Ji could imagine that if his family found out, even though he was in his 30s, his father would still make him kneel in the study and beat him severely. But what could he do? 320 million yuan. Where was he going to get such a huge sum of money? Since this person is Luo Yang, and Zhu Hua's group is also involved, this debt is definitely unavoidable. They can't pay the money, and they don't want his family to find out. What should they do? Zhu Hua and his group were incredibly pleased to see the arrogant Wang Ji rendered speechless by Luo Yang's name. "Wang Ji," Zhu Hua said with a slightly presumptuous smile, "do you feel you can't come up with 320 million? Wang Ji nodded sheepishly, honestly admitting it. He only showed off to those he could defeat and control. Against those he couldn't defeat or control, he could only admit defeat. Zhu Hua chuckled and said, "I have 2 ideas for you." Wang Ji quickly asked, "What ideas?" Zhu Hua held up one finger and said, "First, you bet another 320 million with President Luo. If you win, it's all settled." Wang Ji said with a bitter face, "What if I lose again?" Zhu Hua chuckled and said, "If you lose again, the total debt will be 640 million. Wang Ji shook his head with a long face, "That's impossible." "What's the second one?" Zhu Hua continued, "The second one is installment payments. You give me 50 million first, then mortgage some houses and cars, write an IOU, and specify the repayment dates, paying in installments every few months." Wang Ji was stunned. If he really wrote that IOU, he knew he'd never have a good life. A debt of over 300 million would be a burden for over a decade. These guys, despite their seemingly carefree and successful appearance, actually didn't have much money. They usually huddled together to swindle this person or that person, constantly making small amounts, but never any big sums. After hesitating for a long time, Wang Ji still felt it wouldn't work, so he forced a smile and apologized to Luo Yang. Mr. Luo, please forgive my ignorance. Please be magnanimous and forgive me this time." Luo Yang pondered for a moment and said, "I can forgive you, but since we haven't reached an irreconcilable point, alright, you apologize, and then give me 50 million in cash, and this debt will be settled, how about it?" Upon hearing this condition, Wang Ji felt a sharp pain in his heart, as if cut by a knife. 50 million. He would have to add up all his assets and sell some things to raise that amount. Moreover, after giving this money, he would go from rich to poor. How could he live a carefree life without money? But he couldn't refuse to pay, otherwise, they'd cause a scene at his house, demanding the 320 million yuan, and his father would definitely cripple him. After weighing his options, Wang Ji immediately turned to his group of brothers, "You guys, each of you chip in 5 million, and you." Wang Ji pointed at Lao Wei and said fiercely, "You give me 5 million too. You've made quite a bit of money with me these past few years, and you lost this round anyway. I'm already being lenient by not asking you to pay everything. You guys hurry up and hand over your money, or I'm not finished with you." Wang Ji's ruthlessness made his group's faces contort with bitterness. They really didn't dare refuse. In the past, when they swindled people together, Wang Ji had taken the lion's share, but he had also given them a cut. If they had won today, Wang Ji would definitely have given each of them a share, so it wasn't unreasonable for him to insist on money even though he had lost. Old Wei was heartbroken. He'd made 10 or 20 million yuan following Wang Ji's shady dealings over the past 2 years, but money comes easily and spends easily. He only actually had about 7 or 8 million yuan left. If he had to pay 5 million, he'd be back to square one. There was no room for negotiation. The men, their faces grim, took out their phones one by one to transfer money to Wang Ji. Once they had 50 million, Wang Ji, looking distressed, transferred the money to Luo Yang. After the transfer, Wang Ji earnestly apologized to Luo Yang, and then the group slunk away. Luo Yang turned to Zhu Hua with a smile and asked, "Brother Hua, how should we divide this money?" Zhu Hua pouted and said, "Divide it? Are you trying to embarrass us?" Luo Yang glanced back at Song Guangming and the others, then at Qing Ruaning, who had remained silent beside him, and smiled, "Brother Hua, if you guys don't want it, fine. I'll just do whatever I want with it. This money is too much for me to handle, so let's divide it among Guangming and the others. 6 of them, plus Ruaning and Sui, that's 8 people, 6,250,000 each. Consider it a small windfall." Zhu Hua smiled and agreed, "That's a good idea." They naturally had no objections, and they showed even more respect to Luo Yang. A boss who always treated his subordinates like human beings was bound to win their loyalty more easily. As for the 2 artists, Hu Sui and Qing Ruaning, they certainly wouldn't argue. Luo Yang was simply thanking them for their warm welcome. In Beijing, besides Zhu Hua and his group, he only knew Hu Sui and Qing Ruaning. Luo Yang handed his phone to Song Guangming to transfer 6.25 million yuan to each person. Although Qing Ruaning and Hu Sui weren't short of money, 6 million yuan was still a significant sum for them, especially given the current economic downturn in China. Earning that kind of money was quite difficult. Luo Yang was truly a money-making machine. Following him was like picking up cash. Zhu Hua then asked him, "Want to have some fun? This place is pretty good." Luo Yang understood what he meant. Since they had brought him here, they certainly wouldn't be stingy with spending money. But Luo Yang still shook his head and said, "Forget it, I feel a bit tired. Let's go back to the hotel." On the way back to the hotel, Luo Qinya called to report, "Boss, the July payslips are ready. Send it out as soon as it's compiled, no need to wait until after the 5th, Luo Yang casually instructed. After thinking for a moment, he asked her, "Qinya, what's the highest salary on the payslip? And the lowest?" Luo Qinya replied, "The highest salary is for Shui, whose July salary plus bonus is 22,160,000 yuan. The lowest is for the new employees who joined in the first half of the month, whose salary plus bonus is 1,795,500 yuan. The average salary is over 7 million yuan. And this payslip doesn't include the real estate and hotel departments. Luo Yang nodded and said, not bad. Let's distribute the profits from the other two accounts as well. Luo Qinya immediately reported the financial situation of the other two offshore company accounts to him. The total balance in the offshore company accounts is $547.6 billion US dollars, and the total balance in the Swiss bank account is $173.8 billion US dollars. Without hesitation, Luo Yang instructed her, Qinya, from now on, these two accounts will also distribute dividends monthly. Leave 107.6 billion in the offshore company account, and distribute 440 billion US dollars as dividends. Also, leave the remainder of the 173.8 billion in the Swiss bank account, and distribute around 100 billion US dollars as dividends. Luo Qinya agreed and hung up to make the arrangements. In the extended Hummer limousine, Zhu Hua and the others were both surprised and delighted to hear that Luo Yang was distributing 440 billion US dollars as dividends. They knew the offshore company was definitely making money, and in the hundreds of billions, but they hadn't expected it to reach over 500 billion US dollars in such a short time. Su Ying had the smallest share among them, only 0.5%, the others 1%, Zhu Hua 1.5%, and Chen Jin and Su Dongfeng 2%. Based on the 440 billion US dollars figure, Su Ying's 0.5% would receive 2.2 billion US dollars, and Lu Fibei and the others would each receive 4.4 billion US dollars. Zhu Hua received 1.5% of the shares, totaling $6.6 billion. Chen Jin and Su Dongfeng each received $8.8 billion. The national team received 30% of the shares, totaling $132 billion. Of course, the largest share went to Luo Yang himself, with 50% receiving $220 billion. Then there were dividends from UBS. Luo Yang's 51% stake in the 100 billion share bank received $51 billion, Zhang Changjiang's 10% stake received $10 billion, and Luo Yang and others each received 4% of the shares, totaling $4 billion. Luo Qinya, in coordination with Future Finance, transferred the funds out, with each transfer accompanied by a note, $4,400 dividend or $100 billion dividend. Lu Fibei pinched his own face hard a few times, then went to Shui Jun and So Honglin's faces, asking them, does it hurt? Are you dreaming? The two of them shook their heads, saying, no feeling, probably dreaming. Damn, 4.4 billion US dollars is about to be made in the blink of an eye, which is 30.8 billion in soft girls. Holy crap, I'm going to faint. Cheng Ruaning, sitting next to Luo Yang, looked at him resentfully and said, President Luo, sigh, I'm so envious. Lu Fibei rubbed his face and snuggled up to Luo Yang. Brother Yang, I want to warm your bed, I want to have your babies. Luo Yang pushed him away disdainfully, and Hu Suofei unceremoniously sat down between them, blocking their way. Just then, Luo Yang's phone rang. It was Su Dongfeng calling. Luo Yang reached out and took the call, then held the phone to his ear. Hello, Director Su. Su Dongfeng said with a smile, Little Luo, I personally thank you for bringing me such a large fortune. Furthermore, on behalf of the country, I thank you for your significant contribution. In just 1 or 2 months, you earned over 130 billion US dollars in foreign exchange for the country. This achievement doesn't need further explanation. Do you have any requests? Luo Yang answered directly, no. Su Dongfeng pondered for a moment before saying, good, get some rest, and attend the forum meeting tomorrow. Okay. After hanging up, Luo Yang pondered. Having put the past conflict with the Su family behind him, he didn't have any major worries. First, he was harmless to others and other companies. The money he earned belonged to Western capitalists. Second, he wasn't hated by anyone and wouldn't needlessly create trouble for himself. Furthermore, given his current contributions to the country, whether it's the foreign exchange earned by his offshore companies or the research center in Shanghai, both are of significant national interest and contribution, and few can touch him. Otherwise, even with money, you couldn't deal with someone like Wang Ji. Luo Yang's 2 protective shields have transcended ordinary interests, which is why even Wang Ji knows to back down and avoid provoking him. Everyone in the car was lost in their own thoughts. Luo Yang remained calm and focused. The others were all excited. The smallest amount of dividends deposited into their accounts was 30.8 billion, while Zhu Hua received 46.8 billion. How could they not be excited? Actually, Luo Yang received the most, with a combined 271 billion US dollars in his 2 accounts. He also had over 100 billion in balances in his domestic company accounts, even after monthly withdrawals. The Shanghai Research Center requires 20 billion a month, and the main headquarters in Jiangnan has already begun basic construction, with daily expenses reaching tens of millions. Back at the hotel, Luo Yang didn't join in the partying. Zhu Hua, Chen Jin, and the other 6 had all become billionaires. It seemed there wouldn't be any peace and quiet that day. He went back to his room alone, took a shower, and prepared to sleep. He still had to video chat with Luo Qinya and the others after 9 p.m. to direct their operations. Back in China, he'd become out of touch with reality again. He'd only been lying down for a short while when the doorbell rang. Luo Yang opened the door, only to find Qing Ruoning standing there, her face as beautiful as a flower. As soon as he opened the door, Qing Ruoning turned and came in, then closed the door behind her. Luo Yang hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Is something wrong?" Qing Ruoning walked over to the sofa and sat down, cupping her face in her hands and looking at him pitifully. "Mr. Luo, if there's nothing wrong, can't you come?" Luo Yang wasn't stupid. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "Miss Qing, I don't want to be a heartless scumbag. You know, we." Qing Ruoning interrupted him, "I know, you don't need to say anything. I don't ask for anything. You'll never need to worry about me making demands of you, or about me betraying you. I am the easiest person to satisfy." Luo Yang looked at Qing Ruoning. This girl was still very beautiful, her looks were still striking, otherwise, she wouldn't have been ranked among the 4 most popular actresses in the industry. Luo Yang wasn't a saint. This kind of thing was like Huang Zhong and Huang Gai, one willing to hit, the other willing to be hit. Besides, he still had a good impression of Qing Ruoning. In this regard, Luo Yang always preferred to have none rather than settle for less. After a hectic afternoon, with meals even being brought to her room, Qing Ruoning didn't go home that evening. Luo Yang, quite taken with her gentle, sensible, and obedient nature, thought for a moment and then asked her, "What are your plans for the future?" Qing Ruoning smiled slightly and said, "I don't have any plans. I'm at the peak of my age and looks, so I'll just rely on my youth for a few more years. This industry is only glamorous on the surface, in reality, you don't make much money. You're just better off than the average person. But you helped me earn 300 million last time, so I don't have to worry about food and drink for the rest of my life. You don't need to worry about me. How about this?" Luo Yang said after thinking for a moment, "I'll have Yao Wenbin open an account for you at Tiger Brokers. I'll put $100 million in it, and I'll trade it for you whenever I have time. It doesn't matter if you work or not, it'll be enough for your lifetime." Qing Ruoning thought for a moment and then shook her head, saying, "I don't object to you opening an account for me to make some money, but I won't use your money. Just transfer my $300 million to that account, and you can trade it whenever you have time. Actually, it's already enough for me. I don't want to enter any so-called upper-class circles, it's meaningless. Financial freedom is much better, allowing me to live my own life freely." Luo Yang didn't insist on giving her $100 million to trade. He liked this about Qing Ruoning. She didn't fight for it, she didn't want it. Luo Yang was precisely that kind of person. "I can give, but you can't take." That evening, Luo Yang called Yao Wenbin and asked him to contact his former employer, Tiger Brokers, to open an account for Qing Ruoning. He didn't want leverage, he just wanted Qing Ruoning's own 300 million RMB transferred in. Tiger Brokers' operations in China are subject to domestic regulations, so there are certain restrictions, making it impossible to trade as freely as overseas. However, this was enough for Qing Ruoning. Because Qing Ruoning was present, Luo Yang didn't use video calls, only activating voice communication with Kong Shuwei, guiding him through the trading process via voice. Qing Ruoning didn't ask any questions, she simply nestled quietly against Luo Yang, letting him trade futures. At 4 in the morning, after selling his last transaction, Luo Yang pushed his laptop in front of Qing Ruoning and said, "Withdraw the money. Just leave 100 million in the account. I'll manage it for you when I have time, you don't need to play around with it yourself." Qing Ruoning obediently nodded and said, "I don't play around with it myself. It involves hundreds of millions of yuan all the time, I wouldn't dare." As she spoke, he looked at her account. Seeing the long string of numbers in the balance, she counted them with her finger and exclaimed in surprise, "This, 670 million? Luo Yang smiled but didn't say anything, thinking to himself, if you were trading stock indexes in an offshore account, this 300 million could turn into 5 billion overnight. After the offshore company distributed dividends, there was still 100 billion US dollars remaining, and the Swiss bank account had over 70 billion US dollars. After tonight's transactions, the offshore company's balance became 134.6 billion US dollars, and the Swiss bank balance became 101.1 billion US dollars. Luo Yang hung up the voice call on his phone and stretched. Qing Ruoning quickly poured him a glass of chilled mineral water. She didn't dare make him coffee now, after a long night, coffee would disrupt his sleep. Qing Ruoning then withdrew 570 million from her account, leaving 100 million for Luo Yang to manage later. After earning 300 million that month thanks to Luo Yang, Qing Ruoning's earnings from work, after deducting miscellaneous expenses, were only a few million left. She never expected that Luo Yang would casually manage her money tonight and earn 370 million. The title of God of Wealth was truly well-deserved. However, Qing Ruoning's affection for Luo Yang wasn't because he could make her a lot of money. No one dislikes making money, but because she genuinely liked Luo Yang as a person. Unfortunately, Luo Yang's heart belonged to someone else, and he couldn't make any commitment to her. So Qing Ruoning accepted it. She didn't expect a long-term relationship, just a fleeting moment. If she didn't put pressure or burden on Luo Yang, they could maintain this relationship. But if she did, Qing Ruoning could imagine their relationship ending immediately. Having clarified the priorities, Qing Ruoning felt relieved. A moment of happiness was enough to cherish for a lifetime. She should just live in the present and not worry about the future. Besides, Luo Yang was indeed a very loyal and devoted person. Even if he couldn't promise her a future, he would at least consider her future and ensure she would be financially secure. The next morning, Luo Yang woke up to find Qing Ruoning missing. There was a note on the coffee table with her message, "I'm going home for a bit. I'll come over tonight, Yang Yang, moi." Luo Yang couldn't help but chuckle. This Qing Ruoning didn't look like a celebrity at all. She seemed more like a naive 17 or 18-year-old girl. After having breakfast at the hotel, they went to the Fortune Forum venue. Song Guangming and Zhang Jiaking followed him through security. This Fortune Forum was of a higher level than the one in Shanghai. It was said that a minimum net worth of 10 billion yuan was required. In the conference hall, which could accommodate thousands of people, Luo Yang couldn't find his name in the back seats. Thinking that it was Su Dongfeng's invitation, he figured his name wouldn't be in the back, so he continued walking forward while looking for a seat. Song Guangming, with his sharp eyes, pointed ahead and said, "Boss, in the first row." Luo Yang looked ahead, and sure enough, his name was in the very front row. Walking closer, he saw that the names on either side of his seat were actually two brother Mas. Further down the row were also very famous names: President Su, President Li, President Huang, President Yang, and so on. As the meeting guests arrived one by one, Luo Yang finally saw two familiar faces, the two Ma brothers. "Mr. Luo, haha, we meet again." The two Ma brothers approached him from either side, greeting him warmly. Luo Yang smiled and nodded. He noticed that although they were very enthusiastic, the two men didn't speak to each other. Their outward harmony masked a subtle tension. Luo Yang knew that their companies were in direct competition, and friction was inevitable. After their last meeting in Shanghai, while they were surprised by Luo Yang's abilities, they still harbored some doubts, questioning whether he truly possessed such immense financial power. However, in the past 2 months, the research center Luo Yang had promised had received its full funding, and the over 300 billion yuan project in Jiangnan was progressing without delay. From these two aspects, Luo Yang certainly had the ability, but the exact amount of money he had, his net worth, remained a mystery. Luo Yang's wealth is mostly concentrated in offshore companies, and his Swiss bank accounts are even more secretive, so his actual wealth is largely unknown to outsiders. However, it's true that his Jiangnan company has over 200 billion yuan in cash. Since there are monthly taxes in China, once those taxes are paid, it's a transparent matter. 200 billion yuan in cash, not to mention in China, you couldn't find many people in the entire world who could readily produce that much. Furthermore, Luo Yang's frequent inflows and outflows between China and abroad, his purchase of the prestigious Luzerluzberg winery in Prussia for 9.9 billion euros was widely reported in the news. A estate worth hundreds of millions of euros, and a world-class yacht worth 3.8 billion US dollars. All these figures are astonishing, yet he hasn't transferred a single penny from his domestic accounts. The balance in his domestic accounts has only increased, never decreased. Therefore, top tycoons like the two Ma brothers understand that the money in Luo Yang's domestic company accounts is merely a small fraction of his wealth. His real source of wealth likely lies in his offshore companies, though the exact amount is unknown to outsiders. However, it's certainly more than the funds in his domestic company accounts, otherwise, his reckless spending wouldn't have been sustainable. Even assuming his offshore companies hold the same amount as his domestic ones, that's still roughly 400 billion RMB. To put that in perspective, the combined net worth of the two Ma brothers is only around 30 billion US dollars, roughly 300 billion RMB, which is significantly less than Luo Yang's. Moreover, Luo Yang's external wealth is undeniably enormous: a hotel worth 9.9 billion euros, a villa estate worth over 300 million euros, and a top-of-the-line yacht worth 3.8 billion US dollars. These assets alone are worth over 100 billion RMB. When it comes to money, they really don't dare to compare with Luo Yang. He can casually pull out hundreds of billions in cash. Who else can do that? Would you dare sell your shares and get all the cash? If you dare sell, the company's stock price will immediately plummet. Aside from the two brother Mas, referring to Jack Ma and Pony Ma, none of the other wealthy individuals at the forum actually knew Luo Yang. However, Luo Yang's reputation had already spread. His actual wealth was a secret, but two things had made him famous: his 200 billion yuan annual investment in a research center in Shanghai, and his downfall of the Su family. Others were surprised and astonished to see Luo Yang so young. The youngest of the wealthy attendees was over 35, and even then, they were a minority. Almost none were in the real economy. Those with wealth exceeding 10 billion yuan were all over 50. There were 2 or 3 wealthy individuals between 35 and 45, all rising stars in internet finance. But someone like Luo Yang, at only 25 or 26, was truly astonishing. Unless one was a second or third generation rich kid, Luo Yang was a self-made man, a model of rags to riches success. Listening to them chatter about this plot of land, that commercial plaza, and so on, Luo Yang felt overwhelmed. He realized he couldn't connect with them at all. That's why it takes centuries to build a truly established family. A person's character and depth are cultivated over time and through cultural refinement. Luo Yang knew his weakness. This was what he lacked, something he couldn't fake. The only thing he could fake was money. Ultimately, he was just a nouveau riche, and he couldn't fit in with them. However, the two Ma brothers still treated Luo Yang with considerable respect. Actually, this is just a process. A decade or so ago, those in the real economy were the big shots. Mention the internet, and everyone would scoff. What a load of rubbish. Back then, mentioning Jack Ma would elicit utter contempt from the big shots. Keep faking it. But now, even the industry tycoons have lowered their arrogant heads and call him Teacher Ma. With Luo Yang's financial resources, he could easily have attended a high-end business program designed for the elite, a class many billionaires have attended. However, Luo Yang was too lazy and didn't want to put in the effort. After the meeting, Luo Yang barely heard what the bigwigs on stage were saying, and he dozed off several times. He'd been trading stock indices until 4 a.m. last night, and then had to deal with Qing Ruaning for a while. If Su Dongfeng hadn't insisted he attend, he really wouldn't have wanted to participate in this wealth forum. The meeting had barely ended when Luo Yang received a text message from Su Dongfeng. Don't make any promises to anyone tonight. I have a date, you have to be there. Luo Yang smiled wryly, and as he left the lobby to go downstairs, Teacher Ma appeared before him with a beaming smile. Mr. Luo, how about we have dinner together? Luo Yang was taken aback, as were the other bigwigs around him. Teacher Ma was offering to invite them to dinner? The current Mr. Ma is like Buffett in the past. People have to offer money to invite him, and even then, it's not guaranteed. Who would proactively invite someone? And to such a young upstart? Another Mr. Ma behind him adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and sighed. I was hoping to invite Mr. Luo to dinner, but it seems we don't have time today. Let's find another time to get together. Luo Yang politely replied, You're too kind, Mr. Ma. After thinking for a moment, he said to Mr. Ma, how about now? I have an engagement I can't cancel later. Teacher Ma chuckled and said, All right, how about this? You get in my car, and I'll arrange 2 more cars for your bodyguards. It seems Teacher Ma's connections are quite good. He knew Luo Yang didn't have a car in Beijing. However, it's not like he didn't have one. Zhu Hua and his group of 5 or 6 all had cars, so Luo Yang didn't need to arrange one himself. He was practically kidnapped by them as soon as he stepped out the door. Actually, there was another reason Luo Yang didn't want to acquire any property in Beijing. Teacher Ma's car wasn't particularly luxurious, just a Cullinan. They weren't going to a restaurant, but a private club. The club didn't look extravagant from the outside, but once inside, Luo Yang could tell it was sophisticated and luxurious. Upon arriving at a private room, Teacher Ma personally brewed tea, explaining to Luo Yang, Mr. Luo, this club is basically not open to ordinary people or those outside our circle. It's a place where people in our circle gather for relaxation. The owner is an acquaintance of mine, I'll have him give you a membership. He added, the most exclusive one, there are only a few available. Luo Yang initially wanted to refuse, but after thinking about it, he didn't. It wasn't that he particularly liked the so-called member, but rather that he was giving an answer to Teacher Ma's friendship. At their level, having one more friend is always better than one more enemy. The private room was quiet, with only Teacher Ma and Luo Yang present. Everyone else, including the bodyguards, was in the outer room. Teacher Ma brewed some tea, smiled, picked up a cup, tasted it, and said, It's all right. I didn't practice a few years ago, I only started practicing these last 2 years. You should try some. Luo Yang picked up the teacup and took a small sip. The tea was quite fragrant, but he honestly confessed, Teacher Ma, I'm not much of a cultured or refined person. In other people's eyes, I'm just a nouveau riche. Take this tea, for example, I don't know how to appreciate tea. I usually just drink plain water at home. Teacher Ma chuckled and said, I like your frankness. A few years ago, people were all saying I was a con artist. What nouveau riche? In my opinion, someone who suddenly becomes rich but can't hold on to their wealth is a nouveau riche because they lack the ability to continue increasing and maintaining their wealth. How could you be a nouveau riche? Your wealth came quickly, but it wasn't a one-time thing, it's been continuous. Those who call you a nouveau riche are just envious old fogies. It's like the Yangtze River's back waves are crashing against the front waves are all washed ashore. They're just jealous and resentful that you're more capable and richer than them. Luo Yang couldn't help but laugh. Teacher Ma's words were indeed witty and resonated with him. Teacher Ma picked up the purple clay teapot and poured out golden tea. He smiled and said, Actually, at our level of wealth, there's no need to care about other people's opinions. What matters is whether we can safely enjoy our future. Think about it, life is only a few decades long. Once you achieve financial freedom, why struggle in the workplace? Look at me, I've retired. My wealth is enough for several lifetimes, so I'm not interested in money anymore. I'm only interested in enjoying my future life. Otherwise, I'll regret it when I die. Luo Yang praised, Professor Ma, what you said really resonated with me. To be honest, I probably couldn't spend all my wealth in several lifetimes. I don't want to struggle through life anymore. Living a comfortable life in my later years is the best thing. The more money I have, the more I think about this. Listening to Professor Ma's words today is like a sudden enlightenment. Professor Ma smiled, thought for a moment, and then said, Since Ma is younger than me, youth is associated with impetuosity. He hasn't thought things through as clearly as I have, he's still struggling and making a fuss. I've thought it through very clearly. With money, safety comes first. As for you, Professor Luo, I know your research center is a trump card, but what else? Luo Yang hesitated for a moment before saying, it was originally a secret, but I think it's no big deal for Teacher Ma, so there's no harm in telling you. Luo Yang smiled and nodded to Teacher Ma, then continued, I opened an offshore account in the Cayman Islands. I own 50% of the shares, and the national team owns 30%. We just received 2 months' worth of dividends, and the national team's 30% amounted to $132 billion. Teacher Ma was immediately shocked. A 30% dividend is $132 billion. A quick mental calculation shows that 10% is $440 billion, and Luo Yang himself owns 50%, meaning he received $220 billion. And this is only for 2 months. If it's over a year, that figure is basically 6 times that. Teacher Ma instantly understood why there were rumors that Luo Yang had brought down the Su family. With Luo Yang's contributions, who could stand against him? The food arrived shortly. Teacher Ma ordered lavish meals for the bodyguards outside, while he and Luo Yang ate a simple, home-style meal. After that, they didn't discuss those matters again. Teacher Ma talked about humanities, geography, and world scenery. The meal was quickly finished. Before leaving, Teacher Ma gave Luo Yang his personal phone number, saying he'd call him when he had time. Teacher Ma had originally intended to tell Luo Yang that if he wanted to start a private equity fund and needed his money, he would lend a hand. However, knowing that Luo Yang was not short of money and had sufficient resources for anything, he didn't bring it up again. Back at the hotel, Qing Ruaning hadn't returned yet, and Su Fengdong hadn't sent any messages. Judging by the time, it was still early. He probably wouldn't be back until at least 6 or 7 o'clock. It was only 3 o'clock. After playing on his phone for a while, and having nothing else to do, he casually picked up the remote and turned on the TV. Flipping through a few channels, he suddenly saw a historical drama starring Qing Ruaning playing on one of the channels. It was the naive and sweet type, and Qing Ruaning played a modern girl who time-traveled to a completely fabricated, fictional dynasty. Luo Yang rarely watched TV, he was usually too busy, and even when he had free time, he wouldn't watch this kind of drama. The reason he was watching it with such enjoyment wasn't because he particularly liked it, he felt watching such shows would lower his IQ. However, he was currently watching simply to appreciate Qing Ruaning's childish antics, nothing more, he just found it amusing. Qing Ruaning in the drama had a face full of collagen, she was beautiful enough, and aside from the ridiculous plot, this was the first time Luo Yang had ever found a TV drama entertaining. After watching 2 episodes of the TV series and feeling bored again, Luo Yang randomly flipped through channels. When he landed on CCTV's Variety channel, he suddenly saw a song and dance performance by Zhang Xian and her 6 girls. The song was their debut single, Future Era, and their group was also called Future Era. The energetic dance of the 6 beautiful young women, paired with a catchy and rhythmic song, was unsurprisingly a hit. Xiang Yang's connections were indeed strong, he had managed to get them onto CCTV's Variety channel. Luo Yang then picked up his phone to check their news. Sure enough, they were on the front page, and almost all the entertainment media outlets were praising them. With idol-like looks, exceptional singing skills, and profound dance expertise, plus a perfectly tailored song, they naturally became an instant sensation. At 5:30, Su Dongfeng still hadn't contacted them. Luo Yang had pushed aside Chen Jin, Zhu Hua, and the others, they'd all gone crazy these past 2 days. But it's understandable. After all, he'd turned them all into billionaires. He was even more excited than them when he earned his first million. A ding-dong sounded at the door. Luo Yang went to open it, and there stood Su Dongfeng. Director Su, Luo Yang was about to ask him when he saw another man with him, a man who looked to be in his 50s. He immediately said, "Please come in." Upon entering the hall, Su Dongfeng respectfully invited the man with him to sit down first, and then introduced him and Luo Yang to each other. "Young Luo, this is Director Huang, who is in charge of all the state's secret special funds and funds. Simply put, Director Huang is the highest-ranking official in charge of 30% of your funds. Luo Yang politely extended his hand to shake his "Hello, Director Huang." Director Huang looked at him and smiled, saying, "Old Su said that President Luo is very young, but meeting you, I feel you're unbelievably young. President Luo, you can't just be described as young and promising." Luo Yang smiled and said, "I think I'm just wasting my life. I'm lazy, unambitious, and just want to live a life of rural bliss with a beautiful wife, eating and traveling the world." Director Huang smiled and said, "Who wouldn't want to? President Luo wants to, I want to, and Old Su wants to too. But in this world, how can one so easily escape all constraints?" Luo Yang went to get 3 glasses, took a bottle of mineral water from the refrigerator, poured a little into one glass, and said with a smile, "Both of you, directors, a hotel isn't like home, and I don't like tea, so please make do with this mineral water." "That's fine." Director Huang took a sip from his glass, then took a small business card-like object from his briefcase and gently placed it in front of Luo Yang. "President Luo, this is a direct contact number I asked you to give you. If you have any unsolvable difficulties or any urgent needs, just call this number." Luo Yang could tell from the serious expressions of Director Huang and Su Dongfeng that this card was no ordinary card. After thinking for a moment, he carefully accepted it. Regardless, this was official recognition of him, albeit not publicly, and it was still quite significant. This card was certainly not easy to obtain, and it was likely related to the $132 billion dividend he had just received. Director Huang continued, "I originally intended to invite you for a meal and a chat, but an urgent meeting is scheduled for later, so I could only say a few words here. Of course, meeting you is something I've been looking forward to for a long time, haha, Mr. Luo, there's always next time." Su Dongfeng left with Director Huang, smiling at Luo Yang as they went out, saying, "I'll look you up sometime." It seemed they would have to eat at the hotel tonight. Just as Luo Yang was considering whether to ask Zhu Hua and Chen Jin, the doorbell rang again. To his surprise, it was Hu Suofei. With a beaming smile, Hu Tianhou asked him, "Mr. Luo, why do you look so surprised? Is someone hiding in the room?" No, please come in." Luo Yang gave a wry smile and invited her in. After entering, Hu Suofei glanced at the cups on the coffee table, then looked towards the bedroom, before turning to Luo Yang with a half smile and asking, "Mr. Luo, is it inconvenient? If not, I'll come another day." Seeing Hu Suofei's expression, Luo Yang simply said, "Why don't you go in and take a look?" Hu Suofei was taken aback. She hadn't expected Mr. Luo to be so unashamed. Instead, she seemed embarrassed. She sat down on the sofa and said, "It's not surprising that a wealthy and handsome young boss like you would keep a mistress. It would be strange if you didn't." Luo Yang shrugged, took a bottle of water from the refrigerator, opened it, and took a couple of sips. He was extremely thirsty. "What do you want to drink?" Luo Yang asked Hu Suofei, pointing to the refrigerator. Hu Suofei shook her head. "I'm not thirsty." She then glanced towards the bedroom, a half smile on her face, and said to Luo Yang, "Mr. Luo, if your room is empty, how about I go in and try hiding one?" Luo Yang was stunned. What did she mean? Then he immediately realized she meant keeping a mistress. He glanced at Hu Suofei. Her nonsense seemed so serious, yet her face held a hint of coquettishness. Although Hu Tianhou was much older than Qing Ruaning and not as beautiful, her aura far surpassed Qing Ruaning's. However, Luo Yang was a bit troubled. The aloof Hu Tianhou and the obedient and charming Qing Ruaning were two completely different types, but he didn't want to get involved. Getting involved would be a debt even more troublesome than debt. Luo Yang originally wanted to ask her what she wanted, but suddenly realized, don't ask. If he did, it would be a lie she was keeping a mistress. Just as he was thinking about what to say to Hu Tianhou, the doorbell rang again. Luo Yang paused, looking up at Hu Suofei. Hu Suofei suddenly blushed, pointed to the bedroom door, and said, I'll go in and hide. It's nothing, but it's nighttime, and people will definitely start speculating. Headache. Hurry up and hide for a bit, Luo Yang said with a pained expression, pointing to the bedroom and telling her to hide. Hu Suofei quickly slipped into the bedroom and closed the door. Luo Yang glanced at the sofa again, making sure he didn't miss any suspicious evidence, before opening the door. He figured it was Zhu Hua and his gang. It was better not to let them see him, to avoid their gossip and embarrassment. However, he hadn't expected to be greeted by Qing Ruaning's beautiful face. Qing Ruaning, carrying a lunchbox, glanced behind her, quickly went into the room, placed the lunchbox on the coffee table, and patted her chest, saying, I feel, someone in the lobby recognized me and kept staring at me, it scared me. Luo Yang chuckled, was it that scary? Qing Ruaning said, I'm not scared at all. So what if they know? I'm worried about you. What if the reports say Qing Ruaning spent a day and a night with some rich man in a hotel? She laughed as she said this, and Luo Yang smiled too. Although Qing Ruaning was in the entertainment industry, a veritable melting pot, her heart hadn't turned black. Haven't had dinner yet? Here, have some soup first. Qing Ruaning opened the lunchbox, taking out a bowl of soup, a small bowl of rice, and 2 side dishes. The food wasn't fancy, but it was very delicate. Luo Yang didn't stand on ceremony, picking up the bowl of soup and drinking it. He had to admit, the soup tasted really good, it reminded him of his mother. After finishing the soup in one go, Luo Yang asked her curiously, "You can cook and make soup?" Qing Ruoning smiled and said, "Oh, not at all. I don't usually cook. Even if I do, it's just fried rice with eggs. My mom's here, so this is what she made." Luo Yang picked up his chopsticks and tasted the two side dishes. They were both quite delicious. He looked up and saw Qing Ruoning smiling uncontrollably. "What are you laughing at? Do you think I look ugly while eating?" "No," Qing Ruoning shook her head with a smile, "I'm laughing at my mom. She saw me taking away soup, vegetables, and rice, and she asked if I was taking it for her son-in-law." Luo Yang hesitated, unsure what to say. Even if the food wasn't for her son-in-law, it was definitely for him. Qing Ruoning took off her shoes, changed into disposable slippers from the hotel, and said to Luo Yang, "Stay in Beijing a few more days this time. I've postponed all my work this week to spend time with you." Qing Ruoning said this with the natural ease and comfort of a young wife, both in her actions and expression. "You rarely have time for me, and I don't dare to just go see you casually, so I'll spend as many days as I can with you as possible. Forget about forever, I only care about having it all." Luo Yang was quite touched and buried his head in his food. Qing Ruoning stretched lazily, saying as she walked towards the bedroom, "You eat, and leave it there when you're done. I'm a little sleepy, I'll lie down for a while, and then I'll tidy up after I've taken a nap. I'll play the stock market with you tonight." "Wait." Luo Yang suddenly remembered that Hu Tianhe was still hiding in the bedroom. Wouldn't it be awkward for Qing Ruoning to go in and stare at her? Besides, wouldn't Qing Ruoning think there was something going on between him and Hu Suofei? Normally, there was nothing between him and Hu Suofei, but the fact that she hid in his bedroom like that was like having a lump of mud in his pants. Even if it wasn't excrement, it was still excrement. Qing Ruoning turned to him and asked, "What's wrong?" Luo Yang stammered for a moment, then blurted out, "Keep me company, eating alone isn't enjoyable." Qing Ruoning burst out laughing, but then sat back down on the sofa. You don't act like a billionaire boss at all. You seem like a child." Luo Yang sighed, "It would be so much better if they were still kids. Nobody wants to grow up and get old, growing up brings so many worries." Qing Ruoning couldn't help but mock him, "Aren't you just lying through your teeth? What worries do you have? Are you worried about how to spend all your money, or about how many women like you?" Qing Ruoning squinted again and said, "I'm so sleepy. I didn't sleep a wink last night. When I got home, I kept urging my mom to go grocery shopping, and I haven't closed my eyes since." Seeing her like that, Luo Yang quickly interrupted her, wanting to lie down in the bedroom again. "Let me tell you a joke to cheer you up." Qing Ruoning pouted and said, "You can tell jokes." Luo Yang said while eating, "Don't underestimate me, do you? Let me tell you, I know a rich second-generation guy. Of course, not as rich as me, but his family has a few million or tens of millions. He's not good-looking, and he stutters, but he likes to show off." Someone introduced him to a blind date. As Luo Yang spoke, he glanced at Qing Ruoning, who was sitting with her hands on her knees, cupping her face in her hands and looking at him intently. The girl she went on a blind date with was very pretty, and the rich second-generation heir took a liking to her at first sight. Luo Yang seemed to be unable to help but chuckle slightly as he spoke. The rich second-generation heir was afraid the girl would look down on him, so he bragged to her about how his father was such and such a construction foreman, how many shops he owned in the city, how he drove a Land Rover, and how he also owned several houses in the city. The girl was very satisfied with what she heard, and then she became the rich second-generation heir's stepmother. Qing Ruoning didn't understand what he meant at first, but then she realized it and couldn't help but laugh so hard she couldn't stand up straight. Qing Ruoning laughed for a while, then shook her head. "Oh dear, I can't take it anymore. My back hurts from laughing so much. How can it be so funny?" Luo Yang laughed, put down his chopsticks, took a tissue to wipe his mouth, and said, "This story teaches us that showing off wealth requires skill, otherwise you're just wasting your father's time." Qing Ruoning, who had been gradually stopping laughing, was amused again by Luo Yang's comment about wasting her father's time. She rubbed her back and wiped the sweat from her forehead, saying, "This is hilarious. I can't take it anymore." Luo Yang picked up his phone to check it. Qing Ruoning cleared the dishes and put them back in the lunchbox. Then, thinking it over, she felt too hot and decided to take a shower first. This time she didn't say anything, and Luo Yang didn't notice. When she opened the bedroom door and went in, Luo Yang suddenly realized what was happening. He reached out to call her, but Qing Ruoning had already opened the door and was face to face with Hu Suofei sitting on the bed. Seeing the two women staring at each other, Luo Yang didn't bother with them anymore and picked up his phone to look at some information. Hu Suofei and Qing Ruoning stared at each other for a while before Hu Suofei finally raised her chin and said, "If I said I just arrived, would you believe me?" Qing Ruoning glanced back at Luo Yang, seeing his nonchalant expression, and nodded to Hu Suofei, saying, "Of course I believe you, Sister Suofei. You're my favorite senior artist. I grew up listening to your songs. I remember I sang one of your songs at my high school graduation party. What was it called again? Hu Suofei smiled, but inwardly she was extremely agitated. Ching Ruoning was indeed no pushover. Her words were respectful, but the emphasis on sister and "I grew up listening to your songs" was a clear hint that she was older. Indeed, although Hu Suofei always considered herself a young girl, she was actually in her early 30s, approaching 40. She usually tried to control herself from thinking about that issue, but the thought still gave her a headache. Ching Ruoning, at 24 or 25, certainly had a lot of advantages. More importantly, Luo Yang was almost the same age as her, and being peers meant they would definitely have more in common. Hu Suofei stood up with a smile, brushed her hair aside, and gracefully turned to leave, saying to Luo Yang, "Mr. Luo, it seems I've come at a slightly inopportune time. I won't disturb your time together." Luo Yang didn't try to stop her, smiling and saying, "No problem, no problem." Hu Suofei hadn't expected to come with high hopes only to leave disappointed. The script she had planned hadn't materialized. After Hu Suofei left, Ching Ruoning smiled sweetly at Luo Yang, then turned and gracefully entered the restroom. Luo Yang reviewed the data for a while and noticed that the futures and stock indices were expected to be more volatile tonight, offering better opportunities than usual. He then called Yao Wenbin, asking him to set up a temporary leverage of $500 million for Ching Ruoning's account, a one-time limit for tonight. A little while later, Ching Ruoning emerged from the bedroom, smelling wonderful. She sat down next to Luo Yang, intending to be affectionate, but seeing him intently focused on the stock and futures indices, she didn't disturb him. However, she was indeed very tired. She hadn't slept a wink last night, and after returning home early this morning, she hadn't slept either, instead taking her mother to the supermarket to buy groceries. She had been so excited that she couldn't help but fall asleep while sitting. Because of the heat, Luo Yang had the air conditioning in his room set low. Turning his head, he saw Ching Ruoning sleeping soundly and reached out to pinch her cheek. Ching Ruoning mumbled something but didn't move. Afraid she'd catch a cold, Luo Yang grabbed a light blanket and covered her, then continued checking stock index information. At 9 o'clock, Luo Yang, as usual, called Kong Shuwei and spoke to him on speakerphone, avoiding video calls. At 9:15, he directly invested $5 billion in each of his 2 Dow Jones futures accounts. Within minutes, each account had earned $2 billion. With the same stock index futures rising and falling, one account earned over $5 billion in just 5 or 6 minutes. At 9:30, domestic futures trading opened, and Luo Yang bought crude oil futures in Ching Ruoning's account. Crude oil futures were also considered short-term trading, but still inferior to stock index futures. By midnight, Luo Yang's offshore account and his Swiss bank account had each earned over $20 billion in profit. Ching Ruoning's account had the same profit as Luo Yang's domestic account, both leveraged at $500 million. However, in Luo Yang's domestic account, Tiger Brokers had leveraged $500 million each in U.S. stocks and futures. Ching Ruoning's account only had one type of leverage, futures. By midnight, her account had earned nearly $300 million in profit. Ching Ruoning slowly woke up, opened her eyes to see Luo Yang working on his laptop, touched her forehead, and sat up. "Oh dear, did I sleep for a long time?" She picked up her phone to check the time, and saw it was already midnight. She quickly went to the bathroom to wash her face and wake herself up, then came out to make Luo Yang a cup of hot coffee. She carefully stirred it with a small spoon to make sure the sugar was evenly mixed. Luo Yang liked his coffee sweet and strong, and after taking a sip, he felt refreshed. It's always better to be weighted on hand and foot. Here, there's Ching Ruoning. At home, there's Luo Qinya, Song Ziking, and Zhang Xiaoyan. It would feel strange if none of them were around. Ching Ruoning woke up refreshed, serving Luo Yang coffee and fruit, letting him enjoy the pampered service once again. At 4 in the morning, Luo Yang finished his last trade. Kong Shuwei immediately reported to him, "Boss, tonight's results were quite impressive, significantly more than usual. The 2 accounts netted a total of $41 billion. In the domestic Tiger Brokers account, U.S. stocks earned $370 million, and international futures earned $750 million, totaling $1.12 billion. Stock index futures were particularly impressive." Luo Yang nodded, then instructed him, "You've all worked hard. Each manager will receive a 2 million bonus, and each employee a 1 million bonus." Turning back to Ching Ruoning, who was nestled against him, he smiled and asked, "Aren't you curious how much you earned?" Ching Ruoning pouted and said, "It doesn't matter how much, it's definitely a lot. Didn't you help me earn over 300 million last night? I'm a woman, and I have over 600 million in my account, that's enough." Luo Yang reached out and pinched her cheek again. He didn't know why, but he just liked pinching cheeks. He'd pinched Xiaoyan's cheeks before, and he'd even pinched his sister-in-law Xian's cheeks several times, treating her like her older sister. You're so carefree. Weren't you quite cunning when you were arguing with Hu Tianho?" Luo Yang teased her with a grin. Ching Ruoning's expression turned serious. "That's different," she said. I can be carefree with my man, but not with my enemies. Luo Yang waved his hand. What enemy or man? Alright, let's look at your account. You earned 750 million US dollars tonight, which is 5.325 billion RMB. After deducting fees, you have 5.3 billion left. Withdraw it all. I think that's enough for the rest of your life. Qing Ruaning maintained an indifferent expression. She felt that with over 600 million in savings, she was definitely a wealthy woman in the entertainment industry, so she didn't particularly expect Luo Yang to earn her any more money. She simply enjoyed being with Luo Yang, but she never expected him to earn her 5.3 billion tonight. You, brother Luo Yang, you're not joking with me? Qing Ruaning asked, stunned. Seeing her dazed expression, Luo Yang simply processed the withdrawal for her. She had enough money, someone without his abilities would be courting death by playing the stock and futures markets, so withdrawing all the money and quitting was the best option. Because she was a relative of Luo Yang, Tiger Brokers gave her special treatment, transferring the funds instantly after the withdrawal. A moment later, Qing Ruaning received a bank SMS notification that 5.4 billion RMB had arrived in her account. Luo Yang earned 5.3 billion, plus the 100 million he had previously kept in cash, totaling 5.4 billion RMB, all of which he withdrew. Qing Ruaning's account still had the original 500 million plus, but with the arrival of 5.4 billion, the balance became 5.97 billion. Stunned for a long time, Qing Ruaning asked Luo Yang blankly, why did you give me so much money? Luo Yang pinched her cheek again, don't wrong yourself anymore. With this money, you can leave this industry. There's no need to struggle anymore. If you're with me, you still have to go out and earn hard-earned money. Wouldn't that be a slap in the face to me, Luo Yang? Qing Ruaning stared blankly for a moment, then suddenly burst into tears. Luo Yang handed her a tissue. Qing Ruaning wiped her tears, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Luo Yang turned to look at her, laughing, and said, your makeup's all ruined. You don't look like Xia Hua, you look like a white-faced character from Peking Opera. Puffed. Qing Ruaning burst into laughter through her tears, took out a small mirror from her bag, looked at herself, and said, you lied to me again. I washed my face, I didn't wear any makeup at all, I'm barefaced. Luo Yang leaned closer to look at her, is it really barefaced? He gently ran his finger across her face, then looked at his hand. No change in color, no powder. He nodded, it's barefaced. Your looks are still pretty good. Many celebrities look like completely different people without makeup. Hearing Luo Yang's words, Qing Ruaning couldn't help but raise her chin smugly, saying, you think I look like this just because of makeup? Let me tell you, a month ago the company made us attend an event, and they invited several recently popular internet celebrities. Those internet celebrities who looked more like fairies than angels in the videos. Do you know what they were like in person? My god, they were truly horrible. Luo Yang laughed, opened his phone's Douyin, TikTok, and the first thing that appeared was a beautiful internet celebrity. Look, this face, like a fairy, right? And this height, at least 1.8 meters. Luo Yang showed it to her with a grin. Qing Ruaning immediately curled her lip and said, you know what, she was at the last event. Her real appearance is at least 20 kilograms heavier than this. She's at most 1.6 meters tall, and I'm 1.72 meters tall. She was wearing really high heels, but she was still much shorter than me. Internet celebrities, they only live on the internet. You can't meet them in real life. If you do, you're doomed. Luo Yang pondered, modern technology is truly amazing. This beauty filter is incredible. It can turn the ugly into the beautiful, the short into the tall, the fat into the thin. The possibilities are endless. Qing Ruaning smiled and said, right? Real is better, isn't it? Look at me, how real I am. Luo Yang looked at her bright and beautiful eyes, and his heart stirred. He pretended to stretch and said, sleepy. Qing Ruaning smiled radiantly and stood up, saying, but I'm not sleepy at all. The next day, Luo Yang didn't get up until noon. When he opened his eyes, Qing Ruaning was gone again. There was still a note on the table, Brother Yang, my mom called this morning saying she had something to do. I was afraid of disturbing you, so I quietly left. Mwah, Luo Yang smiled. This Qing Ruaning, so immature. However, while she might seem immature, considering her conversation with Hu Tianho, she wasn't careless at all. She even managed to drive the arrogant Hu Tianho away. She washed her face, brushed her teeth, and then prepared to go to the hotel restaurant for breakfast. As for Zhu Hua, Chen Jin, and their group, needless to say, they had been up all night and wouldn't be able to get up until dark, so she didn't bother looking for them. Just as she was about to go downstairs to the restaurant, her phone chimed. It was a text message from Qing Ruaning. Yang, are you hungry? I've reserved a table. I'll send you the address. Go ahead, I'll be there in a bit. Love, Ning Ning. Upon reading this message, Luo Yang almost shuddered. It was too cheesy. He quickly deleted it, firstly because it was too cheesy, and secondly, to avoid forgetting and letting Zhang Ziuyan see it later. Then, after receiving the address from Qing Ruaning, he went outside, and the people from the rooms next door came out. Song Guangming and his group of 6. Luo Yang thought for a moment and waved his hand, saying, Guangming, you take them to rest. I see you haven't had a proper rest all day. I'll take Jiaking and Cao Jun. Don't worry, there's no one trying to sabotage me now, and besides, this is Beijing. Song Guangming thought for a moment and nodded. Back home, he didn't really have any enemies he felt he had to fight to the death with. Besides, he knew Beijing's security very well. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say there were guards every 3 steps and sentries every 5. Plainclothes officers were everywhere, safety wasn't a problem. In the hotel parking lot were 2 Rolls-Royce Phantoms that Lu Fibei had reserved for Song Guangming. Luo Yang was used to riding in that car. Zhang Jiaking drove, following the navigation. It took about 40 minutes to arrive. It wasn't particularly far, but Beijing's roads are congested. However, the time was relatively good, it wasn't rush hour. Qing Ruaning had booked a rather upscale Japanese restaurant. He didn't know why she liked Western food so much. Luo Yang and Mu Kejun went upstairs first, while Zhang Jiaking went to park in the underground garage. The restaurant was on the 7th floor. The two waited a while for the elevator, and just as they entered, Zhang Jiaking also came up. The 3 of them went upstairs together. On the 7th floor, right outside the elevator was a very Japanese-style door. 2 girls in kimonos bowed deeply at the entrance and said in a sweet, cloying voice, every step you take down is like taking horse dung. Mu Kejun whispered to Luo Yang, boss, I've been to this place before. There isn't a single real Japanese person working here. Luo Yang knew what it meant to have come before. It was definitely a mission to protect someone who had come along. He himself would never have eaten here. Upon entering, the receptionist didn't try to deceive them. She asked in standard Mandarin, how many gentlemen? Do you have a reservation? Luo Yang pointed to Zhang Jiaking and Mu Kejun and said, give them 1 table. I have a reservation, a friend booked table number 6. Okay, please follow me. The receptionist seated Zhang Jiaking and Mu Kejun at the 2nd table inside. Luo Yang's table, number 6, was a little further inside. His table was essentially a small private room, separated by a small Japanese-style sliding door. After Luo Yang entered the number 6 room, the receptionist gently closed the sliding door and left. The door opened again, and a slightly tall, pretty girl glanced at him before entering. She sat down opposite him and said, I won't waste time. Just tell me, are you a Beijing resident? Luo Yang hesitated, then shook his head. What is Qing Ruaning up to? The girl then asked him, do you own a house in the capital? Luo Yang shook his head again. The girl then asked him, you don't have a car either, right? Luo Yang tilted his head and thought for a moment, then said, it depends on where you're talking about. If it's Beijing, I don't have a house or a car. The girl glanced at him, somewhat amused, and said, you really have guts, coming on a blind date with nothing. Isn't my mom particularly picky about conditions? Why isn't she being picky today? Luo Yang smiled and said, Miss, I'm afraid you've got it wrong. I'm not here for a blind date. The girl laughed, don't be shy. It's perfectly normal for me to not like you. To be honest, there aren't many I like. My mom always worries about me, saying today's blind date is exceptionally good. Tell me, what makes you so good? Luo Yang pointed to himself and said, should I talk about my good points? The girl nodded seriously, go ahead, I need to name a few so I can explain to my mom. Don't be angry, I'll be blunt, there's no future for us. This is just a formality. To apologize, I'll treat you to dinner. Luo Yang smiled and said, I'll tell you about my good points slowly, but before I begin, I want to reiterate that I'm not here for a blind date. The girl said twice, okay, you're not here for a blind date, okay? Why are men these days so concerned about saving face? Tell me, I'll remember. Luo Yang stroked his chin, finding it quite amusing. After a moment's thought, he pretended to be serious and asked, is being handsome an advantage? The girl chuckled, barely managing to suppress her laughter, and urged him, okay, tell me about other advantages. Luo Yang scratched his head, counted on his fingers for a moment, and then said, I have 2 private jets, one a modified Airbus A380 and the other a modified Airbus A330. Does that count as an advantage? The girl immediately burst into laughter, scolding him, can you be serious? Can you stop bragging? I'm telling the truth, Luo Yang said earnestly at first. Before listing his other advantages, I also own the world's largest luxury yacht, the Sunrise, worth $3.8 billion. Does that count? The girl, clutching her back and suppressing a laugh, nodded and said, oh dear, my back hurts from laughing so much. Let's talk about something else. I'm afraid those features and advantages you mentioned won't impress my mom. Let's talk about something else. Something else? Let me think. Luo Yang thought for a moment before saying, I bought the world's largest winery, Chateau Lusails, in Bordeaux for 9.9 billion euros. How about that? The girl rubbed her forehead, about to explode. Too much boasting wasn't funny anymore. Luo Yang stammered, it seems you're not interested in foreign assets. Well, my domestic RMB deposits are about 260 billion yuan, and my USD deposits, let's not talk about that, I'm afraid it'll scare you. The girl spat, aren't you afraid of blowing your own horn? Who introduced this to my mom? It's so unreliable. How am I supposed to tell my mom all this nonsense? Yes, if any of his boasts were true, wouldn't her mom be satisfied? He'd definitely be incredibly satisfied, but who doesn't know he's just bragging? This guy's so unreliable. He can lie through his teeth and still look completely serious. The girl mentally assessed Luo Yang. Luo Yang laughed and said, if I tell the truth, you think I'm bragging. Do you expect me to lie? The girl rolled her eyes at him disdainfully. Before she could think of anything to say to him, her phone rang. Seeing it was an unknown number, she hesitated for a moment before answering. Hello, who is this? A man's voice came from the phone. Are you Ms. Chen Ziao? I'm on a blind date with you. I've been here for a while now. Are you almost there? The girl was startled, glancing at Luo Yang and asking the man on the phone, I've arrived, haven't I? Did you send the wrong address? Could it really be a mistake? The phone dinged again. The other party had sent another address. The girl read aloud as she looked at the address, Room 9, Dahyang Japanese Restaurant, number 227 Yanbei Lane, Shangjing South Road. Luo Yang immediately noticed the problem. Group leader, this is Room 6, you need Room 9. The girl compared the address information with her previous one, and sure enough, both were the same Room 9. She had carelessly read it as Room 6, she had really made a mistake. The girl's face flushed instantly. She wanted to apologize to Luo Yang, but after thinking for a moment, she turned her head and said, anyway, you were just bragging, so I won't be polite. I'm leaving, goodbye. As she pushed open the sliding door, a woman entered. The two women looked at each other, and the girl was startled. The woman looked familiar. However, she was still a little embarrassed. Maybe this woman also had a girlfriend. Now that her girlfriend was here, and she was still having a high-spirited blind date with her, she'd better slip away quickly. As the girl ran towards room number 9, as if fleeing, she suddenly remembered, wasn't that familiar face? Qing Ruoning? Wasn't that the celebrity Qing Ruoning? After recalling it, she was certain, because she had watched many of Qing Ruoning's dramas and was particularly familiar with her appearance. The reason she hadn't remembered for a moment was because she had never imagined she would actually see Qing Ruoning. And that boastful, roguish man, was he having a secret rendezvous with Qing Ruoning? Wasn't it said that Qing Ruoning didn't have a boyfriend? While pondering this, Chen Ziao pushed open the sliding door. Inside sat a man around 30 years old, with fairly decent looks, his hair combed so neatly it could barely stand a fly, and a sharp suit. You are Miss Chen Ziao, right? The man quickly stood up to greet her, his eyes scanning Chen Ziao's face and body. His first impression was satisfactory. Chen Ziao's appearance and figure were at least an 85 out of 100, meeting his standards. After inviting Chen Ziao to sit down, the man quickly introduced himself. My surname is Qin. My name is Qin Chuan. I'm exactly 30 years old this year, and I'm the deputy director of the credit department at the Zikin branch of China Merchants Bank. My annual salary is 250,000 yuan, and with commissions and other benefits, my annual income can reach 800,000 yuan. My family is from Beijing, and we received 2 apartments as compensation for our house demolished. One is 75 square meters, which we currently rent out and plan to use for our wedding. The other is 95 square meters, which my family lives in. I also have a BMW 5 Series sedan. That's about it. Qin Chuan introduced himself in a calm tone, but a hint of smugness was clearly lurking beneath. Chen Ziao simply said "Oh," without answering him, her eyes lowered as if deep in thought. If she hadn't entered the wrong room, and if she hadn't met Qing Ruoning, Chen Ziao wouldn't have thought much of it. She'd just encountered a boastful man. But now she felt something was amiss. After a moment's thought, she picked up her phone and searched for the Sunrise yacht. That was the boast the young man had made earlier. She'd searched it on Baidu to see if there were any results. Chen Ziao, head down, searched for the yacht Sunrise on her phone. The search immediately displayed countless results. The Sunrise is owned by the mysterious Eastern financial tycoon Luo Yang, priced at $3.8 billion. The Sunrise is the world's largest private yacht and also the world's safest luxury yacht, equipped with an anti-missile system. Chen Ziao paused, then searched for the name Luo Yang, and another pile of results appeared. She randomly clicked on the first one. Luo Yang, the most mysterious newly minted financial tycoon in China. Based on the information currently available, firstly, judging from the tax payments of his Jiangan company, its revenue is estimated at around 300 billion yuan. Secondly, he spent 14 billion yuan to buy the Xinhang Plaza in Jiangan and invested a massive 323 billion yuan to develop the new Jiangan business district. Thirdly, he invested 200 billion yuan annually in Shanghai to establish a research center. Fourthly, he spent 9.9 billion euros to fully acquire the world's largest winery, Chateau Lucille, in Bordeaux. Fifthly, he owns 2 private jets, an Airbus A380 and an Airbus A330. These are verifiable assets, estimated to be worth over 500 billion yuan. Furthermore, it is rumored that Luo Yang also has an offshore company in the Cayman Islands, with funds no less than those in China, but this is unverifiable. However, based on the funds and assets currently available, he is already the richest man in China. Chen Xiao flipped through the information, which included several photos. After carefully comparing them, she confirmed that it was indeed the young man in room number 6. Holy crap! Even though he got the room number wrong, he really did go on a blind date with that super rich guy. Chen Xiao didn't know what to feel. He'd been telling the truth so seriously, and she'd kept accusing him of bragging. It was embarrassing. But, suddenly it occurred to her, if he really was such a super rich guy, then, was Qing Ruoning having a secret rendezvous with him? Chen Xiao wasn't exactly harboring any fantasies, she just found it both funny and speechless. How could something so absurd have happened? Not only did she go on the wrong blind date, but the wrong person was an outrageously wealthy super rich man. Seeing Chen Xiao's exquisitely beautiful face, Qin Chuan couldn't resist a surge of desire. He picked up the menu and said, "Miss Chen, take a look and see what you like to eat. Order whatever you like. Don't be shy, order whatever you like. I come here often, it's high class and the food is really delicious." Chen Xiao gave an O, still looking at her phone without looking up. "What are you looking at? Is it that interesting?" Qin Chuan leaned over to peek. Chen Xiao looked up at him, then quickly hid her phone under the table and said casually, "What did you just say?" Qin Chuan was taken aback. She hadn't even heard him. Had he wasted all that time explaining things? After thinking for a moment, he repeated himself, "My name is Qin Chuan, I'm 30 years old, and I'm the deputy director of the credit department at the Xikan branch of China Merchants Bank. My base annual salary is 250,000 yuan, and with bonuses and commissions, it's about 800,000 yuan a year. My family has Beijing residency, and we received 2 apartments as compensation for our house being demolished. One is 75 square meters, which we're currently renting out, and we plan to use it as our wedding home. The other is 95 square meters, which my family lives in. Last year, I bought a BMW 5 Series sedan. The aunt who introduced us told me you're a flight attendant, and that there are many beautiful flight attendants, and it's true." This time, Chen Xiao heard him clearly. Qin Chuan sounded very proud. To be honest, his qualifications were average, but his career prospects were decent. However, she disliked Qin Chuan's boastful tone. You can tell a person's character from their speech. In room 6, Qing Ruoning was still a little stunned. Who was that girl who ran out with a flushed face? Seeing Qing Ruoning's questioning expression, Luo Yang shrugged and smiled, saying, "Would you believe me if I said that girl went into the wrong room?" Qing Ruoning nodded, "I believe you." Luo Yang was a little taken aback, looking up at her and asking, "Really?" Qing Ruoning smiled slightly and said, "Of course I believe you. Someone like you, if you really wanted to attract girls, they'd be lining up and flocking to you. Would you need to resort to these little tricks?" Luo Yang felt a surge of pride, thinking that Qing Ruoning truly trusted him. After thinking for a moment, Luo Yang couldn't help but laugh and said, "Then let me tell you, that girl was probably here for a blind date." What a scatterbrain. The text message said room 9, but she came to our room 6. The first thing she said was, "Stop beating around the bush, just get to the point." Oh, Qing Ruoning's interest was piqued. She stared at him with a grin and asked, "What did she say to you?" Luo Yang laughed and said, "She asked if I had a Beijing Hukou household registration, and I said no. Then she asked if I owned a house, and I said no. She also asked if I owned a car, and I said no. Then she asked what my strengths and advantages were so I could explain them to her mother. I said, does owning a $3.8 billion yacht count? Does owning a 9.9 billion euros Luzau Lusberg winery count? Does having over 300 billion RMB in savings count?" Qing Ruoning burst out laughing upon hearing this. "I bet she thought you were bragging." Luo Yang laughed heartily and said, "You guessed right." She said, "Aren't you afraid of being exposed for bragging? Why do people love to brag so much these days?" Qing Ruoning smiled faintly as she took the menu and looked at it, but her mind was filled with the scene of Luo Yang talking to that girl. She imagined the girl thinking, how can someone be so shameless? Aren't they afraid of biting off more than they can chew? Indeed, if she didn't know Luo Yang, she would have thought he was just bragging. The key is that this boast is too outrageous and exaggerated. Most wealthy people wouldn't dare to make such a claim, unless they're at the level of the two Ma brothers. In reality, Luo Yang is far richer than those two Ma brothers. Those who haven't witnessed Luo Yang's earning speed naturally wouldn't realize it, but Qing Ruoning has personally witnessed Luo Yang's several transactions, earning hundreds of billions of dollars in a single night. Who can earn money as fast as him? After looking at it for a while, Qing Ruoning handed the menu to Luo Yang, saying, "Take a look. I've eaten here twice, and the taste is indeed quite good. Take a look and see what you like." Just then, there was a knock on the door. Qing Ruoning, without turning her head, said, "Come in." It was undoubtedly a waiter. The small Japanese-style sliding door opened, and Luo Yang, facing the door, couldn't help but pause in surprise. The person who opened the door was a middle-aged woman in her 40s. Judging from her attire, it was immediately clear she wasn't a waiter. "Auntie, who are you looking for?" Luo Yang asked politely, guessing she'd come to the wrong door, like Chen Ziao. But why did she keep coming to the wrong door today? After hearing Luo Yang's voice and realizing she wasn't a waiter, Qing Ruoning glanced back. Seeing what she saw, she couldn't help but laugh and blush, and couldn't help but angrily say, "Mom, what are you doing? Are you following me?" Upon hearing Qing Ruoning call out "Mom," Luo Yang was stunned. What was going on? Qing Ruoning was both annoyed and amused. She gritted her teeth, wanting to lash out, but realizing it wasn't the right time, she quickly got up, pulled her mother inside, and closed the door. Then, she said in a low, annoyed voice, "Mom, what are you doing?" Qing Ruoning's mother poked her forehead and said, "What do you think I'm doing? Are you trying to rebel?" Then, she looked Luo Yang up and down before saying, "Hello, I'm Qing Ruoning's mother. Let me be frank, I've felt something's wrong with our Ruoning since yesterday. I've never seen her so attentive to any man before. Yesterday morning, she called me out shopping, but not to buy clothes or jewelry, she wanted me to buy groceries." Qing Ruoning's mother's face grew increasingly angry as she spoke. "Do you think I don't know what kind of person my daughter is? She's carefree and never cares about men. Buying groceries isn't necessarily a big deal, but she didn't come home the first night. How can I not care when a girl doesn't come home at night? Also, when this girl comes home, she's all smiles, like she's drunk honey. Is that normal?" I didn't pay any attention at first, but when we were eating dinner in the afternoon, she showed her true colors. She took a lunchbox, filled it with soup and rice, and said she was going to take it out. When I asked her who she was taking it to, she got angry at me and said not to worry about it. She had to film a scene that night and was taking it to eat if she got hungry. As Qing Ruoning's mother launched into a long-winded explanation, her eyes were fixed on Luo Yang. I went out and secretly followed her, but I didn't expect that at a traffic light, my taxi couldn't keep up and got stuck. By the time the light turned green, her car had already disappeared. Still annoyed, Qing Ruoning's mother continued, "I thought about it all night. That girl didn't come home again, 2 nights in a row. If she were filming out of town, it would be one thing, but I called her assistant, and they said she wasn't filming for a week, that she'd taken leave and postponed it. I'm baffled. Not doing work, taking leave and not even coming home. Is this how I raised my Qing family's daughter?" Qing Ruoning, both amused and annoyed, said softly, "Mom, can we talk about this when we get home? Come on, I'll go home with you, and I'll explain everything clearly then, okay? It's not what you think." Qing Ruoning's mother snapped at her, "Shut up. Do you think I don't know your tricks? What explanation can you give me by coaxing me home? I'm going to get to the bottom of this today, and I'm not coming home until I do." At this point, Qing Ruoning's mother glared at her fiercely, "Don't say a word, or I'll call your father right now and make you explain to him yourself." Upon hearing that her mother was going to call her father, Qing Ruoning felt a little guilty. She knew her father was a very traditional and principled man. Although he loved her dearly, he was also extremely strict and demanding. If her father came, things would get complicated, especially since she hadn't come home for 2 consecutive nights. If her father found out, things would likely turn upside down. So Qing Ruoning suddenly felt a little timid. Qing Ruoning's mother then said to Luo Yang very seriously, "Hello, young man, don't blame me for coming along so rashly. I'm worried about my daughter, afraid she'll be deceived, afraid she'll be tricked, afraid she'll suffer losses. Do you understand?" Luo Yang nodded earnestly and replied, "I understand, auntie. Parents always worry about their children." Hearing Luo Yang's words, Qing Ruoning's mother's expression softened immediately, and she said to Luo Yang, "All right, since you're such a sensible child, then auntie will ask you a few questions." Luo Yang smiled wryly. He was now in a bind, there was no way to escape. He could only bite the bullet and say, "Then please ask, auntie." Qing Ruoning's mother stared at him and asked, "Then I'll ask. I hope you won't lie to auntie. Auntie hates dishonest people the most." Luo Yang smiled wryly again and replied, "Mom, I will definitely answer honestly." Qing Ruoning's mother said, "Our Ruoning hasn't come home for the past 2 nights, and she hasn't been filming or working. Is she with you?" Luo Yang, of course, knew what she meant. Not wanting to lie, He hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Yes, she's with me. All right. Seeing that Luo Yang had honestly admitted his guilt, Qing Ruaning's mother nodded and said, since you've admitted it, I'll be frank. You probably know that Ruaning is a celebrity. Although we're not a wealthy family, her father, the Qing family, comes from a scholarly background. He's a teacher who has taught his students how to be good people all his life. He doesn't want to raise his daughter to be a dissolute child. I share the same thought as her father. I don't hope my daughter marries into a wealthy family, I just hope she lives a good life and isn't deceived. She's a celebrity, and although she doesn't earn a lot of money, it's enough for a comfortable life. She didn't come home for 2 nights because of you. I'm usually quite open-minded about the thoughts and actions of young people these days, but her father isn't so open-minded. Since you've admitted that you two were together for 2 nights, then tell me frankly what you're thinking, and introduce yourself to me. After saying that, Qing Ruaning's mother added a few more words to Luo Yang. Don't worry too much. Auntie doesn't ask you to be rich or powerful. I just ask that you are sincere to Ruaning. Actually, I think you and Ruaning are about the same age. You are too young to achieve much. Actually, Qing Ruaning's mother had a pretty good first impression of Luo Yang. She found him to be quite composed, at least so far, refraining from interrupting her to boast about his family's wealth or his own abilities. Furthermore, her main concern was that her daughter had developed an unusual relationship with this young man. A girl not coming home for 2 nights. She herself was a woman, and in such matters, she knew very well that women always suffered. Therefore, she was being quite polite in her words. After all, her daughter, her precious cabbage, had already been taken by someone else. And as her mother, she knew her daughter's temperament and personality well. On the surface, she seemed sweet and obedient, but she was incredibly stubborn. Once she made up her mind, even her father couldn't change it with a big stick. Luo Yang smiled wryly. Qing Ruaning's mother was too formidable, she understood everything perfectly. It was impossible to evade her. Looking at Qing Ruaning, he saw a face filled with shame and anger, but she didn't know what to say. Qing Ruaning was genuinely annoyed. She understood Luo Yang's predicament, but her mother had no idea. Although her mother meant well, things weren't going as she expected. She was so anxious that her hands trembled, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't think of anything to say to trick her mother away. Luo Yang thought for a moment before nodding and saying, Auntie, there are a few things I need to clarify with you. First, I'm not a rich second generation, I come from an ordinary family. Second, I work in financial investment, my profession is quite lucrative, enough to support myself. Third, regarding Ruaning, I can't promise anything right now, but I can assure you I will never lie to her or harm her. Qing Ruaning's mother hesitated for a moment before asking him again, actually, you're worried about Ruaning's celebrity status, aren't you? Because Qing Ruaning is a celebrity, and a popular idol, her mother knows her daughter is currently in her prime. If an idol like her announces a relationship, her future will definitely be greatly affected. Qing Ruaning's assistant had mentioned this to her before, saying that being an idol is practically a short-lived career, and it's best not to announce a relationship before 30. Generally, idols don't settle down until after 30, at least until they're financially independent. Don't be fooled by media hype about celebrities earning tens or hundreds of millions a year, their expenses are enormous. Furthermore, a celebrity's earnings aren't what they seem. For example, a film's salary might be 30 million, but after taxes, only about 24 million remains, and then there's the company's expenses. Almost all artists are affiliated with companies. Big-name artists have better contracts with their companies, top-tier artists with significant influence certainly have better contracts. Generally, top artists' contracts are roughly 30-70ths, company 30%, artist 70%. For newcomers, almost 90% have a 10-90ths contract, artist 10%, company 90%. Contracts are harsh, but for aspiring stars, it's unavoidable. Without a company contract, achieving fame solo is virtually impossible. All of an artist's resources are secured by their company, unless they have incredibly strong connections. But those with powerful connections are extremely rare in the entertainment industry, 1 in 10,000, and even then, how many would willingly struggle in the industry? Most people who aspire to fame but struggle in this industry are of ordinary background. Actually, Qing Ruaning's mother's assumption was wrong. Luo Yang had no intention of wanting Qing Ruaning to continue in this industry. Having helped her achieve absolute financial freedom, she no longer needed to follow the unspoken rules. First, she can choose her own investments, second, she can retire from the industry, and third, she can maintain her current situation. Because she doesn't need to struggle for money, the situation is much better. Acting is an art form, and if she particularly enjoys the profession, she can certainly continue, and Luo Yang doesn't object. But when she has capital, she can completely disregard industry unspoken rules. With her current financial resources, what unspoken rules could possibly affect her? Therefore, his and Qing Ruaning's mother's thoughts were completely different. Qing Ruaning's mother also thought that Luo Yang was worried about affecting Qing Ruaning's career as a star. After thinking for a moment, she added, I know that many celebrities keep their marriages secret these days. This is a responsible and caring approach where the celebrity prioritizes their family. They can get married without publicizing it, have children, and then continue being a star. As for the children, actually, I can help you take care of them. Upon hearing this, Ching Ruoning blushed and said shyly, Mom, what are you saying? Ching Ruoning's mother was not polite to her daughter at all. Don't be shy or angry. What I'm saying is the truth, and it's the best thing to do. I see your career is going very well, and it's impossible for you to quit. You'll be 26 in the blink of an eye, almost 30. Your father and I have always worried about this. We've introduced you to potential partners, but none of them were suitable. It's rare that you've found someone yourself this time. You must be satisfied with them, right? Your parents have no other requirements, we just want you to settle down first. Whether it's announced to the public or not doesn't matter. Many celebrities do it anyway. They continue working, and they have a family and children. Unlike some idols, who are glamorous when they're young, but when they get old, no one wants them, and they end up in a miserable situation. Then she said 2 more words to Luo Yang, right? Luo Yang could only chuckle dryly, hee hee. Ching Ruoning's mother became more and more energetic as she spoke, saying enthusiastically, if you have no objections, do as I say. Get the marriage certificate, have the baby, and your father and I promise to take good care of the child. Then you can do whatever you want. That way, when you're old, at least you'll have a home and a child. And when Ruoning is in her 30s or 40s, you won't have to worry about announcing your family situation. Ching Ruoning was both annoyed and amused to see her mother had even arranged things for her regarding the child. She glanced at Luo Yang, and thinking of his situation, her face immediately darkened. Feeling a pang of heartache, she said to her mother, Mom, this matter, let's discuss it slowly when we get home, okay? Or, shall we go back first? It seemed this meal was going to be unpleasant. Ching Ruoning decided not to eat anymore and instead take her mother home, where she could try to smooth things over with her later. Ching Ruoning's mother said, we're already here, why do you keep trying to get rid of me? Let's order some food and chat while we eat. As long as you two don't object, we'll discuss the details and then tell your dad about whether to announce our marriage or relationship, whether it's a secret marriage or something. As long as it's not immoral, your dad will approve. Otherwise, he definitely won't. Ching Ruoning felt a little intimidated at the mention of her father. Luo Yang also smiled and said, then, let's order some food. Auntie said we're already here, it wouldn't be right to leave without eating. Let's order first. Ching Ruoning, with a bitter face, picked up the menu and handed it to her mother, saying angrily, then you can look at it yourself and order whatever you like. A perfectly good romantic getaway for two had been ruined by her mother. She never knew her mother was so shrewd, like a KGB agent. Ching Ruoning's mother's face also darkened, and she said with a hint of displeasure, what? You think your mother's in the way? Fine, I won't get in your way. I'll call your father over, and you can explain it to him yourself. Ching Ruoning's mother took out her phone as she spoke, but Ching Ruoning quickly grabbed her hand, saying, oh, my goodness, alright, whatever you want. Let's eat first, I'll order whatever you like. Luo Yang quickly handed the menu to Ching Ruoning's mother, please order, whatever you like, don't be shy. Ching Ruoning's mother grew increasingly fond of Luo Yang, turning to Ching Ruoning and saying, look at you, your own daughter is not as good as. She originally wanted to say outsider, but remembering that Luo Yang was her son-in-law, calling him an outsider would be too hurtful, so she stopped mid-sentence and instructed Ching Ruoning, you order. Ching Ruoning was both amused and annoyed. With Luo Yang present, she couldn't say anything and could only let her mother do as she pleased, silently taking the menu and ordering. Actually, she often took her mother out to eat, including Japanese food, and had been to this restaurant before, so she knew what her mother liked to eat and ordered several dishes according to her tastes. Luo Yang smiled and instructed her, order more. He then asked Ching Ruoning's mother, Auntie, would you like something to drink? Ching Ruoning's mother, quite bluntly, replied, don't you have that sake? I think it's quite good, so I'll have that. After thinking for a moment, she asked Luo Yang, did you drive here? You can't drive if you've been drinking. Luo Yang smiled wryly, wanting to say he didn't drink, but he clearly saw that Ching Ruoning's mother wanted that sake, and implied she wanted him to drink it, so he reluctantly answered, I didn't drive, I have a driver. Ching Ruoning's mother nodded, yes, just call a designated driver. She had followed her daughter and knew Ching Ruoning hadn't driven, so she didn't ask. In another room, Qin Chuan, also acting extravagant, ordered the restaurant's signature dishes. A large portion of the restaurant's ingredients were air freighted from across the sea. Although everyone in the restaurant is from China, the decor and staff are all configured according to the standards and requirements of a Japanese restaurant. For example, the head chef is actually the owner's husband. True master chefs rarely stay long. Once they have the capital, they open their own restaurants, big or small. Owning your own means earning your own money, which is much better than working for someone else. The head chef's skills were indeed learned in Japan, at a considerable cost. A little while later, the waiter brought out the sake first. Since the dishes were served in order, there was a wait, but the sake was readily available and served immediately. Ching Ruoning ordered quite a lot of food, knowing that whether she paid or Luo Yang paid, the cost of the meal wouldn't matter. The waitress poured sake for each of the three of them. The sake was served in small, off-white ceramic bottles, looking very delicate. The sake cups were also ceramic, about the same size as the small ceramic teacups used for gongfu tea. Ching Ruoning's mother picked up her glass, took a sip, and nodded to Luo Yang, saying, "This wine has very little alcohol content. It's quite delicious, similar to the rice wine we drink. You should try some." Luo Yang smiled and said, "Auntie, I actually can't hold my liquor at all. I'll just have this one to keep you company." Luo Yang knew that rice wine was what they called lao zao in their hometown. It wasn't really alcohol anymore, it was a traditional food made from fermented glutinous rice. In Luo Yang's hometown, rural families traditionally serve this homemade food when celebrating a baby's 1-month birthday. This fermented food does contain a small amount of alcohol, though less than beer. Children in rural families all eat it, and almost no one gets drunk, as it's not a staple food. Luo Yang picked up a small glass and tasted it. It was indeed similar to rice wine, but the sake had a slightly sweet and sour taste, while the fermented rice was purely sweet. This was much milder than baijiu, Chinese white liquor, incomparable. Luo Yang didn't feel anything after taking a sip, it didn't burn his throat like baijiu. Oh well, he'd drink it. He figured as long as he didn't overdo it, it would be fine. Judging from Ching Ruoning's mother's attitude, he'd have to drink a glass or two with her. Ching Ruoning herself didn't stand on ceremony, silently drinking several small glasses. A blush quickly rose to her cheeks, making her look like a red apple under the light. The food was served one after another, and Luo Yang continued to warmly and proactively invite Ching Ruoning's mother to eat. Halfway through the meal, Luo Yang said he needed to go out for a moment, got up, and opened the wooden sliding door, though he stumbled slightly as he left. After Luo Yang left and closed the sliding door, Ching Ruoning's mother said to Ching Ruoning, "Daughter, believe it or not, I bet he went to pay the bill." Ching Ruoning then said to her mother, somewhat annoyed, "Mom, he can't drink. Why did you force him to drink?" Ching Ruoning's mother replied dismissively, "What's wrong with drinking such a small amount of sake? But I really think this son-in-law is quite good. First, he's pleasing to the eye, and second, he's not stingy. If he really pays the bill when we go out, it shows he has good character. You saw him ordering the expensive dishes earlier, I was paying special attention, and he didn't show the slightest bit of reluctance." Ching Ruoning couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "Mom, don't think it's just us eating this little bit. Even if you dragged 10 or 8 people here to eat and drink extravagantly every day, he wouldn't feel the slightest bit pain. He's in finance, he's incredibly good at making money, he wouldn't be stingy with such a small amount." Ching Ruoning's mother said seriously, "This isn't about extorting him. It's actually a test of a person's character, and he passed." Since her daughter's fame grew, she had been constantly worried about her daughter's marriage. Because Ching Ruoning didn't consider personal matters at all, and she hadn't had any scandals, her mother watched her daughter get older year by year. Although she wasn't yet at the leftover woman stage, in 2 or 3 years, she definitely would be. She didn't care if her daughter was a big star or not, stars are people too. If she acted aloof now, she'd be over 30 in a few years, and once a woman passed that age, things became unpredictable. She had indeed frequently asked people to introduce potential partners to her daughter, and most of the men, upon hearing that the other woman was the famous actress Ching Ruoning, readily agreed. However, the outcome was predictable. Ching Ruoning didn't like any of them. Now that her daughter finally had someone she liked, she was especially happy and grabbed Luo Yang, letting go of him. Ching Ruoning frowned and pondered for a while, then glanced at her smug mother and said, "Mom, you shouldn't interfere in his affairs. I know what I'm doing, and this can't be rushed." Her mother immediately objected, snorting, "What do you mean I shouldn't interfere? You have no idea. If I don't get involved, this will fall through. Anyway, I like him a lot, so it's him. As long as he doesn't object to a secret marriage, it's settled. You two get your marriage certificate, have a baby, and leave it to me. Then you can focus on your careers. I promise to take good care of the baby and make sure you have no worries." Ching Ruoning was both amused and annoyed. "Mom, are you some kind of unreasonable mother? Let me tell you, it's not even that far yet. Why are you in such a hurry? When he comes back, don't talk nonsense anymore. If you scare him away, you'll be left without a son-in-law. I definitely won't look for another one." Hearing her tone, her mother became somewhat worried and asked in a low voice, "Ruoning, you really like him, right?" Ching Ruoning answered her mother without hesitation, "Yes, Mom, I like this person, and I love him, but we're far from being at the point of discussing marriage. Besides, his situation is a bit special, so please don't pressure him or anything. If you scare him away, you'll really be without a son-in-law, Mom. Let me put it this way, no matter what happens between us in the future, I will never look for another man." "All right, Her mother nodded and said, I've never seen you so devoted to a man. Before, I felt like you didn't care about any man. Now that you have a man you like, I'm happy. Finally, my daughter's life is settled. But I don't like your tone. Okay, alright, as long as you like him, that's good. When he comes back, I'll ask him about his future plans. Don't worry, I'm just getting to know him, I definitely won't pressure him. Qing Ruoning suddenly felt a headache coming on. Her mother's reaction would definitely be pressuring Luo Yang to get their marriage certificate, and she wondered how Luo Yang would react. Although Qing Ruoning hoped for a good future for her and Luo Yang, she absolutely didn't want to pressure him, because she was certain Luo Yang wouldn't abandon Zhang Ziuyan for her. Forcing Luo Yang to choose between Zhang Ziuyan and her would be foolish. Qing Ruoning liked Luo Yang and knew his bottom line perfectly, so she never even considered pressuring him. If she did, she'd probably be the one who got hurt. Luo Yang was the kind of person who could give her anything himself, but she couldn't accept it, whether it was money or feelings. After Luo Yang prepared a huge sum of 5 or 6 billion for her, she knew he was a very meticulous and thoughtful person. There was nothing more to say. Luo Yang had made his stance clear from the beginning, he wouldn't promise any results. After leaving, Luo Yang instructed Song Guangming and the others who were eating in the lobby to pay the bill, and then he went to the restroom. Song Guangming accompanied him. Luo Yang washed his face, and Song Guangming noticed his flushed complexion and asked softly, "Boss, are you alright? If you can't drink, don't drink." Song Guangming and the others, of course, knew about Qing Ruoning's mother going into the private room. As long as they determined the person inside wasn't in danger, they wouldn't stop her. Luo Yang shook his head and said, "I'm fine. Don't get involved, it'll be awkward." Song Guangming replied, "Okay." The two women exited the restroom one after the other. In the lobby, a man and a woman came out. The man chased after the woman, saying, "Ms. Chen, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Why don't we chat a little longer and get to know each other better?" The woman replied, "I'm really sorry, I have to go. Let's split the bill for this meal." This man and woman were Chen Ziao and Qin Chuan. Chen Ziao didn't have a good impression of Qin Chuan, so she didn't hide her intention to tell him that things won't work out between them. But Qin Chuan was attracted to Chen Ziao, so he kept pursuing her. Chen Ziao offered a bunch of excuses, but Qin Chuan ignored them, continuing to tell her how great he was and how he would do anything for her if she were with him. Chen Ziao's personality was such that the more you clung to her, the less she liked it. Glancing at Luo Yang who was looking at her, her eyes suddenly lit up. She walked over, took his arm, and said to Qin Chuan, "Mr. Qin, I'm sorry, I actually already have a boyfriend. My family was pressuring me so much that I came here for this blind date. I'm sorry to have taken up your time." Qin Chuan and Luo Yang were both stunned. Qin Chuan hadn't expected such a man to suddenly appear out of nowhere. Luo Yang was surprised that Chen Ziao was using him as a shield. Qin Chuan stared at Luo Yang suspiciously, then asked Chen Ziao, "Is he your boyfriend?" Chen Ziao nodded without hesitation, "Yes, we actually came together." Qin Chuan's face darkened instantly. He said angrily, "Then, aren't you just playing with me? Why are you going on a blind date if you have a boyfriend?" Chen Ziao said, "I'm sorry, I should have been clear from the beginning. This was really arranged by my mother. If you feel uncomfortable, how about I pay for this meal as an apology?" Qin Chuan was furious, seething with anger, glaring fiercely at Luo Yang. Luo Yang knew Chen Ziao was using him as a shield. He had initially wanted to make it clear that it had nothing to do with him, but seeing Qin Chuan's expression, he swallowed his words. He wasn't afraid of someone like Su Qiuatai, so why would he be afraid of someone as insignificant as Qin Chuan? He just didn't like being used as a pawn. Qin Chuan coldly said, "It's not about the meal, I'm annoyed that I was stood up. You have a boyfriend, yet you still came to this blind date with me, and you even brought him along. What the hell do you take me for? Do you believe I can just call a few people and make your so-called boyfriend look utterly humiliated and suffer a terrible fate?" Chen Ziao wasn't worried about Qin Chuan making things difficult for Luo Yang. She tilted her head and looked at him. Luo Yang struggled slightly but couldn't break free, but his words made it clear. "Let me make this clear. First, I'm not this lady's boyfriend, I don't know her. Second, you want me to look utterly humiliated and suffer a terrible fate? I'll give you a piece of advice. What kind of dog are you?" Qin Chuan was stunned. Already burning with jealousy, he couldn't hold back any longer upon hearing Luo Yang's words. He jumped out and shouted at Luo Yang, "What kind of dog am I? Fine, fine, you brat." He was about to make a move when Zhang Jiaking, standing behind Luo Yang, rushed out and grabbed his wrist. Qin Chuan's wrist felt as if it were bound by an iron clamp, impossible to break free from. The pain was so intense, it felt like his bones were about to crack, and he couldn't help but cry out, "Ouch! Ouch!" Luo Yang waved his hand and said, "Jiaking, let him go." Zhang Jiaking flung his hand away, and Qin Chuan stumbled, nearly falling. Gripping his wrist and wincing in pain, he yelled, "Damn it, you think you're so tough just because you outnumber me? Fine, fine, I'll call some reinforcements and we'll see who has more men. Let me tell you, kid, you think you can outnumber me? You'll regret it. Zhang Jieking stretched out his hand and said, watch your mouth, or I'll tear it off. Seeing that he was really serious about fighting, and noticing another person behind him, Qin Chuan knew he couldn't possibly beat 3 people alone. He was even more confident he couldn't defeat the tall, burly man in front of him. So, a wise man doesn't fight a losing battle, he'd deal with them later when he got reinforcements. Qin Chuan worked in bank lending, holding a minor official position, but don't underestimate the deputy director of the lending department. The lending department was responsible for loan approval and verification. Although his authority to approve and approve loans wasn't huge basically, he could approve and disperse loans under 1 million loans exceeding that amount required approval and signature from his superiors. However, 1 million was a significant sum for countless people. For example, some who colluded with Qin Chuan acted as intermediaries, and some involved in organized crime. These people profited by lending the loans he issued to private individuals, earning exorbitant interest rates. Qin Chuan naturally took a cut, refinancing the loans after they matured. This was essentially giving his connections a 1 million yuan credit card. Of course, the repayment period for this credit card wasn't monthly, but yearly. Qin Chuan lived comfortably off these people, earning far more than his salary. They constantly treated him to meals, entertainment, and flattery, making him feel like a local tyrant. Having heard these guys boast so much, he actually thought they could handle anything. So when he got humiliated earlier, he immediately thought of calling them to teach the other party a lesson. If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know that even the king of horses has 3 eyes. Also, Miss Chen, let me show you what I, Qin Chuan, am capable of. Choosing a man isn't just about looks. As he spoke, Qin Chuan called his closest friend, Lao San, I got beaten up by some guys at this Japanese restaurant in Haoja. Several of them ganged up on me. Damn it, who the hell has the guts to do this? Brother Chuan, you wait, I'll bring some guys over in 10 minutes and take care of it for you. Lao San took over without hesitation, not even asking Qin Chuan what the situation was like. In his opinion, there wasn't a single opponent he couldn't handle in a restaurant. Then the call ended. Qin Chuan was most satisfied with Lao San's attitude, he didn't ask any questions. Lao San had only one principle for him, regardless of whether Qin Chuan was right or wrong, he would unconditionally protect him. After putting his phone down and putting it in his pocket, Qin Chuan stared at Luo Yang and the others with a smug and provocative look. Luo Yang glanced at the other diners at the restaurant tables, then turned to Zhang Jieking and instructed, Jieking, you guys go outside and handle this. Don't disturb their business. Zhang Jieking nodded, then said to Qin Chuan, kid, didn't you call some people? Let's wait outside or in the underground parking garage. Don't worry, I'm not leaving. I'll discuss it with your people before I go. Qin Chuan chuckled and said, okay, let's wait in the garage. He didn't really want to cause trouble in the restaurant. The owners of such upscale restaurants were generally wealthy, and wealth usually meant connections. He didn't want to provoke them and create a dangerous enemy for no reason. Song Guangming immediately instructed Mu Kajun, you go to the garage with Jieking. Zhang Jieking waved his hand dismissively, I can handle it alone. Having 2 people deal with a bunch of rabble would be a disgrace to my brothers. Ignoring Zhang Jieking's arrogance, Song Guangming beckoned to Mu Kajun to go with Zhang Jieking. Better safe than sorry. Song Guangming and his 3 other brothers remained in the restaurant lobby waiting for Luo Yang. Luo Yang shook off Chen Ziao, who was still clinging to his arm, and pulled his arm away, frowning as he said, alright, stop messing with me. Go back to where you came from. I only helped you out because the other guy was a scumbag. This is the end of our business. I have friends waiting. You all go home. Luo Yang ignored her and went straight to private room number 6. Chen Ziao took a couple of steps after him, but then remembered he wasn't alone. Qing Ruaning was in the room, so she stopped. Although she was also quite confident and always proud of her looks, if the other person was Qing Ruaning, she had no confidence at all. He's a big star, more famous and richer than her, and his looks aren't any worse. The key is, she initially thought Luo Yang was just a boastful braggart. Once the words were spoken, they were like spilled water couldn't be taken back. This accidental blind date was practically a fairy tale. Who would have thought it was a world-class super-rich man? Luo Yang ignored her and quickly returned to room 6. Qing Ruaning's mother had finished eating, satisfied with the food and the person she'd seen. Her only complaint was that her daughter had been stammering and wouldn't give her a straight answer. With her mother involved, Qing Ruaning knew her romantic plans with Luo Yang were ruined, so she gave up hope and simply said to her mother, let's go home after we've eaten. Qing Ruaning's mother said, go home? We've finally come out for a while, let's go shopping. Luo Yang quickly said, Ruaning, you go shopping with your mother. It's rare for you to spend time with her, so go ahead. Buy whatever your aunt likes. Let me know when you're done, and it's on me. Tell her not to be shy. Qing Ruaning's mother listened with a smile. This son-in-law was truly considerate and filial. He didn't seem to care about spending money at all. Shopping is a bottomless pit for women. You can't be sure how much she'll spend until you get home. Qing Ruaning nodded and said, "Okay, I understand. Go ahead and do your thing. I'll contact you later. I have money." Of course she had money, 5 or 6 billion. How much could her mother possibly spend, even if she spent it all? With her mother's spending habits, she couldn't even spend a fraction of her savings. As they left, Qing Ruaning's mother subtly observed the restaurant staff. Seeing that no one asked about the bill, she knew Luo Yang must have paid it. At the roadside in front of the restaurant building, Luo Yang waited until Qing Ruaning's car arrived before getting in and leaving. Only then did he turn and enter the building, taking the elevator to the underground parking garage. Song Guangming and the other 3 men who had been following him then accompanied him down the elevator. In a rather secluded corner of the underground parking garage, Zhang Jiaking and Mu Kejun were smoking and waiting for Qin Chuan's men. Qin Chuan, meanwhile, was constantly texting on his phone. Chen Xiao was also watching from the sidelines. Seeing that Chen Xiao hadn't left and had come, Qin Chuan was even more eager to perform for her. He wanted to show her who truly had the ability to follow him. Chen Xiao wasn't worried at all. She knew Qin Chuan would lose completely. Whether it was connections or the strength of his subordinates, even if Qin Chuan pulled in all his distant relatives, could he possibly defeat Luo Yang? Her only slight annoyance was that her mistaken blind date with Luo Yang, which had started off beautifully, had now become less so. A moment later, Chen Xiao saw Luo Yang arrive with 5 other men and was immediately delighted. When Qin Chuan saw Luo Yang arrive, along with 4 more men, he was stunned for a moment and said, "Well, that bastard is indeed cunning, he even hid 4 accomplices." Qin Chuan quickly texted Hu Lao San, saying that there were 7 people in total, all men. Hu Lao San's text message came back quickly, "Don't worry, we've brought 4 cars, 21 people, all skilled." Qin Chuan was immediately relieved. 21 people, plus himself, made 22. If 22 people couldn't beat 7, they'd be asking for trouble. Besides, he knew what kind of people Hu Lao San's gang were. They were known for debt collection and brawling, ruthless, numerous, and seasoned thugs. This fight was in the bag. When Luo Yang saw Chen Xiao, who remained calm and composed, he frowned and asked, "Why aren't you leaving yet?" He was unaware that Chen Xiao already knew his background. Chen Xiao pursed her lips, glancing at him with a half-smile, and said, "You got into this trouble because of me. How can I leave if you don't? If you get hurt, I'll at least have to call an ambulance to take you to the hospital and pay for your medical expenses." Luo Yang was about to say something to her when his phone rang. He glanced down at it. It was Zhu Hua calling. He pressed the answer button and held it to his ear. "What's up, Hua Xiao? Where are you? A few of us went to your room but couldn't find you." "I'm at..." Luo Yang glanced at the parking garage, gave him the address, and then added, "Some guy called some men to teach me a lesson, they're waiting." Upon hearing that Luo Yang had run into such trouble, Zhu Hua felt utterly humiliated. He shoved his phone aside, roused his men, and rushed towards Luo Yang. He knew that with the strength of Song Guangming's gang under Luo Yang, they wouldn't suffer a loss, but they were guests. To be bullied by thugs in the capital was a disgrace. Hu Lao San, true to his word, arrived in the garage in less than 10 minutes. Finding Qin Chuan in the corner, one of the men opened the trunk, grabbed a steel pipe and baseball bat, and the 21 men aggressively surrounded him. Hu Lao San was a man wearing an earring, a floral shirt, and Gucci clothes and shoes, but his belt bore the Hermes logo. He was not yet 30, with a fierce expression. He held a baseball bat in his hand and pointed it at Luo Yang and his group, asking Qin Chuan, "Brother Chuan, is this the group?" Qin Chuan pointed at Chen Xiao angrily and said, "Isn't that right? Look, I went on a blind date with her, and this guy popped up claiming to be her boyfriend, trying to bully me because he outnumbered me. Can you believe it?" Hu Lao San turned to Luo Yang and berated him, "You bastard, you even bully my older brother. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'll be letting down your ancestors. If you know what's good for you, apologize to Brother Chuan, treat my brothers to a few meals to calm down, and maybe even compensate Brother Chuan for emotional distress. I might consider it. Oh my god." Before Hu Lao San could finish speaking, Zhang Jiaking lunged forward, grabbing him by the neck with his left hand and delivering a series of resounding slaps with his right. Hu Lao San and his gang were stunned by Zhang Jiaking's audacious move. Why hadn't they even started negotiating? And they, being outnumbered, had struck first. Were they truly courting death? What Hu Lao San and his gang hadn't expected was that in their previous dealings with others, they had always been outnumbered, and the other party had always pleaded and backed down before negotiating terms. Hu Lao San and his gang were primarily driven by self-interest. They never anticipated that their opponent today would deviate from their usual tactics and launch such a sudden attack on Zhang Jiaking. Zhang Jiaking's slaps were measured. They knocked out 2 of Hu Lao San's teeth, causing blood to flow from his mouth, but he wasn't seriously injured. If Zhang Jiaking were to fight, one slap would be enough to kill Hu Lao-san. The others were stunned for a moment before realizing their leader had been beaten. They snapped out of it, let out a shout, and rushed over, clubs in hand. Needless to say, these guys were going to get a severe beating to appease them. One beating might not be enough, several beatings would be needed to quell their leader's rage. Zhang Jiaking turned to Song Guangming and the others and said, "Brother Guangming, you all watch, don't go in." Song Guangming smiled. He could tell at a glance that although these guys outnumbered him, they were just thugs, a bunch of greenhorns aside from being somewhat ruthless. Even 200 of them wouldn't be enough for Zhang Jiaking. For ordinary people, numbers are an advantage. But against someone of Zhang Jiaking's caliber, numbers are useless. Zhang Jiaking, gripping Hu Lao-san with his left hand, charged towards Hu Lao-san's gang. His men were instantly sent flying, scattering in all directions. In less than 10 seconds, the ground was littered with groans of pain. Looking around Zhang Jiaking, not a single person was still standing. All 20 of Hu Lao-san's men lay on the ground, some with swollen faces, others with broken arms or legs. None of them could stand. Zhang Jiaking then flung Hu Lao-san to the ground with a thud, chuckling, "You bastard, bringing a bunch of trash and you still dare to lecture people? Where's your face?" The entire fight lasted less than 10 seconds. In 10 seconds, Hu Lao-san and his 20 men were all taken down by Zhang Jiaking alone. Qin Chuan was dumbfounded. Damn it, what happened? 21 skilled fighters against one man, and they weren't even wiped out in 10 seconds? Was Hu Lao-san sent by a monkey to make a fool of himself? Qin Chuan even wondered if Hu Lao-san had deliberately conspired with the other side to set a trap for him, because this was too unbelievable. 21 people taken down by one person in less than 10 seconds. It had to be a performance. However, Qin Chuan was still somewhat confused. The way Hu Lao-san's 20 brothers had broken their limbs looked very realistic, not like it was fake. Plus, Hu Lao-san himself hadn't been able to speak for a long time, and a dark handprint was visible on his throat. If it was a staged performance, would they really have squeezed his throat that hard? Moreover, Hu Lao-san's 20 brothers were lying on the ground groaning and moaning in pain, some with tears and snot streaming down their faces. It was disgusting. If it was acting, they were all Oscar-worthy actors. After a moment of stunned silence, Qin Chuan yelled at Hu Lao-san, "Hu Lao-san, what kind of act are you putting on? If you treat me like this, don't blame me for taking my money." Old Hu was groaning and unable to speak. The burly man had nearly made him faint from the pressure on his throat. While he was gripping him, his body was limp and he couldn't muster any strength. Actually, Old Hu, a seasoned gangster, was already on high alert. He had brought 20 men, while the other side had only brought one man. 21 against 1, and in less than 10 seconds, they were all knocked to the ground, unable to fight back. Although Old Hu hadn't seen clearly how Zhang Jiaking had dealt with his 20 men, he immediately realized that this man was no ordinary person. Moreover, 6 of the other men were standing there without moving, merely watching. From this, it was clear that those 6 men also knew that this one man was absolutely capable of handling 21 of them, otherwise, they would have definitely stepped in to help. Hu Lao-san, a seasoned resident of Beijing, knew they could only deal with ordinary people. They couldn't afford to confront anyone with connections or influence. Qin Chuan had said the other party was just an ordinary person who appeared during his blind date. How could they have such formidable thugs? Hu Lao-san was still muttering to himself, annoyed, when he heard the roar of a car engine. A black Rolls-Royce Phantom pulled up, and 4 or 5 men got out. Luo Yang recognized them as Zhu Hua and his group. The men approached, and Zhu Hua quickly asked Luo Yang, "Brother, are you all right?" Luo Yang shook his head and smiled, "Just a bunch of thugs. What could possibly happen to me?" Zhu Hua's face darkened, and he coldly asked Qin Chuan, "Who are you?" Qin Chuan saw that 4 or 5 more men had arrived, leaving him alone. He wondered if Hu Lao-san had conspired with them to trap him or if he had truly been defeated. How could he possibly fight off more than a dozen men? So Qin Chuan, mustering his courage, said firmly, "I'm Qin Chuan, the director of the credit department at the China Merchants Bank in Fuzuang District, Chengdong. Who are you people? Are you trying to bully me for no reason? Don't you even know who you are?" "Oh, you're quite frank," Zhu Hua nodded, thinking that Qin Chuan had spilled the beans before he even asked, saving him the trouble. He took out his phone, picked a number, and dialed. A few seconds later, the other party answered. Zhu Hua spoke directly, "President Zhang, does your bank's credit department have a director named Qin Chuan?" "Qin Chuan? There is such a person, but not the director, he's a deputy director." Zhu Hua said, "President Zhang, I'll give you 5 minutes to open this account." Zhu Hua hung up without further explanation. Coincidentally, all 5 of his brother's bank accounts were opened at this bank. Of course, they also had some connection with the bank manager, Old Zhang, who was the nephew of one of his father's former secretaries. Even disregarding their backgrounds and connections, the fact that each of the 5 of them has over 10 billion RMB in deposits means that no bank would dare offend them. The combined deposits of the five of them amount to nearly 100 billion RMB, which is a gold mine. Not to mention a deputy director of the credit department, even a vice president of the bank could rake in a fortune. Qin Chuan still thought this newcomer was just putting on airs, trying to easily remove him from his deputy position. Was that even possible? Their bank manager was indeed surnamed Zhang, but Qin Chuan didn't believe Zhu Hua's act at all. In their past experience, for their superiors to remove someone, there needed to be at least publicly available evidence of wrongdoing, followed by multiple meetings to discuss it. Without concrete evidence, they wouldn't even mention it, let alone hold a meeting. Seeing that none of the people who arrived were eager to attack him, Qin Chuan felt at ease. It seemed they were just a bunch of paper tigers, all bark and no bite. But just as he was thinking about how to say something harsh, his thoughts were jolted awake by his phone ringing. He pulled out his phone and saw, damn, what a coincidence. It was manager Zhang calling him. Without time to ponder whether it was a coincidence, Qin Chuan quickly pressed the answer button and held the phone to his ear. Zhang Xing, this is Qin Chuan. What brings you here today? Before he could finish, bank manager Zhang interrupted him. Qin Chuan, we're giving you two choices, either come to the bank and resign voluntarily, or we fire you. The decision is yours. Qin Chuan was stunned, then blurted out, Zhang Xing, how can you do this? I haven't done anything wrong. The bank can't just fire me for no reason, can it? Bank manager Zhang coldly replied, I'm not going to bother explaining. This is beyond repair. If you insist, I can immediately organize a special task force to investigate you. Which of your small loans didn't involve kickbacks? Do you think we leaders are trash? If you don't appreciate our face, we'll send you to jail. Qin Chuan felt as if he'd been electrocuted. He didn't even notice when bank manager Zhang hung up. All he knew was that his future was ruined. Although the individual loans he issued weren't large, ranging from several 100,000 to 1 million, the sheer number of loans meant the total amount exceeded 50 million. He received kickbacks of at least 10 to 20,000 yuan from each loan. If this were discovered, it would be a crime, guaranteed to land him in jail. Therefore, Qin Chuan was stunned. The bank manager's statement implied certainty. In reality, almost no one in the loan department has a clean record. An investigation would be thorough, and the bank manager's words had pinpointed Qin Chuan's weakness. He had two choices, let him leave safely, but his future would be ruined, or the bank would fire him, and the second option would definitely land him in jail. So Qin Chuan had no choice but to slink away. The bank manager didn't actually want to investigate. Investigating Qin Chuan would uncover a whole host of other problems. Qin Chuan stood there, dumbfounded, his mind blank, unable to recall what had happened. Looking up and seeing Zhu Hua's cold face, Qin Chuan suddenly remembered that it was Zhu Hua who had called bank manager Zhang first, telling him to fire him within 5 minutes. He had initially thought it was just Zhu Hua bluffing, but he never expected it to be true. Who was this guy? Qin Chuan then looked at the seemingly harmless and youngest person, the one Chen Xiao claimed was her boyfriend. He was the one who had brought all this together. He was the real protagonist. Who exactly is this person? Qin Chuan's gaze fell on Chen Xiao, who stood in the corner. Her face was so beautiful and captivating. How could a simple blind date have ruined her future? He just couldn't understand it. Chen Xiao, on the other hand, wasn't surprised. Knowing Luo Yang's identity, she knew that if Qin Chuan didn't provoke him, it would be best to leave him alone, otherwise, he would definitely suffer the consequences. The outcome was as she predicted, only she hadn't expected it to be so direct and decisive. Before Luo Yang even made a move, the forces behind him had already stripped Qin Chuan of his position. Qin Chuan stared blankly at his phone, utterly bewildered. One moment he was confidently giving orders, the next he'd been abruptly dismissed by his superior, and he didn't dare argue back. Any rebuttal would land him in jail. When Qin Chuan suddenly realized this miserable end was caused by the young man before him, he cowered, even considering kneeling before him to beg for his former position. Get lost. But Zhu Hua didn't give him the chance, coldly barking, you have 1 minute to disappear from my sight, or you'll be in jail. Zhu Hua wasn't going to be polite. Frankly, Qin Chuan was less than an ant in his eyes, not worth his time. He just wanted to get rid of this annoying jerk. Luo Yang had no interest in doing anything to Qin Chuan either. They were on completely different levels, and arguing was pointless. Qin Chuan now truly understood that these people had the power to send him to jail. He couldn't even beg for mercy, so he could only slink into the car and leave without daring to utter a sound. Zhu Hua then smiled and said to Luo Yang, let's go, I'll take you to a fun place, a one-stop shop for food, drinks, and entertainment. Luo Yang shook his head and said, oh, never mind, I've already eaten. I feel a bit sleepy. I didn't sleep well last night because I was working hard to earn money for you guys. I'll go back to the hotel and get some rest. I'll head back to Jiangan first thing tomorrow morning. After saying this, he called to Song Guangming and the others. Niu Kejun quickly drove up to Luo Yang, and Song Guangming opened the door for Luo Yang to get in. After getting into the car, Luo Yang waved to Zhu Hua. Chen Jin, however, rushed over, plopped down in Luo Yang's car, and said with a smile, "Brother Hua, you guys go have fun. I'll just hitch a ride on the 380 again, heading back to Jianggan." Seeing no one was paying attention to her, Chen Xiao quickly stepped forward and called out to Luo Yang, who was already in the car, "Hey, you." Luo Yang waved his hand again and said, "Go back to where you came from. I'm not interested in you." The group got into the car and drove off in a hurry. After Luo Yang and his group left, Zhu Hua and the others also got in and left, leaving Chen Xiao standing there alone. A little annoyed but helpless, Chen Xiao bit her lip and sulked for a while before taking the elevator upstairs. Back at the hotel, Luo Yang slept soundly for a long time. When he woke up, it was already dark. He casually picked up his phone and checked it. There were 3 missed calls and over a dozen WeChat messages. He first checked the missed calls. 1 was from Xiang Hiang, 2 from Zhang Xian, and over a dozen WeChat messages were all from Zhang Xian. He opened one. "Brother-in-law, are you in Beijing? Why didn't you answer my calls? President Xiang also called you," saying no one answered. "We're in Beijing filming a program, and there's a gala tonight. Come on over, these are all heavyweights in the entertainment industry. Come and support us." Luo Yang immediately understood why Xiang Hiang had called him. For the company to grow, it needed connections with industry bigwigs. Entertainment culture involves film, television, and music, which in turn involves content, distribution, sales channels, and so on, something no single company could handle. Luo Yang immediately sent Xiang Hiang a text message, "Okay, no need to reply, I'll be there in a bit." Then he sent Zhang Xian a message, "Send me the address." Zhang Xian replied incredibly quickly, seemingly playing on her phone, replying in 3 seconds, "Okay, brother-in-law, what are you doing? You're not answering your phone." Then she sent a location address. Luo Yang replied, "Worked overtime until 4 a.m. tonight, sleeping during the day." He washed his face, brushed his teeth, and then called Song Guangming. They hadn't brought many people to the party, just Song Guangming and Zhang Jiaking. The others stayed at the hotel to rest. Chen Jin was also sleeping, so Luo Yang didn't wake him. The 3 of them drove to Zhang Xian's party location. However, they encountered some trouble getting in. Because they didn't have invitation cards, the venue security wouldn't let them in. Then, Xiang Hiang, as the company's representative, asked the venue's higher UPS for a few special invitation slots, and with some effort, managed to get Luo Yang and the other 2 inside. In fact, if Luo Yang wanted to go in, he could have easily gone through a special passage as a VIP at a higher level, but he didn't want to show off or get special privileges, and he wasn't in a hurry, so he waited until Xiang Hiang came out. Xiang Hiang was beaming with excitement as he walked with Luo Yang, reporting, "Boss, our future era has become a huge success. Congratulations. Those 6 girls have basically entered the ranks of near top-tier stars. As long as their new works are of high quality, they'll be firmly established. My plan for them is to take a high-end route, so apart from high-quality brand endorsements, they won't accept any commercial performances, and will limit variety shows to 1 every 2 years. Quality over quantity. To be honest, they shouldn't be overexposed. The most important thing is to produce good work." Luo Yang nodded in agreement. "Yes, I think your approach is correct. We're not short of money, there's no need to exploit them for profit." Xiang Hiang was even more delighted. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly whispered a few words to Luo Yang, "Boss, I have a few friends I'd like to introduce to you later. I wonder if you've considered expanding into film and television as well?" Luo Yang smiled nonchalantly, "It's not a matter of whether I want to or not. As long as there are suitable projects, we'll take them on. I'm not short of money." If anyone else had said this, Xiang Hiang would have thought it was boasting, but since his boss was saying it, it was utterly honest. He genuinely wasn't short of money. Upon entering the venue, Luo Yang discovered that the huge space was filled with men and women, including almost all of the top celebrities in the entertainment industry, people he'd only ever seen in movies and television. Now, he saw almost them all. However, Luo Yang wasn't a fan of celebrities. With his current status and wealth, only celebrities would idolize him. Having slept most of the day at the hotel and hadn't eaten anything, he was now a bit hungry, so he headed straight for the food area. On the way, he encountered Hu Suofei being surrounded by a group of 2nd and 3rd-tier celebrities. Luo Yang didn't greet her, she didn't seem to notice him anyway, and he walked right past. The food counter was well stocked. Luo Yang filled a plate with food, glanced around, and saw an empty table in the corner to his right. He immediately took the plate there and put it down. After thinking for a moment, he filled another plate with fruit slices and poured himself a glass of ice juice. He was indeed hungry. Luo Yang sat alone eating and drinking when 2 girls came over, each carrying a glass of red wine. They clinked glasses and then took an elegant sip. One of the girls looked up and saw Luo Yang eating and drinking heartily. She frowned and muttered, "Shameful." The girl was too close to Luo Yang, so he heard what she said, but he ignored her. The girl was fashionably dressed and looked to be around 22 or 23 years old. Her face was unfamiliar, so she probably wasn't in the entertainment industry. Seeing Luo Yang continuing to eat and drink without any regard for his image, the girl couldn't help but say to another girl, let's go somewhere else. This guy is disgusting. I don't know what's wrong with the security. How can they let just anyone in? How can they let someone who's just eating and drinking in such a high-class place? The other girl nodded in agreement. Yeah, it's disgusting. Si Yang, let's go over there. Oh, that. Qing Ruaning, is that Qing Ruaning? Yesterday I overheard your dad whispering that Qing Ruaning isn't just a rising starlet anymore, she's a very wealthy woman with assets comparable to your dad's. She's capable of being an investment partner, and your dad is thinking of bringing her on board. The girl named Si Ying said, oh, really? I heard from my dad that her contract with her company expires in 6 months, and she doesn't plan to renew it. I was even thinking of persuading my dad to sign her. Is she really that rich? Another girl nodded. It's true. What I heard is that she has nearly 6 billion yuan in bank deposits. This information was leaked privately by a high-ranking bank official, so it's 99.999% credible. Si Ying exclaimed in surprise, my god, so much money? Where did she get so much money? This girl's surname was Wang, and her name was Wang Xiying. She was the only daughter of Wang Ximing, the owner of Huaixin Entertainment, one of the top 3 entertainment giants in China, and was known as the Little Princess of Huaixin. Wang Ximing held absolute control of Huaixin Entertainment, with a net worth exceeding 20 billion yuan. Huaixin Entertainment had signed nearly 1/3 of the stars in the Chinese entertainment industry, making it incredibly well-resourced. However, this year's overall economic climate has been bleak, and Huaixin has been significantly impacted. Due to the pandemic, Huaixin's biggest project is film. With cinemas closed, the film industry has been forced to shut down and suffer losses. In the past 6 months, the film company has suffered heavy losses. Television dramas and music have fared somewhat better, as people can stay home and watch TV, but new productions have also been affected and unable to begin. Recently, Wang Ximing has been preparing to sell some of his shares to save himself. Today's gathering is essentially a group of industry leaders banding together for mutual support and seeking financing to survive. Although Wang Ximing's net worth is said to be 20 billion, it's all in shares, and the vast majority of those shares are pledged. The wealth of so-called tycoons is often largely illusory, unlike the cash deposits in Qing Ruaning's bank accounts. Therefore, Qing Ruaning's 5.9 billion in savings is actually far more impressive than Wang Ximing's 20 billion net worth, but her social status and influence are far inferior to his. Another girl whispered enviously to Wang Xiying, I heard she's hooked up with a super rich guy. Wang Xiying immediately shook her head, I don't believe it. These days, no rich guy would spend 5 or 6 billion in cash on an actress. 5 or 600 million is impossible, I'd believe tens of millions. The other girl said, that makes sense, but I still can't understand it. Even if she's incredibly successful, could she really earn 5 or 6 billion just from acting? Wang Xiying shook her head, saying, that's definitely impossible. Leaving aside Hollywood superstars, even here, only Aaron Kwok has accumulated a net worth of 2 billion over decades. How could a young actress earn 5 or 6 billion in just 2 or 3 years? Either the rumor is false, or she has other channels, or she's probably the child of some wealthy family, inheriting a large fortune that's a quick way to make money. Impossible, another girl immediately countered. Her parents are ordinary people. Qing Ruaning has mentioned her family on several programs, it's true. Wang Xiying shook her head, also unable to understand, and then went with her, giving Luo Yang a disdainful glance as she left. Luo Yang also happened to look up, their eyes met, and Wang Xiying immediately raised her chin haughtily and walked away. Luo Yang smiled, focusing on his food, but a short while later, Zhang Xian and Bai Kikai arrived. The two women had come specifically to find Luo Yang. Knowing he was there, they circled the venue several times before finally finding him. The venue was enormous, with several halls inside and out. As soon as Zhang Xian saw Luo Yang, she rushed over, pouting, and said, brother-in-law, I called you but you didn't answer. I looked for you for ages and couldn't find you. Do you think you're so great now that you're rich? Luo Yang laughed, I wouldn't dare look down on you. Bai Kikai followed, then whispered to Zhang Xian, image. President Xiang kept reminding us. We're new here, we need to pay attention to our image. Zhang Xian scoffed, pay attention my ass. I'll just quit. I'm too lazy to pretend. Bai Kikai gave a wry smile, thinking, even if you cause trouble, your brother-in-law will protect you. Nobody in the company will dare fire you. Luo Yang asked the two women, would you like some fruit? Zhang Xian casually picked up a small fork, ate a slice of melon, found it very sweet, and then ate another slice. Meanwhile, Wang Xiying and her companion walked towards Qing Ruaning, but before they reached her, they saw her father, Wang Ximing. Dad. Wang Ximing nodded, then said to her, go take a walk, I need to talk to Ruaning about something. Judging from her father's tone, he really treated Qing Ruaning as someone of equal status. Wang Xiying wondered if the rumors were true. Did Qing Ruaning really have that much money? Everyone's experiencing a cash crunch these days, is it really that easy for her to make money? As Wang Xiying was pondering this, she looked up and saw Hu Suofei approaching. She quickly called out, "Sister Suofei." Hu Suofei smiled and replied, "Xiying, you've become a beautiful woman." Wang Xiying was about to offer a few words of modesty when she saw Hu Suofei suddenly walk in another direction, hurrying along as if she had spotted someone she knew. Wang Xiying stared at her retreating figure, then froze. Hu Suofei was rushing towards the very young man she had previously looked down upon. Was she just going to get a glass of wine or a drink? But her guess was immediately shattered by Hu Suofei's actions. Hu Suofei neither took the wine nor the drink. Instead, she walked straight to the young man, even sitting down opposite him and speaking to him with a smile. The young man didn't stop eating and drinking just because Hu Tianho was in front of him. He continued eating and drinking heartily. Looking at Hu Suofei, the usually proud and aloof Hu Tianho didn't seem to mind the young man's rudeness at all, but instead chatted with him with a smile. Wang Xiying was stunned. When had Hu Tianho become so approachable and down to earth?